A man has 365 beast wives, so he has to change the sheets every day when he wakes up. The beast wives gather around the bed every day, begging for his affection, unaware that each of them wants to kill him. Just because the man relied on his identity as the interstellar prince, he took pleasure in tormenting the beast people every day. Not only did he personally peel off the skin of the white tiger female general to make a tiger fur coat, but he also plucked the scales and cut off the snake tail of the snake beast wife. Even the feathers and wings of the princess were plucked. Under his relentless torture, the beast wives were finally forced to turn dark, completely disregarding the contract's backlash, and cruelly killed him. Dragon Aashian, who died in the laboratory explosion, happened to transmigrate into this ruthless male lead. Thinking of the original ending, he was completely panicked. But at this moment, the bunny-eared girl lying on the ground was even more frightened than him. Shinjushin's spiritual sea was severely injured and invaded by insect poison, now in an uncontrollable state, in need of male spiritual comfort. I beg your highness to save her. Long Aashian listened to the girl's plea, his voice sounding calm on the surface, but his heart was already teetering on the edge of frantic screaming. Shinjushin was one of his beast wives, imprisoned in a dungeon by the former owner after being severely injured, and eventually turned into a waste due to lack of timely treatment. According to the storyline, this was the beginning of Shinjushin's complete transformation into darkness. This matter concerned his own life, and Long Aashian didn't have time to think much, immediately rushing to the dungeon. As soon as he stepped in, a black snake coiled around his ankle. He looked down at the snake tail entwined around his leg, and a shiver ran down his spine. It took him a while to suppress the fear welling up in his heart. This was the snake creature Yulan that the original owner detested the most. Yulan, let go, he commanded coldly, maintaining the original owner's tone and demeanor. However, Yulan remained motionless. She thought Long Aotian was going to torment Shinju Xan again. Even when he's like this, you still refuse to let her go? Long Aotian knew that Shinjushin was completely out of control at this moment and could not afford to waste any more time. If you don't let go now, don't blame me for being rude. A cold and commanding voice came from beneath him. Your Highness, when have you ever been kind to us? Where do you want to strike this time? It was only then that Long Aotian noticed that the snake tail wrapped around his legs was missing a section, with black blood oozing out. Long Aotian remembered how the original owner often whipped her, made a luxurious crystal lamp out of her snake scales, and without hesitation, cut off her snake tail. Thinking of this, Long Aotian felt a darkness creeping in, as if the painful future was beckoning him. Long Aashian knew that no matter how he tried to persuade, it would be of no use. He cast a cold glance at the guards who were bowing their heads to the side and ordered them to take away Yulan. Yulan's old wounds had not been treated and she was already extremely weak, so she was easily subdued after a few struggles. In the room, Shinju's emotions were out of control, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Seeing Long Aashian enter, she directly transformed into a white tiger, letting out a earth-shattering tiger roar. Long Aashian was startled by the sudden appearance of the white tiger, almost jumping out of his skin. It took several deep breaths for him to calm down his racing heart. He recalled how the original host in his memory used to unleash his spiritual power, but the more panicked and scared he was, the less he could remember. At that moment, Shinjushin suddenly leaped up and tackled Long Aashian to the ground. Its sharp claws scratched the ground, making a piercing sound. Facing a tiger twice his size for the first time, even with mental preparation, he was momentarily too scared to react. The tiger's fangs were right in front of him, and Long Aashian could even feel the hot, fishy breath on his face. In his moment of despair, his face was suddenly licked by a thick, strong tongue, wiping away his tears. Long Aashian was stunned by this unexpected gesture, and the tiger's eyes, originally bloodshot with rage, now seemed a bit confused. He naturally raised his hand and gently stroked its chin, like soothing a little kitten. Slowly, a sense of harmony emerged from his mind. Shinjushin's movements paused for a moment, her irritable mental strength gradually calming down, her sharp claws loosening, her huge body gradually falling, returning to human form, and suddenly falling into a coma. Long Aashian had just lost too much mental strength, his head was faintly aching, and in the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. An hour later, Shinjushin slowly woke up. When she saw Long Aashian lying beside her, her eyes narrowed slightly. She recalled Long Aashian's previous arrogance and recklessness, when he often beat and kicked them, not treating them as human beings at all. But today, when she was in a fit of anger and in imminent danger, he actually chose to save her. At this moment, her emotions were complex. Looking at the weak appearance of Long Aashian, the hatred in her heart could not rise no matter what. Seeing Long Aashian seemingly about to wake up, Shinjushin's originally clear eyes flickered slightly before immediately closing again. She didn't know how to face Long Aashian. Long Aashian slowly opened his eyes. Ignoring Shinjushin still lying on the ground, he got up and walked straight to the door. Once back in his bedroom, he sat on the edge of the bed, activated the silver bracelet on his left wrist, intending to learn more about this world, but unintentionally opened an encrypted file. At first glance, the sight that caught the eye was the red feathers strewn all over the ground and the red-haired girl with broken wings lying awkwardly on the boy's back. The bloody scene made Long Aashian's stomach churn, almost causing him to vomit. Trembling, he closed his hands. No wonder he was brutally murdered in the original plot. It was not unjust at all. A name suddenly popped into his mind. The young man in the picture was called Zuo Ling, the princess sent by the Tianqi star for a political marriage. Long Aashian couldn't help but swallow nervously. How could they get along peacefully like this? He better make a run for it. At this moment, a gentle knock on the door was heard from outside. Zuo Ling's condition had worsened, and she had been taken to the medical cabin for treatment. Long Aashian took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and decided to make amends. When he arrived at the medical cabin, Zuo Ling was already awake. The moment she saw him, her eyes were filled with hatred and mingled with fear. "What are you here for?" Long Aashian probed. "Do you believe me if I say I just came to visit and check on you?" "Humph." Zuo Ling rolled her eyes at him, gave a cold snort, then turned away without looking at him. "Well, I'm just here to see if you're still alive." Zuo Ling suddenly turned her head and stared at him intently. "Disappointing the prince. I am indeed alive. Actually, I'm here to apologize to you. I was wrong before, and I won't do it again in the future." Long Aashian thought he was apologizing sincerely, but Zuo Ling gritted her teeth tightly and squeezed out a few words. "Do you remember what you have done yourself? Do you think a simple apology can make everything right, without a second thought? Then how about I set you free? You must be longing for home." Little did he know that as soon as he said this, Zuo Ling's eyes turned red in an instant. Her voice suddenly raised. "You cruel male, how dare you even think of driving me away? I'm telling you it's simply impossible." Long Aashian was helpless. She didn't even want to be set free. Isn't she just a masochist? What Junilua didn't know was that once an orc in this era was driven out of his home by his wife's dislike, it was equivalent to a woman in ancient times being swept away by her husband's family's repudiation. Cruelty was originally sent here by the Flying Fish Star to seek refuge in the Karen Empire for a marriage, which was actually just a marriage sent here for the brutal princess to play with. If he was sent home, he would be a disgrace to the entire planet, and he would be no better off there than he is now, if not worse. Junilua looked at the reddened corners of his eyes in an aggravated and stubborn manner, and couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in his heart. "Cruelty, I apologize to you for my earlier behavior." Juniello's voice softened a bit. "I promise I won't even bully you again." Cruelty sniffed, the anger in his eyes slightly tempered, but he was still wary and defensive. With a final cold snort, he looked away from her and stopped looking at her. He doesn't believe it. Juniro took a deep breath, still revealing the purpose of his coming over. "Let me see your wings." Who knew that as soon as she said that, Corentin roared out like a tiger that had been touched on the ass. "Get out of here. I never want to see you again." Corentin trembled with anger. He knew the malevolent female was unsettled. Treating him was nothing more than a better way to play. "Hey, don't be mad. Don't be mad. You'll be in the treatment bay again later. Roll dash." Juniello, knowing that the current Corentin wouldn't listen to anything she had to say, simply turned away. "Then get some rest and I'll see you tomorrow." Seeing her leave without so much as a backward glance, Corentin somehow got even angrier. Junilo didn't go back to his room, and took a detour to Shi Shadow's place. Junilo stood in front of the door to Shi Ying's room and hesitated for a moment before finally raising his hand and pushing it open. Into the eyes is on the ground coiled into a ball of purple snake. Purple scales are very beautiful, in the light of the translucent luster. The only shortcoming is mutilated. Many places of the snake scales are afraid to pull off, revealing a piece of black pits. Junilua looked at the large purple snake coiled into a ball, his heart slightly terrified, but he still went forward with a stiff upper lip. "Shi Shadow, I know you haven't slept." The purple serpent remained motionless, without a single reaction. Junilo slowly reached out his hand to touch the snake's body that was missing its scales, but then stopped when he was about to touch it. It was an injury that hurt her just looking at it. "I'm sorry." At that moment, the great snake suddenly moved slightly, and Juniro was startled, hastily retracting his hand. But Orochi just adjusted his posture and went quiet again. Junilo took a deep breath and spoke again. "I will find a way to help you with your injuries." At this time, the big snake suddenly opened its eyes. Its dark green snake eyes had no emotional fluctuations, but its voice was full of mockery. "Healing? What are you going to help me heal?" "The healing pods can only repair other internal and external injuries. They can't even reach regenerative abilities. His plucked scales and severed tail could not be restored by a healing chamber. I'll find a way to help you get back as good as new. Shadow snorted coldly and ignored her. It would take at least a year for his scales to grow back, and at least 3 years for the broken snake's tail to grow back. He didn't believe a word this vicious female said. I know that my previous behavior hurt you and that you don't trust me, but please give me some time and I'll prove it to you. Shadow pretended not to hear her and closed her eyes, resuming her motionless appearance. Junilua didn't intend to stay and be obnoxious when she saw his oily look. Then get some rest and I'll be back tomorrow. With that, she left without looking back, and the room fell silent again. Shadow's residence was the farthest away from where she lived, and it took her about 10 minutes of walking from memory before she would arrive at her residence. After taking a shower, he lay in bed thinking about how the injuries on Shadow and Corentin were going to be repaired. The healing pods don't work, so you'll have to fix it with potions. It was just that she had rummaged through the medical information of this era, and the interstellar age basically relied on healing pods. The potions here don't heal very well. This was also related to the scarcity of interstellar vegetation. Even fresh vegetables and fruits were extremely luxurious, not to mention the cherished herbs, each of which was carefully cared for by specialists. Since there weren't enough herbs for the researchers to do experimental research on, even the most highly talented potions could not be administered, let alone enhance the effects. If only my own lab had followed me here. No sooner had this thought passed than a bright light suddenly flashed in her mind, and a tender child's voice rang out in her head. Hosts will received. Loading. Startled by the sudden noise, she sat up sharply and looked around, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Just as she was filled with doubt, there was a flash of white light in front of her eyes, and she opened her eyes again, realizing that the laboratory of her last life had really appeared in front of her. Looking at the familiar lab bench, the precise instruments, and the orderly arranged herbs, everything was no different from what he remembered. She twisted her waist hard enough to feel the pain to believe it wasn't a dream. She excitedly rushed into the lab and caressed the familiar instruments. Data loading complete. The tender childish voice sounded again. Dear host, I'm really sorry. Due to the system's mistake, we got the wrong binding object. In order to make up for this mistake, we have brought you to the future interstellar era. So the damned one wasn't even me? Chapter 4, the female leader comes to the door. Junilua was simply going to be laughed at. Having arrived at this place for no reason, it was hard to talk himself into accepting reality. Now she was being told that the damned one wasn't her, that she had managed to get on her feet at the National Institute of Pharmacy in her last life, and was living a life that wasn't too rich but had a small few $100 million in savings, enough to clothe and feed her for the rest of her life. Sorry host, as compensation, the system has replicated a lab exactly like the one you had before you were born. And considering the scarcity of vegetation over here, it has additionally gifted you with an unlimited space for planting, ensuring that you will live more comfortably in this world than you did before. Alright, you've come all this way. You can't go back anyway. Wait, isn't this a fictional world? In view of the fact that the host's attention for nearly a year has been focused on books in this area, the system automatically extracts one of the book worlds for conversion. Junilua thought of his own few scrapbooking sites that he had just filled up his membership and hadn't had a chance to read yet. Station. Silence. Now that it's no longer a fictional world, where are the plot lines? She didn't forget the original owners end up being separated and chopped into pieces of meat by their revenge and thrown to the Barren Star to feed the wild beasts because of the long-term bullying of the 3 Zuo Ling people. Don't worry, host, the villains haven't completely blacked out yet. As long as you don't die, the direction of the plot can be changed. The plot of the original book is centered around the main man and woman. The original owner of this vicious female supporting books mentioned not much. If not the author to use the original owner of the vicious and miserable to set off the female lead of the goodness and happiness, the author even how she died are too lazy to write. The story ends with the heroine becoming a princess of the royal family of the Karen Empire, after the death of the original main character. Instead of the original main character, sometimes she would like to meet this gentle and kind heroine. After all, the Barren Star where the original owner's body was dumped was still something she had inadvertently mentioned to Corentin. Got a mission? All those years of novels weren't wasted. And the system is usually accompanied by all sorts of tawdry operational tasks. We're a proper system. No quests, just a small request. Juniro raised an eyebrow, signaling it to continue. The host is asked to help improve and enhance the living conditions on this side without jeopardizing his own safety. Iroh listened with a hint of surprise on his face before quickly regaining his composure. A wave of the hand signaled that it could stand down. Starting to survey the familiar lab, it wasn't much different from what he remembered, except that there were 2 extra doors. One with a lock dropped in front of it, which indicated that it wasn't open. She walked to a stop in front of a door on the far left side of the lab. The moment you push open the door, the vast, sprawling planting space is on display, with a meandering creek running the length of the property. It was with trepidation and excitement that she stepped into that vast planting space. Ah, planting space. It would be a lie to say I'm not thrilled with the standard for fictional heroines. The land beneath your feet is soft and fertile, and the breeze brings a hint of freshness. She walked over to the river and crouched down, feeling the crystal clear river, the slightly cool water flowing through her fingers, and in her mind she began to plan the use of the land. By the time she was out of the space and back in her bedroom, it was the wee hours of the morning. Early the next morning, Junilua was struggling with breakfast. She really didn't think interstellar food could be this difficult to eat, not even a $10 boxed lunch. Just as she was barely forcing herself to take a bite out of her mouth, Kayasoft walked in from outside. Your Highness, Miss Ellis is visiting with her beast husband. A cold aura flashed under Junilua's eyes. This cousin of hers really couldn't wait to come over and deliver warmth. Tell them to wait in the parlor. After Saizo left, she didn't have the heart to eat either. Reviewed the episode in my head. Take a step toward the parlor. Junilo stepped into the parlor and casually swept his eyes. In the parlor, Alice was elegantly sitting on the sofa. She was wearing a long pink dress with exquisite flowers embroidered on the hemline. Her hair was coiled up high and a headband of the same color was tied around her head. A delicate face, the kind that is gentle at first glance. Behind her stood two tall men, presumably her two beast husbands. Cousin, what brings you to my place today? Alice said delicately. Lolo, you say that. Cousin, I miss you. Can't I come to see you? Thinking about her? I'm afraid that's not what drunken dreams are about. But she still said without moving. Cousin has a heart. Alice looked at Junilua and said, Sister Lolo, I heard that Admiral Zuo Ling was injured. I wonder how is it going? This is a newly developed potion by my teacher that is extremely effective in relieving headaches, and I was specially asked to bring it here for Admiral Zuo Ling. Junilua raised an eyebrow. She had forgotten that the heroine was the personal disciple of the potion professor of the Potion Research Institute. It's also the only female in the world that can enter the research institute. There is also the scene of delivering medicine in the original plot. Zuo Ling came out of the confinement room covered in injuries. If not for this potion timely treatment, his spiritual sea of consciousness would have been completely ruined. Zuo Ling is very grateful for her help, and in the later stages, the heroine sent a lot of potions in the name of her teacher, and Zuo Ling's favoritism towards her gradually increased, and it is also through this that the heroine has occupied a place in Zuo Ling's heart. Junilua smiled faintly and said, Cousin has a good heart. It's just that Zuo Ling's injuries are no longer serious, so I'm afraid this potion won't be used. Alice blushed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. And, that's really great. Admiral Zuo Ling is the hero of our empire. We're relieved that he's fine. Alice deliberately came to brush Zuo Ling's favorability, naturally unwilling to leave easily. She frowned slightly, a look of concern in her eyes as she spoke again. It's just that I've heard that the Admiral was hurt badly this time, and was also spurred into an early manic phase, and it's no small thing for an orc to go berserk. Cousin Luo, around you no matter how much you dislike Admiral Zuo Ling, you can't be petty at this time. After all, he has made such a great contribution to the empire. In case something happens, Auntie and Uncle can't explain to the Marshal. The heroine was really good, and in 3 sentences she had convicted her of such a great crime. Junilua laughed coldly in his heart, but he still kept a smile on his face. Zuo Ling has indeed been fine, but it's that right now he needs to recuperate and it's not convenient for him to see guests. Ellis, however, was undeterred and continued. Sister Lolo, don't push your luck anymore. I also just want to do my part and do something for the heroes of the empire. Either that, or you'll let me keep the potion for when Admiral Zuo Ling needs it. Junilo's smile gradually tightened and his tone hardened. I'll take care of my beast husband. Don't bother. Or do you think your potions are more powerful than my level 3's mental powers? Alice didn't believe that Juniluo, this idiot, would really give Zuo Ling mental peace. The less she visited her, the more it meant that there was something wrong. Something must have happened to Zuo Ling, and she's trying her best to hide it. Having gotten the answer she wanted, there was no point in dwelling on it. She stood up with a look of regret on her face. In that case, I'll go back first. Sister Luo, if there's anything you need help with, be sure to tell Cousin O. With that said, Alice turned and left the parlor with her 2 beastmen. Chapter 5, Potion Making. Junilua looked at her back as the coldness in his eyes gradually coalesced. In the original episode, the heroine, Iris, accidentally gets lost on her way out and encounters a bruised and battered Corentin, who gently and patiently medicates him. Corentin was a man who could not hide anything, and was lulled into telling all by a few gentle words from the heroine. It was from this time that the cruelty and viciousness of the original owner spread. Later it was rumored that Zuo Ling, because the original owner of this wife not only did not help him to heal, but also prevented others from healing him, And finally the spiritual sea of consciousness was abolished to become a waste person. This incident sparked the anger of the people of the Karen Empire, who spoke out against this vicious princess. After her access to her light brain was cracked and those videos of her tormentors were circulated, now not only the people, but also the major families and powerhouses have come out to crusade and demand an explanation from the royal family. Combined with the pressure from the alien envoys, her father and mother had to hand her over in order to quell the anger. Now that the trauma on Corentin was pretty much healed by the healing pods, and she had the droid stop him from going out, the two shouldn't be able to run into each other. Juno finished the flower tea in his hand and got up to leave the parlor. The most important thing for her right now is to develop a potion with regeneration ability within a month. But for now, she was going to check on Zuo Ling. When he came to Zuo Ling's room, he had already woken up and was leaning against the bed to read the Star Network opinion. When he went down to the battlefield, the insect army had not been completely repelled, and if his body didn't allow it, he would have already stepped onto the battleship and left at this point. Juno had just stepped into the room when he saw Zuo Ling sitting on the edge of the bed. Hearing the commotion, Zuo Ling looked over sideways, and when he saw the visitor, the color of surprise flashed in his calm and wave-free eyes. Yesterday a hurried glance, did not carefully examine, today a look, only to find that this person has three-dimensional features, resolute eyes, short gray-brown hair sharp and capable, exudes a majestic atmosphere. Juno's eyes fell on his gauze-wrapped, half-naked upper body, the muscle lines smooth and distinct, full of power at a glance. What brings your highness here? Zuo Ling made a move to get up and salute, but was stopped by Juno. Naturally, I'm relieved to see you, Admiral. Zuo Ling didn't answer. He now didn't know what kind of attitude to use to face this person who had humiliated and tortured him several times. Juno walked over to the bed and stood still. Don't move. I'll check you over again. Yesterday was the first time she'd used her mental powers to soothe, and she wasn't sure if she'd soothe them all. Zuo Ling obediently laid down on the bed and did not move a muscle, allowing Juno to inspect him. Soft spiritual power slowly invaded Zuo Ling's spiritual sea of consciousness along Juno's fingertips. She realized that his mental sea of consciousness was chaotic, like a jumbled mess. She channeled her spiritual energy to unblock it a little, slowly smoothing out the intertwined spiritual energy. By the time she withdrew her hand, a thin layer of sweat had surfaced on her forehead. Just as he was about to stand up, he only felt a darkness in front of his eyes, and the whole person fell forward as if he was weightless, and all of a sudden he fell into Zuo Ling's embrace. He was silent as he lowered his eyelids and looked at Juno's face, which was slightly pale due to the overuse of his mental power. Zuo Ling, however, did not let go of his hand, and his gaze was complicated, as if he was thinking about something. At this time, Juno appeared to be particularly vulnerable. Zuo Ling raised his hand and gently gestured on her slender neck. Just a slight pinch. This evil princess will no longer be able to torture them. A tangle flashed in his eyes, and a hint of hesitation grew in his mind as he met her pale face and tightly closed eyes. In the end, Zuo Ling let out a soft sigh and placed Juno on the bed and covered her up. Turning to leave, just at the moment he turned around, Juno quietly opened her eyes and looked at his back, the corners of her mouth rising slightly before she quickly closed her eyes again. The bet was won. Zuo Ling's biggest hatred for her is this manic period of standing by. Now that his manic period has been pacified and his spiritual sea of consciousness is fine, he should not be able to kill her. Those previous injuries were domestic violence at best, and as long as he didn't mess with him in the future, he would be fine. Shortly after Zuo Ling left, she got up and left. The first order of business is to research birth muscle potions. Inside the laboratory, various potions and instruments were neatly arranged, and the walls were covered with illustrations and property descriptions of various herbs. Juno sat at his workbench with the recipe provided by the system in his hands, his brows furrowed. The system had successfully topped out as her newest Lightbrain 7. The prescription provided by Xiaoqi was extremely complex, involving a variety of rare herbs that could barely be found in the star of rare vegetation. It was a good thing that there were enough herbs stored inside the lab in his previous life. Otherwise, even if she had the recipe, there would be no way for her to mix it. She began by carefully analyzing the various ingredients in the formula to ensure that each herb would be used to maximum effect. Her goal was to create a potion that could significantly increase the speed of wound healing in a short period of time. Over the next few days, Juno almost forgot the passage of time. During this time, the door was closed and even mealtimes were hastily handled with nutrients. The entire princess house, no one dares to go against her wishes, naturally will not find death to come over in front of her to touch the bad luck. After countless attempts and failures, Juno finally made a breakthrough during a late-night experiment. She found that by mixing certain herbal extracts in specific proportions, the potion could be greatly energized to produce a strong healing effect on wounds in a short period of time. Excited by this discovery, she immediately recorded the ratio and set to work on the first batch of test potions. Junyler was in no hurry to send the potion to Shishadow and Cruelty for use. These two already hated her, and if anything went wrong with the potion, they would eat her alive. Out of the lab, she asked Clearsoft to get her 10 small animals to experiment on. Chingsoft had always obeyed her words without much questioning, and in less than an hour she had brought her 5 white rats, 4 flaming chickens and 2 snakes. Junyler gave him a meaningful look and told him to take it to the flower room. Corentin felt quite recovered today, and after being bored in her room for a few days, she learned that Junyler hadn't gone out for a few days, and thinking that she wouldn't run into her, she went to the flower room alone. He was originally a chestnut kite with a passion for flowers. The richest vegetation in the Karen Empire besides the royal gardens is the flower room of the princess's residence. The vegetation here is rich and varied, from common flowers to rare stargazers. The construction of the flower house uses advanced interstellar technology to ensure a stable internal climate and suitability for all types of plants. A transparent dome allows sunlight to flood every corner, while an intelligent control system regulates temperature and humidity according to the plant's needs. The walls were crawling with vines that twined and formed a curtain of green, adding a touch of mystery to the bower. As a chestnut kite, Karanti has a natural affinity for these flowers and plants. After spending the morning in the bower, I was just about to go back when I sensed someone coming. For whatever reason, he sat in the corner and didn't go out. Not long after, Changsoft followed behind a machine car over. The machine car stopped in the center of the flower house. The door transformed into a mechanical arm and lifted 3 cages of small animals out of the car. Soon after Changsoft left with the machine cart, Junilua's figure appeared at the entrance of the flower house. Chapter 6, Misunderstood as an experiment in killing small animals. Corentin watched as she took a sharp knife from a pouch at her waist and a fist-sized white mouse from the cage. Sliding it down without blinking, the blood instantly dyed the white for red, and the white rat shuddered from the pain, letting out a small squeak. She frowned, seemingly at the noise, and tossed the bleeding white rat back into the cage, and proceeded to grab another scratch and toss it back into the cage, until several of the white rats were bruised and battered. She took another bottle of a strange blue, clear liquid out of the pouch and poured it over their wounds. Squeak! A few white rats seemed to be unable to withstand the constant rolling in the cage, curled up, and finally no movement. Corentin witnessed this from the corner of the bower, his heart clenching with the wailing of the little creatures. The vicious female was truly brutal, until he saw Junyler take out the flaming chicken from the larger cage and expressionlessly break the wings off before plucking out the feathers one by one. Saranti couldn't sit still any longer. She must have known he was here and did it to him on purpose. She was warning him. Corentin rushed out with red eyes, his voice trembling with rage. Junyler, how could you be so cruel? When Junyler heard the voice, the movements of his hands gave a slight lurch, and without lifting his head, he continued the movements in his hands. Corentin watched the feathers being plucked from her hands and listened to the crisp sound of bones breaking as if he were hearing the sound of his own wings being snapped. The whole body shuddered involuntarily, and the fear of that day when his wings were broken swept over him, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back. Junyler didn't notice the difference in him, and when he saw him standing still, he called him over to help. Get over here and hold them down for me. I'm going to inject them with a potion. Hearing this, Corentin snapped out of his fear and grabbed the potion out of Juniello's hand and slammed it to the floor. The pale blue liquid lay out as the glass tube shattered, and a few drops landed on the injured flaming chicken. Coo! The dying chicken jumped twice in irritation, clenching his fists, his eyes blazing with fire. Corentin said angrily, "It's not enough to torture them. You have to inject them with this stuff. Are you still a human being?" Junyler watched the painstakingly developed potion being shattered. Junyler was shaking with anger, pointing at Karanti and yelling, "Get the hell out of here!" Corentin glared at her with red eyes, and finally walked away with a full-blown rage. Junyler looked at the shattered potion with some heartache, took out a new one, and began to inject the injured critter with the potion. Finally, all the injured critters were injected, and Junyler separated them into different cages. When she was done with that, she grabbed out another snake and chopped off its tail with her hand. The snake struggled desperately in her hands. A few drops of snake blood fell low on her skirt. She didn't care. She took out a small bottle of blue liquid and poured it on the broken tail. Soon the break gradually healed. Junyler wiped his hands clean and sat down to observe in silence the difference between injecting and applying the 2 ways of thinking. 30 minutes later, Junyler realized that the critters that had been injected with the potion recovered a bit faster and were in a significantly better state of mind. The snake that had been treated by applying the blue liquid, on the other hand, was not as vigorous overall as the former. Even though the broken tail had healed, she got up and once again scrutinized the condition of each critter, making detailed notes of their reactions and changes. The sky outside the window gradually darkened, but Junielua was oblivious. still immersed in analyzing the experimental data. She didn't look up from her pile of data until her silver bracelet flashed in her hand. Host, the marshal's wife has made an appointment for a visit tomorrow and is consulting you about your convenience. System 7 popped out of the light brain. Yes, have her come over tomorrow at noon to have lunch together. Mrs. Marshall should have come for Zuo Ling. She had no reason to refuse a mother's request to see her worried child. She stowed the organized data into space. The white rats were pretty much recovered from their injuries. Only the snake's broken tail and the flame chicken's bare wings hadn't grown back yet. She put them in separate cages, locked them and left. The floor had been cleared of trash by the sweeping robots, and she closed the door to the flower room, leaving the robots guarding the doorway to keep anyone out as she made her way back. Kaiasoft appeared out of nowhere and walked up to her side to give her an update on what had happened in the manor over the past few days. Only after hearing him out did Juno open his mouth to command that he send a message to the three orcs to come over to the main courtyard for dinner in the evening. Chingsoft led the way and quickly sent a message to the three orcs. Juno, meanwhile, went to the kitchen and began to prepare tonight's dinner. She instructed the droid to prepare some fresh ingredients. Interstellar food was mostly unfamiliar meats, but she decided to try to use Earth's cooking methods with them. Juno picked an unknown beast meat with an odd shape but tender meat, cut it into small pieces and marinated it with only the seasonings available. Then, she picked out some interstellar-specific vegetables for a few side dishes. The small figure was busy in the kitchen, which was becoming more and more fragrant. As soon as Zuo Ling walked into the main courtyard, he was attracted by the aroma wafting from the kitchen. He'd been on the warpath for years, eating mostly nutrients, and an unusual scent like this made his feet move towards the kitchen. When he stood in the kitchen doorway and saw Juno's busy figure, a rare look of dismay appeared on his face. Interstellar females are scarce, and the more delicate ones need to be fed to their mouths by an orc to eat, let alone enter the kitchen. Not to mention that Juno, being a princess, should not even know which way the kitchen door opened, so how could she cook food? Still smells so good, flavors that your average chef can't make. She was seen skillfully cooking dishes and humming an off-key tune. So unfamiliar was Juno that he should have been suspicious. Need a hand? Juno was startled by the sudden appearance of Zuo Ling, and the movements in his hands paused for a moment. No, just go and wait in the living room. Zoran still went into the kitchen to help chop vegetables and clean up the food waste. Seeing that he offered to help, Juno did not kick him out again. Zuo Ling was probably afraid that she would poison the dish. After all, she was still the wicked princess in their eyes. It didn't take long for Karanti and Xiying to come one after the other. Xiying had resumed her previous indifference, and Karanti was already full of resentment towards Juno due to the morning's incident in the flower room. The two stood at the kitchen door, looking at the scene of Zuo Ling helping out in the kitchen. Both of them revealed a look of surprise. Karanti was the first to speak, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Zuo Ling, what are you doing? Have you forgotten how she treated you before? Zuo Ling raised his eyes slightly, a hint of majesty in his eyes. Karanti, do not be unreasonable to His Highness. Corentin wanted to say something else, but when he saw Zuo Ling's expression, he had to shut his mouth. She Shadow, on the other hand, watched quietly without speaking. Juno's heart didn't make much of a ripple when he heard Corentin's words. The food will be ready soon, so go wait in the living room. Juno's voice was unusually calm, not angry at Corentin's irrationality. Cortlandy grunted and turned to leave the kitchen. She shadow glanced at Juno and followed suit. Chapter 7, If you want to poison us, you can just say so. You don't have to go through so much trouble. Zuo Ling looked at Juno as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth. He continued to help clean up the kitchen and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. After a while, the dishes were all ready. Juno and Zuo Ling brought the dishes to the dining room together. Corentin and Shi Shadow were already sitting at the table, waiting, both with different expressions, both mentally speculating on the reason why Juno had suddenly brought them together. Eat. Juno knew that none of them would dare to move their chopsticks without him, so he picked up a piece of meat and tasted it first. Zuo Ling carefully added a piece and put it in his mouth. Instantly his eyes lit up. The flavor was even better than he expected. When Xiying saw that Zuo Ling ate nothing, she also followed and picked up chopsticks to eat. He had just wanted to casually deal with a few bites, but he didn't expect the flavor to be surprisingly good, and didn't hold back a few more bites. Only Corentin wouldn't eat it, and Juno wasn't spoiling him. Leave him alone and eat ours. It's his loss if he can't eat such good food. Juno purposely raised his voice, and as he spoke, he picked up another piece of meat and put it in his mouth, eating it with gusto. Corentin was even more irritated as he listened to Juno's words, but the tantalizing scent kept going up his nose, causing his stomach to rumble indiscreetly. He pursed his lips tightly and cocked his head to the side, trying not to look at the food. Zuo Ling frowned slightly as he looked at the appearance of the two. Cruelty. This is the dinner that His Highness has worked hard to prepare. Eat more or less. With this step, Corentin reluctantly moved his chopsticks. His mouth still muttered that it was hard to eat, but his hand movements were not slow, and he ate the most throughout the whole process. Only when the food was almost done did Juno open his mouth to say what he had called them here for tonight. It's a new potion I've developed that's excellent for wound healing. Juno took out 2 identical potions from his space. As she expected, both Corentin and Shishadow didn't look too good, not believing her potion worked at all. I developed this especially for you. I don't recall your highness learning anything about potions, Shishadow said euphemistically. Courtlandi wasn't polite about it. If you wanted to poison us you could have just said so. No need to make such a big deal out of it. Coranti, do not be rude to the princess, Zuo Ling scolded sternly, fearing that he would say something else that would make Junilua angry. Corentin grunted and looked away defiantly. Junilua looked calm as he watched the reactions of Coranti and Shishadow. I know it's hard for you to believe what I say, but I won't bring it to you without certainty. I'm not that idle. Who knows if this potion is something you've deliberately made to screw us over? It's not like you haven't done this before. Although Shishadow did not say anything, the vigilance in her eyes was obvious. Juno picked up a potion calmly. You may find an injured animal to test it on. If the potion is ineffective or has side effects, it will not be too late for you to question me then. Zuo Ling felt that this plan was feasible. It was different from the time she was willing to make a move to save herself, and he wanted to try to trust her for once. Immediately instructed his men to find the injured animal. Clear soft, bring it up. Juno knew that they wouldn't believe it so easily, and had long ago asked Ching Soft to bring over those little animals for experimentation from the flower room. Before long, Kayasoft arrived at the restaurant with several small animals. These little animals originally had different degrees of wounds on their bodies, but at this time the wounds had all healed significantly, and even some of the little animals had already regained their lively and active appearance. Xiang and Zuo Ling were a bit unsure, but Corentin reacted greatly. These were the ones he had seen brutally abused by Junilua in the flower room today. The broken wings had been restored to their original state, and the wings that had originally been plucked bare of feathers had grown a ring of fluff. He was looking over at the other few white rats. No more injuries could be seen on their bodies, and Junilua looked over at the snake that had its tail chopped off, and had grown a small section of a tender pink tail. Courtlandy's eyes widened with incredulity, and he pointed to the little creatures with a trembling voice. How is this possible? These were obviously taken by you. How can? Juno said with a calm expression and a slight raise of his chin. I'm not mistreating them. I'm just experimenting. Injuring them was just to verify the efficacy of the medicine. She looked at the 2 unknown Zuo Ling and opened her light brain, pulling up the scene of the experiment in the flower room. It's their original injury. Xiang and Zuo Ling looked at each other, and their eyes were also filled with shock, especially Shishadow, when he saw the snake's tail that Junilua chopped off without changing his face. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. It was as if that slash had cut into his tail, and the pain caused him to spasm for a split second. At the sight of the chopped-off snake's tail now regrowing a small section of tender pink in the cage, and comparing it to the once bloody severed tail in the projection, his heart tumbled with strange emotions. He knew full well he shouldn't have believed the words of this female who was evil in his eyes. However, at this moment, looking at the regrown snake tail and thinking of his own snake tail that had also broken off, that dead heart seemed to move slightly. Knowing full well that trauma of this magnitude is virtually irreversible with the current state of medical science. Instead, these little creatures in front of them were rapidly recovering from the effects of Juno's potion, which was nothing short of a miracle. He stared at the little creatures closely, his eyes complicated, his mind constantly struggling. On the one hand, he was still full of questions and revulsion towards Juno's behavior. On the other hand, the regrown snake tail was like a ray of hope, making him unable to resist fantasizing about whether or not his own severed tail might also grow back. Juno looked at the 3 people's varying expressions and pursed his lips slightly before solemnly saying, I know you can't believe me right now, and I don't deny the hurt I once caused you, and I apologize to you for earlier. The original owner had caused them to nearly die several times. She really should say sorry to them properly. Now that she had taken over this body, she was responsible for the original owner's faults, and of course more importantly, his own little life. Junilua took a deep breath and assured, I won't bully you guys anymore in the future, and as an apology you can make a request with me. None of the 3 said anything, clearly skeptical of her words. She looked to Zoran. Zuo Ling was silent for a long time before speaking tentatively. The border war has not stopped. I want to return to the battlefield. Are you sure? Zuo Ling nodded solemnly. I hope that your highness will fulfill it. Okay, but not for a week. The Star Network was quiet these days, and she even deliberately asked Shao Qi to block the news of Zuo Ling's healing, just to see if the heroine would help her become famous like the original plot. Zuo Ling nearly thought that he had misheard, and a rare expression of dismay appeared on his face. Even Shi Shadow and Corentin were equally incredulous. Just then the robot butler came back with 3 different breeds of critters. Juno Yellow got up from the table. I'm tired. You guys need to experiment and find a place to get it yourselves. It's just that it's a small amount of potion. So don't waste it, he said and yawned looking upstairs. She hadn't gotten a good night's rest for days on end. Chapter 8 The Marshal's wife pays a visit to the house. The next day, Mrs. Marshall came early. Junilua had just gotten up when Xiaoqi reminded her that Madame Marshall had been waiting for half an hour. She glanced at the time, just after 9 in the morning. After washing up, he casually ate something to pat his stomach before heading towards the parlor. The first moment she met the Marshal's wife, Isabel Dina, she was awed for a moment. Mrs. Marshall is nearly 100 years old, but her face does not look old at all. She is tall, wearing a violet-colored dress, and her temperament is graceful and noble, showing the style of everyone. Upon seeing Junilua, she respectfully bowed and greeted her. Junilua smiled as he allowed Mrs. Marshall to take her seat, knowing in his heart the purpose of her coming over, but he was in no hurry, still not slowing down as he let people serve the flower tea. The Marshal's wife slowly took her seat opposite Junilua, her gaze falling on the princess with the most extraordinary face in front of her, her long, corn-colored curly hair braided casually behind her head, her pale skin lining her eyes even more brightly with darkness. At that moment, he was looking at her with a smile on his lips. She was anxious in her heart, and it was rumored in the outside world that her son's spiritual sea of consciousness had been abolished. Although Zuo Ling had reported peace with them, he still had no idea in his heart and thought that he was afraid of them worrying and lied that he was fine to deceive them. There was no mind to scrutinize today's princess differently from the past days, nor did he know how his own son's injuries were actually doing. But Junilua didn't open his mouth. Even if she was anxious, she didn't dare to question, in case she angered this princess of uncertain temperament. His son was afraid that his future days would be even more difficult. It was only after a few minutes of this that Junilua leisurely opened his mouth and said, "What is it that the lady has come to see this palace today?" Dina smiled and hurriedly stood up with an anxious face. "Your Highness, hearing that Zuo Ling was injured, the family is really worried about his safety. Today I took the liberty of bringing the physician along. I hope your Highness will forgive me. In this era where females are scarce, once an orc is married, his body and mind can only belong to his wife, and no matter what he does, he must ask for his wife's permission, even if it is the biological parents. It is not randomly visible. Not to mention her son is into the royal family. If the princess does not let her see, they are also no way." When Zuo Ling came back from the battlefield, he was sent directly to the princess's residence, and even though they were worried to death, they did not dare to come and disturb them. Orcs that have been coupled, once they enter a manic phase, only their partner's mental detachment will be effective, and any other female's hasty use of mental pacification will only backfire. Yesterday Star Online captured a video of Alice entering and leaving the princess house. In and out of the expression of the difference is too great. Many netizens are speculating whether the Major General really cannot. Why else would Dr. Alice look so sad and sorry? Junilua has always been bad-tempered, and in case he is unwilling to give Zuo Ling a mental pacification, then he will really be ruined. Junilua finished the tea in his mouth. Seeing that Mrs. Marshall was clearly anxious but did not dare to ask, guessing that she might be afraid of hearing a bad answer, she didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. "Madam doesn't need to worry. Zuo Ling's condition has stabilized. He only needs to recuperate for a good period of time and will be cured." Hearing these words, Mrs. Marshall finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Many thanks, Princess." "Thank you, Princess. I think he has woken up at this time. Why don't you go to visit him like this palace?" When Mrs. Marshall heard this, she was overjoyed and nodded her head. Immediately, he got up and followed Juniro. From here to Zuo Ling's residence, a normal walk would take 10 minutes, and Chingsoft had arranged for them to be sent there by an intelligent robot car. It only took less than 2 minutes to arrive in front of Zuo Ling's solitary building. Juniro lingered at the door of the room for a brief second, turning his eyes toward the robots and waving his hand, giving them the command to stand down, before reaching out and pushing the door open and stepping into the courtyard. The marshal's wife followed closely behind, her face overflowing with worry. Zuo Ling was exercising in the courtyard. His posture was upright. Every movement was full of power. The sunlight poured over his bronzed skin, emphasizing his strong physique as an orc. Hearing footsteps, Zuo Ling stopped his movements and looked at the door vigilantly. When he saw Junilua and Mrs. Marshall, a trace of surprise first flashed through his eyes, and that surprise was especially evident the moment he saw his mother. He hadn't expected his mother to come at all. Thinking that he didn't believe what he was saying, coming all the way from the border, His mother had been accompanying his father on his campaigns at the border, and this time she had even come back early for him. It was not his wish to worry his mother so much. As soon as Mrs. Marshall saw Zuo Ling, she immediately stepped forward quickly, her eyes filled with concern and heartache. She looked Zuo Ling up and down, her voice trembling slightly. "Zuo Ling, why don't you kids get some rest and start working out?" Saying that, she reached out her hand to touch Zuo Ling's face, but stopped in mid-air, tears flashing in her eyes. Zuo Ling looked at his mother. A warm current welled up in his heart. Even his brows stretched a few points. "Mother, I'm fine. Being burdened with a heavy responsibility. I can't slack off just because of a little injury or illness." His eyes revealed a strong sense of responsibility and mission, which made people couldn't help but be moved. Junilua looked at Zuo Ling, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. She lifted the corners of her mouth slightly. "Looks like you're recovering well, but it's also important to take care of moderation and not to rush things." Zuo Ling nodded slightly. "Thank you for your highness' concern. I will grasp the balance." Juniro nodded and turned to leave, leaving space for the girls. Zuo Ling looked at her departing back, and a trace of gratitude was born from the bottom of his heart. "Your highness seems really different." Juniello once again got into the intelligent robot car and headed for the Cruelty residence. She had a feeling that this arrogant and violent temper of Corentin's would not be obedient to use the medicine. She must have them healed within a month. Early next month was the day when the other affiliated planets would come to send tribute, and as affiliated planets sent over for marriage, they would certainly have to attend. If someone with a heart of gold found out that they had injuries on their bodies and used it to make a point, even if they weren't favored on the original planet, those ambassadors would use it to bash her. In the plot of the original book, the two, along with Zuo Ling because of serious injuries not yet healed, simply cannot participate in this banquet. Such an important banquet, her three-beast husband did not have a companion. This has caused hot debate, and then was exposed to the video of her torturing people. There was an instant uproar. When the ambassadors of these two affiliated planets learned of this, they directly protested strongly and demanded a statement from them. The Cardinal Planet. It was also because of the cruel and abusive scene that had exploded in front of the alien envoys, coupled with the fact that the Imperial Admiral had been reduced to a cripple due to her perverted bad taste, that she Junilua, the most honored Princess Highness of the Kalan Empire, had become completely famous. Her father and mother were pressured from all sides before they had no choice but to hand her over to appease the public's anger. And that decision undoubtedly set her up for a tragic end that would not end well. Junilua's fists were clenched, and he secretly resolved that he would never repeat the original master's mistake. A short while later, the intelligent robot car arrived at Cortlandy's residence. Juniro took a deep breath, pushed open the door and walked in. In the room, Corentin was sitting there with an impatient look on his face, and when he saw Juniro come in, he immediately frowned and said in an unpleasant tone, "What are you doing here?" As soon as Junilua took a look at his appearance, he knew that he definitely hadn't used any medication. She advised patiently, "Corentin, you should be aware of your injuries and medicate properly to recover quickly." Coranti, however, didn't listen to the advice at all and said angrily, "I'm not going to use your medicine. You bad female. You tortured us like that in the past. Don't be hypocritical now." Seeing how stubborn he was, Junilo's face sank and he directly ordered the robot next to him, "Hold him down." The robot moved quickly to hold Corentin firmly in place. Chapter 9, Don't make fun of your body. No one will feel sorry for you. Corentin struggled, his eyes burning with rage, his limbs twisting and turning as he tried to break free of the robot's bonds, but the robot's strength was so great that his resistance was useless. Juniro took out a potion from space and stuck it into his arm without hesitation. After injecting the potion, the robot was told to strip him of his clothes again, in preparation for medicating his wings. Corentin is all sorts of uncooperative, and he can't apply medicine at all without casting his wings. There was nothing she could do but mobilize her spiritual power to make him submit. Corentin glared at her with a face full of indignation, but there was nothing he could do under the pressure of the powerful spiritual power. Juniro met his indignant eyes and took out a fist-sized glass bottle and began to wipe his plucked feathers and bare wings, with a look of humiliation on his face. Corentin struggled violently once more, an angry growl escaping his throat as he tried to curse, but his mouth was covered by the robot, and he could only make a whimpering sound. After applying the medicine, Juniello looked at Coranti and said in a serious tone, "Corentin, I'm doing this for your own good. I hope you'll recover quickly, and don't make fun of your body. No one will feel sorry for you." With that, she turned and left the room, leaving Corentin there full of indignation. His eyes stared deathly at Junilua's departing back, the anger in his heart seeming to set the entire room ablaze. Juniro was humming a little tune in a good mood. Corentin was still being held down by the robot after Juniello left, his body trembling slightly with anger. and only when he stopped struggling did the robot release him. Corentin lurched to his feet, kicking over the chair next to him, his chest heaving violently as the anger in his heart struggled to be quelled. He secretly vowed that once he had the chance, he would make Junilua pay. Before he could think of how else to get back at the vicious female, a fiery pain came from behind him. The pain was so great that he could barely stand, and Corentin gritted his teeth, bracing himself to keep from collapsing. The blood drained from his face and fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Juniro the bad female, Kranti cursed in her mind, adding a few more points to her hatred of Juniluo. He didn't know what kind of medicine Junilo had used on him to cause such pain. This was not for his own good. It was clearly trying to kill him. With difficulty, Corentin moved to the edge of the bed and slowly sat down, trying to ease the pain behind him. Various ways to get back at Juniro kept surfacing in his mind, but each one didn't feel like enough of a relief. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and Juniro folded back again. She didn't enter, though, before a head poked in. Seeing Corentin's agonized appearance, she was slightly startled and said in a hurry, That, I just forgot to tell you about this medicine. Get out. Corentin forced himself through the pain and struggled to squeeze out a single word. That, and I know you're in a lot of pain right now, and that's what I'm going to say. This medicine hurts a little bit when you put it on. She added a potent flower that speeds up the healing, but the process is not so pleasant. She hadn't experienced the pain, but seeing him like this, she supposed, probably, very painful. That, you bear with me. I'll come back tomorrow. After saying that, he pulled the door shut and slipped away at speed. In order not to favor one over the other, she was, of course, even-handed. Shishadow's injuries were more serious than those of Karanti, who had her wings broken and her feathers plucked out. The snake scales that had been plucked off could grow back, but his severed snake tail was even harder to grow back. There was no telling how effective this modified potion would be. After all, orcs were different from normal snakes. Soon her figure appeared in Shishadow's courtyard. Shishadow held the empty potion in his hand and examined it carefully. He was also a student of their galaxy's pharmacy academy before he was sent over to the Union, and he had a certain understanding of potions. He knew that the potion Juniro had given them was a healing potion. Seeing as the purity was better than the effects of the marketed potions, he injected it straight away the night he returned, but he was so badly injured that the effect wasn't very noticeable. At this moment, he was sitting by the window, the sunlight slanting over his handsome side face, adding a bit of warmth to the otherwise cold white skin. Purple eyes slightly drooped so that people could not see the emotions in the bottom of his eyes. Purple slightly curly short hair slightly down, adding a few points of lazy and evil feeling. Juniro looked dumbfounded for a moment. There was no denying that Shishadow was the best looking of the three beast husbands. Juniro froze for a few seconds before quickly coming back to his senses. She coughed softly to hide her outburst. Shishadow slowly raised her head when she heard the commotion, her violet eyes looking towards Junilua with a hint of doubt and caution in them. Juniro walked up and tried to give a natural smile. How are you feeling? Did the potion do some good? Thanks to your highness, there is no longer any harm. His tone was detached with a hint of mockery. The pain he had once suffered had filled him with distrust of Junilo. He didn't believe the female was really doing him a favor. Junilua naturally heard the mockery in his tone. The original owner had hurt them too deeply, and it was only natural that she would not easily believe her words. Here's today's portion of the potion. Let me inject you. Shishadow looked at Junilua, who was getting closer and closer, and strange emotions welled up in her heart. Growing up with a lack of love, he desperately longed to be loved, and then when he learned that he was looked upon by the princess of the Karen Empire, he had rejoiced in his longing. Available at now. The person who tortured him like this is pretending to care about him. Why? Junilua was slightly stunned, then revealed a guilty smile. I know I hurt you once. The damage is done, I won't deny it. Now I just want to help you heal properly. If you don't believe me, I can swear to the beast god I won't hurt you from now on. Shishadow was silent for a moment, then nodded gently, not entirely convinced, but he didn't seem to have any other choice. Junilo watched as Shishadow nodded her head, a slight sigh of relief in her heart. She carefully opened the potion bottle and took out the syringe, moving gently to inject the potion into Shishadow. After the injection, Junilua said softly, Rest well. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. After saying that, she was ready to leave. Just the moment she turned around, Shishadow but suddenly spoke. Can you really do it without hurting me again? Junilua stopped and turned around, looking firmly into Shi Ying's eyes. I, Junilua, swear to the beast god that I will never harm Shi Ying again. The world existed with a beast god, and always only orcs swore to the beast god. No female would risk her oath for an orc. In their minds, there were countless orcs waiting to be pampered when one was gone, and they didn't care how the harmed and abandoned orcs would suffer. Shishadow looked at Juniloa's eyes, and the hint of faltering in her heart grew stronger. He didn't know if he should trust the man who had hurt him, but he longed for that glimmer of possible warmth. For several days in a row, Junilua would deliver the potion on time every day. Concerned about Shi Ying's recovery from her injuries, Shi Shadow's injuries are gradually improving, and her new tail has grown out and is light in color. Gradually, Shi Shadow's guard against Jun Iroh began to loosen. He wondered if Jun Iroh would still treat him that way when he was fully recovered. He began to take the initiative to communicate with Jun Iroh, who learned that he was quite knowledgeable about potions and would talk to him about potions from time to time. Of course, she didn't forget to medicate Corentin. Chapter 10, Never mind. Going into battle to kill the enemy is what you should do. On the other side of the room, Corentin looked at the goose yellow fluff that had grown on his wings, and a wave of mixed emotions welled up in his heart. On one hand, he was elated by the improvement in his injuries, but on the other hand, he was even more torn about Jun Iloh's attitude. He began to think that the medicine Jun Ilua had given himself did have an effect. Could it be that she was really doing it for her own good? But the torment she had inflicted on him before was so vivid in his mind that he couldn't let it go easily. Corentin struggled alone in his room for a long time. Anger and nagging in his mind constantly intertwined. If she apologizes to him again today, he'll grudgingly forgive her. But he waited in his room all day and the bad female didn't come. He didn't see her again until the next night. He was all set to play nice with her medication, but as soon as the bad female arrived, she just had the robot hold him down and inject him directly with the potion. The potion will briefly paralyze the sense of taste after use. It won't take long, so don't be nervous. Corentin grunted and looked away, not wanting to pay her any attention. Juniello wasn't angry either, but just silently walked over to him and examined his wings. You're recovering better than I thought you would. In a few more days, you'll be cured, Jun Iloh said. Corentin's heart fluttered, but his mouth remained strong. Don't be hypocritical, I won't be grateful. Jun Iloh smiled. I don't need your gratitude, just as long as you don't black out and take it out on me. As the days passed, Corentin's injuries gradually healed. His wings had regrown full feathers, and the ruddy color of his feathers seemed even brighter than before. Courtlandy's mind was slowly changing its opinion of Jun Iroh, the bad female, seems to have really changed for the better. Since Zuo Ling has never come forward and Jun Ilua has asked Shaoqi to block his news, the rumors in the outside world have intensified. It's rumored that his spiritual sea of consciousness has been wasted. Quite a few drones have been hovering around the princess's house lately, all trying to catch a first-hand account. This royal princess is also too much. Admiral Zuo Ling fought to the death for the country and was seriously injured, but she, as his wife and master, was unwilling to treat him and deliberately delayed to harm his life. It's simply unbelievable. How does such a selfish and cool person deserve to be a royal princess? Her behavior is too chilling. How disappointed the generals at the border should be. Admiral Zuo Ling is so pitiful, born and dying for his country, but treated like this by his own wife and master. This princess is simply a scourge. Her behavior not only hurt Admiral Zuo Ling, but also chilled the hearts of all the generals who fought for the empire. I hope the empire can severely punish this selfish princess, and do justice to Admiral Zuo Ling, as well as give an explanation to the border generals. Think of the soldiers who fought bloody battles at the border, who threw their heads in blood for the empire, and the people they were guarding treated their revered admiral like this. How can this make them feel? Imperial Admiral Zuo Ling is a hero. He doesn't deserve to be treated like this. I hope the Star-Female Alliance will emphasize the education of females and not do whatever they want just because they are females. That's just it. Are females allowed to do whatever they want without regard for the orcs? As the most honored female in the empire, she is supposed to lead by example, but she has done something so egregious. Where is her behavior like this an example for other females? It's simply the opposite. If the most honorable female in the empire is this bad, then how will the other females follow suit? This would be a disaster for the entire empire. That's right. It's better to have such a wife master than not to have one at all. Imperial Admiral Zuo Ling has given so much for the empire, but to be treated like this is too heartbreaking. As a female, I can't see such a vicious female either. It simply discredits us females. She doesn't deserve a partner like Zuo Ling at all. Zuo Ling deserves a better wife and master. Having a wife and master like that is a disaster. Junilua laughed silently as she watched the tirade of abuse and the crusade on behalf of Zuo Ling from the people of the Star Network against her. She asked Seven to dig up the group of people who were the first to rumor, and make a note of them one by one. Defaming and abusing females without reason was punishable by imprisonment, let alone her being a princess of a country. Nonsense that disturbs the army is an additional offense. Host, the rumors are coming from the side of the female lead's admirers. Jun Iroh wasn't surprised. She had guessed this would happen from the moment the heroine came to her door. Unfortunately, it was going to disappoint her. Ignore her for now. Write down all the people who have slandered and abused me on the Star Network, and draw up a list to send to the Female Conservation League when the time comes. There is no such thing as lawlessness here, except for the tolerance of females. Interstellar law is extremely harsh on orcs, and all orcs are responsible for their behavior. The FSPU will criminalize them according to the level of verbal abuse, with penalties ranging from a minor fine to detention. After a few days of recuperation, Zuo Ling's body has recovered its peak state, and there is still a month before the bug army withdraws, so it is time for Zuo Ling to appear in the public view. Xing Soft, go invite Zuo Ling over. Saying more is not as shocking as Zuo Ling appearing directly on the battlefield. Xing Soft led the order and went off, and in a short while, he brought Zuo Ling to Juno. Zuo Ling's posture was upright, his eyes were resolute, and he could not see that he had been seriously injured. Juno nodded slightly and looked at Zuo Ling and said, I'm sure the rumors in the outside world, Lord Admiral, have seen them as well, and this princess doesn't need you to step in and clarify anything. It's time to honor what you were promised. The battleship is ready. You can depart at any time. Zuo Ling frowned slightly, seemingly not understanding her intentions. In the old days someone who dared to say this about her would have been cleaned up by her. Princess, how do you plan to address the online opinion? More than these trivial matters, going into battle to kill the enemy and repel the bugs is what you should do. The corners of Juno's mouth rose slightly. Having Zuo Ling appear directly in front of the crowd could quell the rumors for a while, but the effect might not last. If he was allowed to arrive at the border quietly and show up at the critical moment, not only would the rumors not break, but he would also be able to deal a fatal blow to the insect army. Zuo Ling was silent for a moment, then nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Your Highness, Zuo Ling will not dishonor his mission. Juno thought better of it but handed him what was in his hand. This is the inhibiting potion I developed for the insect toxin. If you are accidentally injured you can apply the potion to the wound. Although it can't detoxify the poison, it can inhibit the spread of the toxin and won't hurt your mental power. Zuo Ling's originally silent and wave-free eyes rippled with a hint of fluctuation, slowly coalescing into shock. Is it true what Your Highness said? He had a deep understanding of how much the toxins of the insect race harmed their orc mental power. If this thing could really inhibit the spread of the toxins, the number of dead and wounded orc warriors on the battlefield would be reduced by a large portion. I wouldn't joke about something like that. It's just that time is running out and that's all I've developed. With a wave of her hand, more than 50 fist-sized glass bottles appeared on the tabletop. Zuo Ling looked at the 50 or so bottles of inhibiting potions, and an unspeakable emotion surged in his heart. He solemnly put the potions into his space knob, his eyes filled with determination. Your Highness's favor. Zuo Ling has no teeth to forget. If I can return alive, I will definitely repay you with my life. Zuo Ling knelt on one knee and performed a solemn military salute to Juno. Juno nodded slightly and reached out to help Zuo Ling up. I await your triumphant return. Chapter 11. Zuo Ling returns to the battlefield. Remember, you are my Juno's orc. Don't disgrace me. You must come back to me alive. Zuo Ling got up, and there was a trace of unknown strange emotions in his eyes in addition to his wariness. He looked deeply at Juno and turned to stride away. Juno looked at Zuo Ling's distant back. His mind would think about the book's depiction of the battle, but he couldn't recall it. When I was so focused on watching the heroine collect her husband, I didn't pay much attention at all to the war that served as a backdrop, except to realize that it ended shortly after the alien envoys paid tribute. In the original book Zuo Ling was not involved in the final battlefield. This time he returns to the battlefield. I think it will be a different change. Either way, she wanted the war to end sooner. In the days following Zuo Ling's departure, Juno was not idle either. She continued to devote herself to researching the bug toxin in hopes of finding a complete antidote to it. At the same time, she kept a close eye on the war at the border, gathering intelligence through various channels. Rumors continue to swirl on the Star's network. Juno looked at the comments on the Star network with a bland expression. She knew that if she allowed these rumors to spread now, they would not be broken when Zuo Ling showed up at the border. She had more important things to do than that. After a long flight, Zuo Ling finally arrived at the border quietly. At this time, the war on the border was at a fever pitch. The insect hordes kept attacking, and the orc warriors resisted tenaciously, but the casualties were mounting. Zuo Ling did not rush to show up, but observed the battlefield situation in the dark, waiting for the best time. He prepared to give the insect army a fatal blow. No one knew he was back except for a few lieutenants. While waiting, Zuo Ling kept analyzing the attack patterns and weaknesses of the bugs. He knows that the only way to maximize results is to find the right moment. The battle at the border continued to burn, and the orc warriors were getting more and more tired and pressurized. However, they still held their position without the slightest retreat. Finally, during a large-scale charge of the bug army, Zuo Ling keenly sensed the opportunity. There was a break in the bug's formation, and by now the orc warriors had been pushed to the brink. Zuo Ling no longer hesitated. His appearance instantly boosted the morale of the orc warriors. Everyone chanted his name and fought to kill the enemy. He piloted the war god mech that was uniquely his, like no one else. Each of his attacks hit the insect race's vitals with precision, inflicting considerable damage to the insect army. The battlefield was filled with smoke. The roar of the mechs and the shouts of the warriors intertwined. Zuo Ling's mech was like an untouchable fortress, holding up a sky of hope for the orc warriors behind him. Under Zuo Ling's leadership, the orc warriors gradually turned the situation around. They began to counterattack, pushing the insect army back step by step. The insects began to become flustered in the face of Zuo Ling's strong counterattack. The rhythm of their offense was disrupted and their formation became more and more chaotic. Zuo Ling seized this opportunity to give orders to the fighters through the mech's communication system. All generals, listen to the order. Focus your fire on the bug's lower abdomen. That's their lifeline. The orc warriors immediately responded by adjusting the direction of their mech's attacks. Energy shells rained down on the bug's lower abdomen, instantly exploding into a sea of fire. Zuo Ling took the opportunity to lead the warriors to continue advancing. They were as unstoppable as a steel torrent. The insects were retreating under their attacks, and the situation on the battlefield gradually became clearer. However, Zuo Ling did not let his guard down. He knew that the insect race would not give up easily, and they would likely launch an even more frantic counterattack. Sure enough, after a brief retreat, the bugs rallied again and launched a new round of attacks. This time, the insect race sent out a new type of combat creature. This creature was huge, had an extremely strong attack, and had a strong defense. Its appearance brought great pressure to the orc warriors. Zuo Ling looked at this new type of combat creature and a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. It wasn't good for them that the bug emperor was born too quickly. He remembered the words Juno had said when he was saying goodbye. Although the bug emperor is powerful, he is not invulnerable. I once read in a book that the bug emperor transmits signals through the tentacles on his head. If we can cut off their tentacles, we can break the connection. And the bug army without instructions is a scattered mess. For some reason, thinking of her serious look, he couldn't help but choose to believe it. He ordered to all the orc warriors through the communication system. All warriors, focus your firepower on the bug emperor's tentacles. The Mecha battle group acted quickly, and a single energy cannonball flew with precision towards the tentacles on the bug emperor's head. The bug emperor also seemed to realize the danger and desperately twisted its body in an attempt to dodge the attack. But under the intense fire, its tentacles were still hit by an energy shell. As his tentacles snapped, the bug emperor let out an angry roar. However, at this point, the insect race army had completely lost control. The originally well-organized attack formation instantly disintegrated, and the bugs began to scurry around and collide with each other. The orc warriors took the opportunity to launch a full-scale counterattack, and without a unified command the insects fought on their own, and were simply unable to resist the orc warriors' attacks. The situation on the battlefield instantly reversed, and the bug race began to retreat. Zuo Ling didn't relax in the slightest, as he continued to command the warriors to pursue the battle. They continued to expand the results of the battle, pushing the insect army back step by step. In the end, the bug emperor was completely powerless under Zuo Ling's repeated attacks. Zuo Ling clearly felt that after healing, his spiritual power was even stronger than before. With the fall of the bug emperor, the battlefield instantly fell into silence. The orc warriors then erupted into earth-shattering cheers. The insect emperor was killed, and the morale of the insect race suffered a great blow. Fleeing in all directions, no longer resisting, the fighters rode out the attack and quickly cleared this battle zone of bugs. Zuo Ling walked out of the war god mech and looked at the tired but joyful warriors. His tight heart finally loosened up. At the same time, the video of him heroically slaying the bug emperor was transmitted back to the Emperor Star. At this time, Juno was having dinner with her father and mother in the palace. Alice, the heroine, deliberately brings up the online opinion about her unwillingness to save lives. His Majesty and the Queen of the Karen Empire looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They had long since learned of Zuo Ling's healing and trip to the battlefield. Alice is so close to her own baby. I can't believe she doesn't know. Cousin also thinks that I am such a person? Juno narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of coldness in his gaze. She put down the cutlery in her hands and spoke slowly. Alice, you should know me well. Alice revealed a hint of resignation and said, Lolo, I didn't want to believe those rumors either, but the internet was abuzz with them and I was momentarily misled. If I remember correctly, I said at the time of your visit that Zuo Ling had already been pacified by me. So what do you mean by bringing it up at this time? His Majesty and the Queen exchanged a glance, sensing something from their conversation, and looked at Alice with less soft eyes. Chapter 12 Redemption Mall. The Queen gently sighed and said, Ilo, don't be too angry. Alice is also concerned. Now that Zuo Ling has made a mark on the battlefield, those rumors will go away. Juno was silent for a moment and said, "Father and mother, it is not that I care about the rumors themselves, but I am concerned that they will affect the people's trust in the royal family. Alice, in the future, don't be easily misled by rumors. We have to trust our own judgment as well as the people around us." The queen's voice carried a rare sternness. Alice nodded in shame and said, "Auntie, I know I'm wrong, and I'll be more careful in the future." She apologized again to Juno. "I'm sorry, Lolo, it's cousin's fault. I shouldn't have suspected you." Although Alice said on her lips that she knew she was wrong, the fire of jealousy in her heart burned hotter and hotter. She looked at Juno's confident and calm appearance, and then thought of how she was always overshadowed by her radiance, and the unwillingness in her heart grew stronger. Juno was too lazy to watch her perform, and knowing that after years of favoritism, this cheap mom wouldn't do anything to the heroine because of it, she lowered her head and focused on drying her rice. At this time, the attendant hurriedly walked in, presented a communicator, and said, "Your Majesty, Queen, and Your Highness, the video of General Zuo Ling's beheading of the Insect Emperor has just been transmitted back to the Imperial Star, and now the entire Imperial Star is abuzz." Juno took the communicator and looked at Zuo Ling's heroic figure in the video, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Alice looked unbelievably at the familiar battle armor in the screen, the mech that belonged uniquely to Zuo Ling. No one can drive but him. Zuo Ling is really fine. Juno really healed him. Alice saw Zuo Ling's heroic stance, and her heart was about to go crazy with jealousy. Zuo Ling was the only orc in the Karen Empire who possessed 3S level mental power. What did Juno have? Why should she get first pick of all the good stuff? The items were such that even the Beastmaster had to pick what she had left over. As the video went viral, the tide shifted instantly on stars. Aha! War God Mecha. My Admiral Zollinger is back. Admiral Zuo Ling hasn't been reduced to an invalid at all like the rumors said. He's still as powerful as ever. It seems we've all misunderstood the princess. Those rumor mongers are so hateful. I was almost misled by them. And those who had spread the rumor began to panic, well aware of the punishment they were about to face. Juno watched the situation shift and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 7. It's time for the Female Conservation League to get to work. Soon. Those who had abused and slandered Juno on the Star Network received a subpoena from the Feminine Protection League. The entire interstellar world was shocked by this sudden enforcement action. And those beasts who had once recklessly vented their emotions on the internet panicked at this moment. They regretted their impulsive actions one after another. But they could only wait helplessly for the law's decision. As the investigation progressed, the staff of the Female Conservation League followed the trail and eventually figured out that it was someone close to Alice who first sent out the rumors. The evidence is overwhelming and Alice is caught up in the storm. Fear slowly flooded her mind as she watched everything around her spiraling out of control. But there was nothing she could do to undo it. Juno learned of this news. Just a faint smile. Did not much law reaction. Alice as the heroine of the book. And as a precious female this matter did not suffer much. She didn't expect to take her down once and for all. The purpose was merely to dissociate her from her original parents. People who often live in high positions. How could they not understand these twists and turns? And the two of them did have a much colder attitude towards Alice after this incident. Alice naturally sensed the change in attitude of His Majesty and the Queen of the Karen Empire and began to desperately try to please them. His Majesty and the Queen saw that she was so sincere and admitted her faults, and that she had been raised as half a daughter, so her attitude slowly softened. Seeing that they were no longer looking at her with that detached look in their eyes, Alice took the opportunity to bring out the latest potion she had researched. Auntie, this is my newly developed relief potion. Orcs manipulating mechs for a long period of time will trigger headaches and other symptoms. This potion can effectively relieve the headaches brought on by mental strain, thus reducing the rate of loss of control. Orcs manipulate mechs with mental power, and long-term use of mental power is accidentally prone to insanity and rampage, or what they often refer to as the manic phase. His Majesty looked at the potion presented by Ares and his expression eased a little, but there were still doubts in his heart. The Queen frowned slightly from the sidelines, still suspicious of Alice's actions. Juno frowned gently when he heard about this. Alice actually turned in the still unripe potion in order to gain the favor of His Majesty and the Queen once again. It really doesn't care about the border generals at all. How did she used to powder her nose at people like this? The original plot this potion was developed a month after the bugs withdrew. It was also the potion that alleviated post-war mental confusion that catapulted the heroine to become the most sought-after female in the Karen Empire. The current stage of the potion's formula was immature, and while it could alleviate the headaches to a certain extent, it did not address the root cause of the orc's manic phase. Long-term use may also have unforeseen side effects. This was a tense time in the war with the bugs, and this potion would indeed be an immediate relief. His Majesty and the Queen, after deliberation, have decided to use Alice's potion for the time being to ease the pressure on the orcs at the front line. While Alice felt a twinge of smugness at the temporary adoption of the potion, she was also well aware that her position was still precarious. The day Juno was around, she could only ever be a chaperone. She sent someone to covertly observe Juno's actions in an attempt to find an opportunity to irritate her again. At the front line, after the beasts used Alice's potion, the headache symptoms were indeed relieved to a certain extent. However, the side effects also gradually appeared. Some of the orcs began to show symptoms such as drowsiness and lethargy, and their fighting prowess was affected. But of course this was all an afterthought. Juno didn't put much attention on Ares, who had been indulging in planting lately. After being busy for the better part of a month, Juno had finally freed up time to properly plan the space she had to plant. I don't know if it's the soil or the climate, or if the planting methods are seriously lacking, but the plants here are struggling to survive. This, coupled with the fact that orcs don't know how to preserve species, has led to rarer varieties of seeds and an even smaller number of plants. She checked many star stores on StarNet, and there were far fewer seeds to work with. There was nothing she could do but focus on Seven. Under her softening, Seven finally relented and opened an exchange mall for her. When Juno entered this mall to take a look, it was filled with all sorts of low-priced plant seeds, and that rich variety instantly dazzled her. She didn't recognize many of them, so she picked a few common vegetable seeds, fruit seedlings, and rice seeds. As an authentic Chinese, a day without rice is like not eating. Her most pressing concern is to grow the rice. She carefully selected a bunch of seeds in the mall and was full of joy and ready to settle the bill before realizing that the star coins could not be used. No. Money. Buy. Chapter 13, She Shadow's Heart Protector Scale. May I ask if you would prefer to barter, or use trading coins? As she secretly gritted her teeth, a cold mechanical voice sounded. Trading coins? Where did she get the trade coins? As for bartering, again, she couldn't really think of anything she had that she could use in exchange. Just as she was agonizing, the voice came again. Detected that you have a tradable item in your possession, a healing potion, which can be exchanged for trading coins yuan. Would you like to make the exchange, please? Juno never thought that the half-finished potion he had refined would be worth so much. She hurriedly checked the price of rice seeds and found that a 5-pound packet of rice seeds was only $10. With that math, that's enough money for her to buy all the seeds on it. Confirm redemption. As her words fell, the healing potion instantly disappeared, while 10 million trading coins were added to her account. Juno was excited, her heart filled with joy and anticipation. It was as if she had seen a vibrant field. She started picking out other seeds to add to her cart along with the vegetable seeds, fruit seedlings and rice seeds she had previously selected. Seeing that the purchase was almost done, I didn't hesitate to click on checkout. Looking at the extra pile of stuff in front of me and thinking about which one to start with, she was still working out in her head how she was going to plant such a large piece of land to utilize it efficiently. Seven casually waved her hand, and something magical happened. That large area of land was instantly plowed neatly. Juno's eyes widened, his heart filled with shock and awe. She marveled at Shao-Chi's powerful ability, and at the same time, she was relieved. If she had to dig so much land by herself, she must not die of exhaustion. Juno immediately set about preparing the seeds for sowing, carefully planting vegetable seeds, fruit seedlings and rice seeds in the appropriate areas according to the requirements of the different seeds. As she busied herself, she imagined a vibrant future for the land. With the assistance of Seven, watering and fertilizing became easy and efficient. Juno looked in amazement at the seeds that had just been planted for less than 10 minutes before they began to sprout. His heart filled with shock. Watched the magic of the different time flows in the grow space. Watching the dots of tender green bud tips emerge from the soil, Juno seemed to see a future harvest scene. She walked around the growing space excitedly, scrutinizing each sprout. As the time ticked by, the sprouts grew at an astonishing rate. Juno had to come to the planting space more frequently to water, fertilize, and weed. Actually, she could have left that to Seven, but she preferred to experience it herself. During this time, you are constantly learning and figuring things out. She asked Seven for advice on various planting techniques and to learn about the growth needs of different plants. Seven had transmitted the most comprehensive planting guide in her mind in order to help her better manage the growing space. Soon, under her careful care, the vegetables grew tender green leaves, the fruit seedlings began to thrive, and the rice field was alive with seedlings. Juno looked at all of this with anticipation in her heart. The farm of her dreams had finally materialized. She began to take care of the fast-growing plants more attentively, spending a lot of time every day busy in the growing space. For the first time in my life, I experienced the joy and hard work of pulling up seedlings and planting them. She plucked the ripe vegetables and brought them out of the space, leaving them to the cooking robots. I can't tell you how delicious it was to finally eat the cabbage I'd been longing for. She had the droid share some more to send to Shishadow and Karanti. The first time he ate such fresh greens, Corentin went straight to hugging and nibbling them raw. Although they wondered where the food came from, they all tacitly refrained from asking. As time passes, tiny buds are growing on the fruit seedlings, and the seedlings in the rice fields are thriving and have begun to tiller. During this period, Shaoqi provided Jun Ilua with some advanced planting techniques and management methods from time to time. With Seven's help, Jun Iroh learns how to apply fertilizer wisely, water precisely, and how to use the special environment of the planting space to promote the growth of plants. The plants in the planting space grew at an amazing speed. Several crops of vegetables had already been harvested. The flowers on the fruit trees were falling, revealing tiny fruits, and the ears of rice in the rice fields were gradually filling up. It won't take long for her to reap the rewards. Jun Elohim watched it all with a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction that she had never experienced before. Jun Ilua chose a few ripe fruits and went out of the system space, asking the robot to send some over to Xiang and Karanti. Jun Ilua pondered in his heart that since he couldn't make peace with sending them away, it wouldn't hurt to keep them for the sake of their good looks and good bodies. After all, they were all their nominal beast husbands. Corentin was shocked to the point of not being able to close his mouth when he received the fruit from the droid. In this day and age, fruit was an extreme luxury. One that didn't sell very well would cost hundreds of star coins apiece. Only females would buy something so expensive, and orcs wouldn't be able to afford to eat it. He was already unpopular on the flying fish planet, not to mention something as extravagant as fruit, and the food he ate was all leftovers. The fruit was also eaten only once at a palace banquet, and the flavor is still fresh in my mind. Now looking at the baskets full of different varieties of fruits, he was filled with joy and surprise. He had always been able to distinguish between love and hate, and at one time, he had harbored hatred towards Jun Ilua, but ever since Jun Ilua had cured his injuries, that hatred had dissipated like smoke without a trace. Around his heart was happy. Arrogant as he was, his mouth was still unforgiving, slightly raising his chin and grunting, "Humph, count on her having a conscience." Shadow, on the other hand, is just the opposite of him, a man who seems to be aloof from everything, but in fact craves attention more than anyone else, and a little bit of attention can make him remember for quite a long time, which also has to do with his experiences. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes when he received the fruit from Jun Ilo, but it was quickly hidden from him. Just nodded slightly and said, "Thank your highness for me." Over the next few days, even though the three didn't meet, Jun Ilo would have the robot send them some different fruits and vegetables to try every day. That day, Jun Ilua found a purple crystal pendant on the stone table in her courtyard. It was so beautiful that she didn't resist picking it up and viewing it. The scent of Shishadow alone lingered on the tip of her nose, and she was stunned for a long time. This is Shishadow's heart guard scales. Unless the Snake Clan's heart protection scale is voluntary, the bystanders are unable to pull it out. Only the subject's willing heart protection scale will automatically fall off. In the original plot, not only the original main character, but even the main female character didn't get his protective heart scales. Why did you suddenly give her something so important? The hand became hot. Well versed in the Beast World books, she understood all too well the gold content of this stuff. Shadow was courting her. This is too. Suddenly. Chapter 14. What was she expecting? Host. Shadow's rutting period is coming. Shao Qi, who was lying on the side watching the show, came up with this sentence without a clue. Jun Iroh's hand shook and the pendant in his hand fell to the ground. The crisp sound seemed to stand out in the silence of the night, and her heart skipped a beat. She stared blankly at the purple crystal pendant on the floor, her mind reeling. She slowly crouched down and reached down to pick up the pendant, the cool touch clearing her thoughts. She thought back to how Shadow had been portrayed in the episode, the man who seemed cold and aloof, but was actually incredibly desperate for attention inside. She had only sent some food, but she had gotten such a precious gift in return. Jun Ilua stood up, holding the pendant tightly, his mind a mixture of emotions. She didn't know how to deal with this affection from Shadow. Orcish feelings were always blunt and hot. She knew all too well what it meant for an orc to be in heat. It was an intense physical need and emotional rush. If he wasn't a snake, she could try it with him. That's a snake. Snakes have. Ah shucks. She's thinking about something. It's true that brains can be spoiled by little yellow books. Why don't we take the pendant and ask us what he means? But on second thought, he didn't explicitly say that he gave it to her. In case it was someone who accidentally dropped it, the one who would be embarrassed would be himself. Let's pretend we don't know for now. With that thought, she took the pendant and turned to go back inside, and she hadn't realized that there was a small, thumb-sized purple snake hovering on a branch in the corner, its gaze fixed on her side. See her those pendants back to her room before leaving quietly. Jun Ilo returned to the house and gently placed the pendant on the table, but his eyes couldn't help but fall on it again and again. Her mind involuntarily drifted back to Shishadow's usual appearance. She was really hungry. I'm not afraid to brace myself. Juniello tried her best not to think about that crystal pendant, but it kept breaking into her mind without notice. In the end, it was simply thrown into space. Out of sight, out of mind. For a few days in a row, Shishadow didn't make any further moves, as if it was really a misunderstanding on her part. On this day, Juniello was surveying the soil in the backyard. She was preparing to plant some fruits and vegetables in the manner to cover her ears. It was just that the soil here was hard and not suitable for planting at all, and she was wondering if she could dig the soil out of the space to neutralize it. A faint scent suddenly blew from the tip of his nose, a very familiar smell. She looked sideways to find Shishadow standing not far away, watching her silently. Her heart skipped a beat for no reason, and she didn't even notice her breathing slowing. Shishadow approached slowly, a hint of elusive emotion in her eyes. Juniello, still holding the shovel that was halfway through shoveling the dirt, just crouched down and looked up at him, waiting for him to speak. However, Shishadow stopped a meter away from her and looked at her silently for a moment before turning away. Juniello, she's sore from tilting her neck, and then she just walks away without saying a word? What was she expecting? Sure enough, I was overthinking it and decided to send the thing back to him tonight. She gave the order for the robots to dig up all of this part of the backyard. The robot was fast and turned all the land in less than half an hour. She told Seven to cordon off the area for the moment and have it cover it with dirt from space, and gave the command for the droid to return the ground. A whole operation is just over an hour. She looked at the returned land with satisfaction, then turned toward the place where the fruit seedlings had been placed. These fruit seedlings were all bought from wherever the exchange system was. She didn't worry about planting them, giving instructions for the robot to dig a hole. She was going to plant fruit seedlings in a circle around it, leaving the open space in the center for fruits and vegetables. The robot worked neatly, digging 24 small holes in less than 10 minutes. Just as she was about to start planting the fruit seedlings, Cortlandy came over in a different way. As he walked, he muttered something, but because his voice was too low, Juniello couldn't hear it too well. He walked up to her and stopped, looking at her and the fruit saplings with somewhat complicated eyes. Juniello didn't lift his head to continue the movement in his hands. What are you doing? Corentin finally asked. Juniello didn't even bother to answer such an obvious question. Pointing to a fruit seedling off to the side, he began to instruct him to work. Just in time. Help me put these fruit seedlings in the pit. Corentin frowned, a little disgusted, and clasped his hands to his chest. What's the point of growing this? Can't grow it again. He said this while still kicking the dirt next to him impatiently with his foot. Upon hearing Corentin's words, Juniello looked up and frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Either shut up and work or shut up and leave. Who wouldn't be angry if they said they couldn't grow it before they planted it? Corentin was caught off guard by Juniello's sudden aura, and his face stiffened for a moment before he crouched down unwillingly, his mouth still agape. Humph, just being mean. I'm not afraid of you, he muttered as he slowly lowered the fruit seedlings into the pit, moving as if he was purposely competing with someone. Juniello rightly ignored it and planted the fruit seedlings on his own. It wasn't long before Corentin started nitpicking again. It's a wonder it can be planted if it's dug so shallow. He frowned, looking at the pits with disgust, but his afterglow flicked to Juniello's face, watching for her reaction. Juniello looked up at him, resisting the urge to get angry, and said calmly, "Then you dig." Cortlandy choked, grunted, and reluctantly began digging up the hole. As he digs, he says, "The truth is not even allowed. It's so overbearing." Juniello lazily ignored him and waited for him to dig several holes before he smiled and said, "Yo, I didn't expect you to be quite capable." The corners of Corentin's mouth involuntarily rose when he heard this, and if he had a tail he could have gone up to the sky, that's for sure. "I can do a lot of things. That's awesome of you. Digging up all this land by the way." Cortlandy, with the two fighting and cooperating, the fruit seedlings were finally all planted. Juniello stood up, satisfied with the fruits of his labor, and smiled at Corentin. "Thank you for today, and when the fruits are ripe, you'll be the first to eat them." Corentin turned her head arrogantly and spoke with disinterest. "Who cares about your fruit?" After saying that, he left with a big stride. Juniello looked at his departing back and shook his head with a smile. This arrogant guy was actually quite cute. After a few moments of rest, she began to pack up her tools for planting fruits and vegetables. Some things are only fulfilling when you do them yourself. She sprinkled the green vegetable seeds evenly over the treated ground and gently covered them with a thin layer of soil, as if she were giving them a thin little blanket. Chapter 15, Growing Vegetables and Testing the Waters. After planting the greens, she moved on to the pumpkin seeds. She dug out a suitable small pit in the land, put the seed ground in it, and then buried it with soil, repeating the operation. There were sweet potatoes growing in the space, and she picked a few sections out ahead of time to plant some. Sweet potatoes are the easiest thing to grow alive and produce the best yields. Just as she was fully concentrating on planting, Corentin went and returned. He stood not far away, quietly watching Jun'ilo's busy figure, a hint of imperceptible softness flashing in his eyes. Still couldn't resist speaking up when I saw her sticking a strange section of plant into the soil and burying it. Smiley face. What is this? Jun'ilo looked up at Karanti and explained with rare kindness. Sweet potatoes. Very tasty stuff. You'll see when the time comes. Karanti heard this, and subconsciously wanted to dislike it back, but thinking of the fruit he ate yesterday, he skimmed his lips and changed the subject. Are you sure that's how you planted it? Sure it's not a joke? How can you live without leaves and roots? He's never planted it, but he's seen how others do it. Never seen one like her. Not sure. Planting for fun. Although he didn't understand, he unconsciously walked over to Jun'ilo and picked up the tools on the side to help organize the land. Both of them did not notice that not far behind she stood silently, his eyes cold as if everything around him cannot enter his eyes, but his eyes did not seem to have left the figure. Thin lips pursed through a trace of detachment. I don't know how long he watched until he saw the two of them getting closer and closer, and then he moved his body. Step forward. Corentin had sensed Shishadow's presence early on, and wasn't surprised to see him come over. It's just a little upsetting to be disturbed. Without even looking at Karanti, Shishadow walked straight over to Jun'ilo and crouched down, silently beginning to help. Jun'ilo looked at Shishadow with some surprise and said, "Why did you come over?" Shishadow raised her head slightly, glanced at Jun'ilo, and then quickly lowered her head again, continuing her work with a soft After a while he added, "Passing through." Corentin snorted softly and dug down hard with a hoe, accidentally digging into a freshly planted fruit seedling. It's a good thing I stopped in time and just chipped off half the leaves. He glanced at Jun'ilo somewhat sheepishly and saw that she was too busy chatting with Xiang to notice his side. The heart is even more uncomfortable. The eyes that looked at Xiang became more and more unfriendly. After that, whatever Jun'ilo asked Shishadow to do, he grabbed it first. Jun'ilo glanced at him with a bit of amusement. Corentin, that's what you're planting. What's the point of always stealing Shishadow's work? Humph. I'm going to do in this. Easy. Alright, Shishadow, you trade with him. Shishadow didn't say anything and stepped aside to take over Cortlandy's work. Corentin instantly became unhappy again when he saw that he had been robbed of his job. Shishadow slowly raised his head, a hint of doubt in his violet eyes, as if he didn't understand why Corentin was suddenly hostile to him. Jun'ilo didn't bother with the two and continued the work in his hands. The three men were fast and finished planting in less than an hour. Jun'ilo told the two to go to the house and bring water over to water it. The water was taken out of her space ahead of time. The water commonly used in Star is repeatedly sterilized and filtered before use, and it has a faint smell of sterilized water in it. She's never been able to drink it. It's almost like drinking flower tea during this time, and the only way to mask the flavor is to boil it and lend it an aroma. And the minerals in this water have long since been removed and do not serve any nutritional purpose at all. That's one of the reasons it's so hard to grow things in the stars. Jun'ilo looked at Shishadow's serious work and suddenly wanted to test the reaction. There was a sly glint in her eye, and she purposely extended her muddy hand toward Karanti. Cortlandy thought she was going to wash her hands and made a point of stopping. Just a quick swipe of her hand across Corentin's face, and that otherwise clean face was instantly covered in a few sticky mud marks. Corentin froze for a moment at first, as if he hadn't reacted to what was happening, his red eyes widening slightly as if his entire being was frozen in place. It wasn't until he felt wet and sticky on his face that he came back to his senses, his face instantly reddening like a ripe tomato. Jun'ilo, what are you doing? Karanti yelled as he rubbed his hands haphazardly over his face, trying to get the mud off. But the more he scrubbed, the more mud blossomed on his face, and his whole body looked wretched and comical. Ha ha ha. Jun'ilo couldn't help but laugh out loud at the sight of Corentin's wretched appearance. Good you bad female, how dare you tease me? Let's see how I'll fix you. With that, he threw down the bucket, grabbed a handful of wet mud and rushed towards Jun'ilo. Seeing this, Jun'ilo turned around and ran. The two just chased each other around the modest backyard. Shishadow's grip on the shower involuntarily tightened a few points, and an inexplicable irritation surged in his heart, and he didn't understand why he felt this way. He just wanted to get out of this place that made him feel a little uncomfortable as soon as possible. But he quickly got his emotions under control and continued to water without delay. It was as if a small stone had been thrown into his heart, and a wave of annoyance inexplicably surged up. This emotion came so suddenly and so strongly that he himself felt a little surprised. He hung his head low, staring at the recently planted fruit seedlings at his feet, his violet eyes revealing a hint of confusion and bewilderment. He didn't understand why seeing Jun'ilo and Corentin so close to each other created such a strange feeling within himself. Shishadow took a deep breath, trying to push the irritation down. Shi Shadow looked at Juniro and Corentin, who were still laughing and joking around in the yard, and an unspeakable taste flooded her heart. His Highness only reveals this side of himself in front of Coranti. His Highness was always politely detached when confronted with him, whereas he could be so relaxed and at ease in the presence of Coranti. Junilo caught a glimpse of Shi Ying's departing back out of the corner of his eye and was slightly stunned for a moment, but quickly withdrew his gaze as if nothing had happened. She turned her head and smirked at Coranti. Okay, stop. Coranti, don't be lazy. Keep working. After saying that, she picked up her own tools and began to get busy. Junilo straightened up and stretched greatly, looking at the fruits of his labor with a satisfied smile on his face. Let's go. Buy you dinner. Saranti mouthed the words not rare and moved his feet faster than anyone else. Shi Shadow had been disturbed when she returned to her quarters. He sat in front of the window, looking out at the darkening sky, and the image of Juniliuo and Corentin together kept coming back to his mind. Will they? Tonight? Shi Shadow dared not think further. He only felt a pang of annoyance in his heart. He stood up and paced back and forth across the room, trying to ease his emotions that way. However, the more he tried to forget, the more clearly those images appeared in his mind. Chapter 16. A beautiful man suddenly softens. Who can stand it? Shi Ying's heart was as rough as the sea in a storm. He was a quiet and indifferent person by nature, and he always kept his emotions tightly bound up on weekdays, never revealing them easily. However, at this moment, he could not suppress the emotions within him. He lay on his bed. The figure of Juniro kept appearing in his mind. He tried to shake it off, but the image became clearer and clearer. Especially the thought that Juniro might be with Corentin filled his heart with anger and jealousy. He wanted to circle Juniro tightly in his arms and make her his alone. Shi Ying didn't understand why she had suddenly become so possessive of Juniluo. It was as if there was a fire burning in his body, but it couldn't find a vent, making him feel incredibly hot and irritated. Finally transforming into his beastly form, he slid into a bath filled with ice cubes in an attempt to relieve the inexplicable heat. Shi Shadow curled up in the ice pool, feeling the slight coolness from the ice, and that dry heat was only slightly relieved. But Juniluo's figure still lingered in his mind. Her knitted brows and smile, as well as those insignificant concerns, were infinitely magnified at this moment. He realized that he could no longer recall the arrogant and domineering look that Juniro had once had. Shi Shadow rose from the icy pool, droplets of water sliding down his fur, his violet eyes revealing a hint of confusion and bewilderment. He didn't understand why this sudden emotion was so strong that he almost lost his mind. He paced back to his room. The scent of Juniro seemed to linger in the air, which made his heart clench again. He tried to distract himself by keeping busy, but no matter what he did, Juniro's figure would always come up involuntarily. Shi Shadow scratched his hair in annoyance, and he guessed, even as slow as he was, that this was a precursor to the rutting season. While he still had his wits about him, he should have found a place to take his own sweet time to get through the difficult rut, but he couldn't help himself. That night Juniluo was about to go to bed when there was a knock at the door. Juniluo frowned slightly. Who could it be at this late hour? She got up and opened the door to see Shi Shadow standing in the doorway. When Shi Shadow saw Juniluo, she opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Junilo looked at him with some suspicion and asked, Shi Shadow, what's the matter at this late hour? Shi Shadow's eyes revealed a hint of struggle and confusion, but when he thought about the fact that she had received her heart protection scales and he was her sidekick, it was normal for him to have delusions of grandeur towards her. His hands unconsciously clenched and his voice was slightly hoarse as he called out, Your Highness. Juniluo was startled in her heart. She was keenly aware that there was something wrong with Shi Ying's state, especially the aura emanating from him, which made her feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. Shi Shadow, what's wrong with you? Jun Elohim frowned slightly and took a wary step back. A flicker of pain flashed in Shi Shadow's eyes as he took a step forward, trying to get closer to Juniro. 7. What's wrong with him? Juniluo thought of a possibility and his entire body involuntarily winced. Host, his rutting period has been stimulated by you to advance, so take care of yourself. Shao-Chi said and slipped away. Wait, come back here. Juniluo cried out in his heart, but Shao-Chi didn't have a single response as if she was shielded. Your Highness. Junilo returned to his senses, and Shi Shadow was already in close proximity. She took a deep breath and tried to keep herself calm. Shi Shadow, calm down first. Let's think of something. Shi Shadow's breathing became rapid, his eyes filled with longing and struggle. Your Highness, I am so hard. The beautiful man suddenly softened. Who could stand up to this? But the thought that there were two of the snakes sent a shiver down her spine. How cool I thought the snake beasts were when I read the novel, and how scared I am now that I've already faced them. Shi Shadow's breathing became more and more rapid, and her body trembled terribly. Junilo looked at Shi Ying's painful and stoic appearance. A trace of pity flooded his heart, but the moment he thought of FQ stage orcs being out of control, That trace of pity was replaced by fear. She tried to compose herself and said, "She Shadow. I know it's hard for you, but calm down for a moment and I'll try to help you." Xing tightly grabbed her arm as if it was his only saving grace. "Your Highness, I'm really about to lose control of myself." Juno gritted his teeth and tried to break free of Xiying's hand. "Xiying, wake up." Xiying's eyes grew more and more disoriented, and his body began to tremble slightly. Shadow shook his head as he tightened his grip on Juniluo's arm. Juniluo tried to break free of Xiying's hand, but he was too strong for her to break free. A cold touch came from her lips. Juniluo's eyes widened and her mind instantly went blank. Xiying had actually kissed her, and that cold touch left her at a loss for words. She wanted to push Xiying away, but her body felt like it was fixed, unable to move. It was also true that Shadow's legs had transformed into a snake's tail at some point, encircling her firmly. Junilo's body was strangled raw by the snake's tail, and he tried to struggle but couldn't, once again realizing the gap between the orcs and the females' bodies. Shadow, let go. Feeling her violent struggles, a flash of panic flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by an unquenchable desire. Shadow's kisses grew more intense, as if he wanted to pour all his emotions into the kiss. Juniro gradually lost himself in the kiss, forgetting his fear, forgetting to struggle. Just as she felt a bit of a fall, she suddenly heard a footstep. "Your Highness, what happened?" Ching Soft heard the commotion and rushed over. Juniluo's heart rejoiced and he just wanted to open his mouth, but his mouth was blocked to death and he could only make a vague whimpering sound. Ching Soft sensed the abnormality and asked again, not getting a response, and pushed the door in. Ching Soft instantly froze in place when she saw the scene in front of her. Shadow slowly turned his head when he heard the commotion, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He let out a low hiss at Ching Soft, as if warning him to stay away. Ching Soft was shaken by the hiss, but soon she came back to her senses. He gritted his teeth and took out a knife from the spatial button, pointing it at Shadow. "Let go of your Highness." Shadow, however, acted as if she hadn't heard him, still tightly wrapped around Juniluo, his snake tail tightening a few more points. Juniluo wanted to curse in pain, but his mouth was still blocked, so he couldn't even curse if he wanted to. Ching Soft's heart raced as he took a deep breath and stabilized himself, then lunged forward, the knife in his hand slashing towards Shadow's serpentine tail. Seeing this, Shadow quickly flung the snake's tail and dodged Ching Soft's attack. Ching Soft was not discouraged by the missed blow, and continued to swing his saber, constantly charging at Shadow. Shadow was so annoyed that he violently flung the snake's tail, and Ching Soft was just thrown out. Roll dash. The door to the room was closed again. Chapter 17, Why Don't You Want Him? Junielo stopped struggling and began to cooperate in soothing him. Shadow's body stiffened slightly when she felt Junilo's cooperation, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but soon that hint of surprise was drowned out by raging lust. However, his movements gradually became gentler, and the snake's tail slightly loosened its hold on Juniro. Junilo gently stroked Xiying's face, his eyes filled with tenderness and compassion. Shadow gradually calmed down under Juniro's soothing presence. His eyes were no longer mesmerized, but were filled with deep love as he looked at Juniro. "Your Highness." His voice was husky and low, with endless longing. Junilo tilted his head slightly and gently dropped a kiss on Xiying's lips. Shadow, don't be afraid. I'll always be with you." Her voice was gentle and loving, as if it had a magical power that instantly stabilized Xiying's heart. Shadow's body began to change, the snake's tail slowly disappearing and returning to its human form. The next instant, there was a pain in his neck. Shadow's eyes widened in shock as he subconsciously raised his hand to cover his neck, his eyes filled with disbelief and hurt. "Your Highness, why don't you want him?" Junilo silently took the empty injection in his hand back into his space, a hint of intolerance flashing in his eyes, but reason soon returned. "She doesn't like being forced." Shadow's body began to shake, his eyes gradually becoming disoriented and his consciousness dissipating a little. Before falling into unconsciousness, he used his last ounce of strength to look at Juniluo, his eyes filled with longing and reluctance. Junilo rushed to support Shadow and eased him onto the ground. A few minutes later, Shadow woke up slowly, her head still a bit groggy. He slowly opened his eyes, the confusion and pain from before still lingering in his eyes. However, he soon sensed something strange in his body, and an even more intense feeling of dryness and heat than before surged up from the depths of his body, quickly spreading throughout his entire body. Seeing that Xiying had awakened, Junilo was just about to open his mouth to say something when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Her face paled as her eyes fell on the branch injection she tossed into space. "I can't wait for a thunderbolt to strike me dead." How could she not have imagined that she would take the wrong potion and take the anesthetic as a booster? Shadow's breathing became rapid as he looked at Junilo and said in a hoarse voice, "Your Highness, what is this?" Juniro bit her lip, not knowing how to answer. She turned around in a panic, wanting to go to the system space to look for an antidote, but she knew in her heart that there was no antidote for this kind of booster. Shadow's sanity gradually disintegrated under the onslaught of desire, and he began to move closer to Jun Iroh uncontrollably. Jun Ilua backed away in horror. Hair, erotic period plus booster. This heaven is going to kill her. She tried to stop Shadow, but her strength paled in comparison to Shadow's. Ying's sanity had been completely lost under the effect of the drug, and like an out-of-control beast, he recklessly lunged at Jun Ilua. Jun Ilua struggled as hard as she could, but in front of the Shadow in heat, her resistance seemed so powerless. Shadow, wake up! Jun Iroh shouted, trying to rouse the last of Shadow's sanity. However, at this moment, Shadow couldn't listen to any words at all. His eyes only had Jun Ilua in them. Jun Iroh's clothes were torn in the struggle, and fear spread a little bit to his whole body. She never expected to be in a situation like this, and it turned out to be her own fault for starting it all. The room was filled with ambiguity, and Shadow's panting grew heavier and heavier. Just then, a red figure flew in through the window. The wide wings flapped violently, and a powerful air current instantly separated Shadow and Jun Iroh. Jun Iroh looked at the giant curry kite in front of him, his eyes widening in surprise. She had never seen such a large and beautiful chestnut kite, its entire body covered in white feathers, but its wings, tail feathers, and crown were crimson. The giant chestnut kite turned its head and looked at Jun Iroh with its ruddy eyes, which seemed to carry a hint of concern and nervousness. Court Lindy? Karanti flapped her wings without answering and turned to face Shadow directly. Seeing Shadow's unusual reaction, he involuntarily frowned. Shadow, are you crazy? How dare you force this bad female? And not afraid that she will pull out his snake scales again. Ying's eyes were red at the moment, and the muscles of his entire body were tense, as if he was trying his best to restrain himself. However, the effects of the booster gradually broke down his sanity, and he lunged towards Jun Iroh once again. Karanti swung his wings in a hurry to tangle with Shadow. The room was thrown into chaos as the two wrestled instantly. Furniture was knocked about by them with a shattering sound. Vases, cups, and other items were scattered and splintered. Their figures traveled quickly through the room, each collision emitting a dull sound as if the entire room was trembling. Although Corentin wasn't weak, he gradually became somewhat unable to hold back under Shadow's frantic and powerful attacks. Damn! How did this guy become so strong? Corentin cursed. Suddenly, Shadow sidestepped and kicked Karanti in the stomach. Corentin felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if his organs had been shifted. His body involuntarily flew backwards, hitting the metal wall heavily with a dull thud. Corentin swallowed the fishy sweetness in his mouth. He wasn't sure if it was because he didn't want Shadow to be hurt again, or because he didn't want to see Jun Iroh being forced to cross him. Tail, take a breath and try to keep stopping. Shadow, however, didn't give Corentin any chance to catch his breath as he pounced towards Corentin once again like a wild beast that had been robbed of its mate and gone mad. Courtlandi fought back the pain and rose from the ground, ready for Shadow's next round of attacks. Just then, Jun Iroh suddenly rushed over and blocked in front of Corentin. Shadow, that's enough. You have to stop fighting, Jun Iroh shouted. A flash of confusion flashed in Shadow's eyes when she saw Jun Iroh. Your Highness, get out of the way. I can't control myself, Shadow said with difficulty. Shadow's body trembled slightly, his sanity running low under the onslaught of desire. Your Highness, I'm really hard to bear, Shadow said with a hint of pleading in her voice. Jun Iroh looked at Ying's agonized appearance and his heart was filled with impatience. Courtlandi was behind Jun Iroh. His mind was mixed. He was both worried that Shadow would hurt Jun Iroh in her out-of-control state, and a little bit snickered at her concern. Just then, the Shadow suddenly let out a roar and lunged towards Jun Iroh once again. Jun Iroh subconsciously closed his eyes, yet the imagined pain did not come. She slowly opened her eyes to find Shadow stopped in front of her, her hands clenched into fists and her body trembling. Your Highness, Shadow's eyes were filled with pain, struggle, and deep longing, and his voice was hoarse and broken. Courtlandi looked at them, hesitated, and finally spoke. There's only one thing to do now. Shadow is in heat, and if he is not detached, the physical damage to him will be very great. And under the double torment of mental and psychological torture, he will develop a kind of self-loathing and may even do things to harm himself. Corentin paused, glanced at Jun Iroh and then at Shadow, and spoke with some awkwardness. Bad female, just take Shadow. Jun Iroh heard what Karanti said, and even her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. She looked at Shadow and then at Karanti. She hadn't expected that to come out of Karanti's mouth. Who can relate to that feeling? Those two are her sidekicks. Chapter 18, Shadow is out of control. Shadow's body trembled more and more, trying to restrain the emotions and desires raging inside her. Junilo watched as Shi Ying's eyes filled with pain and longing stayed fixed on her, a blush spreading across her face as she fell into an extreme inner tangle. Courtlandy couldn't help but get a little anxious as he watched Junero's hesitant look, and he raised his voice. He's your beast husband. What are you hesitating for? Shi Ying could see Junilo's hesitation, and her eyes revealed a hint of despair, knowing that she shouldn't ask for it, but she still couldn't control the longing in her heart. He spoke with difficulty. Your Highness, there is no need to be embarrassed. It is Shi Shadow. Before he finished his words, a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth, and his body faltered. Shi Shadow! Juniro exclaimed in shock and subconsciously took a step forward to hold him up. The originally cold body was unusually hot at this time. Juniro took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. She slowly raised her hand to encircle Shi Shadow's waist. Shi Shadow's body trembled violently as he raised his head, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Your Highness! Shi Shadow! Don't say anything for a moment. Juniro called his name softly, fighting with his inner self. She knew what it meant for her to make that decision. Shi Ying could no longer suppress the emotions within him as he swept Junilua into his arms and held her tightly. Junilua could feel his blazing body heat as well as his violent heartbeat. Her face reddened even more and her heartbeat became more rapid. Courtlandy looked at the two embracing each other, pushed down the discomfort in his heart, and turned to leave. No matter what, for Shi Ying at this moment, Junilua's willingness to help him was the best ending. The night was deep and melted like thick ink. Junilua sat on the edge of the bed and rubbed her sore wrists. She felt like her hands were going to waste away. Her gaze fell on Shi Ying's face from time to time, looking at his sleeping face and recalling the scene from the party. Her cheeks couldn't help but burn. The heat seemed to remain in the palm of his hand, the blazing temperature spreading down his palm to his entire body and finally gathering on his face, unable to dissipate. Just as her mind wandered off into something increasingly indescribable, Shi Shadow let out a whimper. Junilua was startled and subconsciously reached out his hand, trying to slap the person unconscious. The moment her hand touched Shi Shadow, a large hand yanked her into an embrace. Before Junilua had time to react, Shi Ying's lips had already pressed up. Junilua's mind instantly went blank, and she only felt as if her body had been set on fire, her blood boiling in her veins. Shi Shadow's hands roamed over Junilua's body as if exploring an uncharted territory. Junilo's body became softer and softer in Shi Ying's arms. She could clearly feel Shi Ying's strong heartbeat, which intertwined with her own to form a unique melody. Shi Shadow's lips left Juniro's and began to travel down her chin, all the way down. It ended up leaving a teeth mark on the back of her neck collar. Just as Junilua was in a state of confusion, Shi Ying suddenly stopped moving, his eyes filled with deep love and longing, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness and trembling. Your Highness, may I? Junilua looked at Shi Ying's blazing gaze, and the defenses in her heart instantly collapsed as she softly hummed. Having received Junilua's response, Shi Ying seemed to be recognized as he lowered his head once again and kissed Junilua deeply. Just then a soft, slightly urgent voice came from outside the door. Your Highness, Wulu, has returned and is seeking an audience outside the door. Junilo didn't remember who Wulu was for a moment, and only after going through his mind a few times did he remember that Wulu was the original master's personal secret guard, who had been sent to capture the most beautiful mermaid of the mermaid clan some time ago. Junilo's petite body shuddered at the thought. The fact that Jill had returned meant that the white-cut black little mermaid had also been captured. Her eyes instantly went from disoriented to clear, and she pushed the person on top of her. Shi Ying slowly sat up as he gave Junilua a deep look that was filled with deep emotion and reluctance, as well as a hint of undetectable loss. He opened his mouth slightly as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just sighed softly and silently began to help Junilua organize his clothes. Juniro barfed on his face. Alright, you go back to sleep. I'll go check it out. Shi Ying's eyes lit up. Those losses were instantly erased by her words, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose. He reached out and gently pulled Junilua's sleeve, his voice carrying a hint of gentle fondness. Your Highness, come back early. Juniro nodded and returned the smile before turning to leave. Shi Ying looked at her departing back, his heart filled with tenderness. He lay back down on the bed, reminiscing about the kiss she had just given him, the soft touch seeming to remain on his cheeks, causing his heart to beat faster uncontrollably. Juniro came into the living room and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down before he walked towards the door. Opening the door, Juniro saw an anxious-looking Yule. When Wulu saw Junilo, he hurriedly saluted and said, Your Highness, my subordinate has returned. Juniro nodded and said, Good work, Yule. Where are the mermaid orcs? Wulu replied, Back to your Highness. That mermaid orc has been brought back and is just outside. But, Juniro frowned and asked, But what? Wulu hesitated for a moment and said, That mermaid was seriously injured in the arrest over. We have tried our best to save her, but the situation is still not too optimistic. Junilul wasn't much surprised by this, something he had known for a long time. Looking back at the original episode, the mermaid prince Aashian was also badly injured by his own brother's scheme before he was captured by Yuraku. When the original owner heard that there was an orc in the mermaid tribe who was even prettier than she was, she wanted to see how good it was, so she had it captured. At that time, the original owner was in an extremely bad mood because of the 3 beast husbands and various things, and in the face of the dying mermaid, instead of generating pity, it even bred a perverted desire for abuse. It can be imagined what kind of treatment the mermaid suffered. And finally the mermaid used the compulsion to escape. Midway was picked up by the heroine. The heroine carefully cared for like the heroine, became one of her beast husband. After a moment of slight contemplation, she said, "Show me." Yul answered and led Juniro to the place where the mermaid prince, Aashian, was housed. All that could be seen was Aashian lying still, his beautiful fishtail covered in scars and his original silver blue scales losing their luster. The cold white skin lined his face, and his breath was so weak that it seemed as if it would disappear at any moment. Juniro walked up and crouched down beside Aashian and began to examine his injuries. Aashian's injuries were worse than she thought. A couple of the more serious injuries were to his internal organs and tailbone, but it was too late now. She took out a healing potion from her space and injected it into him, instructing Ching Soft to send him to the healing pod to cure his trauma before arranging a courtyard with a pool for him. He took Yul back to rest after the order. Yul, as a personal secret guard, lived in the room next to hers. When she Shadow heard the commotion and came out, she saw Juniro bring up a strange orc. The whole heart was bad, but he didn't show it. "Your Highness, rest early." Yul bowed respectfully. Juniro hummed and gave him the next 2 days off to rest. Chapter 19, The Future Mermaid King in Missing Memories. As soon as Junilo entered the room, before he had time to react, he was violently pressed against the wall by Shadow. Without waiting for Junilua to say anything, he kissed him dominantly. Juniro was first startled, then gradually lost under Shadow's heated onslaught. The breaths of the 2 men intertwined, weaving together. The atmosphere gradually heated up and grew out of control. However, right at this moment, Junilua only felt a stabbing pain in his brain as countless fragments replayed in his mind, over and over again. It stimulated her brain, finally converging into a picture. It was the original owner's wedding night with Shadow. Even from memory, she could feel the original owner's excitement and euphoria at the time. She came with great anticipation, but the man sitting by the bed looked cold and indifferent, as if none of this had anything to do with him. At first, she thought it was his character and didn't care much about it, but then no matter how she teased him, the man remained unresponsive, and even his body didn't change a bit. In a fit of rage, the original owner took out an injection and gave it to him, but the result remained the same, and the original owner became completely enraged and began to frantically smash things. The sound of breaking china and crashing furniture was particularly harsh in the stillness of the night. She smashed everything she could in the room, but still couldn't get rid of the anger in her heart. In the end, the original owner lost her mind. She whipped Shadow and had him thrown out, and the man took it all silently, without resistance or explanation. June Elohim's eyes widened in shock at the memory, and she slowly pushed Shadow away, covering her head with both hands and frowning in pain. Shadow was suddenly pushed away, a trace of bewilderment crossing her eyes. But looking at Junilua's agonized appearance, his heart panicked as he eagerly asked, "Your Highness, what's wrong with you?" Juniro tried hard to shake off the images in his head, but they became clearer and clearer. Scratching pain continued to irritate her as countless images flooded her mind. First Shadow, then Zorin. Was it the same with Cruelty? So that's why the original owner kept abusing them? It was the greatest insult to a female to be disliked as a wife master by her own beast husband, who couldn't even react to her. She was also a noble princess. How could she stand this kind of anger? And these people could not be repudiated, taking up the name of her beast husband, but not willing to serve themselves, with no place to vent her grievances in her heart, and an Ellis to stir up trouble from time to time. She could only use the method of torturing them to declare her sovereignty. Greeting Shi Ying's worried eyes, and recalling the violet eyes in his memory that were so cold and indifferent that they did not have a trace of warmth, Junilua momentarily could not think of what attitude to take to face him. Shadow, you go back first. When Shadow heard this, the color of blood faded from his face, and a flash of pain and loss flashed across his eyes. "Your Highness, did I do something wrong? Why are you kicking me out?" Shi Ying's voice trembled slightly, carrying an uneasiness that was hard to hide. Junilua looked at Shi Ying's appearance, and her heart felt a bit unforgiving, but at this time, her mind was so confused that she really didn't want to face him. "Not your problem. I'm tired and want to rest," Juniro said softly. Shi Ying bit her lips and forced herself to hold back the sadness in her heart. "All right, Your Highness, take a good rest. I'll wait for you." After saying that, Xi Ying slowly turned around and left the room with heavy footsteps. Junilua looked at Xi Ying's departing back. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. She sat back down on the edge of the bed and clasped her hands in her lap, trying to organize the memories in her mind. The original owner's approach was certainly radical, but as a proud princess who was disliked by her beast husband, the resentment in her heart could be imagined. And these beastmen, perhaps, had hidden agendas, but these she didn't want to delve into. The Moro, Juniro, who didn't want to face Cruelty and Shadow, showed up early in the morning at the courtyard where Aashian was. Junilo stepped into Aashian's compound and looked at Aashian, who was sprawled out by the pool, with thoughts running through his mind. Aashian was originally captured by the original owner, and at this point it was impossible to release him back. Juniro was even less likely to let Aashian have the opportunity to come into contact with the heroine and thus become her aide. He's the future king of the mermaids, ruling over the entire planet Jellyfish. Either it works for her or. Aashian's upper body was naked, revealing beautifully defined muscles, those unhealed wounds crisscrossing his body, adding a unique broken beauty to him. The 3-meter-long tail of the fish gently slapped the water in the pool, glowing silver blue in the daylight. Aashian in the pool slowly raised his head at the sound of subtle footsteps, the confusion and caution in his ocean-like eyes fleeting. Just the right amount of helplessness and uncertainty instantly flooded his eyes. Rather than being mentally prepared, Junilua was still shocked by the heaven-defying godly face, and was momentarily a bit disoriented. It took a few moments to slow down and step lightly forward. Are you better? Juniro tried to keep his tone as even as possible. Lane bit her lip gently, her voice low as she replied, "Good, much better, thanks." He lowered his eyes slightly, a pitiful look that one could not help but feel pity. Junilua was secretly wary in her heart. She could not be fooled by the appearance of this little white lotus. "Aren't you a mermaid from the planet Jellyfish? Why are you hurt so badly?" The mermaids were the strongest under the sea, and it wasn't out of the blue for her to ask. Due to the pained look that crossed his eyes, he hung his head slightly, his long silver blue hair slipping down and covering his face, only vaguely revealing his tightly bitten lips. His voice had an indescribable ethereal quality, yet it carried an endless sadness. "I am the only bloodline of the Mermaid King, Aashian, and a few months ago there was a change in the Sea Clan, and my family died in that change." Lanin slowly raised his head, his eyes glistening with tears, that look of pain and despair intertwined in such a way that one couldn't help but look at him with pity. Juniro scared in his heart. No, those few family members who backstabbed him died at his hands. "Thank you for saving my sister's life. If it wasn't for my sister, Aashian might have gone to meet the beast god." He had fallen into a coma when he was caught, not realizing that the group had been specially sent by Juniello to capture him. Juniro was happy for him to misunderstand. "This is the Karen Empire. I am the Imperial Princess Junilua. Saving you this time was purely by chance. My merchant caravan just happened to go to the Jellyfish planet to exchange supplies, and I brought you back after encountering the unconscious you on the shore. This was also thanks to the original owner who had gone to catch fish under the pretext of exchanging aquatic supplies with the merchant caravan in order not to attract attention." Shock crossed Aashian's face at hearing who she was, and he shuddered again in thanks. "Many thanks to Princess Sister for saving her life. Lanin is unable to repay her. Lanin does not dare to ask for the favor of her body. If Sister does not mind letting Lanin stay and serve Sister." Junilo, looking at the wounds on Aashian's body that had not yet healed, Juniro frowned and turned to bring the medication for the treatment. "Come up here and I'll medicate you first." She sat him down at the sink and began to medicate him. Aashian's skin trembled slightly under Juniro's touch, and he bit his lip as if he was enduring the pain. Chapter 20: The Truth Behind the Original Master's Viciousness. Junilo's movements were not gentle to say the least, but very carefully applied the ointment to each wound. Aashian let her smear herself, her deep blue eyes moving with her movements. With his well-behaved look, if Junilua hadn't known his nature long ago, I'm afraid he would have really been fooled by him. Juniro medicated him while calculating in his mind what to do with him. It's really tricky to let him go without making him a hidden danger. Juniro avoided meeting up with Shadow and Cruelty, and spent his days resting, doing experiments, and on the way to see Lanin. The days slipped by in Juniro's tangle and busyness. On the one hand, Aashian looks really too outstanding. Silver and blue gradient color, long curly hair. The pupils of the eyes are dark blue. The appearance is absolutely beautiful. Both the male heroism, but also female softness. Androgynous deserves to be the most beautiful male in the interstellar. This is partly to supervise him, as the original episode had Aashian fleeing the princess's house by using illusions and eventually being saved by the heroine. She wanted to see if the plot would follow the original book's trajectory. It's just that she's lost her mind significantly more often in the past 2 days. Lanin seemed to have sensed what was on Junilo's mind as well, and he looked at her quietly. just the right amount of heartache showing in his eyes. Sister Princess, if my presence interferes with your relationship with your beast husbands, sister need not be embarrassed. Aashian will leave on her own. Junilua was slightly stunned and then frowned. What nonsense! The most important thing for you is to get well. She knew that she couldn't keep avoiding meeting cruelty and Shishadow like this, but every time she thought about those memories, a twisted diaphragm fluttered in the back of her mind. But my sister has been with me all the time, and my brothers don't seem to be happy, so why don't you go and see? Juniro's heart stirred slightly as he listened to Aashian's words. It had indeed been several days since she had spent any quality time with cruelty and Shishadow. There are some things that must be asked face to face, and Seven doesn't know where she's run off to. She doesn't respond to how she's called. You get some rest. I'll go check on them. Juniro finally decided to go and appease Corentin and Shishadow. The two of them had pretended to pass by her yard several times over the past few days, and she had pretended not to see them. She stood up and straightened her clothes before heading towards Shishadow's place. Aashian's dark blue eyes narrowed slightly as he watched her departing back. Actually leaving just like that. Looks like those two are pretty important to her. Along the way, Junilua's mood is extraordinarily subtle, although he wants to find out what's going on. But how can he ask when the words come out of his mouth? He can't or she can't? Just as she was in a million pieces, Seven appeared virtually before her eyes. I haven't seen you in a few days. How are you, host? Do you think I'm good? Seven didn't quite understand the point of her anger. Was it that she wasn't getting satisfaction? It can't be. Is Shishadow no good? Or does the host have too big an appetite? The orc was in heat for at least 3 days, and it thought that it would have to stay in the small dark room for at least a few days. Thinking that it might as well take the opportunity to take a trip back to the main god's space, it quickly flipped through the data from the last few days and came to a conclusion. Shishadow is really not good. Can't take the host even after all this. No wonder she's so resentful. Don't be angry, host. These days Xiaoqi went back to the main god space to make benefits for the host. Junilua's brow stretched a few moments, and he didn't rush to ask about any perks, but instead inquired about another matter. Find out what happened on the original owner's wedding night with the 3 beast husbands. 1 is fine. 3 are like that. It's hard not to be suspicious. Upon hearing this, Seven immediately opened the data query. A string of mysterious data runes traced around it. It took 30 seconds for Seven to stop moving. Host, check it out. It turned out that the heroine had tampered with the original owner's gown. She took advantage of helping to organize the gown to secretly apply an extremely special drug on it, which was colorless, tasteless, and extremely stealthy, making it almost difficult to be detected. Not only that, but the heroine uses her status as a pharmacist who is the apprentice of the Dean of Pharmacy Research to drug them while giving them a marriage test. Once these two medicines touch, a strange chemical reaction occurs. When a female wears that drugged gown, her temper is greatly affected and she becomes extremely irritable. Males, on the other hand, fall into a state of temporary loss of perception, unable to take the slightest interest in anything around them. Junilo heard Xiaoqi's explanation, and waves of shock instantly rippled within his heart. She was never expecting the female lead to be so devious and cunning, using such a despicable means to separate the relationship between the original owner and the beast husband. It's not just bad anymore. She had to say she knew enough about the original owner's character. Just why did she do it? Is it simply because of jealousy of the original owner's status? When she arrived at Shishadow's place, she found Karanti and Shishadow sitting in the courtyard, one with a bad face and the other with a calm face. What's going on here? Juniro asked softly. Corentin looked up and saw that it was Juniro and spoke with mockery. Yo, if it isn't your highness, how come you have time to think of us? Why aren't you with your little mermaid today? Although Shishadow didn't say anything, a hurt look appeared in her eyes. Juniro was already surprised by his attitude and raised a smile as he slowly walked up to the two. Karanti, do you have to talk so gloomy? I didn't mean to leave you guys out. I've just been a little busy lately. Corentin snorted lightly. Busy? Humph. You are clearly mesmerized by that little mermaid. Too busy cultivating a relationship with him. Where do you think about our outdated beast husband? The more Saranti thought about it, the angrier he got. It was like this bad female was afraid that they would hurt that mermaid male, and actually lined up a dozen guards around her to handle it. It's so important. And you're trying to trick them. Juniello took a deep breath. With this temper tantrum of Corentin's, she really wanted to give him a couple of chestnuts to shut him up. She turned her head to Shishadow, her gaze full of apology and concern. Shishadow, don't listen to him. You guys are the most important people to me. He's just the patient. Corentin grunted. Nice words. Who knows what's really going on in your mind? If he really cared, how could he leave Shishadow, who was still in heat, unattended? Went to her and she pretended not to see them and willfully ignored them. Not a word of her words could Courtlandy believe anymore. Juniello knew that if he didn't explain himself, Corentin would keep holding onto it. Since the heroine wanted to see them turn against each other, she was inclined to grace her with her presence, and to steal all her future beast husbands. Coranti, don't say anything for a moment. Aashian is seriously injured and his life will be in danger if he is not treated in time. I have just been treating him for the past few days. Shishadow raised her eyes slightly, her voice a bit hoarse. Then why is His Highness avoiding us? Juniro crouched down, took hold of Shishadow's hand, and dropped a kiss on the back of his hand. I know my negligence has upset you, and I promise that I won't do so again. Chapter 21, The Unsettling and Arrogant Corentin. Shi Ying's cheeks were instantly tinted with a touch of scarlet, and he hung his head slightly, not daring to look directly into Jun Iluo's eyes. The hand that had been kissed by Jun Iluo trembled gently, and an indescribable joy and shyness welled up in her heart. Corentin's displeasure grew at the sight. He grunted heavily and clasped his hands to his chest, opening his mouth to say something but fearing to make a fool of himself. He finally shut up in hatred. Only his eyes were full of aggression and anger, as if he was a child who had been robbed of his beloved toy. Corentin, what's that look on your face? Do you not believe me? Juniro was amused by his arrogant little expression, yet he still had a deliberately stern face inquiring. And I don't know who left us alone for that mermaid and only now wants to coax us. Cootie, only then do I believe you. As he said that, he also deliberately turned his head to the side, not looking at Junilo. Silly Shishadow. Juniro stood up and walked towards Coranti. Such a cute little chestnut kite, how could this princess ignore it? It's too late to love it. Cortlandy wasn't buying it. Nice try. If you really cared about us, you wouldn't have kept us waiting so long. Juniro, can you still cooperate with the chat? Sighing helplessly, Corentin. Aashian's condition is truly critical and I can't see it through. Coranti looked away, still puffed up, not seeing her so nervous when she was so badly hurt. Surely this is the difference between love and no love. Her eyes were red with anger at the thought. Juniro, why are you still angry? As expected, it's Kotori Kite who loves to blow up and get all misty-eyed at the drop of a hat. Alright, don't be mad. I'll make you your favorite stir-fried cabbage later. Coranti didn't respond, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes, and every now and then he glanced at the back of Shishadow's hand in the box. Seeing his appearance, Juniro was suddenly blessed with the spirit to go up to him and break his face squarely and give him a kiss on the cheek. Coranti's face instantly exploded red, his crimson eyes widening slightly as his hands panicked and didn't know where to put them. He stammered. What are you doing? Juniro couldn't help but laugh at his adorable appearance. Not angry now, are you? Corentin's face was still red as he turned his head away in a twisted, stiff-lipped manner. Who said I wasn't angry? But for the sake of the sautéed cabbage, I'll grudgingly forgive you this once. At that moment, Shishadow, who had been silent all this time, lifted her eyes slightly and looked at Junilo and Corentin, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. Juniro sensed Shishadow's mood and walked over to him, leaning in to whisper a word in his ear. Shishadow's eyes lit up and she nodded with a red face. Juniluo turned and dragged Coranti back to her courtyard. Coranti was a little bit restless the whole way. The blush on her face hadn't completely faded yet. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Juniello let go of Corentin's hand. Cortlandy looked at her hand and a twinge of dismay actually welled up in her heart. Sit down, Juniro said with a smile. Corentin sat down awkwardly, his eyes darting around, just not daring to look at Juniello. Junilo looked at him in this state and only found it very cute. Why are you still not happy? This time it was my fault. In the future I will definitely care more about you guys and won't make you feel the illusion of being neglected again. Corentin grunted. Your Highness will do as you say. That's natural. It was the first time that Corentin had ever willingly called her Your Highness, and it was not easy. By the way, Corentin, is there anything you've been wanting to do lately? Or something in particular you want to eat? Coranti thought for a moment and said, I'd like to eat Your Highness's cooking. Junilo smiled. Okay, I'll go make it for you later. After saying that, Juniluo stood up and prepared to leave. Corentin looked at her back, suddenly a little dismayed. Your Highness, cried Coranti. Juniello stopped and turned to look at him. What's wrong? Corentin opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. In the end, he just spoke softly. Nothing, I'm going to check out the backyard vegetable garden. In fact, those vegetables and fruit seedlings he visited every day. There was nothing to see. Junilo smiled. There's no rush. I'll accompany you to see it later. With that, he turned and left the living room and went into the kitchen. As soon as Junilo entered the kitchen, he began to prepare the ingredients. Corentin followed her, his face beaming with joy, but trying to restrain it from being too obvious. I can only eat tonight's food by myself, and Your Highness is not allowed to ask Shishadow to come over and join us. Corentin lifted his chin slightly, in a manner that said if you dare call him, I'll turn the tables on you, and his domineering tone was laced with careful testing. Okay, it's all yours. She washed the greens skillfully as Corenty watched blearily, occasionally reaching out to help, but fearing he was adding to the mess. The quality of these dishes was too good, fresher than any he had seen in the palace, and he was afraid that he would spoil them in a bad way. Corentin, go get that plate over there, Juniello commanded. Corentin pretended to be full of himself. Humph, I'll take it if I'm told to. But his body was honest enough to pick up the plate and hand it to Juniello. Can I just eat this? He pointed to the cleaned red fruit in the vegetable basket. Juniello picked up the freshly washed tomato and shoved it directly into his mouth. You can eat if you want to. It's not stopping you. Courtlandy nibbled on a tomato as she watched Juniello chop and sauté vegetables, and the kitchen began to fill with an aroma. His eyes always followed Juniello's figure. His heart filled with emotion, but his mouth muttered, such a strange way to do it, and I don't know if it's any good. Juniello rewarded him with a blank stare and continued to fry the vegetables. In no time at all, several colorful and flavorful green vegetable dishes were ready. Juniello plated the dish and Corentin couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and take a taste. Wow, delicious, said trying to be angry about something, and then purposely grimaced and skimmed, smiley face. It's just so, barely edible. You're the one who can talk. You can't even plug your mouth with food. Juniello knocked him on the head with a chopstick. The two chatted as they ate, and the atmosphere was but not too bad. After the meal, the robot in charge of sanitation came over and cleaned up the dishes, and Juniello went straight to the backyard vegetable garden with Corentin. As soon as he walked into the vegetable garden, Corentin was stunned by the sight before him. In this interstellar land, it had always been difficult to grow things on barren land, but now, the vegetable seeds that had been sown a few days ago were sprouting. Corentin snapped back to his senses and tried to restrain his excitement, not wanting Juniello to see that he was overly excited. It comes across as him being uneducated. Just unconsciously, he took small quick steps up in the vegetable garden, his body trembling slightly, almost about to lose control of manifesting his beast form, but still mouth hard. This is not a big deal, but just some vegetable sprouts. His mouth was disgusted, but his eyes stayed glued to those tender green sprouts, unable to move away. Juniello laughed in his heart as he watched the look on Corentin's face. Chapter 22, Coupling with Shishadow. I knew you would like it. This vegetable garden will be yours to take care of from now on. Okay? Corentin grunted softly. Who likes it? I'm just a little surprised. Saying that, his feet couldn't help but circle around the vegetable garden again and again, his eyes constantly scanning the garden as if he was already thinking about where to start tending to it. Juniello smiled and said, since you don't care for it, I'll leave it to Shishadow to take care of it. Not allowed. The words almost came out of his mouth, and only after he said them did he realize that he was getting overly excited. Coughing lightly, before proceeding to retort, seeing as your highness is so sincere, I will reluctantly agree. When he finished speaking, he stole another glance at the tender green sprouts, and a sense of responsibility grew in his heart. The fact that Juniello was willing to hand over such an important place to him showed that he trusted him. How can I give it to Shishadow? After a pause, he added, but first things first, in case something goes wrong with this vegetable garden, you can't chastise me. Juniello nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I trust you. The corners of Corentin's mouth involuntarily rose for a few moments, but then quickly suppressed it, not wanting to let Juniello see the joy in his heart. He cleared his throat and said, since your highness trusts me so much, I will not let your highness down. Shortly after Corentin left that night, Shishadow came over. Juniello had just finished her shower, her long, wet hair draped casually over her shoulders, exuding a fresh scent. She was dressed in a light robe, her exquisite figure hidden in the soft light. Juniello took a deep breath to calm himself, and calm himself again. The rules of this grassy world are such that an orc can sniff out if he's mated with a female or not. It was soon to be the day that the other galaxies would be paying tribute, and she had to couple with Corentin and Shishadow before the feast began. If they didn't sauce themselves with them before the ambassadors arrived, they would be reduced to the laughingstock of the entire interstellar world. Their galactic envoys will take them away on the grounds that they served unfavorably and send a new prince. And that, in no way, was an outcome she wanted to see. The two don't have great personalities, but at least they're good looking and know their stuff. Your Highness, the Shishadow slowly approached, his aura gradually enveloping Juniello. Juniello could feel the strong male aura emanating from him and couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in her heart. Seeing Juniello's wet hair, Shishadow offers to blow dry it for her. Juniello nodded in response, just as she was too lazy to blow it herself. Xiang brought the hairdryer and her slender fingers gently combed Juniello's long hair. He turned on the hairdryer and the warm wind slowly brushed through his hair. Juniro closed his eyes and felt the delicate gentleness. She Shadow. Tomorrow the Jupiter Star envoys will arrive at the Central Star Plaza. Do you want to go and take a look? Juniro's voice reached Shishadow's ears through the hum of the windsock. Shishadow's grip on the hair dryer tightened slightly, her violet eyes crossing multiple emotions. But alone, there was no surprise, and even a hint of fear. Juniro sensed his difference and tilted his head to look at him. What's wrong? Shishadow shook her head lightly. Will your highness accompany me? As the 7th prince of Jizixing who had been sent to make peace with his family, he was required to visit according to etiquette. You're my sidekick. If you don't want to go, we won't go. They won't dare say anything. The palace banquet is in 3 days, and I will take you with me. Shishadow's pupils trembled as she gently nodded her head. But there are more important matters at hand, he said as he reached out and gently hooked his hand around Shishadow's neck and pressed downward, a hint of compulsion in his eyes. Shishadow was slightly stunned, clearly not expecting Junilo to take such initiative, but still cooperated by bending down close to her. Your Highness. Junilua leaned close to Xiying and whispered in his ear. Xiying, would you like to be my mate? Once coupled, he would be completely bound to her, with no possibility of leaving. Shishadow's breathing became rapid as she put down the hairdryer and turned to tighten her arms around Junilua's waist, her voice hoarse as she replied. Shishadow is meant to be your highness's beastman. Your highness can do whatever you want. Junilua's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points as she reached out her hand and gently touched Xiying's handsome face. The slightly cool body heat sent ripples through her heart. I don't know who initiated it, but by the time they looked back the two had shifted their battlefield. Junilua looked at Shishadow who was crushed underneath him. A hint of shyness flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by excitement. Xiying's deep violet eyes gradually colored with lust as he stared at Junilua closely, as if he wanted to carve her appearance into his heart. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, their breaths intertwined, and the sound of their heartbeats echoed like drumbeats in the silent room. Xiying's hand slowly lifted up and gently held Junilo's wrists, his voice low and hoarse. Your Highness, may I? Jun Elohim did not reply, but his fingers gently traced over Shishadow's solid chest, feeling his powerful heartbeat. Xiying, on the other hand, wrapped her arms tightly around Junilua as if she wanted to rub her into her body. Intertwined with each other's breath, the moon rises and sets, and the sky is white. The room returned to calm. The scent, if anything, tantalized the mind. Junilua lay helplessly in Xiying's arms, her hair a little disheveled, and the hashtag after redness still lingered on her skin. Her eyes were slightly closed, her long lashes casting faint shadows on her cheeks, and her breathing was steady and gentle. Xiying's eyes were filled with doting as he gently arranged Junilua's hair, his fingers gently tracing over her cheeks. His movements were extremely gentle, as if he was treating an incomparably precious treasure. The messy sheets had been changed by the robot while they were in the shower. Sunlight poured in through the windows, casting a warm glow over them. Xiying gently dropped a kiss on Junilua's forehead, looking at the Black Phoenix seal on her chest. The Black Phoenix is the national emblem of the Karen Empire. Her tone was never so soft, Your Highness. From now on, Xiying belongs to Your Highness alone. Of course this was not heard by Juniro, who had fallen into a deep sleep. Juniro woke up in the evening, starved. She still overestimated this body's tolerance and underestimated the fervor that Shishadow hid behind a cool exterior. One night, all night, two alternating. Shishadow, not sure if she was awake or had woken up early, sat quietly on the edge of the bed watching her for who knows how long. His eyes were gentle and focused, as if Juniro was his whole world. Junilua moved slightly, sensing Xiying's gaze, and blankly glanced at him. What are you looking at? The corners of Xiying's mouth rose slightly, revealing a light smile. Your Highness looks good. Junilua looked into the depth of feeling in his eyes and his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She tried to sit up but found that her body was incredibly sore. Shishadow hurriedly reached out to support her and asked with concern. Is it okay? Does it hurt? You tell me. Juniro gave him a blank look. Didn't he know what he had done himself? Shishadow revealed a guilty and heartbroken look as he gently swept Junilua into his arms and apologized in a low voice. It's Shishadow's fault for injuring His Highness. Chapter 23, Choosing a Dress and Meeting the Heroine, Provoking and Drugging Her. Junilua leaned against his chest, feeling his warmth and heartbeat, and the resentment in her heart dissipated a bit. Show me some restraint in the future. Juniro gritted his teeth and threatened. Tell him no two at once, and he'll take turns. Really? It's kinda cool though. It's the back that's going to break. Xiying hastily nodded her head. I'll listen to Your Highness. I'm hungry. Junilo touched his hungry stomach after not eating for a day. Xiying immediately got up. I'll go get food for His Highness. Not long after, Xiying returned with some exquisite food. He carefully fed Junilua, his eyes a gentleness he had never seen before. After eating, Jun Elohim was in better spirits. Taking out a recovery potion from space, Juno drank the recovery potion and only felt a warm current flow through his body as the soreness gradually lessened. Shadow stayed by her side, her eyes full of concern. After a while, Juno felt that he had regained a lot of his strength. She stood up and stretched her body. Shadow hurriedly supported her. Your Highness, be careful. Juno's heart warmed as he watched Xiang tense up. Seeing as he served him well last night, it was decided to give him a big present after a while. Recently, the central star of the Karen Empire was more bustling than ever, with ambassadors from various galaxies arriving at the central area of the Karen Empire, and a tense and excited atmosphere permeated the entire central star. Juno hadn't even gone out for a proper stroll in this world for so long. The palace banquet was in 2 days, and she mused that she would take this opportunity to take Corentin and Shadow out for a stroll, so that on one hand, she could relax, and on the other hand, she could also buy them a set of clothes that they would wear to the banquet. After all, the royal family had only prepared dresses for her and Zuo Ling, who was the main husband, while Corentin and Xiang, who were the side husbands, did not have such treatment. Every now and then, oddly shaped flying machines whizzed by on the streets, leaving behind a brilliant trail of light and shadow. Their hover cycle stayed directly on the top floor of the shopping center building. Juno stepped out of the car first, with Corentin and Shadow following close behind. The wind from the penthouse brushed gently, carrying a hint of freshness. The three of them walked together into the shopping center, which was brightly lit with all kinds of beautiful stores. Juno's eyes traveled from store to store, looking for stores that sold dresses. For their part, Courtlandy and Shadow followed her silently, both anticipation and a hint of nervousness in their eyes. Guided by the robot, they arrive at a couture dress store with lavish decorations that are worth a lot of money at first glance. Just as they arrived at the door, the uniformed clerk warmly greeted them, and seeing the extraordinary temperament of the three Juno, they immediately respectfully inquired about their needs. Juno looked at the enthusiastic cat-eared teenager. There were orcs that existed in this world. It was just that orcs had a low status and their force and intelligence were inferior to normal orcs. Juno withdrew his gaze and succinctly explained his intentions, and the cat-eared teenager began to enthusiastically recommend various styles of dresses. Juno picked carefully, letting Corentin and Shadow try them on from time to time. After trying on several sets, I finally chose a dress I was happy with. As she was about to go to the matching cuffs, she heard a familiar voice. Looking up, he saw the heroine, Alice, striding into the store with her beast husband. Juno frowned slightly. The world was so small that he could even come across this. Alice also saw Juno. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes before she smiled and walked over to greet him. Lolo, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Juno responded with a smile as well. It is quite a coincidence. Cousin is also here to pick out a dress? Alice nodded. Yes, I want to pick out a proper gown for both and the others. Juno nodded slightly and said no more, turning his head to continue to pick out his cuffs. Alice, however, didn't seem to want to end the conversation there. She looked at the gowns on Corentin and Shadow and complimented. Lolo, the gowns you chose are so nice. They complement their temperament. Juno wore a fake smile on her face, but her tone was flat. Cousin is too kind. They already have outstanding temperaments, and the gowns are just the icing on the cake. Alice had originally looked at Corentin's outstanding face, but was assigned to Juno. Listening to her say so in her heart is even more hateful. In front of the still hang a warm smile. Alice's eyes flicked over Corentin and Shadow before suddenly revealing a smile of ulterior meaning. Lolo, the two of them are so good. Why have you been reluctant to couple up with them for so long? She purposely paused for a moment and had a dawning realization. It can't be that they have some kind of hidden disease, can it? Juno's feet lurched and her face instantly sank. She slowly turned around, her gaze icy cold as she looked at Alice. Alice, what do you mean by that? Luo, don't be angry. Cousin, I'm also doing this for your own good. If you really have any hidden illnesses, be sure to tell Cousin. Cousin will try to find a way to help you guys treat them. These words just happened to be heard by Corentin, who was walking over. His face changed slightly and he was about to open his mouth to scold someone, but Juno grabbed a step ahead of him and looked at Alice with a stern look in his eyes. Who are you? Also configure the beak of my business? Alice, however, wasn't afraid of her cold face and continued. I'm also concerned about you. If there are any problems between you two, it's better to solve them as early as possible. Juno sneered. Cousin knows so much. She seems to be experienced. Is that how the ones in your family were cured by you as well? You call you cousin, really think you're somebody? I just want to help you. Forget about it if you don't appreciate it. Why are you cursing? Alice opened her mouth expectantly. Not even a breath-hiding spray. I wonder how you have the face to call yourself a pharmacist. Juno was extremely protective. How could he endure seeing one of his own being bullied? This invisible spray is still Shao-Chi in order to make up for her descent. She originally just did not want to go out to be surrounded by people, so she sprayed herself and Xiang. This will come in handy. She turned her head to look at Karanti and Shishadow, who were also looking a little worse for wear. In particular, Corentin looked like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and Juniro, fearing that he would spout nonsense in a fit of pique, took the initiative to take his hand and squeeze it. Since Alice was so fond of drugging, she'd give her a taste of being drugged as well. Watching Alice's eyes redden with anger, like she had been wronged by the heavens, her beast husbands comforted her from the sidelines. Junilua deliberately stepped forward with a surprised look on her face. Aya, what's wrong with you, cousin? Who bullied you? Taking the opportunity to sprinkle the nearly transparent powder on her clothes. It was a truth powder she had just developed that could bring out a person's inner darkness completely. It was intended to be used for her at the palace banquet, and it was good to try it out in advance. Chapter 24. Since you like drugging so much, you should try it, too. Juniro, do you think you've won? Alice's eyes were red and her tone was full of resignation. What? Juniro looked bewildered, as if he didn't know why she was suddenly on fire. Alice gritted her teeth. You're just relying on your status as a princess. Without that status, you are nothing. Junilo seemed to be hurt by her words, her entire body shaking. Shishadow held her from behind, her violet eyes not containing a trace of warmth as she looked at Alice, whose face was twisted. Is cousin jealous of my status? Junilua found a comfortable position to lean against in Xiang's arms, her face aggravated. Yes, I'm jealous of you. Why should you be the princess and have everything while I'm always on top of you? Even the beastman can only pick what you pick left over. Why? I'm not convinced. Alice's face became increasingly ugly, her forehead oozed fine beads of sweat, and her breathing became rapid. She began to continually speak those unseemly thoughts within herself. So this is you disliking your beast husband? Junilo looked somewhat sympathetically at the increasingly pale beast husband behind her. They never thought that they would be such a bad presence in Alice's mind. Alice, however, seemed to have fallen into a state of madness, not caring at all about the feelings of the beastmen, and continued to yell loudly. What are they but tools to warm the bed? Juniro straightened up from Shishadow's arms and looked at her disapprovingly. Elise, you are wrong. Status is not the fundamental measure of a person. You blame everything on my status, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. If I wasn't a princess, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to set foot in the main star. What? After a few years of fine clothes, have you forgotten your original identity? If it wasn't for our royal family giving you the status of a county princess, you would be nothing more than an ordinary female from a remote galaxy. Would you have been so kind if you didn't value my abilities? Alice watched in horror as the words came out of her uncontrollable mouth, her eyes wide with panic. She desperately wanted to stop, but her mouth was completely out of control, as if an invisible force was driving it. Juniro raised his chin slightly, his eyes teasingly looking at Ares. Valuing your abilities? You have overestimated yourself. If it wasn't for the fact that Mother cared more for that trace of blood relationship and used the best resources to cultivate you, do you think you would be able to have what you have today? You enjoy the honor and glory of a county princess, yet you don't know how to be thankful. Instead you are jealous and resentful. Shishadow stood beside Junilua, her body exuding a cold aura. If it weren't for the interstellar laws that said you couldn't verbally abuse a female, much less act in a way that would harm her, he would have struck out long ago. Corentin didn't think about it as much as he did. He didn't care about any interstellar laws. He was already hot-tempered, and when he saw that Alice had said such hurtful words, and that the bad females were on the verge of being bullied into tears by her, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. He rushed to Alice in an arrow step, his face full of anger, and his already ruddy eyes were as if they were drenched in blood, red and scary at that moment. Since you are so unable to see the sheriff's identity, you have the ability not to want it. How can you both want it and pretend to look like you're capable of it? Alice was taken aback by Corentin's aura, and her face turned pale. Her beastmen rushed forward and tried to stop Corentin, but Karanti didn't even care about their obstruction and continued her output across several people. What do you have that compares to our highness? A potions intern is great? You can't even research something as effective as the half-baked products our highness casually throws away, and you have the nerve to say that you look up to your abilities? Elisa's beastmen looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They tried to block Corentin again, only to have Corentin push them away. And you guys know what she's doing is wrong, but instead of stopping it, you're following her around. Serves her right for not taking you guys seriously and deserves to be abused. By now, Alice was shaking this way and that, and tears were welling up in her eyes as she was so angry at Corentin's tirade. What's with the touchy-feely claim that I'm bullying you? Karanti was immune to her tears. Moving to cry was annoying at first glance. Bad females don't cry. Juniro coughed lightly, signaling for Cruelty to step back. If we let him talk any longer, he'll be the one who gets yelled at then. Cruelty, though she hadn't cursed enough, obediently shut her mouth and gave Aries a hard look before retreating back to Junairo. Shadow shook his head slightly as he watched Corentin's actions. He knew that Corentin was holding out for the princess, but acting impulsively on this occasion was not advisable. There is very little tolerance for orcs in this era, and Aries is very popular in the Karen Empire. If Alice had cried a few tears in front of her suitors, Corentin would have been scolded by her fervent suitors, and would have been chased by those who even went out of the house. Fearing that she would say something else shocking, one of the taller beastmen rushed forward to cover her mouth, only to be slapped several times. The other one stepped forward and knelt down to apologize with Junilua. Your Highness, please forgive us. Our county princess is not feeling well today and said something against her will. I hope you will forgive her nonsense. They are Alice's beast husbands, and if something happens to Alice they won't survive. I don't know how the usually gentle wife-master could suddenly lose control today. Junilo looked at the beast husband who was on his knees begging for mercy, and his expression eased a little. That's just it. For your sake, I can let today's matter go for now. She said that about you and just let it go? Corentin muttered in displeasure. At least beat her beastly husbands out of her. Shadow gave him a wink before he shut up. The tall beastman hastened to release his hand over Aries' mouth, and together they knelt to thank him. Thank you, Your Highness, for your magnanimity. We will definitely keep an eye on the county princess and not let her rush you in. Who gave you permission to make decisions for me? Alice's face was red with shame and anger, opening her mouth to continue cursing. The tall man's eyes were quick to cover her mouth, not allowing her to be vocalizing. Moving to her ear, he spoke in a voice only two could hear to comfort. Wife master, there will be a long time to come. Junilo no longer paid attention to Alice's few people, checking out and walking away. Shadow followed closely behind her. And what happened in the store today was captured on camera and posted on the Star Network by someone who was interested. It was taken down within 10 minutes of posting it though. But in just a few minutes, previews have already topped 100,000, and many people have already saved it. Even His Majesty and the Queen in the palace saw it. Originally, because of the last rumor and false accusation, the two of them had become quite estranged from her. This time it was very much a direct finger pointing at their baby girl's nose, and the Queen's eyes were red with anger. Originally, she was given the status of sheriff on the basis of being well-behaved and understanding, and being a distant relative, so that she could serve as a playmate for herself, usually eat, wear and use teaching with their own babies in general, but do not want to take the trouble to cultivate actually raised a white-eyed wolf. Chapter 25 Punishment. MS. Alice intercedes for mercy. His Majesty and the Queen sat in the palace with somber faces. Junilua stood aside, her eyes slightly red, obviously aggrieved. The Queen looked at her daughter heartily. Mother didn't expect Alice to be so ungrateful as to say such outrageous words, letting our precious Lolo be aggrieved. Mother, Lolo is fine, just a little sad. The Queen took her in her arms in a heartfelt manner. His Majesty looked at the aggrieved baby he favored in the palm of his hand and angrily slapped the table. Pass on my decree to summon Sheriff Alice here immediately. Junilua said softly. Father and mother, don't get angry over her. Perhaps cousin is just momentarily confused. Confused? The Queen's willow eyebrows rose. Where is this confusion on her part? It is clearly a wolf's ambition. She enjoys the gifts of the royal family, yet she doesn't know how to be grateful and is jealous of you. Junilo bowed his head and lowered his eyelashes to hide the laughter under his eyes. Seeing her in this state, the Queen thought that she was grieving over her sisterhood and hugged Junilua tightly, softly comforting her. Lolo, don't be sad. Someone like that doesn't deserve you to be sad for her. His Majesty also came over and tenderly stroked Junilua's head. Luo, don't be afraid. With father and mother here, we will definitely not let anyone bully you again. Within a short time, Alice was taken to the palace. She looked flustered, obviously back to normal and realizing she had made a big mistake. His Majesty looked at her angrily and asked sternly, Alice, do you know your sin? Alice flung herself to her knees and said with a trembling voice, Auntie, Alice knows she's wrong, please forgive me, Auntie and Uncle. The Queen snorted coldly. Where did you go wrong? Alice bowed her head and mumbled. Alice shouldn't have said such treacherous words, much less disrespected her cousin. Alice knows she's wrong, she shouldn't have been blinded by jealousy. Please Aunt and Uncle, for the sake of past love, spare Alice this time. His Majesty was furious. Past love? If you don't know how to be grateful, how can you talk about love? I have given you the position of county princess in consideration of you being a distant relative, allowing you to accompany the princess, and yet you return my favor in this way? From today, you will be stripped of your status as a county princess and sent back to the remote galaxy in 3 days. Alice was struck by lightning and collapsed to the ground. She didn't realize that her impulsiveness would have such serious consequences. How could she be willing to be sent back when she had managed to climb out of whatever poor, remote planet she had come from? Alice was in tears and couldn't stop kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Your Majesty and Queen, please give me another chance. I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. I will definitely reform myself in the future. Please don't repatriate me back. However, His Majesty was unmoved and said with a cold face, I have given you a chance, and if you knowingly violate the law, you must bear the consequences. I will not change my decision. She turned to the Queen again. Usually this aunt loved her the most, but this time the Queen was so disappointed in her that she was unwilling to even look at her and took Juno into the inner room. Iris was escorted back to the sheriff's residence. The matter was left unreported so as not to interfere with the normal conduct of the palace banquet, but it had been rumored within the circle. Alice begged a lot of people, including suitors who had once looked the other way, but this time, His Majesty the Emperor strictly ordered that whoever dared to intercede on her behalf would be dispatched with her to a remote star. That resource-poor planet was one of the most remote and poorest planets within the jurisdiction of the Karen Empire. Those sons of government families are used to living in a life of fine clothes and food. Where would they want to go to that kind of garbage star where they can't even get enough to eat? It was most still Alice's master who interceded. Earl was dressed in stately ink blue robes, and the chest position of his clothes was embroidered with an exquisite potion symbol, which was the symbol of his status as an important potion research expert of the Karen Empire. He looked grave, pondering in his head what to do to save his only female disciple. In the middle of the palace, Earl respectfully bowed and saluted deeply to the Emperor and Queen on their high seats. Your Majesty and the Queen, the old minister has come here for the matter of Alice, and I implore your Majesty and the Queen to listen to the old minister's words. His Majesty frowned slightly, a hint of scrutiny and irresistible majesty in his gaze. Earl, are you aware of the transgressions that Iris has committed? Your Majesty, I am well aware that Alice's faults are unforgivable. She was young and impetuous and made a big mistake in a moment of confusion, and as her master, I am also responsible for not teaching her properly, but I implore your Majesty to give her another chance for the sake of her youth and ignorance. Earl Byrne, a proud man who used to call himself I in front of the Emperor, now had to bow down for Alice. Alice is a student of our Pharmaceutical Research Institute. She has an exceptional talent and aptitude for pharmaceutical research and development, and now that the latest research and development program is in a critical period, her departure will have a great impact on the program. This project concerns the lives and futures of countless border generals of the Empire, and the old minister really cannot bear to see the project stalled because of Alice's fault. The Queen's eyes revealed a hint of hesitation. She was aware that Alice was participating in an important research. It was just that Alice, a pharmacy trainee, was by definition unable to access the core of the project. Now Earl is saying things like he can't perform without the Alice program. They both underestimated how much Earl loved Iris. She looked slightly sideways at the Emperor, whose gaze was dull and cold. Your Majesty, what Earl said is also reasonable. The mental potion research and development project is indeed crucial, and since Professor Earl has said so, the matter of deportation will be put on hold for now. Her words and actions are simply too unbridled, and if she is let off easily, I fear that it will be difficult to convince the public. Upon hearing this, Earl knew there was wiggle room. Queen, Alice has recognized her mistake and she is willing to be punished. It's just that, Your Majesty and Queen, the development of psychotropic potions for the Karen Empire is a matter of great importance, and Alice plays a vital role in this project. I implore your Majesty and the Queen to be gracious and give her another chance to redeem herself for her sins. The old minister is willing to vouch for her honor, and if Alice ever speaks or acts inappropriately again, the old minister is willing to take the blame along with her. His Majesty was silent for a moment and exchanged a look with the Queen. Good. For the sake of you, Earl, I take back the words of repatriation, but if you repeat the offense, you will be severely punished. Earl's heart was relieved, and he hastened to salute and thank him again. Many thanks to your Majesty and the Queen for their openness. The old minister will definitely supervise Alice so that she can reform properly and contribute to the Empire's potion research and development endeavors. In the end, Alice was simply stripped of her title of sheriff and reclaimed all the honors of a sheriff. Juno hadn't thought it would be so easy to bring down the heroine, and this time it was just to teach her a lesson. She also knew that her father and mother weren't really trying to send Ares back to the remote galaxy, but were just testing Earl's attitude. When they first let Alice go to learn potions from a teacher, it was with the intention of handing over the Potions Research Institute to her to take over in the future. But they didn't want to raise a white-eyed wolf. In recent years, the people of the Pharmacy Research Institute had increasingly disregarded the royal family, relying on nothing more than the fact that Earl was the most powerful pharmacy professor with the greatest talent for pharmacy on the planet Karen. The best pharmacist? Soon it won't be. Chapter 26, Befriending Corentin. She's shadow stood beside her. his head slightly hanging down, a hint of thought flashing through his violet eyes. He said softly, "Your Highness, this time, Alice has suffered such a great loss, but with her nature, I'm afraid that she won't rest easily." Junilua raised his chin slightly, his gaze revealing a touch of cunning. It was almost time for the palace banquet, and she was even kind of looking forward to Alice's performance. After all the aggravation, I'm sure she won't let her down. Shadow moved slightly closer to Junilua, and there seemed to be a hint of gentleness lingering in the cold aura emanating from her body. He reached out and gently straightened Junilua's hair, which had been blown about by the breeze, with gentle and natural movements. Junilua was slightly stunned, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. This Shadow was getting better at teasing. The corners of Shadow's mouth rose slightly as she watched Junilua's reaction. "Don't worry, Your Highness, with Shadow here, we will definitely not let her have the chance to harm Your Highness." Juniro coughed lightly to hide his discomfort, raising his chin slightly. "Then you can keep close to protect my Highness." "Yes." Corentin looked at the two who were like no one else, and his heart was a bit blocked. He was also her beast husband, but Juniro's gaze was only on Shadow. He's good enough to protect her, too. Juniro sensed the change in Corentin's mood and looked at him with a slight sideways glance. Just a hint of resignation in the eyes of Corentin as he pursed his lips. In her mind, she turned her head to Shadow and said, "Shadow, you go back first. I have something to say to Corentin." Shadow was slightly stunned. A trace of dissimilarity flashed in his violet eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and respectfully bowed to Junilua before turning to leave. As he left, he couldn't help but look back at Junilua and Corentin with a knowing glance. Corentin couldn't hide the anticipation in his eyes at the thought of a certain possibility. Juniello looked at Corentin. The corners of his lips quirked slightly. "Corentin, do you know why I left you alone?" Courtlandy sat up straight and grunted in a mock-convincing manner. "How do I know you?" Juniello hooked her index finger around the strap of his collar and yanked it downward, forcing Corentin to lean over and look down to meet her eyes. For eyes met, and Juniler leaned close to whisper in his ear, and Corentin's eyes widened, almost thinking he'd misheard, before ecstasy flooded his heart. You really want to couple up with me?" Juniello nodded gently and turned toward the upstairs bedroom. Corentin hurried to follow, his heart full of excitement and anticipation, but so nervous that his heart jumped out of his throat. Is it too late for him to go to the light brain and learn? Entering the bedchamber, Junilua sat on the edge of the bed, a smile in his eyes as he looked at Corentin, who stood by the side, so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands and feet, and there were even fine beads of sweat on his forehead. "Corentin, you don't have to be nervous." Corentin took a deep breath and tried to calm himself, but his voice was still a little shaky. I am not the one who's nervous." Juniello beckoned slightly, signaling for Corentin to come closer. "Come here and I'll teach you." Corentin's face instantly reddened at her flirtatious words, and he didn't know if he was ashamed or angry. To prove that I wasn't nervous and was experienced, he slowly walked over to the edge of the bed and crouched down, taking Juniro's hand in his. Only his face was calm, but his hands were trembling slightly, none of which revealed his inner nervousness. Juniler took Courtlandy's hand in a reverse grip. Corentin's hand stiffened slightly as it was held, then tightened back on Juniro's hand. Junilua lifted his other hand and hooked the back of his neck forward, the two of them suddenly closing the distance between each other, their shallow breath spraying on the opposite face. Sniffing the faint aroma that emanated from her, Corentin's heartbeat grew faster and faster, and there was a rush of heat that hit his head, and he was too nervous to speak. Juniello whispered softly in his ear, "Take it easy." Corentin nodded softly, but the tension in his body was hard to completely remove. Juniello guided patiently and gently as she gently undid Corentin's shirt, revealing his solid chest. Without resisting, he reached up and stroked his hand up and squeezed it twice, and Corentin's face instantly turned red. Junilua couldn't hold back a laugh at the innocent look on his face. Grandiose. Corentin was ashamed and angry to see her laughing at her, but when he saw her smile, the tension in his heart eased a little, yet other emotions welled up. He slightly lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Junilua's eyes, and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Your Highness." Juniello, however, didn't stop moving her hands, her fingers gently tracing over Corentin's skin, bringing up a slight shiver. "Corentin, why are you so cute?" Junilua also removed his own shirt, revealing skin as white as snow. Corentin's eyes widened momentarily and he tried to look away, but he couldn't take his eyes off of them. His breathing became rapid and his heart pounded as if it was going to jump out of his chest. She took Corentin's hand and placed it around her waist. Feeling his slightly trembling palm, Juniello didn't have the decency to twist it around his waist. "If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of?" Corentin was so tense and stiff that he didn't dare make the slightest move. Juniello pushed him down onto the bed, and Corentin's eyes were filled with shock and overwhelm. He really wouldn't. After what happened last time, he didn't dare to hope that this bad female would be willing to couple with him. And naturally, he hadn't looked up this knowledge. Junilua looked at him in that manner, and his heart inexplicably leapt, even vaguely excited. A blank sheet of paper slowly colored with her colors. It's exciting to think about. She must temper the arrogant little chestnut kite. She leaned over slightly, her hair falling gently over Corentin's face, bringing a pungent scent if nothing else. Corentin, don't be nervous. Jun'iro's voice was soft and seductive. Corentin swallowed hard, trying to restrain the nervousness and impulsiveness within himself. His body was tense and his hands were even more at a loss as to where to place them. Jun'iro gently took Corentin's hand and guided it to rest on his back. Corentin's palms felt the warmth of Jun'iro's skin, and his heartbeat grew more violent. Jun'iro slowly lowered his head and kissed Corentin's lips, the soft touch making Corentin instantly lost. Gradually, by instinct, he pressed Jun'iro back down underneath him. His body temperature was different from Shishadou's cold body. It was exceptionally hot. The hand slid slowly down her back, feeling the curves of her body. Junilua didn't resist in the slightest, but instead took the initiative to cater to it. The night, deeper and deeper. Inside the bedchamber, the temperature continued to climb. It wasn't until the latter part of the night that Juniello got really tired and stopped Corentin, who was still trying to continue. Letting him carry her to the bath resulted in the tub where Corentin didn't hold back again, asked for it again, and had the cheek to ask her if he was good or Shishadow was good. Juniello doesn't want to pay attention to him and tells him to hurry up and finish. If you don't say it then I won't stop. Eventually his chattering came to an honest end with a slap from Jun'iro. Chapter 26, What's with you again? Corentin was a little confused by Junilo's slap, and he looked at Junilo dumbfounded, with both aggression and a hint of remorse in his eyes. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't dare to speak again. Carefully arranging Juniro's bathrobe, he once again carried her back to the bed. He gently tucked her in, then sat quietly on the edge of the bed, not daring to make a sound. The night, still deep, the atmosphere in the chambers was somewhat subdued, and Corentin's mind was filled with apprehension. He didn't know if Junilua was angry with him or how to coax her. Time passed, and Corentin's thoughts drifted away. The more I thought about it, the worse I blushed. Junilo frowned slightly, feeling the slight movement around the bed, a hint of helplessness welling up in his heart. She was already so tired that she just wanted to get a good night's sleep, but Corentin kept moving around without stopping, making it hard for her to sleep. Corentin, will you be quiet? I'm tired and want to sleep. Juniello's voice carried a hint of exhaustion and dissatisfaction. Corentin immediately stopped rolling over when he heard Juniro's words, his eyes filled with panic, fearful that the next sentence would be to kick him out. Carefully reaching out to hold Junilua's hand, he spoke in a rare soft voice. I'm sorry, I won't ask in the future. Don't you get mad. Junilua's anger subsided in his heart as he listened to his trembling voice. Okay, you're the best. All right, just shut up and go to sleep. Corentin nodded, and then, thinking she couldn't see with her back to herself, muffled a and obediently lay down flat and stopped moving. Juniello was really tired and quickly fell into sleep, while Corentin couldn't get to sleep. Finally making sure she was really asleep, he carefully moved closer to her, raising his hand to touch but afraid of waking her. He just turned on his side to see the dawn. The next day, Jun'iro woke up. Corentin was no longer in the room. She washed up, casually unwrapped a recovery potion and drank it, feeling her body recover before going downstairs. Just in time to see Yul standing downstairs waiting for her with a black circle on her head. Calling her downstairs, she rushed to meet her. Your Highness. Junilua nodded and didn't hold back his question. What did you do last night? The dark circles under his eyes were so heavy. Wulu is the most loyal guard by the original owner's side, and in the original episode when he found out that the original owner was locked up and tortured, he tried to save her several times, but was unsuccessful, and was beaten to the point of serious injury. He had planned to recuperate from his injuries and break into the princess's house once more, but while he was recuperating from his injuries, he learned of the princess's illness and death, instantly rushed out like a madman to seek revenge on a few people and ended up dying in front of the original owner. Jun'iro looked at him with a somewhat complicated gaze. Yul's eyes flashed as he was forced to listen to the wall for a few nights, almost always with his eyes open until dawn. Yul is fine. Thank you for your Highness' concern. Your Highness, let's have lunch first. A clear, soft voice came from beside him. Jun'iro happened to be hungry and lifted his steps toward the dining room. Yul along. Yul shook her head and stood waiting for her to finish eating before speaking. That mermaid is making a scene to see your Highness. Jun Elohim raised an eyebrow slightly. A mermaid? She had almost forgotten that there was such a character. What does he want with me? Jun'ilo asked as he wiped the corners of his mouth. Wulu hesitated and said, I don't know, but that mermaid is making a lot of noise and must see your highness. Juniro thought for a moment and said, then let's go and take a look. Just as he arrived outside the courtyard where Aashian lived, he heard a crisp crashing sound coming from inside. Juniro pushed open the door, only to see Aashian slapping the fish tank hard, her silver blue tail swaying in the water in dazzling fascination. What are you up to again? Arashi's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he saw Junilua. He stopped flapping and swam to the side of the fish tank. Speaking pitifully, sister hasn't come to see Aashian for a long time, isn't it? His nose flicked, smelling the scent of Juniro that belonged uniquely to orcs, and his eyes darkened slightly. Aashian slightly lowered his eyes to hide the emotions in his eyes, and when he raised them again, he had that pitiful look again. Does sister not like Aashian anymore? His voice carried a hint of resignation, as if he had been greatly wronged. Juniro frowned slightly, a little helpless at Aashian's reaction. Don't get any ideas, I've been a bit busy these past few days. Aashian, however, would not relent as he gently swung the tail of the fish, splashing some water. Sis lied. Sis must have gotten a new fish and didn't want Aashian anymore. Don't pretend to be pitiful, this princess doesn't eat that. Say what exactly is it that you are looking for me for? Aashian bit her lip, seemingly hesitating about something, and only after a while did she gather the courage to speak. A sister, can Aashian go out? Juniro was wary. Her first thought was that this little green tea was trying to escape. Gathering his features, he inquired with a smile, is it bad here? Aashian shook his head and said, as good as this place is, you can't see your sister, and Aashian wants to see her every day. Aashian shrank back slightly, his hand picking at the edge of the tank and his silver blue tail curling upwards. He stared tightly at Junilua, his eyes gradually reddening. Sister, Lanin doesn't want to stay here alone. Lanin really wants to go out. His voice trembled slightly with endless aggravation. Is it true that sister doesn't like Aashian anymore? Otherwise why would she keep Aashian here? He gently bit his lower lip, looking as if he had been abandoned by the world. Junilo looked at Aashian's pitiful appearance, and the guard in his heart gradually dropped. She reached out and gently touched Aashian's head. Well, don't be sad, as long as you behave. I'll take you out in a couple days. There was a gleam of triumph in Aashian's eyes, but it was quickly hidden from him. He nodded good-naturedly. Well, Aashian will be good. Can I eat with my sister today? Aashian had recovered from all the injuries on her body. The lower fishtail transformed into legs and stepped out of the tub. June Elohim's eyes moved away from his perfect cheeks where he couldn't find any flaws, and his eyes slowly traveled down to his long curly silver and blue gradient color hair that was casually draped. It can barely cover the key areas. Juniro's cheeks flushed slightly as he hurriedly threw the robe aside to Aashian. Aashian took the robe, the corners of his mouth curling into an imperceptible smile as he obediently draped the robe over him. Sister, you're shy. Aashian's voice held a hint of flirtation. Juniro coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Don't be ridiculous. It's just that it's not quite appropriate for you to be like this. Lane stood there obediently, her eyes full of anticipation. So has sister agreed to have dinner with me? Junilo's heart softened as she looked at that look on his face. Yes, but you have to promise to behave. Aashian smiled happily, her eyes seeming to sparkle with stars. Juniro dialed his light brain and gave orders to the kitchen side to bring dinner to Aashian's place. Aashian pestered her with many stories about the planet, and for some reason she didn't refuse. Before we knew it, it was dinner time. They arrived at the dining room, where the table was already set, and after her recipe training, the kitchen robot finally made a dish that sold well. Lanin thoughtfully pulled out the chair for Junilua and waited for her to sit down before sitting opposite her herself. As they ate, Lanin looked at Junilua from time to time, her eyes filled with tenderness. Sister, the food here is so delicious. I wonder how sister tastes. Aashian's voice was as pleasant as gurgling water. Junilo nodded slightly and looked up as she was about to speak, but she met his deep blue sea-like eyes. There seemed to be waves of light flowing from his eyes, making it impossible to resist a glance to sink. Chapter 27, Phantasmagoria. Shall we make a bond? Lanin leaned forward slightly, his eyes locked onto Junilua, and it was as if that gaze contained endless depths of love and affection. Juniro only felt a dizziness in his mind, and the vigilance in his heart gradually disintegrated in the midst of his deep love and affection. Her consciousness began to become blurred, and it was as if the Aashian in front of her eyes had become the center of the world, and every movement and expression he made was overwhelming to June Elohim. Aashian's voice was like heavenly music, ringing softly in her ears. Sister, you are the most important person in my life. As long as you're by my side, I'm willing to do anything. His words were like a gentle spell, slowly seeping into Junilo's heart. Sis, Aashian is the one who loves you the most in this world. Junilo's eyes became mesmerized, as if she had forgotten everything. with only Aashian's flawless face in her eyes. Sister, let's bond, shall we? Juniro wanted to say no, but her body wouldn't listen to her, and she was about to nod her head in agreement. She bit the tip of her tongue forcefully, using the pain to bring a sliver of clarity back to herself. She snapped to her feet, her eyes blazing at Aashian. Aashian, who gave you the guts to use a charm on this princess? Junilo's voice was as cold as ice. A flash of panic flashed in Aashian's eyes, but he quickly regained that innocent look. What are you talking about, sister? Aashian doesn't understand. Aashian tried to continue her charm technique, but Juniro was already on guard and didn't get hit this time. Now that you've recovered, leave at your own risk. Junilua didn't look at him again when she finished speaking and turned around to leave. Seeing this, Lanin rushed forward to pull her arm. Sister, don't go. Aashian knows it's wrong. Lane's voice held a hint of pleading. Juniro shook off his hand with force and left the restaurant without looking back. She wasn't worried about him leaving at this point. Jellyfish Star was looking around for the only bloodline of the Mermaid King. If he wasn't stupid he'd stay. Junilua had just exited the courtyard gate when she was met with Karanti's sultry eyes, looking at her no longer with that detachment like she was looking at a slag female. Junolo, today was the palace banquet. Junilua, dressed in fancy clothes, brought along Karanti and Xiing, who were also dressed in fancy clothes, and rode in a luxury airship towards the palace. The airship flew smoothly through the sky, the sunlight spilling over the ornate hall and refracting a brilliant light. Junilo looked slightly sideways at Karanti and Xiing beside him, their expressions showing both anticipation for the palace banquet and a vague hint of nervousness. The corners of Junilua's mouth rose slightly as he said softly, "There's no need to be nervous. Just treat it as a normal banquet." A hovering speeder came head-on in front of them, and the air currents collided in such a way that the dirigible jolted and swayed. Junilo bumped into the table in front of her in an unsteady manner, and with the shaking of the table, quite a bit of juice spilled on the front of her dress. The champagne-colored gown was instantly stained with a patch of irregular stains, and the fabric, which had been polished like a mirror, now looked mottled and wretched. Juniloa's eyebrows furrowed slightly and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Corentin and Shi's shadow rushed forward, asking her with concern if she was hurt. Junilua shook her head gently, staring down at her soiled gown with a frown. "Your Highness, there is a blood wolf icon on the craft. Do we need to track it?" Yule's voice came from the pilot's seat. Juniroa's wiping motion lurched. The only one who could use the blood wolf icon in the whole of Interstellar was that one. No need. While they were talking, the blimp had stopped at the entrance of the palace. Looking at the marks that couldn't be wiped off in any way, Juniro gave up and took out his spare gown. "Corentin, you guys get out of the car and wait for me," she shadowed, glancing at the gown in her hand, which was even more cumbersome than the one on her body. "Your Highness, I'm afraid these clothes are not good for one person to wear." Xiing stayed behind to serve Your Highness to dress. Without saying a word, Corentin disembarked from the airship first. Junilua thought about it or let Xiing stay. This dress was just too much trouble for her to wear. She didn't expect to wear it anyway. Xiing quietly stood aside and waited for Junilua's orders. Junilua unfolded the spare gown. The tedious decorations and layered skirts were indeed daunting. She sighed slightly and handed the gown to Shi Shadow. Courtlandi stood alone below the dirigible, and in the bottom of his heart, he felt some remorse for how he had gotten off the dirigible so obediently and cheapened that Shi Shadow guy. Not long afterward, Yule got out of the blimp as well and stood on the other side of him, keeping watch to keep the others away. It didn't take long to wait. A line of people came vastly ahead of them, and Corentin glanced at it, his gaze instantly frozen. It's the Flying Fish Stars ambassadorial team. At the head of the group is the Flying Fish Stars Grand Prince, Mu Yang. He was tall, with an arrogant and unruly look in his eyes. He caught a glimpse of Karanti, who stood as an ordinary guard under the airship, and a malicious smile curled his lips. Mu Yang came with large strides, looked Karanti up and down, and mocked. "Yo, isn't this my third brother who was sent to make peace?" Corentin's body trembled slightly, a flicker of anger and fear in his eyes, but he clenched his lips and tried not to show weakness. "Why are you standing out there alone? Is it because you're not favored?" He used a question, but his tone was sure. Karanti pursed her lips tightly, stared angrily at Mu Yang and retorted. "Mu Yang, don't go too far. I'm the princess's person now, not something you can bully at will." Mu Yang let out a loud laugh. "Just by virtue of you being an unloved peacemaking tool, you dare to clamor with me. The princess of the Karen Empire is merely treating you as a recreational thing, and may throw you away one day." At this time, the ambassador from Flying Fish Star also chimed in. "The great prince is right." Corentin was shaking with anger. "You're talking nonsense. His Highness would never abandon me." Mu Yang was even more pleased to see him furious and continued to taunt. "Karanti, You'd better be sensible and obediently come over to kowtow to me and apologize for your mistake. And I'll still be able to put in a few good words for you at the banquet. Corentin didn't have the decency to poo-poo it. Muyang was so angry that his face turned blue as he pointed at Coranti and shouted angrily, "You ungrateful thing, but you've only been married for how long and you've forgotten what you are? Thinking that the princess of the Karen Empire will stand up for you as your backer?" Undaunted, Corentin straightened his spine, his eyes full of stubbornness and defiance. "Even if I don't have the princess as my backer, I won't be afraid of you guys. I, Coranti, am not a soft persimmon to be bullied." Muyang smiled contemptuously. "Humph, what's the use of having a tough mouth? What qualifications can you have to be arrogant in front of this prince? An outcast abandoned by your family?" Corentin clenched his fists. "I don't need to prove my strength to you, but you'd better remember that the insult you gave me today will be doubled by me sooner or later." Muyang laughed out loud. "Just by you? You'd better think about how not to lose the princess's face at the palace banquet first. After all, you're just a punk who can't do anything." The Flying Fish Star envoy also interjected at this time. "The first prince is right. Don't take yourself too seriously. Third prince, in the Flying Fish Star you were just a dispensable existence, and now that you've arrived in the Karen Empire, it's better to behave obediently with your tail between your legs, lest you lose our Flying Fish Star's face." Chapter 28, he has someone to protect him too. Coranti was so angry that his face was red. He could no longer hold back and said loudly, "You guys are really a group of dog-eyed people. How can I, Kulongti, also be the side husband of the princess of the Karen Empire? You guys dare to be so disrespectful to me?" Muyang's face showed a hint of surprise. When did this Coranti become so hardened? But he quickly returned to his mocking expression. "How long will the princess's shelter last? When you're tired of being played with, you'll still be abandoned. And when that time comes, don't kneel down and beg this prince to pick you up and return you to the flying fish planet." "Shut up, your highness will not abandon me." In fact, Coranti didn't have a bottom in his heart. He didn't dare to guarantee that Junilua would abandon him in the future. And it was only because Muyang had said 3 times that he would abandon him that he was so angry. But if the bad female dares to abandon him, he'll die dragging her with him. I'll be damned. It's just a thing that serves people with color. And you really think you're a meat and potatoes? Don't forget that your father is still in the flying fish planet. I advise you to be sensible and obediently kneel down and apologize to this prince. Or else he'll have to suffer flesh and blood if you upset this prince." Corentin's face instantly turned pale and his body trembled slightly. He gritted his teeth and stared angrily at Muyang. "You dare! If you dare to touch my father, I will definitely not let you go." Muyang raised the corner of his mouth in triumph. "Not letting me go? Do you think you have the ability to do that now? You're nothing more than a pathetic wretch who clings to the princess. If you are obedient, perhaps I can still make your father suffer less." Corentin clenched his fists, his nails sinking deep into his palms, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. His father was once the most favored husband and servant of the Flying Fish Star, but was disliked when he was injured and disfigured to save his mother. Now reduced to a wastrel who could even bully an underling at will, living a life in the flying fish planet that was worse than that of a half-beast orc. He had agreed to come over and make peace in the first place so that his father could have a better life. "What do you want?" Corentin's voice trembled a little as he tried to suppress his emotions. Muyang walked around Coranti, his eyes full of teasing. "It's very simple. At the palace banquet, you have to follow my instructions. If it satisfies me, I might consider sparing your father. If not, what would you do otherwise?" Just then, the door of the airship slowly opened, and Junilua, dressed in a splendid and gorgeous gown, stepped out as gracefully and calmly as if she were a god. She slightly raised her chin. Her complexion was cool and noble, just like the most bright and dazzling star in the vast starry sky, shining brightly, instantly seizing the gazes of everyone present. The crowd was all jaw-dropped, their eyes filled with marvel and envy. Muyang gazed at Junilua in fascination, his gaze fixed firmly on her as if attracted by a magnet. His eyes were filled with undisguised amazement and adoration, and his eyes glittered with a fiery light. The slightly open mouth seemed to be silently speaking of the shock within, the obsessed look as if the entire world was left with Junilua alone. What a beautiful female! Junilua's almond eyes that were like autumn water lifted slightly, and with a glance, she saw Coranti, who was surrounded by Muyang and the others. Although she couldn't see Coranti's expression, she could tell from the slight tremor that she was infuriated, and her eyes instantly went cold. She strides over to Coranti and sidles up to inquire, "What's wrong?" Coranti lowered her head in some embarrassment and said nothing. Junilua didn't ask any more questions when she saw him in this state, and she took Coranti's hand and shielded him behind her, her eyes sternly scanning Muyang and the ambassadors of the Flying Fish Star. "Bullying this princess's people in her territory? Flying Fish Star is really good." Muyang came back to his senses with a pleasing smile on his face. "Your Highness, Just now it was just a misunderstanding. Junilua snorted coldly. Misunderstanding? How can this princess see that it is you who are deliberately looking for trouble with my sidekick? Courtlandi looked at Juniro, who was standing in his way, and a warmth welled up in his heart. He's got someone to protect him, too. Junilo turned his head to look at Karanti, the coldness on his face not yet gone. They scolded you. Won't you scold them back? Where's that energy you usually have for me? Karanti lowered his head and said with some shame, Princess, I am afraid of getting you into trouble. With this princess here, what are you afraid of? If they scold you, just scold me back fiercely. You are this princess's person. No one can bully you except me. Corentin looked up with a strange light in his eyes. Yes, that's right. Remember, you now have this princess as your backer. Don't need to be afraid of them. If they dare to touch you, just fight me back. As long as you don't die, this princess can give you a cover. A warmth welled up in Corentin's heart and he nodded vigorously. Only then did Junilui nod in satisfaction before looking at Muyang once again. Muyang, right? This princess has made a note of today's matter. If you dare to find trouble with Karanti again, don't blame this princess for being impolite. If the palace banquet wasn't about to start, she really wanted to teach him how to behave. After saying that, Junilua led Karanti and Xiing towards the palace. Muyang looked at their departing backs, and instead of the chagrin of losing face, he was vaguely excited. His eyes followed Junilua's shapely figure as he made calculations in his mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into an imperative smile. Today's palace is extraordinarily brilliant and magnificent and radiant. Ambassadors from all planets, dressed in magnificent costumes and carrying the precious tributes that needed to be offered every year, stepped into this solemn and dignified palace one after another. All the powerful and influential families also traveled with their families in full costume. When Juniro and the others entered the banquet hall, there were already quite a few orcs and females gathered inside. She led Karanti and Shishadow with grace and aplomb toward the exclusive location in full view of the crowd. She was never an elegant person, and she didn't want to be surrounded by a room full of people, but the gown was heavy and long, so she couldn't even walk fast if she wanted to, so she could only walk slowly, one step at a time. There was still a lingering anger on Corentin's face, and at the moment, though he was trying to keep his composure, a lot of his emotions were still leaking out. Junilua slowed his pace and spoke in a low voice, "Come here and help me." Corentin froze at first, his hand holding onto her arm faster than his brain. "Don't be angry. I'll avenge you later." Junilo leaned his body towards him and spoke in a voice the two could hear. Corentin stifled an "oh." No more anger on his face. Shishadow lowered her eyelashes, a little envious that Corentin had a princess to stand up for him. This palace banquet was not only a grand social event, but also an important occasion to show the strength of the planets as well as their friendly relations. And it was also a key moment for the Karen Empire to show its strong strength to the other affiliated planets. In the center above the banquet hall, a huge crystal chandelier hung high, illuminating the entire spacious and gorgeous hall. Juniello took her seat in her own, while Karanti and Shishadow stood behind her in a somewhat formal manner. They looked around and saw honored guests from different planets, as well as ambassadors from their home planet. Chapter 29, Sorry, I do have a better one. As the feast begins, the ambassadors from various planets came forward and sent their sincere greetings and high respect to His Majesty and the Queen of the Karen Empire. The ambassadors of the planets presented their tributes, each of which contained the specialty and sincerity of their respective planets. As the tributes continued to be presented, the atmosphere of the banquet grew more and more enthusiastic. The ambassadors of the planets interacted with each other, sharing the cultural and technological achievements of their planets, in order to show the strength of the imperial royal family, and also in order to let Alice make a name for herself. The head of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, Earl, brought out the potions that they had worked tirelessly to develop over the past 2 days. This potion was developed by the many elite researchers of our academy who worked tirelessly for 2 days and 2 nights. It inhibits 60% of worm poison and could save countless lives in a pinch. The harm of the insect toxin is clear to everyone. Once stuck on the light is emotional loss of control, spiritual sea of consciousness damage, heavy is death. No galaxy has yet researched an antidote. To suppress it by 60% is an amazing breakthrough. The crowd's gazes were tightly focused on the bottle of potion that glowed with green light. His Majesty, seated at the head of the table, nodded slightly, his eyes filled with appreciation for the achievements of the Research Institute. Good, good, good. His Majesty's 3 good voices echoed like a bell in the hall, and the faces of all the people in the Research Academy showed excitement and pride. Earl bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty, although this potion is effective, there are still some deficiencies. We will still continue to work hard to develop a complete antidote to the poison as soon as possible, so as to completely eliminate the insect toxins for the Empire and even the entire interstellar world." His Majesty raised his hand slightly, signaling him to level off, his gaze full of expectations. The future of the Empire rests on you. With this determination, I am very pleased. There must be a heavy reward. After thanking him, Earl smiled and looked at Alice. Your Majesty doesn't know. Alice has shown extraordinary talent in the scientific research of potions, and she deserves a lot of credit for the successful development of this potion. The moment he said this, the gazes of the crowd towards Alice changed. The ambassadors from the other affiliated small planets exchanged pleasantries, marveling at the powerful scientific research strength of the Karen Empire. An ambassador was the first to step forward and respectfully saluted the Emperor. Your Majesty, these magical potions are truly the jewels of the stars. We are willing to pay a high price for it and implore your Majesty to fulfill it. Other ambassadors chimed in. The Emperor, however, raised his hand unhurriedly to signal the crowd to be quiet as he slowly said, this potion is the result of my Karen Empire's scientific research, and its production is currently limited. I will consider sharing this achievement with the planets at an appropriate time, but with friendship and cooperation as a prerequisite. The potion passed through the hands of the crowd, and soon reached the hands of Juno side. She casually pinched it in her hand and played with it. 60%? Not bad indeed, but still too much worse than the one she had given Zuo Ling earlier. She casually threw it to She's shadow at the side. You have 1 minute to analyze the main ingredient in it, and there's a reward for guessing correctly. And this action of hers was seen by others as disliking the potion, and for a while everyone looked at her with displeasure in their eyes. An envoy from a small affiliated planet frowned and muttered in a low voice, this is a precious potion that can save lives. How can this princess treat it so lightly? This potion is the result of many elites of the Kalen Empire's Potion Research Institute who worked tirelessly to develop it, and her behavior like this is just too undeserved. Juno, however, seemed as if he hadn't noticed the dissatisfaction of the crowd, and his expression remained indifferent. She's shadow froze slightly the moment he received the potion. He sensed the disgruntled atmosphere around him and he ignored it. Since Her Highness is doing this, she must have a deeper meaning. The gazes of the crowd switched back and forth between Juno and Xing, discontent still filling the air. She's shadow, however, was not the least bit disturbed by the outside world as he opened the potion and brought it to the tip of his nose to sniff it. At this time, the ambassador of the affiliated small planet could not hold back his indignation and stepped forward, respectfully but with an accusatory intent, saying, Your Highness, this medicinal agent is of great significance, and it is really inappropriate for you to treat it so lightly. This is the crystallization of the efforts of many researchers, and it concerns the safety of countless lives. Juno raised her eyes slightly, her eyes clear and cold, the corner of her mouth hooked up in an arc if nothing else. Oh, this princess doesn't think there's anything wrong with it. This potion may be precious in your eyes, but in this princess' view, it is nothing more than that. When the crowd heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cool air, shocked at Juno's arrogance. At this moment, Alice looked like she had caught something on Juno as a flash of excitement crossed the bottom of her eyes. Juno, the idiot, hadn't let her down. She raised her chin slightly, a hint of questioning in her tone. Is your highness disliking the potion we have researched? Does your highness feel that you have a better potion, and that's why you don't see the results of our painstaking research? Just then, She's shadow's eyes lit up and she raised her head, attaching herself to Juno's ear and speaking. Your highness, the main ingredients of this potion are star leaf grass extract, blue bamboo powder, and yin-yang flower juice. Its principle of action is to achieve the effect of suppressing insect venom by inhibiting the spread of toxins. Juno nodded slightly, an imperceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Although his voice was small, none of the orcs present had sharp five senses and excellent ears. Hearing her say that, everyone showed surprise, not expecting Xing to really analyze the ingredients of the potion in such a short period of time. Ella's face, on the other hand, became a bit ugly. She had originally thought that Juno was just being irrational, but she didn't expect that Xing could really analyze the ingredients of the potion. That was the result of months of painstaking research by their Pharmaceutical Research Institute. She bit her lip reluctantly and was about to say something when Earl beat her to it. He took a step forward and looked at She's shadow and Juno with a seemingly calm expression. The people around Her Highness are truly extraordinary. I wonder what the deeper meaning of your highness's move is. Juno smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. It means that this potion is nothing more than that. Earl was most the dean of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, and his face was already very bad at this time after being hit in the face by his juniors in public. His eyes narrowed slightly, his brows furrowed, and the anger on his face was almost too hard to hide. Strongly suppressing his anger, he opened his mouth, a hint of suppressed rage in his voice. Your highness had better go over it in your head before you speak. Earl, put my words here. If your highness can't prove that your potions are better than the ones we've taken the trouble to research, Then Earl, will withdraw from the Potions Academy and will no longer be a pharmacist in the Karen Empire. At these words, there was silence in the banquet hall. The crowd was shocked by Earl's determination. They were well aware of Earl's position and prestige in the field of pharmacy research, and his words had undoubtedly pushed the debate into an even more tense situation. Some of the officials of the Card Blue Planet began to worry and even complained. If Her Highness really couldn't prove that her potions were better, then Earl's departure would deal a huge blow to the Card Blue Empire's potions research endeavors. This is just nonsense. With a pang of joy in her heart, Ares looked provocatively at Juno, as if waiting for her to fail and be embarrassed. Juno still maintained that calm and collected demeanor. She raised her chin slightly, her gaze calm as she looked at Earl. Sorry, I do have a better potion. Juno's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The crowd was in an uproar, with various emotions such as surprise, skepticism, and anticipation intertwined. Alice's eyes widened, her face full of incredulity. Impossible. This potion was developed by the many elites of our Potion Research Institute after spending 2 months. How could there be a better potion? Chapter 30, Then Get Lost. Just because you're trash doesn't mean everyone else is trash like you. Her words caused even more of a furor. The crowd looked at Juno in shock, not expecting her to respond so forcefully at all. The faces of the key members of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute were darkened. Earl in particular had been left red-faced with anger. Juno didn't spoil him. Although this man was a heavily trained apothecary by the Karen Empire's royal family, no one knew that he was actually an undercover agent sent by the Federal Empire. All important data from the research is backed up and sent secretly to the Federal Pharmaceutical Base. With the resources of the Karen Empire vigorously doing research, the Federation sits back and saves time and effort. It's really good math. Alice's eyes widened, not expecting Juno to give Professor Earl so little face. Earl had long been so angry that his face was blue. He hadn't expected Juno to be so dismissive of him. Alright, Your Highness, since you are so certain, then please come up with a better potion than this inhibiting potion of ours, or else Earl, will do what I say. Earl's tone was filled with anger and determination. Juno raised his chin slightly. Then get lost. Her tone was casual, but it hit the crowd's ears like a heavy hammer. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. No one had expected Juno to be so reckless. There was an obstacle of her being a female, so she didn't dare to speak out against it. Earl's eyes widened, his face full of incredulity. He had thought that with his position and status, the royal family would inevitably protect him, but he hadn't expected Juno to say such words without mercy. Drive him away in front of the other ambassadors. Your Highness, think carefully. If I leave, the Karen Empire's apothecary research will suffer a major loss. He was tempted to leave negatively, to the point where it wasn't time to try and salvage the situation. A hint of menace in his tone. Juno sneered. Major losses? Do you think that without you, the Karen Empire's potions research can't go on? The atmosphere of the entire banquet hall was tense to the extreme. Everyone looked at the Emperor and Queen at the first place, only to see that their faces were as normal as usual, and they didn't seem to care about Earl staying or going. Your Majesty, are you just going to let Her Highness fool around? An old courtier stood out, his face grave, arching his hand and saying, Your Majesty, Your Highness, Lord Earl's accomplishments in pharmaceutical scientific research are obvious to all, and with him gone, many important research projects will come to a standstill. I'm afraid it is unwise for Your Highness to make such a hasty decision. Another official said eagerly. Yes, Your Highness, Lord Earl's position in the Empire is very important, but to drive him away in front of all the ambassadors, how can the Empire lose face? In the future, if other talented people see this situation, who will still dare to serve the Empire? A few of the younger officials also pressed on, one of them indignantly. Your Highness, you are really too impulsive. Lord Earl has dedicated many years to the Empire's apothecary scientific research, and he has worked hard without merit. For you to drive him away so unceremoniously like this, makes us who are subjects really cold-hearted. Another official followed up. Your Highness, have you ever thought that this move might trigger unrest in the country? Those scholars and researchers who have been following Lord Earl, how will they feel about this? Will they question the rule of the Empire? There were also officials who shook their heads and sighed. Your Highness, although you are the most honored princess of the royal family, you really lack consideration in this matter. You are putting the Empire in a dangerous position. We, the courtiers, work day and night for the Empire, but we have to bear the consequences of your momentary whims. For a while, the banquet hall was filled with the disgruntled voices of the officials, who either glared angrily at Juno or bowed their heads and sighed, with worry and uneasiness written on everyone's face. Lolo apologized to Professor Earl. The Emperor saw that the ministers spoke out against her, fearing that it would cause public anger and ruin her reputation. speaking out to remind not to play too much. Lolo, don't be capricious. Listen to your father and hurry up and apologize to Professor Earl. Sorry, just kidding. Don't be mad, Professor Earl. Junilua slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile with an apologetic tone. Yet that smile seemed to hide a trace of deep meaning that was elusive. Earl's face remained grim, clearly not demoralized by this light remark. Juniro didn't care and continued. Verification won't work for a while, but you can take a look at this. Those potions were all taken away by Zuo Ling, and he was busy researching other potions at the back, so he really doesn't have any refined potions on hand now. Stealing from the truth. Someone muttered in a low voice, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Let's see how she's going to end up later. Another man chimed in, and the crowd was brought up to speed. Unperturbed, Juniro opened his optical brain and played a video. It was a video of a border battlefield, and in the video, dozens of people lay strewn across a barren field. The uniforms they wore had long been tattered and torn, covered in blood and dirt. Everyone had varying degrees of injuries on their bodies. Some wounds were deep enough to see the bone, with blood gurgling out. Others were slashed open by the insect race's sharp claws, with their skin and flesh rolled up in a shocking manner. There are also some out-of-control madness tied-up generals. Their eyes red, mouth issued a burst of hissing, milk lost reason beast. Their bodies kept struggling, trying to break free of their bonds, the thick ropes creaking under their struggles. What does your highness mean by this? An envoy asked with a frown of confusion. Aren't we talking about potions? And what are you showing us this for? Another person also said in confusion. Wait, is this scratched by the bugs? Someone guessed, a hint of panic in his voice. That one tied up is mentally damaged, right? Oh my god. This is horrible. The people were talking about it. Being infested by the insect toxin was a mild case of losing one's mind, and a serious case of death. The initial sounds of discussion silently shut up after seeing a single orc mech warrior who had lost his mind and gone berserk. The fighters at the border didn't spill over to the central star, and those who hadn't been to war couldn't appreciate the cruelty of war at all. As they watched the scene in the video, an unspeakable shock welled up in their hearts. Those injured soldiers, their pain and struggles seemed to be vivid in their minds, and those generals who had lost their minds were made to feel the horror of the insect toxins. Junilua ignored those remarks and continued to play, and not long after that Zuo Ling's figure appeared in the video. He was dressed in a straight military uniform, his stance as straight as a pine, and his resolute face carried a touch of gravity. Zuo Ling walked with a calm and steady pace to the middle of a group of soldiers, taking out dozens of bottles of potions from the space knob and distributing them to the accompanying military doctors. Chapter 31. By what right should even her proud talent for potions be taken away from her? Start by administering the potion to the out-of-control generals. His voice was steady and strong, carrying an undeniable authority. The military doctors immediately took action. They carefully picked up the potion, opened the cap, stuck the empty injection needle hole into the bottle to extract the potion, and then they injected the potion into the soldiers who were out of control and crazy. After the soldiers were injected with the potion, there was no noticeable change at first. They continued to have red eyes and their bodies were constantly writhing, as if they were being controlled by an invisible demon. But after only a few minutes, a hint of confusion began to appear in those originally frantic eyes, as if someone lost in the darkness suddenly saw a glimmer of light. Gradually, the color of madness in the soldiers' eyes began to subside, and the struggles of their bodies slowly weakened. A soldier's originally violently trembling body gradually calmed down, and his rough breathing became steady. On his face, the expression twisted by pain began to soothe. The other soldier's teeth, which had been clenched tightly, loosened, and no more hissing sounds escaped from his mouth. His eyes went from chaos to clarity, as if he had awakened from a terrible nightmare. Slowly the warriors gradually regained their senses. Their traumatic injuries were gradually healing, and they looked around in confusion, as if they hadn't yet fully come to their senses from the madness they had just experienced. Their eyes were full of confusion and surprise, as if they could not believe that they had broken free from that terrible state. A young military doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. General, this potion is too effective. These soldiers are getting better. Zuo Ling nodded slightly, his gaze tightly fixed on those soldiers. He also just held the attitude of trying. I did not expect the effect to be surprisingly good. Your Highness has really changed. Watching those soldiers who were originally seriously injured begin to undergo marvelous changes at their wounds after being injected with the potion. The edges of the bone-deep wound seemed to be driven by an invisible force, and the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, the blood stopped flowing, and then the muscles in the wound began to slowly contract and new granulation tissue continued to grow. The original pale face gradually regained its rosy color and vital signs became stable. The army doctors were busy traveling among the soldiers, checking their bodies and adjusting the dosage of medicines. the entire battlefield was filled with an aura of hope, as if it were a ray of light in the darkness, illuminating the fear in people's hearts. The injured generals thanked them, and Zuo Ling corrected his appearance and spoke in a serious tone. There is no need to thank me. This potion was given by Her Highness. The person you should thank is Her Highness. She stayed up for most of a month without sleep in order to develop these potions. Hearing this, the soldiers' eyes welled up with respect and gratitude. One soldier, who still had a slight wound on his face, struggled to get up, his gaze looking firmly into the distance, as if he could see Her Highness, who was like a god in their hearts. Your Highness, the princess's great kindness is something we can't repay. If there is an opportunity, we will definitely protect you with our lives. His voice was weak but full of strength. Another soldier clenched his fists tightly, tears glistening in his eyes. I didn't expect Her Highness the princess to remember us so well. We must repay Her Highness properly. For the sake of the empire, for the sake of Her Highness, we will never retreat. The soldiers around them nodded their heads, their hearts burning with fighting spirit. As Zuo Ling watched the soldiers' reactions, a hot current also surged in his heart. Her Highness's efforts have not been in vain, and these soldiers will carry this gratitude with them and become more valiant on the battlefield. Generals, Her Highness the princess has done so much for us. We cannot fail her. Let's all fight together for the peace of the empire and for Her Highness the princess's kindness, and kill the enemy. Zuo Ling's words were like a torch that ignited the flames in the soldiers' hearts. They chanted in unison, for the empire, for Her Highness. That voice echoed across the battlefield for a long time. Your Highness, see, the generals are grateful to you. In the banquet hall, the crowd watched the video, and their faces all showed a look of emotion. The images in the video seemed to carry an invisible power that touches everyone's heart deeply. The banquet hall crowd was so shocked by the magical effects of the potion shown in the video that they were momentarily speechless. It was as if the air had frozen, and only the slight breathing of the crowd echoed in the air. A scholarly-looking man was the first to break the silence as he pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, his eyes glittering with awe. The effects of this potion are simply beyond imagination. Your Highness's talent is admirable. With this kind of divine medicine, our generals are like tigers with wings. Your Highness is truly a blessing to the empire. The nobles mingled and talked about the great impact of the potion. I didn't expect Her Highness to develop such a powerful potion. I apologize to Your Highness for speaking out of turn just now. The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, taking in the crowd's reactions. An old man nodded slightly, his eyes full of admiration. Your Highness has the heart of the world in mind, and to work so hard for the soldiers is truly a blessing for the empire. The noble lady next to her gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Your Highness is truly a female role model for my generation. With such a princess leading the way, the empire will surely prosper. The young noble's sons and daughters also expressed their feelings, and one of them clenched his fist and said, Your Highness's actions put us to shame, and we will definitely follow Your Highness's example in the future, and contribute our own strength to the empire. And in the main seat of the banquet hall, the emperor watched the video, his eyes filled with relief and pride. Alice froze directly in place, her face filled with disbelief. How could she not have expected that Juno would actually be able to develop a potion that was so much more effective than the one that their institute had painstakingly researched? Alice bit her lips tightly, the jealousy in her eyes could no longer be concealed. By what right did Juno even want to snatch the potion talent she was so proud of? She already had so much. Why should she? Alice's heart was filled with unwillingness and resentment. She'd always thought she had a talent for potions that no female could match. But now Juno had come up with enough to break her. Earl was equally unbelievable, and a wave of complex emotions welled up in his heart, ranging from shock, to admiration, and a hint of shame. As the director of the Potion Research Institute and the most powerful expert in the Karen Empire's research study, he had always been arrogant. But nowadays they invest a lot of time and energy, but never achieve such remarkable results. And Juno, in just the better part of a month, has done wonders. Her talent was far above his. Earl took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the emperor and the crowd. Your Majesty, Your Highness's talent deeply shocks me. Our institute will certainly follow the example of Your Highness and drill harder to contribute more to the prosperity of the empire. Now that he knew that Juno had such a high level of talent in potions, he could not afford to leave just like that. Chapter 32, A Storm Rises Again. Abuse video exposed. Juno wasn't prepared to just let him go either. A light smile hanging on his lips, her gaze slowly swept over Earl, and glanced again, seemingly unobtrusively, to Alice in the corner. Professor Earl, now that you've seen the magical effects of this potion, I do have a proposal. Juno's voice was crisp and strong, echoing through the ballroom. The crowd's eyes instantly focused on her, waiting with curiosity for what she was going to say. I hope that the Potion Academy will join me in an in-depth study to further perfect this potion and provide even stronger protection for the generals of the empire. Juno raised his chin slightly, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. People are naturally put under the eyes to feel at ease, even if they have to leave. They want him to leave in disgrace. Earl was slightly stunned, then a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hurriedly bowed and saluted. Your Highness has great foresight. This is a blessing for the Empire. The Pharmaceutical Research Institute will definitely cooperate with your Highness to the fullest. And the jealousy in Elisa's heart increased when she heard Juno's words. She felt that Juno was deliberately flaunting her talents and wanted to further suppress her. Iris clenched her fists so tightly that her nails were almost embedded in her palms. She had to find a way to stop it. She must not let Juno into the institute. It was her territory, and she would not allow Juno to come and take her glory. Juno's afterglow swept over the crowd's reactions and finally landed on Alice. She saw the unwillingness and jealousy in Alice's eyes and couldn't help but sneer in her heart. After a few moments of stimulation, she couldn't believe that Iris could hold back. Alice took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She knew that she couldn't be impulsive at this moment and had to think of a foolproof plan. Her eyes flickered rapidly, and her mind kept calculating every possible way. Juno retracted her eyes and opened her mouth to bite the fruit that Xiang had handed over. And when Xiang saw her eat it, he was pleased to insert another piece and feed it to her mouth. Juno suddenly became playful as she ate, her soft tongue taking the opportunity to gently lick Xiang's fingertips. Xiang only felt a warm and tingling touch on his fingers. His hand trembled slightly, and an imperceptible blush instantly flashed across his face. He coughed lightly, trying to hide his panic, but the slight twinkle in his eyes clearly carried a hint of shyness that was hard to hide. Cruelty grunted softly. Shadow was really getting out of hand. Juno heard Cruelty's soft grunt and gave him an amused look. Corentin, you sit too. Courtlandy lifted her chin slightly and came over to sit down with a reluctant look on her face. He glanced at Shadow and then at Juno, his dissatisfaction spilling out from the bottom of his eyes. He knew he shouldn't be having such thoughts, but seeing her so close to Shadow, it was still hard to avoid some loss in his heart. Finally his loss was soothed by a piece of fruit. The banquet continued, and everyone seemed to have forgotten the earlier unpleasantness, and began to push their glasses and perform their talents. The musicians played a cheerful melody, and the melodious notes floated in the ballroom as if they could dispel all the gloom. The young masters of various families and the royal sons of other countries came forward to perform their talents in an attempt to attract the female's attention and be seen by the female lord to become her beast husband. Juno was watching with great interest as a group of beautiful men competed to be the first to offer their skills, something that would only happen in the beast world. Suddenly, the great prince of the flying fish star, Mu Yang, came forward with great strides and bowed elegantly to Juno. Your Highness, I dare to invite you to dance. Mu Yang's stance was erect. His eyes glittered with confidence. He thought that in front of so many people Juno would not refuse himself. He had honeyed confidence in himself, and since he could even look at a loser like Cruelty, and he was so much better than Cruelty, a normal female would know what to choose. Juno raised his eyes slightly as he looked at the great prince in front of him who was full of arrogance. As soon as she saw Mu Yang, her mind instantly conjured up the incident at the palace gate, and a trace of boredom could not help but well up in her heart. Her face sank slightly, and a hint of coldness was revealed in her gaze. On the side, Shadow and Corentin instantly frowned, a hint of displeasure igniting in their eyes. Courtlandy nervously held Juno's hand, afraid that she would say yes. Juno felt the strength in Corentin's hand and gave him a slight sideways glance, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. She gently patted Corentin's hand, signaling him to be at ease. Corentin pursed his lips tightly, his gaze fixed on Juno, as if he would act immediately at the slightest sign that she was about to agree. He didn't know what he would do. Juno raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Don't think nonsense, he's so ugly, I can't look at him. Shadow and Corentin exchanged glances, but the jealousy in their hearts did not dissipate. They were well aware of Juno's charms and understood that many people would be attracted to her above this banquet. They, as her beast husbands, could not turn away any orc who approached to show her favor. But they wouldn't agree to an orc like Mu Yang who had a history of poor character with them. In the end Mu Yang was pissed off. Cruelty's face still stank. Mu Yang had always liked to rob him since he was a child, and now he even wanted to rob his wife and master. A numbing tickle on his face pulled his thoughts back, and Juno took the opportunity to squeeze his face a few more times before withdrawing his hand. Thinking nonsense, break a leg, just know how to bully me, Corentin muttered sullenly. It was so adorable that if there weren't too many people present, she would have wanted to pinch his face and kiss him to tears. The party continued with the sound of music and laughter. Juno leaned against Shadow, feeling his slightly cool body heat, eating the snacks that Corentin handed over, and watching the beautiful man perform his talent. It just didn't take long for that coziness to be broken. What started out as a lively party was thrown into chaos by a shocking video. The video shows the she-shadow snake with its scales pulled out and its tail chopped off. Dripping with blood, the Cruelty's wings are broken and its feathers are stripped bare. A gruesome sight to behold. The images were continuously looped on the huge virtual screen, and the crowd's murmurs came like a tidal wave. Jun'iroha's face was unchanged. She had guessed that Alice would do this. She had waited for this moment by not deleting the video in the first place. The damage that the original owner had done to She-Shadow and Corentin she couldn't erase and didn't want to cover up. And it was just as well that she wanted to see how these two would react and if they would be alienated from her because of it. June Elohim raised his eyes slightly, his gaze calmly sweeping over She-Shadow and Corentin. She-Shadow's face instantly turned pale, and he trembled slightly, as if he was falling into some kind of painful memories. But soon, that emotion was replaced by a complex one. For his part, Corentin bit his lip tightly, as if another sharp pain was coming from his wing, and he looked to Jun'iroha with both sadness and a hint of doubt in his eyes. Jun'iroha withdrew his sight. His face remained calm, but the hand hanging at his side was quietly clenched. Sure enough, Chapter 33, our injuries are indeed the work of His Highness. By now the party was in chaos. People began to talk to each other, and murmurs surged like a tidal wave. Some had horrified faces, looking at the screen in disbelief and muttering under their breath. This is too cruel. How could any female do something so vicious? Their eyes were filled with shock and fear, as if they couldn't accept the cruel picture in front of them. Yeah, that's just not humanly possible. The orc next to him chimed in. Some were filled with anger and blurted out accusations. The person who did this is simply heartless. They must be punished. They waved their fists, agitated, as if they wanted to pull out that culprit immediately and punish him severely. Right. We can't let this kind of villain go. We males, your life is not a life? A young man's eyes widened in anger. Others showed sympathy in their eyes, feeling pain for what had happened to Shi-Ing and Courtlandi. They're so pitiful. Who on earth is so cruel? Ugh. What a sin. A woman sighed. This is simply unforgivable. An old man was so angry that his beard trembled. Anger and justice written all over his face. Such an atrocity. Heaven cannot condone it. The young man next to them was also filled with righteous indignation. We must find out who the culprits are and seek justice for them. Anger burned in the eyes of the young men, who longed for justice for their victims. It was more of a voice for them orcs. Incidents of orc abuse by females were becoming more frequent, but it was the first time they had seen anything as bad as this. Some noble women, on the other hand, wiped tears from the corners of their eyes with handkerchiefs and condemned. How could there be such a cruel female? That much blood hurts to look at. Yes, it's so sad. Another noble woman choked. The entire banquet venue seemed to have turned into a noisy downtown. Chaotic. The cup and saucer were knocked to the ground with a crisp shattering sound. Your Highness, won't you explain? Everyone shifted their eyes to Jun'iroha as soon as Alice's words came out. They all had guesses that it was her doing, but they didn't dare to say so explicitly due to her status. Jun'iroha's expression was bland as she raised her chin slightly, her gaze slowly sweeping over the crowd. Explanation? What is there to explain? The atrocities in the video do exist. I don't deny that. The crowd was in an uproar as surprise, anger, and disbelief spread through the crowd. Your Highness, how could you do something so cruel? A minister couldn't help but question. Just then, the Flying Fish Star envoy rose indignantly and said with a grimace, Your Highness, Prince Corentin is the person my Flying Fish planet sent to make peace with us, and now he's being mistreated in this way. Your planet really doesn't regard our Flying Fish planet in its eyes. How can this be tolerated by our Flying Fish planet? The Wooden Planet envoy was also enraged. Emperor Shi-Ing originally came here for the sake of the two countries' friendly relations, but he was tortured in such a manner. Your planet has gone too far. Although our subsidiary planet is weak, we cannot allow such bullying. Jun'iroha frowned slightly and was about to speak when the Flying Fish Star envoy continued. If your Highness is unable to give a satisfactory explanation, we of the Flying Fish Star will definitely report this matter to the authorities and request that our Star King preside over justice. The GZ Star envoy also chimed in. We from the GZ Star will not rest in peace either, and will definitely seek an explanation for the She-Shadow Emperor. The atmosphere grew tense as the crowd waited for Jun'iroha's response. The corner of Alice's mouth hooked up into a smirk of triumph, and she was secretly delighted. Jun'iroha, let's see how you'll end up this time. His Majesty the Emperor and the Queen above the high seat were filled with shock. They also did not expect that their own babies would privately torment their beast husbands like this, and that they would be photographed. His Majesty's brow was furrowed with a grave expression as he thought about how to salvage the situation, while the Queen covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. Jun'iroha scanned the crowd, then straightened her spine, not a hint of panic in her eyes, nor did she open her mouth to explain. She waited for Corentin and She-Shadow to take a stand. His Majesty the Emperor cleared his throat, his voice serious and unquestionable. I will definitely handle this matter properly and give Flying Fish Planet and Woody Planet a satisfactory answer. The Flying Fish Star Envoy and the Woody Star Envoy looked at each other, and although they were still dissatisfied, they were not in a position to be aggressive anymore. It is true that our injuries are the work of your highness, but we are willing to do it. When these words came out, the entire room was in an uproar. The crowd looked at Shishadow and Corentin in shock, their hearts filled with disbelief and confusion. The Flying Fish Star Envoys and the Woody Star Envoys were even more wide-eyed with disbelief. The other orc females were even more puzzled. Were there any orcs who liked to be abused? Jun Iloa's brows relaxed and his clenched hand loosened slightly. The gaze that looked at the two men took on a rare tenderness. You guys. The Flying Fish Star Envoy was so angry that he couldn't speak. The Woody Star Envoy was also grimacing. Why are you guys doing this? Shouldn't you seek justice for yourselves? Are you guys masochistic? Shishadow raised her head slightly and looked at the crowd with a firm gaze. Her highness is extremely good female, and she's doing this as a contribution to all of us. The crowd was even more puzzled, and some even thought that the two of them had been tortured and gone crazy before they started talking nonsense. Seeing that no one believed them, the two of them did not say much else, glanced at each other and directly transformed into half-beast forms in front of the crowd. The crowd expected to see a mangled snake's tail and damaged and deformed wings. This level of injury is simply not curable since the current level of medical care. Unexpectedly, two people's body did not see a trace of injury. It is not that there is not a trace. Kurantai chest and back have a few scratches, not seriously said to be injuries rather than ambiguous traces. Our injuries were made by His Highness, and at the same time our injuries were healed by His Highness. Your Highness is only doing this for potion experiments, and we are happy to cooperate. As you can see, our injuries have returned as good as new in one of His Highness's experiments. With Zuo Ling's earlier video as a backdrop, it was easy for people to believe it. In an instant, Jun Iroha's popularity changed from a vicious female to a brave devotee of the people of the empire who would not hesitate to experiment on her own beast husband just to push forward the development of the potion. There was no longer anger and condemnation in the gazes of the crowd, replaced by admiration and marvel. Your Highness' move is truly admirable, daring to make such a bold attempt for the sake of the empire's future. Yes, we were all wrong about Her Highness before. The Flying Fish Star Envoys and the Jupiter Star Envoys were also in deep thought at this point, realizing that they might have been too impulsive. They were all whispering and exchanging ideas for countermeasures. They couldn't afford to miss such a good potion. The gazes of the people of the Karen Empire looking at Kuranti and Xiang also changed, no longer having that sense of rejection of not being of my race, but rather a hint of admiration. Both were willing to sacrifice so much for the development of their imperial potions. What reason did they have to ostracize them? Chapter 34 Alice goes down. Mecha fighting. And in the corner, Alice watched all of this, the unwillingness in her heart growing stronger. She bit her lips tightly, her eyes filled with jealousy and anger. She couldn't accept that her carefully planned situation was so easily broken, and she hated Jun Ilua as she watched him become the center of attention once again. Alice clenched her fists darkly, her mind calculating the next step in her plot. But Jun Iroh wouldn't give her that chance, and she went ahead and broke the story of Alice's various plots against her. Eventually Iris was removed from the main planet and sent to a remote planet along with her beast husband, in front of all the ambassadors, and she was the one at fault. Even if it went to the Star Female Alliance, they would prioritize the protection of the more valuable females, and she would have no chance of turning around this time. In the end, Jun Iroh gave 10 free potions to the Flying Fish Planet and the Woody Planet, and promised to prioritize their planets in future transactions, successfully blocking their mouths. She also took the opportunity to publicize her other potions, informing the officials and rich children of the various families of the Karen Star that afterward the potions would be sold on the Star Network, and that the highest bidder would win the fastest. She also wasn't worried about saying in front of the alien ambassadors that they'd make a grab for it, and that they couldn't get in on their Star Network of aliens. With this party over, her reputation with Cortlandy and Shishadow was thoroughly shot. The entire population of the galaxy knows that their imperial princess is a more gifted apothecary than Professor Earl of the School of Potions, and her two beast husbands are willing to put their lives on the line in order to support her. This news was like a storm with no sand in sight, quickly sweeping through every corner of the empire and triggering countless admiration and emotion. There was a bit of silence on the airship going back. Jun Iroh leaned against the co-pilot, eyes closed as Yul piloted the dirigible with his afterglow sweeping over to her from time to time, trying to discern a different emotion from beneath her calm face. In the back row, Cortlandy and Shishadow sat somewhat restlessly, the intimate atmosphere of their arrival gone, and there was something oppressively dreary. No one spoke until the blimp stopped in the courtyard. Jun Ilua got straight out of the blimp and headed for the main courtyard without looking back. Shishadow took 2 steps to follow him, but finally stopped alive. He thought that His Highness didn't want to see him at this moment, or else he wouldn't have closed his smile and didn't look at him again when he entered the blimp. Corentin opened his mouth, but finally said nothing and turned back to his yard. Only Yul followed her in silence. Your Highness is back? Do you need to eat? Saizo appeared out of nowhere and followed her side inquiring. In the past, His Highness would be in the process of having them prepare food after attending the banquet. No need. Go get some rest. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and she wasn't in a very good mood today, so she just wanted to do something to distract herself. Does your Highness want to learn mecha fighting? For the first time in a night of silence, Yul spoke up. Juniro gave him a slightly surprised look. Even Kaiasoft looked at him in surprise. Mecha fighting is generally a male orc with spiritual power can learn. Although females have spiritual power but their physique is too delicate, it is not suitable to learn, nor will any orc agree to let them learn. It's still early in the day. Your Highness can practice for a few hours before going to bed. Yes. The two quickly went to the training room next to the main courtyard. It was the first time Juniro had set foot in this place. It was where Yul usually trained. Inside were two oddly shaped mechs and this advanced training equipment. She surveyed her surroundings with newfound curiosity. Wulu walked to a mech and raised his hand to stroke the shell of the mech, which was still chosen by His Highness, except that His Highness should not remember it. He turned his head to Juniro and opened his mouth to introduce. Your Highness, this mech is the one I usually use for training, and it has excellent performance. The shell of the mech was made of a special alloy material that was strong and durable enough to withstand powerful attacks. The internal control system, on the other hand, is very sensitive and can respond quickly to the user's mental commands. Junilo listened attentively to Yul's introduction, his interest in mecha fighting growing in his heart. She approached the other mech, and at 5'7" she looked tiny under the 3-meter-tall mech. Reaching out, he carefully touched the shell of the mech, feeling the cold, hard texture. Yul, are you sure I can learn? Yul looked firmly at Junilo and replied, Your Highness, as long as you want to, you can definitely learn. Mecha fighting wasn't just a battle of strength, it was also a duel of spiritual power. Your Highness possesses strong spiritual power. This is Your Highness's advantage. Your Highness's physique is different from ordinary females, and Yul believes that Your Highness will be able to do it. Yul will always stay with Your Highness, guiding and helping you to overcome your difficulties. Junilua was already moved, and was even more eager to try when Yul said so. After a little thought, she nodded. If she learned it, she would have the ability to defend herself in the future. She didn't want to become a doddering flower dependent on the orcs. If you want to do it as a bully. You'll first explain some basic operating methods and techniques for Junilo, and then let her enter one of the simulated mech chambers for simulation training. Juniro sat in the cockpit of his mech, nervous and excited to feel this brand new territory. As the training began, Juniello gradually adapted to the operation of the mech. She followed Yul's instructions and used her mental power to control the movements of the mech. At first, her movements were a bit awkward, but as time went on, she became more and more skillful and gradually mastered some basic fighting techniques. An hour of simulation training passed quickly. Yul let her rest for 10 minutes, and when she saw that her mental power remained stable, she let go of her heart. Moving on to practical training. Is Your Highness ready? Juniro felt horribly strong after an hour of simulation training. Immediately, he nodded his head in agreement. The two entered the mech bay again, and looking at the same console as the simulation bay, Juniro put his heart down a little. Yul kept guiding her through the voice console to perform various attack maneuvers. Juniro was learning carefully, and didn't think much of it when he saw that Yul only defended and didn't take the initiative. That is, until she mishandled her operation and accidentally kicked Yul's mech to the ground, and the mech swooped in uncontrollably and pressed down on Yul's mech to pummel it. Yul still didn't fight back, and let her hold her down for a good 10 minutes before reminding her what to do. Frowning slightly, she maneuvered the mech to a stop on his cue and said through the mech's communication device, Yul, you don't have to. Your Highness, don't think too much. Mecha fighting inherently requires practical training, and Yul, as Your Highness's instructor, deserves to be Your Highness's opponent, so that Your Highness can continue to grow in battle. Yul's words were sincere and genuine, warming Juniloa's heart. Even though he denied it vigorously, Juniro guessed that he wanted to teach her mecha fighting, but only to get her out of the way. Junilo took a deep breath, his eyes gradually becoming clear. She decided to accept Yul's kindness and turn the sulkiness in her heart into motivation to fight. Maneuvering her mech, she quickly rushed towards Yul and unleashed a series of unruly and violent attacks. Yul nimbly dodged Juniro's attacks while constantly giving her feedback and guidance. Your Highness, pay attention to the rhythm of your pace. Don't mess up. Juniro sniffed and struggled to adjust the pace of his mech, trying to make the movements more coordinated. Chapter 35. Does Your Highness not want us anymore? Be more decisive in your attacks. Your Highness, Yul continued to instruct as he dodged the attack. Juno gritted his teeth and increased the output of his mental power, and the mech's movements instantly became swifter. After a fierce collision, Juno's mech shook slightly. Yul immediately asked, "Your Highness, is everything alright?" Juno responded stubbornly, "Go on." Her eyes revealed an unyielding light, both to learn and to learn well. Yul in the mech bay laughed and once again met Juno's attack. "Your Highness, try using your spiritual power." Juno closed her eyes and felt the flow of mental energy as she imagined herself becoming one with the mech and then attacking again. This time, her movements were noticeably more fluid and powerful, the mech moving through the training room like a nimble dancer. As the sparring training progressed, Juno gradually found her senses as her attacks became more and more severe. "Your Highness, very good. Now try changing the angle of attack." Yul fended off the attacks while giving new instructions. Juno quickly adjusted his strategy as the mechs attacked from different directions. The more he touched it, the more Yul was alarmed that his Highness's spiritual power was powerful. A few hours had passed, and Juno was soaked to the bone as she stepped out of the mech with a tired but contented smile on her face. A big sweaty fight really does more good than anything else. At the moment she was physically and mentally relaxed. She looked at Yul and whispered, "Yul, thank you." Just after the words were spoken, the whole man's legs went limp and his body involuntarily fell forward. Wuli's quick eyes and hands instantly rushed forward and held Juno up. "Your Highness." Yul's voice was filled with worry as he carefully helped Juno to sit down in a rest area off to the side. Juno's face was a little pale, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Shattered hair sweaty and wet clung to his scalp and cheeks. Looking so messy, she leaned back against Yul in a weak state, feeling nothing but dizziness and a churning in her stomach. The feeling of regurgitation and not being able to vomit made her feel sick to her stomach. Just tense heartstrings do not feel much. Now a relaxation. Only feel the muscles of the body is sore. Heavy arm as if filled with lead. Simply cannot lift up. The leg is even softer without a trace of strength. "I'm fine. Just too tired," Juno said weakly. Yul hurriedly took out a bottle of water from the space button and handed it to Juno. "Your Highness, drink some water first, and I'll send you to the healing pod for treatment later. The intensity of today's training is indeed a bit too much." Juno took a few sips of water and tried to suppress the discomfort in his stomach. She looked at Yul's tense expression and a warmth welled up in her heart. "Then I'll trouble Yul to carry me over." She couldn't even walk now that her hand was shaking as she held the water bottle. When Wulu heard Juno's words, she was slightly stunned, and then a scarlet blush appeared on her face. He carefully lifted Juno across the room, his entire hand shaking from being so nervous. Juno leaned against Yul's chest and could hear his disordered heartbeat, which gradually relaxed her original nervousness. Yul carried Juno in his arms as he walked quickly towards the second-floor treatment room, taking each step with extreme steadiness. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to get Her Highness treated as soon as possible to ease her discomfort. Arriving at the second-floor treatment room, Yul gently placed Juno in the treatment pod. He looked at Juno's pale face and his heart was filled with heartache. "Your Highness, close your eyes and rest well. You will soon recover." Juno nodded slightly, looking at Yul's nervous appearance with some weakness. Yul likes the original owner, but she's not the original owner. The healing pod slowly activated, a soft glow enveloping Juno. She closed her eyes and felt the soothing effects of the healing pod. For her part, Yul stayed by the healing pod and didn't move an inch. As time passed by, Juno's face gradually regained its rosy color, and his physical discomfort slowly subsided. The moment the healing pod opened, Yul immediately stepped forward to help Juno sit up. "How do you feel, Your Highness?" "It's okay, go back. Other than the legs still being a little weak, there's nothing else wrong with them." Juno let Yul assist himself back. The two returned to the courtyard to find Corentin and Shadow sitting in the courtyard waiting for her. The soft moonlight poured over the courtyard, casting a silver veil over the entire yard. Corentin tilted his head slightly, looking at the stars in the night sky, wondering what he was thinking. Xiying, on the other hand, sat quietly on the side, her eyes revealing a hint of worry. When they saw Juno being helped in by Yul, both their faces changed. Corentin's eyes widened instantly, an incredulous look on his face. It wasn't until her sight swept over her slightly pale little face that she jerked up, asking eagerly as she stepped forward, "What's wrong with Your Highness?" Shadow even stepped forward first and picked the person up by the waist, moving gently and swiftly. The scent of Yul uniquely on his body hit him, making him uncomfortable for a moment. Holding Juno tightly, he tried to calm down and check her body at the first opportunity. It was a complete relief to find no trauma. Juno leaned weakly into Xiying's arms and closed her eyes to fake sleep, not looking at his reaction. Corentin stared at the expressionless Yul with an offended look. His eyes were full of reproach and questioning, as if to say, "How did you get His Highness into this state?" Yul was puzzled by the glare and frowned slightly, not responding. Courtlandy didn't have time to pay attention to his reaction either, and quickly followed Shishadow's lead. As he walked, he kept asking Junilua about his condition, his voice filled with anxiety and worry. Xiying, on the other hand, didn't say a word, but just hugged Junilua tightly and walked quickly towards the bedroom. Yul followed, but went to the next room. In the bedroom, Shishadow carefully placed Juniro on the bed. Corentin hurriedly brought a soft blanket and covered Juniello. His movements were extremely gentle, as if he was afraid of hurting her. However, his fingers were trembling slightly, all of them highlighting the tension and worry in his heart. Corentin reached out and touched Juniro's forehead again, feeling her temperature and confirming that she didn't have a fever before letting out a small sigh of relief. Juniro hadn't said a word. Xiying, on the other hand, sat on the edge of the bed and held Junilua's hand, her eyes filled with tenderness and concern. His slightly cool palm wrapped tightly around Juniro's small hand. Fingers gently rubbed the back of Junilo's hand. Slightly lowering his head, he approached the side of her face and inquired in a mute voice, "Your Highness, how do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Corentin turned and poured a glass of warm water, then carefully lifted Juniro up so that she was leaning into her arms. "Your Highness, drink some water, it will make you feel better." Junilo did not refuse, opening his mouth slightly. He took the water and drank it. Corentin looked at her weakly, and Corentin's eyes were full of heartache. Shadow, on the other hand, stood up and walked over to the window, opening it slightly to let the fresh air flow in. He went to the bathroom and grabbed a wet washcloth and wiped her forehead and cheeks. Junilua didn't want to pay attention to the two, but when she met two pairs of reddened eyes, she shamefully softened. Those two pairs of eyes were filled with worry and aggression, as if they were abandoned children. Does His Highness not want us anymore? Chapter 36, Karanti Shadow Confession. Corentin's voice trembled slightly as he stared intently at Juniro, the unease in his eyes clearly visible. Although Xiying did not speak, his grip on Junilo's hand tightened slightly, conveying his same concern. Although Junilua was uncomfortable in his heart, he hadn't thought of not wanting them, but he was just waiting for them to bow down first. After a long period of silence, Corentin slowly opened his mouth, his voice low and with a hint of trembling. "Your Highness, once the hurt is written off, let's start over, shall we?" Juniello didn't respond. She wanted to see what else Corentin would say, seeing that she was still ignoring her. Corentin's fiery temperament finally got the better of him and he spoke up eagerly, saying, "I may be bad-tempered, but I've got my heart set on you. I'd give anything for you, even my life, but you can't ignore me. You're the one who said you wouldn't abandon me. I don't have a home anymore, you're where I belong. If you don't want me, what will happen to you?" Juniello wanted to tease him, but he didn't realize that Corentin was actually crying. "Anyway, I don't care, you're just not going to abandon me." Corentin tilted his head a little awkwardly so he wouldn't see his unattractive appearance. "Come on, wipe your tears. It's not like I'm saying I don't want you. Why are you crying?" She expected Corentin to choke on her like he always did. This time he said with a thick nasal voice, "Your Highness, I am just afraid. Fear of being abandoned again. I know I have a bad temper and sometimes I don't talk too much, and I also know that you like Shadow more than me." After saying that, Corentin's red eyes looked pitifully at Junilua. The look as if it was a puppy abandoned by its owner, making one's heart ache. Junilo's heart softened and he reached out his hand to gently stroke Corentin's hair, saying with rare tenderness, "Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Then kiss me and I'll believe you. Scram, go run me a bath." With a muffled but a relieved look on his face, Corentin dutifully got up and went to the bathroom to run the bath water. Juniro dropped his eyes to Shishadow. Shishadow raised his eyes slightly when he felt her gaze. His seemingly cold and emotionless face was full of tenderness at the moment. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice clear and cold with a hint of imperceptible gentleness. "Your Highness, the same goes for me. Let bygones be bygones. No matter what happens in the future, Xiying will always accompany your Highness. Even if your Highness doesn't need it, Xiying won't leave." He sighed softly before he continued to speak. "It is undeniable that I was resentful in the beginning, but after your Highness began to heal my wounds, those resentments dissipated. Would your Highness be willing to give us a chance with each other? A chance for Shishadow to be able to take care of your Highness." "Good." Upon hearing Junilua's reply, a strange light instantly bloomed in Xiying's violet eyes, as if they were the brightest stars in the night sky. He pursed his lips slightly, trying to restrain his inner excitement as he placed a kiss on the back of her hand. At that moment, Courtlandy walked out of the bathroom, her old smile back on her face. "Your Highness, the bath water is ready." Seeing Shishadow's expression, Corentin instantly understood what was going on, and he let out a light grunt, but his eyes didn't show the slightest bit of jealousy. I'll help your highness bathe, Corentin volunteered. With an expectant blush on her face, Junilua was slightly stunned, then glared at him. No need. You go out first. She didn't want to shower with him for an hour or two. Courtlandy bristled and retreated somewhat reluctantly. She shadow looked at Junilua and said softly, Your Highness, let me do it. I've learned massage can soothe your highness. Junilua just wanted to refuse, but when he saw Shi Ying's serious look, his heart softened and he acquiesced. Shi Shadow carefully picked her up and walked slowly to the bathroom. The bathroom was warm and cozy with a dense vapor. Shi Shadow removed her clothing and placed her in the bath, then grabbed a towel and carefully scrubbed her body. His eyes were extraordinarily focused and gentle, and every movement was filled with love. Junilua lay quietly in the bath, his eyes closed as he enjoyed Shi Ying's massage. It wasn't her first time anyway. She had nothing to be ashamed of. Shi Shadow's hands were gentle but strong, slowly roaming over Jun'iroa's body. Starting with her head, he gently pressed on the acupressure points to relieve her headache from the mental exertion. Junilua closed his eyes slightly, feeling Shi Ying's gentle touch, his taut nerves gradually relaxing, and finally fell asleep. When Shi Shadow saw that she was asleep, he fished the person out of the tub, dried her off and wrapped her in a robe, and carried her back to the bedroom. Courtlandy leaned back on the bed and waited, a flash of envy in her eyes as she saw them come out. His Highness really does prefer Shi Shadow. That night neither of them wanted to leave, and one of them slept on one side, encircling Junilua in the center. The next day, Junilua woke up leisurely. She opened her eyes slightly, at first in a trance, and then realized that she was confined. Moving his body, he realized that he was going to be encircled by two large hands and couldn't open his eyes at all. She inclined her head to the left, and what she introduced to her eyes was Shi Shadow's quiet, sleeping face, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows on her face, a touch of gentleness in her cool asceticism. On his right was Corentin, his brow furrowed slightly as if he had had some bad dream, and his whole body was a little tense. The sunlight poured in through the gaps in the curtains, coloring the room with a warm color. Junilua moved, not wanting to wake them, but her subtle movements still caused Shi Shadow and Corentin to wake up one after the other. Shi Shadow opened his eyes. His eyes first flashed with surprise before being replaced by tenderness. Concern instantly filled his eyes. Your Highness, you're awake. How are you feeling? Courtlandy also hastened to ask, Is there anything wrong? It's okay, it's just that you guys are too tight. It's a little uncomfortable. Jun'iro yawned before rubbing his flattened stomach again. Corentin saw her touch her stomach and knew she must be hungry. Coughing lightly, he took the initiative and said, Your Highness, sleep a little longer. I'll go prepare breakfast. Juniello smiled and nodded as Corentin got up and went to the bathroom to wash up and change into his housecoat to leave the bedroom. The only people left in the room at once were Junilua and Shi Ying. Jun'iro rolled over and lay flat on his back, allowing him to press his legs and hands. Yesterday's mecha training exercise was too much, and the muscle soreness is still not fully healed. Shi Ying gently pressed up Juniloa's legs and hands as he had been instructed. His movements were very skillful, with just the right amount of intensity. Jun'iro closed his eyes slightly, enjoying the momentary comfort. The room was so quiet that all that could be heard was the sound of Shi Shadow's fingers pressing gently against Junero's skin, but at the same time, a different kind of feeling crept up at the bottom of his heart. Shi Ying's movements also became a little unnatural, his gaze occasionally falling on Junilua's face, and there was a touch of unspeakable affection in those eyes. Chapter 37, Your Highness, you smell of Shi Ying. His massage gradually deviated from its original position and gently slid towards the inside of Junilo's arm, the slightly cool touch causing Junilo's body to tremble slightly. Shi Shadow's gaze was locked onto her, and those eyes were full of love and longing, as if they wanted to swallow her whole. Junilua's heartbeat accelerated slightly at his look, and she uncomfortably averted her face in an attempt to avoid the blazing gaze. However, Shi Shadow gently reached out and tenderly pulled her face back so that she could once again face her deep feelings directly. Your Highness, do you need a full body massage? Shi Shadow's voice was low and dark, carrying endless temptation. Junilua blushed at the sound of his voice too. She slightly pushed Shi Shadow, but that action did not have the slightest amount of strength. It was more like a gesture of refusal. Shi Shadow's hands began to wander, not too light or heavy in their intensity, massaging her entire body, soothing it, finally stop at the center point and press gently through the garment. Hiss. Seeing that she didn't stop, Shi Shadow rolled over smoothly, giving her weight. Jun'iro could clearly feel his temperature and heartbeat. The light touch on his forehead was like a feather brushing against it, causing the tip of Jun'iro's heart to tremble slightly. Then his kisses landed on her cheeks, moving little by little as if he were savoring a delicious meal. Jun'iro gradually sank into it, her hands unconsciously wrapping around his neck in response. The pajama straps were undone and the skin was blindingly white. Fingers lightly traced over his collarbone. causing a shiver to run down his spine. Lips and tongues intertwined, exploring each other. The she-shadow's scent filled Juniello's nostrils, causing her to grow lost. The room reeked of hormones and the temperature was rising. She-shadow's hands continued to roam over Junero's body. June Elohim's body became more and more sensitive, and she couldn't help but let out a soft whimper. The lust in She-shadow's heart burned even hotter when he heard her voice. Asterisk. The sound of heartbeats and breathing echoed through the room for a long time. Corentin made breakfast and came to the bedroom door ready to call them. As he approached the door to the room, a gasp from inside made him freeze instantly. Again, She-shadow got the jump on me. Corentin clenched his fists tightly, an unspeakable wave of frustration and jealousy welling up in him. He stood in the doorway, and the ambiguous voice seemed to dissolve into a fine needle that stuck in his heart. He bit his lower lip hard and swore in his heart that next time, he would never let Xiang have the chance to monopolize Juniello. Back in the kitchen, the sourness in Corentin's heart grew stronger as he looked at the carefully prepared breakfast. He knew he shouldn't have this kind of mentality, but when he saw her so close to Xiang, the jealousy in his heart couldn't be suppressed. Humph, they're sweet as can be. Corentin raised his chin slightly, trying to hide his inner loss with disinterest. As one of Juniello's beast husbands, he was supposed to serve her alongside Xiang, but at the moment, it was as if he was excluded. The more he thought about it, the more images of Juniello and Xiang together kept surfacing in his mind. Courtlandy rubbed her hair in annoyance, trying to push the images out of her mind. He knew that he couldn't let this emotion spread. There would only be more and more orcs around her in the future. He couldn't stop it. He could only find a way to take back her attention and try to take a place in her heart until then. At that moment, Juniello and She-shadow inside the bedroom were still engrossed in their massage service, oblivious to the Karanti outside the door. Juniello leaned back in She-shadow's arms, her face still wearing an unabated blush. Is your highness still satisfied? It's not bad. Juniello opened his mouth against his will. She-shadow laughed out softly and kissed her hair, carrying her to the bathroom. Corentin calmed down as he waited. When Juniello and She-shadow came out of the bedroom, they saw Corentin staring blankly at the meal on the dinner plate, which had been steaming hot and by now was cold. The atmosphere instantly became a bit awkward. Corentin seemed to be lost in some kind of thought and did not notice their arrival. Looking at him who did not look like his usual lively self, Juniello inexplicably felt some heartache. Juniello walked on slightly shaky legs over to Karanti, hooked his neck and sat down smoothly on his lap, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Tough on my coterie kite. Corentin's body stiffened slightly, a flash of surprise and shyness in her eyes. The jealousy and frustration in his heart instantly dissipated. Your highness smells of She-shadow all over you. Corentin spoke sullenly as he buried his face into her neck and sniffed. Juniello was slightly stunned, then smiled somewhat awkwardly. She could feel the hint of jealousy and loss in Corentin's words. She took Corentin's hand and softly said, then later I'll let you leave your own scent on me. 2. How can the End Water Masters favor one over the other? It must rain on their parade. Corentin's cheeks flushed slightly, the depression in his heart easing slightly. His highness said no lies. Naturally, this princess never lies. Xiang watched them from the sidelines, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as a faint favor flowed from his eyes. He knew his highness was trying to balance their relationship, and he was willing to watch over her with Corentin. Well, let's eat breakfast first, Juniello said with a smile. It's all cold. Juniello looked at the breakfast that had cooled a bit on the table and was about to have the robot go down and heat it up. She-shadow spoke up first, I'll heat it up. With that he moved to pick up his breakfast and walked to the kitchen. A short while later, there was a soft noise from the kitchen, and Juniello and Corentin sat quietly at the table, waiting. Corentin looked in the direction of the kitchen, then at Juniello, and said with a soft grunt, he's the only one who can offer. Juniello pinched his face with some amusement. Why? Still angry? Not at all. Corentin looked away slightly, but the corners of his mouth rose a little involuntarily. It wasn't long before Xiang walked out with a steaming breakfast. The aroma of food once again filled the air, whetting one's appetite. Corentin, you secretly practicing your cooking? The flavor was a far cry from earlier. Juniello looked at Corentin with a face full of surprise. Corentin raised his chin slightly, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. Humph, who lets someone have such a mouth? I naturally have to work hard to improve my cooking skills, lest you be compared to a certain snake everywhere. Juniello laughed out softly, picking up a mouthful of food and placing it in her mouth to savor it, then nodded with satisfaction. It's really great. From now on, this princess will leave her 3 meals a day to you. Courtlandy grunted, clearly affronted. Shortly after the meal, She-shadow had gone back to the yard, and only Corentin sat still, like they were waiting for something. Seeing Juniello didn't look at him and muttered something with his mouth. Juniello was just about to tell him to go back. She was going to go into the virtual world and sell her products on the shelves. The little mermaid then came to the door in aggravation. Chapter 38, I'm 28. He's 108. And you're saying he's too young for me to give him a break? As soon as Lanine came in, he looked at Juniro pitifully, as if he was looking at a negative man. Sister Princess, did you forget about Aashian? Junilua had a bit of a headache. She really didn't quite want to face this black-hearted little green tea. No, just getting ready to go look for you. Aashian's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Then, Princess Sister, when can we go play? Courtlandy grunted softly from the sidelines. All you know how to do is play. And you don't even look at what time it is. Aashian glared at Karanti in displeasure. It's none of your business. Then she turned her head to Junilua, her eyes slightly red. Princess Sister, brother, he's always mean to me. Does he hate Aashian? Junolo, are you some kind of rare thing? Everyone's favorite? Corentin sked lightly, sarcastically. Don't be angry. Brother, it's all because Aashian is bad. Aashian blinked her watery eyes and spoke timidly. Aashian just hasn't been outside yet and wants her sister to accompany her out for a stroll. If brother isn't happy about it, then Aashian won't go. Karanti looked at Aashian's look of feigned innocence and hated it in the bottom of his heart. But he couldn't do anything about it because Juniro was there. So much so that I want to punch it. Alright, stop it. I'll take you out when we have time. You can move around the estate freely in the meantime. Only then did Aashian nod in satisfaction. Karanti looked at Aashian's triumphant look and couldn't help but speak again. Your Highness, how can you be so spoiled with him? This mermaid is clearly intentionally feigning pity to gain sympathy. Aashian's eyes reddened even more at this, tears welling up in his eyes as if they would fall at any moment. Sister Princess, Aashian is not pretending to be pitiful. Aashian is just thinking about not having any more relatives. And it's hard on her heart to want to go out and take a break. Sister mustn't be angry with brother because of Aashian. Aashian is just having a hard time in her heart. June Elohim looked at Aashian's pitiful appearance and alarm bells went off in his heart. And seeing that Corentin was about to speak back, he hastened to stop him. This is a black-hearted fish that kills even blood relatives when he says so. 10 Karanti are not enough for him to play with. Karanti, don't say that. He's young and it's his first time ashore. It's normal for him to want to go out and play. Courtlandy pointed incredulously at himself and then at Lane. I'm 28. He's 108. And you're saying he's young? Juniro apparently didn't realize that Aashian was 108 years old either. And the book doesn't say how old he is. Aashian, it's not a good idea to go out as the central star is mixed up with fish and dragons these days. And you don't want the people of Jellyfish to know you're here with me. Okay, boo. Then I want my sister to hang out with me around the house. Aashian took the opportunity to make a request. Could be. No. You said you'd stay with me today. Corentin was not happy to hear that. Corentin, you go on back. I'll catch up with you later. Corentin was full of reluctance. But he didn't dare to disobey Juniro's orders. So he could only give Lanine a hard look and turn to leave. The corners of Aashian's mouth rose slightly in a smug smile as he watched Corentin's departing back. Let's go. Lanine, I'll accompany you around the mansion. Juniro said in a flat tone. Aashian happily bounded over to Juniro and held her arm tightly. Sister is the best. The two of them strolled through the princess's mansion. Aashian looking around from time to time, curious about everything around them. Juniro, on the other hand, kept a watchful eye on Aashian's movements as he walked, fearing that he might have some more bad thoughts. Sister, this courtyard is so beautiful, Lanine said as she pointed to a courtyard filled with flowers. Juniello nodded slightly. This is Karanti's yard. Knowing that he liked flowers and plants, she took out quite a few seedlings from her space and gave them to him. I didn't expect him to take care of them so well. A hint of cunning flashed in Aashian's eyes. So I can stay here from now on? Juniro refused without even thinking about it. If Corentin heard that, he'd have to fight him. She still knew the difference between her own people and outsiders. A look of disappointment appeared on Aashian's face when she heard Juniro's refusal, but she quickly returned to that pitiful look. Sister, why not? I really like this yard. Lane, this courtyard belongs to Karanti. No fooling around. There are many other beautiful places in the princess's house that I can show you. Aashian lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. After a moment, he looked up, his tone petulant. Then sister, show me the rest of the place. June Elohim breathed a slight sigh of relief as she continued to stroll through the princess's mansion with Aashian in tow. Along the way, Aashian remained curious about everything around her, but Junilluo was always on guard. She always felt that the little mermaid was glimpsing something bad. As expected, she looked at Zuo Ling's yard again. The look of disappointment on Aashian's face intensified when she heard Junilluo's rejection once again, and her entire person instantly became wilted, like a flower that had been hit by frost. Why not again? Sister? This place feels so cozy to me. His voice was full of aggravation. Junilua looked at this appearance of Lan Yin. Although there was a trace of intolerance in his heart, he stabilized his mind. He could not be deceived by this little green tea. Lan Yin, this is Zuo Ling's courtyard. You can't just stay in someone else's courtyard. The entire princess house is sister's. So why can't we change it? Aashian just wants to be closer to sister. This is the backyard. Only my beast husband is entitled to live here. Why do you want to be my beast husband? Aashian looked up in surprise. Can I? No. Aashian lowered his head and fell silent, seemingly sulking with himself. It took a while before he slowly raised his head, his eyes losing their previous luster. Okay, sis, then you can show me somewhere else. Just then, Yul appeared out of nowhere and said something about Alice being at the door asking for an audience. Hearing Wu Li's words, Junilua's face instantly sank. Without thinking, she said decisively, not to be seen. Nothing good could come out of Alice's presence, especially at this juncture, and she couldn't afford to let Alice have another chance to disrupt her plans or cause her more trouble than she already had. A flicker of doubt flashed in Aashian's eyes when he heard the name Alice. Sister, who is this Alice? Why don't we see her? Juniro frowned slightly, not wanting to mention more about Aries. Aashian, she's not a nice person, so go around if you see her in the future. Sister doesn't like it, and neither does Aashian. Juniro glanced at him. Undeniably, he was willing to give up the entire planet Jellyfish for Iris in the original episode. Today was the day that Iris was to be repatriated to the remote planet, and she had to avoid the two meeting, not letting them cross paths. Your Highness, Alice, with a host of beastmen, begged at the door to apologize and say goodbye to you, and has attracted a crowd of onlookers. Junero also wanted to know what she was up to. She looked at Aashian and her tone was a bit serious. Aashian, right now you go back to your room right now and you are not allowed to come out without my permission. Lan Yin was full of doubts, but seeing Juniluo's serious expression, he didn't dare to ask more questions and obediently turned around to leave. The mind was more interested in that Alice. Let her in. Yul led the way. Chapter 39, Do you want to leave? I can help you. With a smile on her face, Aries said with seeming sincerity that she had come to apologize to Juniro and passing to say goodbye. Instead, his eyes darted around, as if looking for something again. Juniro didn't bother with her and just wanted her to hurry up and leave. Cousin Luo, I don't know when I'll be able to see you again this time I leave. Won't you leave cousin to have a meal in the mansion? I'm really sorry about that then. There's no fire in the house. If you need it for the sake of sisters, I can send you a box of nutrients. The smile on Elisa's face stuttered slightly when she heard Juniro's words, but it quickly returned to normal. Cousin Lolo is really polite. Nutrients are not necessary. I just want to say goodbye to cousin. Her eyes were still darting around, and she didn't seem to be about to give up looking for anything. Cousin Luo, as you know, we are sisters and it's better to resolve some misunderstandings. I really came here this time with the sincere intention of resolving conflicts with you. Elise continued, trying to impress Junilua. Juniro, however, was not at all moved as she looked coldly at Alice. Alice, there's no misunderstanding to be resolved between us. If you just came to apologize and say goodbye, you can leave now. I don't really want to see you again. A flash of annoyance flashed in Ella's eyes, but it was quickly masked by her. Cousin Lolo, why are you so desperate? Junilo waved his hand impatiently. Alright, acting sisterly love day in and day out, you're not tired, I'm sick of it. Ellis bit her lip and hated it in her heart. She knew that she was afraid she wouldn't be able to achieve her goal today, but she wasn't willing to leave like that either. Cousin Luo, since you're so unwelcoming to me, I'll leave first. We will meet again sooner or later. After saying that, Alice turned around and left, but her eyes were filled with unwillingness and calculation. Then you don't want to starve to death before you come back. I heard that there's not even any food there. They all rely on picking up garbage for food. It's true that it's an exaggeration to say that they scavenge garbage for food, but 90% of the people in the remote star make a living by scavenging garbage for nutrients. The so-called garbage is all kinds of electronic equipment, scrapped mecha cabins, and so on, that other higher planets put up for disposal. With so much discarded electronic energy equipment polluting the soil there, it's impossible to grow anything. In order not to starve to death, they have to pick up recyclable garbage from waste stations in exchange for low-value nutrients. Iris should be so used to the good life that she forgets what she originally lived on the remote star. The nutrients she now disliked a million times over were indeed rare treasures on the remote star. After Alice was pissed off, she thought she had successfully avoided the two meeting. Still, she underestimated the power of drama. Aashian took 7 turns in the princess's house and ended up getting herself lost. Not so easily. He catches a robot halfway across the country and asks it to give him a ride back, only to be met halfway by a scowling Alice. An inexplicable emotion welled up in Aashian's mind. and he tried hard to resist the strange sensation, but found that his body seemed to be out of control. His deep blue eyes grew deeper. This female was strange. Just as Aashian was lost in thought, a light footstep came. He looked up warily, only to see Alice walking slowly toward him. Her eyes were filled with concern and tenderness, causing Aashian's heart to flutter uncontrollably once again. He didn't know exactly what this female wanted, but his instincts told him that this female was dangerous. While Iris approached him, he found his body betraying his will once again by taking an involuntary step closer to her. Alice was instantly attracted by Lanin's handsome, heavenly godlike features, and her gaze locked onto Lanin. When she saw the ear fins on Aashian's ears, she immediately decided that Aashian was a mermaid. And when she thought about the rumors she heard a few days ago that the young son of the Mermaid King had disappeared, she had guessed correctly that this mermaid had been captured by Junilua and locked up on shore. "Who are you?" Lane responded coldly. "None of your business." Instead of being angry at his indifference, Alice showed a gentle and concerned expression. "Were you captured by the princess?" Alice tilted her head slightly, looking at Aashian's handsome features, and an inexplicable impulse welled up in her heart. She wanted this merman, not just because of his beauty, but a strong feeling of exclusivity in the back of her mind. A voice telling her that this orc was meant to be hers. Aashian didn't say anything. Murderous intent flickered at the bottom of his deep blue eyes, but he quickly regained his blank, innocent expression. He saw right through the female's disguise. She was by no means as innocent as she appeared. He had always been merciless in killing any being that might affect his emotions too, even if the other person is a female. "Do you want to leave? I can help you." Alice's voice was soft, as if it carried endless kindness. "Why do you want to help me?" The deep blue eyes blinked, as if moved and puzzled. Alice winked along with a look of sincerity. "Because I can't bear to see you imprisoned here. I don't think you deserve to be treated like this. You should be swimming in the ocean without restraint. By getting him out, there was a way to make him all his own, and then he could use his status to gain more benefits." She didn't want to spend her life on a remote star. Aashian sneered in his heart, his expression on his face unchanged. He naturally wouldn't believe Alice's bull. "What are your terms?" Alice looked at him in mock surprise, as if she were greatly aggrieved. "I don't have conditions. I simply want to help you." Aashian's expression changed several times, as if he was struggling, and after a long time he said slowly, "If you don't state your terms, I won't accept your help." Alice bit her lip, revealing a look of embarrassment. "Well, I've actually always been curious about the world of mermaids. I would be content if you would show me the mermaid territory once you are safely away." Her tone was filled with longing, as if she were just a small female curious about the outside world. Aashian despised it in his heart. This female's acting skills were good. She was still far from him. Aashian's ears twitched and the expression on his face steeped into seriousness. "Who says I'm leaving? My favorite princess sister is here and I'm not going anywhere." Junilua was just about to step around the corner when she heard this sentence, and she gave a slight lurch in her steps, raising an eyebrow. "It's here on purpose for her to hear. Who doesn't know how to act?" She slowly came around the corner, her eyes falling on Aashian and Ares. When Lanin saw Junilua appear, a bright smile immediately appeared on her face. The joy in that smile couldn't be hidden in any way. No one would suspect that what had just happened was staged. "Sister Princess, you're here." He ran happily towards Junilua, as if he were a child eager for his sister's favor. "This princess's mansion is so big that Aashian got lost." Juniro looked at Lanin with both favor and a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Aashian, did you mean what you just said?" Lanin nodded without hesitation. "Of course, princess sister. I love you the most. I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to stay with you all the time." His eyes were so clear and determined that it was hard to doubt his sincerity. Alice stood by, cursing in her mind. She didn't expect Aashian to change so quickly. Just now she was discussing her escape plan with her, but now she was fawning so much over Junilua. She bit her lip, trying to keep herself calm. Juniro smiled slightly and reached out to touch Aashian's head. "So good." Her gaze swept over Alice, her eyes revealing a hint of warning. "Why haven't you left yet?" Chapter 40, Don't be too touched. "You'll have to turn it in later. Juniro told Yul to take Aashian away." Alice looked at Aashian's back as he left, and that feeling grew stronger in her heart. She couldn't let him go, and the voice in her heart told her that if she didn't get him away today, she would lose the chance to have him for good. "Will you come with me?" she cried out defiantly. Only Aashian didn't even stop for a second. She didn't retract her eyes until Aashian's figure had completely disappeared. "Unfortunately, he doesn't." Alice tightened her expression and raised her chin slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of provocation. "Cousin Lolo, if I'm not mistaken, this is a mermaid, right? It's curious that this jellyfish starfish, which is dozens of light years away, has appeared in your mansion. Could it be that you have some untold secrets?" What do you think will happen if I publicize this? Oh, you go right ahead. I'm just afraid you'll never get another chance. Juniro turned and walked away when he finished speaking, and Aries realized to her horror that she couldn't speak. Alice's eyes were wide with disbelief. She tried to make a sound, but could only open her mouth in vain, with no sound at all coming from her throat. She panicked and wanted to chase after Junilua to find a theory, but her legs were as heavy as lead and she couldn't take a step. At this moment, Junilo had already walked away, her figure disappearing at the end of the corridor. Alice stood in place, her heart filled with anger and fear. Thinking of Junilua's talent for potions, she quickly changed to think that she was being drugged by Junilua. She secretly vowed in her heart that she would make Junilua pay. However, there was nothing she could do about it now, and she could only allow Ching Soft to invite her out. Ching Soft made an expressionless pleased gesture. Alice gritted her teeth, glared at Ching Soft fiercely, and turned to leave. She swore that one day, she would definitely come back, take back everything that belonged to her, and trample each and every one of these people under her feet. Junilo went directly to Shi Ying's courtyard. When he first arrived at the courtyard, Shi Shadow was sitting intently at the table, the screen of the optical brain in front of him flickering with a faintly bright light. His fingers slid quickly over the light brain, pausing now and then to pick up a pen on the side and make careful notes in his book. He was so focused, as if he was completely immersed in his own world, that he didn't notice Junilua's arrival in the slightest. Junilo stood quietly, looking at Shi Ying's serious demeanor with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. She didn't interrupt out of the blue, just observed silently. Shi Shadow was completely engrossed in his inquiries and records. His hair shimmered slightly in the sunlight, and the profile of his side face looked particularly resolute. It took a while before Shi Shadow shut down the light brain. He was surprised to see Junilua. Why is your highness here? Go! Take you somewhere. Shi Ying was slightly stunned, and although she was curious in her heart, she did not open her mouth to ask. After stowing the notes on the table into the space knob, he quietly followed Junilua. The two of them made their way to the front yard, where a smoothly shaped flying machine rested silently. Yu leaned his back against the flying machine and hung his head down, not knowing what he was thinking. Noticing the sound of footsteps, he looked up to see Juniro walking from the distance with Shi Shadow and stood up straight and quickly stepped forward. Juniro was the first to board the craft, with Shi Shadow following close behind. The craft slowly rose up and headed towards the remote outskirts of the central star. Through the window of the craft, Shi Shadow saw that the scenery outside was constantly changing. The bustling city faded away and was replaced by a sparsely populated suburb. Soon, the craft landed in an open area. Here stood several tall buildings with a simple and atmospheric appearance. On the periphery of the tall building, a layer of radio wave defense invisible to the naked eye was set up. Junilo brought Shi Shadow down from the flying machine and turned his head to speak to Yule. You just wait here. Yule, who had always responded to her requests, nodded in response. Arriving at the gate, Juniro stood in front of the iris scanner and a blue light flashed as the gate slowly opened. They walked into the building and swiped their cards to get on the elevator. After the elevator stopped, they passed through 3 more doors, each requiring a different form of verification, making Shi Shadow even more curious as to what exactly they were about to arrive at. Finally, they entered a spacious room. The room was filled with all sorts of advanced medical equipment, and Shi Shadow stared in shock, too shocked to speak. The corners of Junilo's mouth rose slightly as he watched Shi Ying's shocked appearance. There's no need to be so surprised. This place will be yours from now on. Her voice was extraordinarily clear in the quiet room. Your Highness. The Shi Shadow's voice trembled a little. He had never imagined that he would have such an advanced laboratory. Don't be too impressed. In the future all the potions you develop are to be turned in. Jun Elohim looked at the corners of his slightly reddened eyes and raised his eyebrows lightly. Walking up to a piece of equipment, he gently stroked its surface. Shi Shadow, I know your talent and potential, and this will be the place for you to utilize it. She turned and looked at Shi Shadow with trust in her eyes. Shi Shadow had never been looked at like that before and took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Your Highness, I will not fail you. Jun Ilo nodded slightly, then began to introduce the various equipment in the lab to Shi Ying. This is the latest genetic analyzer available at. Shi Ying listened attentively to Jun Ilua's introduction, her mind gaining a deeper understanding of the functions and uses of these devices. The value of this equipment is immeasurable and some of it is not available on the market. After introducing the equipment, Jun Ilo walked over to a table and picked up a document and handed it to Shi Shadow. Here's the manual for the lab and some information on the research project, so you can familiarize yourself with it first. Shi Shadow took the document and flipped it open to read it carefully. The contents of the document go into detail about the various do's and don'ts of the lab, as well as some simple recipes for pharmacology experiments. Shi Shadow, if you have any needs in the future, feel free to ask, or ask me if you don't know how. Shi Ying looked at Jun Ilo with gratitude. Thank you. Your Highness. Xiang will not let your Highness down. Jun Ilo nodded slightly, then paced slowly in the lab, wondering if he should go to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute to dig up someone. After all, there are a lot of potions to be developed in the future. Time passed quietly. Jun Ilo looked at the time and saw that Xiang was still excited, so he proposed. Well, I have to go beforehand. You can familiarize yourself with the environment here. The medicinal herbs to be researched are all placed there for you to use on your own. I'll have someone pick you up in the evening. If you have any problems, feel free to contact me by stardate. Jun Ilo said and left. She had asked Seven to shelve the fresh fruits and vegetables and newly developed potions produced by the space for her in the virtual world yesterday, and she didn't know how the sales were going. It just so happened that she hadn't been in the virtual world yet, so she had to check it out for herself anyways. Xiang looked at Jun Iloa's departing back, took a deep breath to calm his excitement, and began to devote himself more intently to the study of the potion formula. Chapter 41 Entering the Virtual World. Jun Iro laid into the virtual pod and was about to experience a holographic simulation system of the interstellar age. I heard that inside is a virtual world with all 5 senses. You can touch and feel and communicate and buy things. No different from the real world. Jun Ilua slowly closed her eyes as her consciousness gradually sank into the virtual world. When she opened her eyes again, the sight before her marveled her. She found herself in the middle of a bustling bazaar, with people coming and going all around her, and all sorts of exotically dressed avatars picking out goods from stalls and haggling over prices. Like a real world, along with the sun was simulated. Except there was no temperature, like being in an air-conditioned room. Juniello looked around curiously, feeling the realism of this virtual world. She reached out and touched one of the delicate trinkets on the stall next to her, the realism of the touch almost making her forget that she was in a virtual world. A beautifully decorated store dazzled her. She remembered what she had come in for this time and began to look for the place where she had shelved her wares. Jun Ilo walked along the street and finally stood still in front of the sign. The area she was looking for selling fruits and vegetables and potions were 2 areas in the same direction. She thought about it but took the lead and went to the fruits and vegetables selling area. With guidance she soon arrived at a marketplace specializing in fruits and vegetables. At a glance, there were only a few scattered people. Outside the door of each store were a few common interstellar fruits of less than stellar quality and incredibly expensive. She searched around and finally found the store Seven had mentioned in the far corner. The store is decorated as an earth fruit specialty store. At a glance it was full of fruits and vegetables that Star hadn't seen before, and it was full of them. Junilua had already forgotten exactly how many kinds of fruits and vegetables were planted in the space. She hadn't even paid much attention to it since she had handed it over to Xiao Qi to take care of. She didn't rush in. Standing a short distance away and watching, she stood there for almost 10 minutes, with 2 females walking back and forth arm in arm no less than 3 times, and just didn't go in. A little puzzled, she opened her mouth to inquire as they passed her again. Why don't you guys go inside? The 2 females didn't seem to expect a strange female to strike up a conversation, and were a bit embarrassed to hear what she asked. These fruits look very fresh. The price is certainly not cheap. They even buy ordinary fruit to hesitate, let alone these do not know the variety looks very delicious fruit. In case you ask the price and can't afford it, there's the worry of not having had it spending a fortune on it and it not being good. A few hesitations still didn't make up my mind to go for it. We've never seen any of these strange fruits before, and we're not sure we can eat them. Junilua looked over to his stall, which was filled with colorful fruits and vegetables that gave off an enticing fruity aroma. In the interstellar era, vegetation was scarce and many fruits and vegetables were difficult to grow. So once these fresh fruits and vegetables in Junilua's store hit the shelves, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. But having never seen it, they all just watched from afar. Juniro thought about it and communicated with Xiao Qi in his head. It was indeed an oversight on her part to forget that people here didn't recognize the fruits and vegetables common to Earth and were afraid to try them. All products in the virtual world must be tested by specialized institutions before they are put on the shelves, and they can only be put on the shelves after they have passed, and there is no concern that they can't be eaten. So the only thing they are concerned about is the taste and price. Seven had typed up the prices as she'd instructed, making them readable at a glance, and offered an advanced virtual tasting experience. Look, they're offering free samples. I'm going to try it. You guys want to join me? When the 2 females heard Junilua's words, a hint of curiosity appeared in their eyes, but they were still a little hesitant. Junilua could see their concern and did not try to persuade them. Walking straight to the store, grabbed a random apple from the doorstand and nibbled on it. Crisp and sweet and juicy, the realness of it froze her for a moment. I have to say that this senseless communal cowboy wave won. The curiosity of those 2 females grew stronger in their hearts as they watched Junilua eat with such enjoyment. One of the females whispered, "Why don't we try it too? It's free then. If it's not good, we won't buy it." The other female nodded and the two walked arm in arm towards the store. Arriving at the front of the store, the girls were a little unsure of where to start as they looked at the odd assortment of fruits laid out on the stalls. Junilua saw them coming and greeted them warmly. Come and try. All these fruits have different flavors. Oh. With that, she picked up a red strawberry and handed it to one of the females. The female took the strawberry, hesitated, and gently bit into it. Instantly, the sweetness of the strawberry spread in her mouth and her eyes lit up. Wow. So sweet. Seeing this, the other female also picked up a fruit and tasted it, with the same look of surprise on her face. These fruits are really good. Much more delicious than the ones we usually eat, the girls said excitedly. Junilua smiled and said, right, there are many other kinds of fruits and vegetables here, so you can try more. The two females were happily tasting various fruits and vegetables in the store, and gradually put down their previous worries when they saw the prices marked on them, and began to think about buying some to share with their families. The orc females watching from a short distance away were also aroused with curiosity and went forward to try it, and when they felt the wonderful flavor blossom on their tongues, they all revealed a look of surprise. It was a flavor they had never had before. So good you can't wait to swallow your tongue. Juniro observed the reactions of the customers around him, and there were a number of people who stopped by the stall to curiously survey the fresh fruits and vegetables. A small orc picked up an apple and gently bit into it. His eyes lit up. Wow, it's so delicious. I've never eaten such a delicious fruit before. The people next to her heard her admiration and gathered around. More and more orc females were noticing this way. This is so good. That one's not bad either. Exclamations of approval followed. The orc females scrambled to pick out their favorite fruits and vegetables, fearing that if they were a step behind, someone else would snatch them up. The store changed from one customer to another, and Seven was even busier, changing the fruits on the stall from one round to another. Junilua's eyebrows were bent in a smile as he looked at the insanely rising star coins. Just as Junilua was immersed in joy, he suddenly heard a cacophony of voices. She looked up and saw a group of people walking this way. The leader was a female wearing a long red dress, followed by 5 or 6 orcs of different shapes, her eyes revealing a sense of arrogance. The red-clothed female walked up to Junilua's stall and first looked up and down at the Junilua in front of her, a gaze that was plainly surveying a piece of cargo, retracting her eyes before looking at the fruits and vegetables. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. These things look good. This young lady will take them all. Juniello frowned. She didn't like the female's attitude. Chapter 42, Opening a Shop Fiasco. Fruit shop and potion shop. But she also didn't want to get into trouble as soon as she opened her store. So she said calmly, sorry, all items in the store are limited to £5 per person. She's going for low publicity now, and if she's allowed to take it all in, what's the point of publicizing it? When I say low price, it's actually not too low. 30 star coins a pound for apples, 50 star coins a pound for strawberries, 20 star coins a bundle if vegetables, etc. But it's really a low price compared to the hundreds of star coins a piece in other stores. The red-clothed female was enraged by Junilua's words, her willowy eyebrows raised and her eyes filled with arrogance. You ungrateful female, how dare you reject my lady? Her voice was shrill with anger. Juniro frowned lightly, but quickly regained his composure. Whoever you are, you can't break my rules. The red-clothed female's face grew harder and harder, and everyone around her could feel the oppression emanating from the orc beside her. Juniro, however, was not the least bit intimidated. If she had been on any other planet she would have been wary of it. There was no higher status than her as a princess on Karen. Humph, you think you can stop me? The red-clothed female sneered. Believe it or not, I can make your store unopen with just one word. Juniro really didn't believe it. Even if you have great power, you can't be unreasonable. I opened this store to bring fresh fruits and vegetables to everyone, not to curry favor with the powerful. The red-clothed female laughed in anger. Good, very good. You're the first one who dares to treat me like this. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. After saying that, she flung her sleeves and turned around, ready to leave. But after taking a few steps, she stopped again and turned back to glare fiercely at Junilua. You wait for me. Junilo looked at the red-clad females departing back and frowned even deeper. 7. Go check the background of this female. The virtual world identities were all given by themselves, and no one but the operator could check the other party's information. Just as Junilua was exchanging words with Xiaoqi, the customers in the store were also talking. This is going to be a problem. That female is not going to stop. Yeah, this shopkeeper is too brave to offend her. I think the shopkeeper did the right thing though. You can't just let the powerful break the rules. You guys don't know. That female has a big background. Quite a few stores have been forced to close down before because of her, so hopefully this one will stick around a bit longer. After a while, Seven's voice rang out in Junilo's mind. The host has found out that the red-clothed female is named Flan. the daughter of a great noble on the planet Karen. Her father is very influential on the planet Karen and has collusion with many powerful people. She is usually arrogant and domineering, and does whatever she wants based on her family's power. Those few stores that offended her before were all forced to close their doors by various means under her covert pressure. Juniluo's eyes flinched, and he already had a plan in mind. Watching the fruits sold almost, she didn't stay much longer and asked Seven to buy an omnipotent robot in the mall to guard the store. Just leave the fruit store and head for the potions area. On the other hand, Flan huffed and puffed as she left the virtual world and returned home, anger in her heart. Pacing back and forth in the spacious, ornate room, his delicate features were slightly distorted by anger. That ugly female. She simply doesn't know how to die. How dare she reject me in public and make me lose so much face? She gritted her teeth hard, as if she wanted to eat the man alive. The beast slaves beside him were silenced, not daring to utter a single breath. Flan's beast husband spoke carefully. Female lord, why don't we think of another way to deal with her? That ugly female doesn't look like she's one to be messed with. Flan violently flung her sleeves and angrily shouted. What are you afraid of? On this planet Karen, besides the princess there's no one Flan can't deal with. She is just a small shopkeeper. How dare she not give me face? I'll make sure she knows how powerful I am. Just then, another of Flan's beastmen walked in. Instead, he had a hint of worry in his eyes. Flan, don't be so impulsive. Anyone who can open a store in that lot has an unusual background. We might as well investigate her background before making plans. Flan glared at the beastman. What did you say? She made me look bad in public. How can I let her go? Not only will I make it impossible for her to open her store, but I will also make it impossible for her to gain a foothold on the planet Karen. The Beastmaster frowned and continued his persuasion. Fran, however, couldn't hear it. No, I can't swallow this. She must pay for her behavior. Juniro walked through the bustling crowd at a brisk pace. Huge sun lamps spilled onto the street through the gaps in the skyscrapers, giving the illusion of warmth. Now that the entire empire knew of her potion talent, this potion store she did not choose to conceal her identity, which saved even the publicity. Within moments, she was in the potions area. This place was different from the others. Even the air was filled with a faint scent of medicine. Juniro's store stood out amongst the many apothecary stores, with its simple and atmospheric decor, white walls complemented by golden decorative lines, and a dark blue signboard engraved with the store's name and the royal's unique black phoenix logo. Walking into the store, the bright and spacious space is a sight to behold, with a variety of pharmaceuticals on the shelves neatly arranged and clearly labeled. The efficacy and usage of each potion is described in detail. There is a thumb-sized digital screen underneath each potion, and the number automatically decreases with each one you snag. There were already a number of people milling around outside the door, waiting for the opening to grab a potion. I heard that the owner of this apothecary store is a genius apothecary. Even the royal family recognizes it. That's right. Look at the black phoenix symbol on the signboard. That's a royal symbol. This apothecary store is definitely not ordinary. You're all behind in your news. This is Her Highness's store. Her Highness personally runs a potions store. This is really unheard of. It seems that Her Highness has her heart set on the people and wants us all to have access to good potions. I've heard that Her Highness has an extremely high talent for potions. The potions she develops must be very effective. I also wonder if the prices of the potions here will be expensive. After all, it's Her Highness's store. I wonder if Her Highness will be at the store herself. I've heard that Her Highness is the #1 beautiful female in the empire, so it would be a great honor to witness it in person. What are you thinking? What is the status of the princess? How can you see her whenever you want to? The crowd's murmurs rose and fell as everyone was filled with curiosity and anticipation for the June family's apothecary shop. As the chatter spread, more and more people were drawn to the front of the store. All of them wanted to catch a glimpse of Her Highness's store, and even more so, they hoped to have the opportunity to purchase the potions here. Those who already had a need for the potion were even more eager to enter the store and grab it at this moment. Inside the store, Juniluo's heart stirred slightly as he heard the discussion outside the door. Chapter 43, Cat Mecha. Place your bets. The opening was scheduled for 3 days later, and after checking around to make sure there were no problems, she left. Stores that are not open will have a layer of protective cover as a shield, except for those who have authorization. Other people can't see the scene of the decoration inside the store. After Junilo left through the back door, he casually strolled around the virtual world. While passing through the mech fighting arena, he was attracted by a gray and blue cat-type mech on a lift. That mecha was just too delicate and beautiful, the kind that was suitable to be placed at home as a decoration at first glance. The gray and blue cat-type mech did a few very routine moves on stage. The movements were simple, but they were so fluent and smooth that it made Junilo's eyes go straight. It's so handsome. She'd never seen anyone remotely control a mech so perfectly. Its every movement full of power and beauty. Juniro couldn't help but walk towards the mech fighting arena, wanting to get a closer look at this amazing mech. Walking in only to find another mech even taller than this one on the other side. Doing a few high-flying maneuvers, the crowd stared and cheered because of it. Just as Juniro was approaching the fighting arena, a strange-looking orc came over on the side, and he said to Juniro with a smile on his face, "Hey beautiful female, want to place a bet on the winner of this match?" Junilluo came to be a bit more interested as she glanced at the contents of the bets in the orc's hands. Almost everyone had placed a bet on the mech that called for Doyle, with very few betting on the cat-type mech to win. The odds were as high as 1:9, and with a thought, Juniro casually bet star coins on the cat-type mech to win. Seeing that she had voted so much for a mech that no one was looking at favorably, a burly man couldn't help but kindly remind her, "Little female, don't look at these high odds, this cat-type mech definitely won't win. The Dole mech has been a rare loser." The crowd, seeing that it was rare for a pretty female to enjoy watching this, spoke up, "Don't let the beautiful females get carried away with the high odds, this is not a good bet to win. Doyle's mech was there in that size, that equipment, and his past record. How can this cat-type mech be its match? You've invested in this interstellar coin, that's a waste of money, take my advice. Hurry up and withdraw your bet before it's too late." The other man frowned as he spoke, his face full of worry about Junilua's impulsive behavior. What's wrong with such a beautiful female that won't listen? Yes, beautiful female, that's too risky a bet. Everyone is not a cutie pie. If the cat-type mecha really had that much chance of winning, where would the odds be so high? You don't want to be a fool and waste your star coins for nothing. I don't know where this little female ran off to. She didn't even try to persuade her. So many star coins said to vote. Little female, you may not understand when you first arrive, but the operator of this Dole mech is a seasoned veteran, and with the cat-type mech never doing anything spectacular, the outcome of this match was almost never in doubt. It's better for you to be cautious, so you don't regret it. Calling for her to place a bet, the orc was in a hurry when she saw that the star coins in her hand were going to be gone. He hurriedly approached Junilua and said eagerly, "Beautiful female, don't listen to them. Don't look at this cat-type mecha. Its speed and sensitivity can be high. Not to mention, look at the odds. It would be a fortune to win. And who can say about this competition? It's not like the Doyle mechs are always sure winners." The orc spoke while looking warily at the few who had advised Junero. "Think about it. If this cat-type mecha really wins in a blowout, then you'll be an instant millionaire. Besides, you've already placed your bet. How unlucky to change it again." Junilua listened to the persuasion of the crowd. Her heart did not waver. 10,000 star coins was nothing to her. Think of it as spending money on fun. "I'm not changing my bet. I'm just going to trust this cat mech to win." When the orc heard Junilua's words, joy appeared on his face and he glanced provocatively at the few who had advised Junilua. The stocky man and the others shook their heads helplessly, not waiting in persuasion to see her regret. Just then, the bell rang for the start of the match. The Doyle mech and the cat mech entered the field at the same time. The Doyle mech was huge and imposing, like a big mountain standing there, and the cat mech looked small against it as it stood quietly ignoring the chatter around it. As the match began, the atmosphere around the mecha fighting arena grew lively. The crowd was deafening as they shouted and cheered for the mechs they supported. She couldn't help but tense up under the atmosphere. As soon as the match began, the Dole mechs launched an onslaught of attacks. It swung its huge fist and slammed it towards the cat-type mecha. The cat mech nimbly dodged, constantly looking for an opportunity. The spectators were also emotionally moved by the match, and everyone stared nervously at the two mechs in the field. Juniro's heart lifted. Just as the Dole mech launched another attack, the cat-type mech suddenly made a sideways turn, dodging the Dole mech's fist, then quickly circled behind the Dole mech and launched an attack. The cat-type mecha's movements were so swift that it dazzled the eyes. Its attacks hit the weak points of the Dole mech with pinpoint accuracy, causing the Dole mech to lose its balance instantly. The audience was stunned by this scene. They didn't expect this cat-type mech to have some skills. Those who had mocked the cat-type mechs earlier also closed their mouths, and a surprised expression appeared on their faces. The game didn't end there. The Dole machine readjusted itself and once again launched itself at the cat-type mech. The cat-type mech did not show any weakness either, as it nimbly dodged the attacks of the Dole mech while constantly looking for opportunities to counterattack. The game went into a whiteout. The two mechs went back and forth, not giving way to each other. The audience was also pushed to the edge of their seats. Everyone was shouting and cheering for the mechs they supported, and their voices resounded throughout the fighting arena. Eventually the cat-type mechs weakened and struggled a bit to cope. Just when everyone thought Doyle had a solid win, the cat-type mech suddenly launched a deadly attack. Unexpectedly, to everyone's surprise, this cat-type mecha reversed the strain it had just experienced, and it rushed towards the Dole mecha at an extremely fast speed, easily dry-flopping the Dole mecha that was twice as big as it was to the ground. and easily removed one of the person's arms. The audience was stunned by this scene. They didn't expect the cat-type mecha to be so powerful. When the reaction came, some of the people who had lost money began to be unhappy. They thought the match was shady and demanded a rematch. In the crowd, the lanky man grabbed the tall, thin man tightly by the collar and growled with a red face. There's definitely a blackout. The result of this match is absolutely abnormal. Look at that size of Doyle's mech. That strength. How could it lose to such a puny cat-type mech? Chapter 44, Late Night Exploration of Restaurants. The tall, thin man, who was also the one doing the betting, struggled hard and responded without showing any weakness. Don't yell. Where's the blackout? You're blaming others for your own poor vision. This cat-type mecha is agile and tactically clever. What's so strange about winning? A man in a hat next to him yelled back. That's right. There must be something wrong with this match. Doyle has never lost. He had placed a heavy bet on Doyle's mecha. How could he lose? A loss is a loss. The game is inherently uncertain, so don't take advantage of the situation. The lanky man's eyes widened angrily. Humph. You guys must be in cahoots. The tall and thin man was so angry that his face turned red. Don't spit blood. Make excuses when you lost your own bet. If you have the ability to compete again next time. The man in the hat followed and agreed. Yes, one more match. I don't believe this cat-type mecha can still be so lucky. People around them joined in the argument, and the voices rose and fell in confusion. Some people blamed the competition organizers. Some suspected the mecha controllers of cheating, and all kinds of speculations and doubts were intertwined, making the whole scene even more chaotic. Juno frowned at the chaotic scene, not wanting to stay much longer, thinking only to exchange the bet and leave. I was trying to find an opening to keep approaching, but I was unintentionally shoved by an emotional spectator. Juno stumbled, his body falling backward uncontrollably, and he was about to fall on the shield. A robotic arm firmly hooped the Lord's waist around her. Juno's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that it was the cat-type mecha that had just won the competition that had caught him. The cat-type mech was silent, just holding the pose silently. She was in close proximity to the cat-type mecha's body that emitted a cold metallic light, and could feel the powerful aura emanating from it. Juno's heartbeat was slightly chaotic, and the person in the console she could feel was staring at her through the mech panel. A soft laugh with a flirtatious tone seemed to come from his ears. She froze for a moment, then gently broke away and stood up straight, nodding slightly in appreciation to the cat-type mech. And the cat-type mecha remained silent as it slowly retracted its mechanical arm and turned around, seemingly not caring about what it had just done. After refunding your winnings at the redemption desk, rush down the line. It's so humiliating. After she left, a man in a black mech suit stepped out of the cat-shaped mech. His gaze went to the direction Juno had left, where she was long gone. The black man's gaze was fixed on Juno's departing direction, and the corner of his lips curled into a playful smile. His figure then disappeared into the virtual world as well. He slowly removed his virtual helmet, revealing a handsome and resolute face. The gray hair was a bit messy, but it added a bit more of an unruly air. The man gently rubbed the helmet in his hand as the stunning glimpse of it kept coming back to his mind. Although it was an avatar, it seemed as if he could see what the person looked like through the virtual panel. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile if anything. Boss, you finally gave up and came out. A young voice sounded behind the man. The man's head turned slightly sideways, a smile seemingly tickling the corners of his lips. What? That female apothecary from the Karen Empire has been driven back to the remote star. Should we intercept her halfway? The young man said excitedly, but noticed that the man seemed distracted. Boss, what's wrong with you? What's on your mind? The man gently rubbed his helmet, a smile growing at the corners of his mouth. It was fun to see a kitten. The young man looked puzzled. Kittens? What kitten? The man didn't answer. Only his eyes went to the virtual helmet in his hand, his thumb gently rubbing the blood wolf pattern on it. Boss, bring me along when you have time. I also want to enter the Karen Empire's virtual world and wander around. Off. Is all the work done? The young man shrunk his neck at the man's dislike, but still muttered unwillingly. Boss, just show me the ropes. I haven't been inside yet. The man glanced at him faintly as he quickly changed the subject. That female apothecary is a treasure. Are we sure we don't want to cut her off? The man raised his eyes slightly, and a glint flashed in his eyes. You've got your eye on her? When the young man heard this, he quickly waved his hands to deny it. No, boss. I just think that the female apothecary might be useful to our organization. The man's tone was casual. You can have fun if you want. Don't be stupid. The young man's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this. Boss. Then you continue. Don't bother. I'll go get ready. Juno had just exited the virtual pod when she was met with a slightly disgruntled look from Karanti. She glanced at the time, It was already after 8 p.m. No wonder she was so hungry. Your Highness lied again, promising to accompany me. Corentin pouted. That looked like an aggrieved child. Juniro didn't resist reaching out and gently pinching his cheek. Come on, don't be angry. I was delayed by an unexpected situation. Let's go. I'll accompany you now. Junilua smiled and coaxed. Coranti, however, looked away. Humph. Every time. I don't believe it. Juniro faked a sigh and took Corentin's hand. Really? I'll do what I say this time. I'll accompany you wherever you want to go. It was then that Corentin turned his head, his eyes shining. Then we'll go to Late Night Explorations in Center Square for dinner. Late Night Explorations is a couple's restaurant that is fully equipped with food, drink, and lodging. The orcs are proud to accompany their wives and masters over to dine. Juniro didn't know such a restaurant existed, but just hearing the name made you think twice. She cocked her head slightly, a flash of curiosity in her eyes. Late Night Exploration? That sounds like fun. Thinking that since Corentin was so excited, Junilo went back to the house to change into a set of clothes, and then followed Corentin out the door. This time, they didn't take Yule with them. They were in an autopilot flying machine. Along the way, Coranti excitedly said something irrelevant, and Juniello responded every now and then. The craft quickly stopped above the center square and the two arrived at the entrance of the Late Night Exploration restaurant. Juniro was attracted by the exquisite decoration and unique atmosphere. Outside the door were two uniformly dressed animal-eared teenagers. When you walk into the restaurant, the lighting inside is soft and warm, and the music flows lazily, creating a romantic atmosphere. I thought the two cat-eared teenagers outside the door were intriguing, but even more so inside. Orcs in uniform service walked back and forth in the dining room carrying trays, each with an extremely impressive appearance. Juniro's eyes couldn't help but fall on their beastly ears that twitched from time to time. Fingers curled, a little itchy. Corentin didn't notice anything different about Junero at first. He was still basking in the joy of bringing Junero to this special place. Chapter 45, The Bug Race Withdraws. Zuo Ling is about to triumph. However, when he happened to see Junilua's gaze stray to those waiters, the jealousy in his heart instantly surged. He couldn't wait to cover Junilua's eyes immediately so that she could never see those beautiful boys again. Corentin was beginning to regret bringing Junero here. He had thought it was just a normal couple's restaurant, but he hadn't realized there would be so much temptation. Corentin bit his lip, trying to restrain himself. He didn't want to lose his temper and ruin their date at this point, but the jealousy in his heart kept rising like a raging tide. Your Highness, what are you looking at? Corentin tightened his grip on Juniro's hand, his voice tinged with obvious displeasure as he tried to get Juniro's attention in such a way as to get her to take her eyes off the pretty boy waitresses. Juniro finally noticed something strange about Corentin. She turned her head and saw Corentin's gloomy face, and her heart immediately understood. She smiled a little awkwardly. Nothing, just looking around. At that moment, a beautiful teenage waiter approached with a menu, and Corentin's eyes instantly became glazed over, staring at the waiter as if to warn him against any inappropriate behavior. The waiter was taken aback by Corentin's aura, and somewhat nervously handed Juniro the menu. Juniro took the menu while gently patting Coranti's hand, signaling him to relax. With a quick scan of the menu, she ordered a few of the signature dishes and handed it back to Courtlandi for him to order a few favorites. After ordering a few at random, Courtlandi urged the waiter to hurry up and leave, and the waiter scurried away as if he had been pardoned. Come on, who are you putting on a stink face for? Junilua's tone wasn't really good. Having been on the virtual world for too long, his spirit was already tired. Plus he was hungry, so he really wasn't in the mood to coax him. If you don't want to eat with me, then go back. Junero's words caused Corentin's eyes to instantly widen, incredulity written all over his face. How could he not have expected Junilua to say such words? A strong wave of aggression and anger welled up in his heart. He snapped to his feet, his hands clenched into fists, and a stubbornness radiated from him. Just go, Courtlandi said aloud, a tremor in his voice. But as soon as he took a step, he regretted it. He didn't want to leave Junero. It was just an impulse earlier. Corentin stopped and stood still, his mind torn. He wanted to slap his uncontrolled mouth, but he felt that he couldn't pull his face. Perhaps because Junilua had been too good to him recently. It gave him the illusion that he could be a bully. Juniro looked at Corentin slightly stiff back and was somewhat chagrined. She knew her words were a bit heavy-handed, but it was time for Coranti's arrogant nature to change. When she was in a good mood she too was happy to cajole. Nowadays all she wanted was dry rice. Just then, Corentin turned slowly, a hint of resignation in his eyes. I'm not leaving. His voice was muffled. Then sit down and eat properly. Corentin sat down obediently and stopped talking. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and Juniro took the initiative to break the silence. Corentin, I can tolerate your little temper tantrums, but make them occasional. And don't make a scene. I don't have that much time to coax you. Cruelty lowered his head slightly. I know. It won't happen again. I just don't want you to get caught in someone else's eye. I don't expect you to have your eyes on me all the time. But can you just look at me when you're alone with me on a date? Just then, the dishes were being served one by one. Juno picked up a piece of beast meat and handed it to Cruelty's mouth. Here, try this to take the edge off. Cruelty grunted softly and looked away. Humph, who wants to eat what you feed me? But his eyes flicked to the food in Juno's hands from time to time. Seeing this, Juno laughed in his heart and purposely held the food away from him. Oh, I'll eat it myself then. Cruelty immediately turned her head and looked at Juno with a puff of air. No eating. Juno smiled and handed the food to Cruelty's mouth again. Alright, I won't tease you. Eat. Only then did Cruelty open her mouth to eat it with feigned reluctance. But the corners of her mouth rose slightly. No more looking at those people. Cruelty slurred as she chewed her food. Juno nodded. Got it. You're the only one in my eyes. Cruelty heard this with a satisfied smile on her face and in a completely better mood. The two didn't go back to the princess mansion that night, and after dinner, went to the top floor of the restaurant to experience what late-night exploration of the restaurant was really all about. She was going to develop a few more bottles while the apothecary store was still officially open. Juno sent a message to the queen in the palace, asking her to arrange for a few potions-talented seedlings for herself, ready to properly train her team. The gang at the Pharmaceutical Research Institute had been carefully trained by Earl, and she was afraid to use them. She stayed holed up in the lab for the next 2 days. Shadow was also busy researching apothecary potion experiments. Juno was cut off from the outside world when he dove headfirst into the lab. In the laboratory, various bottles and jars were neatly arranged, and the colorful potions emitted a faint glow under the light. The air was filled with a faint scent of medicine, mixed with the distinctive coolness of the lab. She was fully absorbed in the development of the potion, sometimes frowning in thought, sometimes skillfully operating the instruments. I don't know how long it took, but there was a soft knock on the lab door. Juno froze slightly, before snapping out of his concentration. She put down the tools in her hands and walked to the door to open it, only to see Yul standing in the doorway. Your Highness, His Majesty sent a message for you to come to the palace. Juno frowned slightly. His heart was a little puzzled. What was his father suddenly summoning him for at this time? She glanced back at the unfinished development of the potion in the lab with a slight sense of regret. I know. Wait for a moment. I'll pack up and follow you into the palace. Juno said to Wulu. Yul nodded and stood quietly in the doorway, waiting. Juno quickly organized the data and then walked out of the lab. As she walked, she pondered the possible reasons why her father had summoned her. Was it about the apothecary store? Or is there some other important business? Walking out of the area where the lab was located, the sunlight outside was a bit harsh. Juno squinted slightly, adjusting to the light. Getting into the craft that was parked aside from the study, he headed in the direction of the palace. When they arrived at the palace, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, His Majesty went straight to the point. The war on the border has subsided, and the insect hordes have all withdrawn. Not long after that, Marshal Zuo and Zuo Ling returned in triumph and asked her to wait to greet them on behalf of the royal family. The calming down of the war on the border was undoubtedly great news, which meant that countless lives had been preserved and peace had come to them, so that they could live a few years of peace and quiet. She slightly owed her body and respectfully said, Father, my son will not dishonor his mission and will represent the royal family to properly welcome Marshal Zuo and Zuo Ling on their return. Chapter 46. Zuo Ling was hijacked by the Blood Wolf Star pirates on his way back to China. His Majesty nodded slightly, his eyes filled with relief. Luo, as a precious female, you will definitely make the generals feel the importance of the royal family by stepping in to greet them this time. Zuo Ling is your rightful husband, and father also hopes that you can take this opportunity to cultivate your relationship. Juno's cheeks blushed slightly as she responded softly. Don't worry, father, Luo understands and will treat him well. His Majesty looked at Juno and said in a serious tone, this war has cost us a great deal, and now the victory is hard won. Marshal Zuo and Admiral Zuo Ling, they deserve a lot of credit. You have to commend them. Juno nodded solemnly. Luo honors father's teachings. As a precious female and an imperial princess, stepping out to greet them was the highest level of etiquette, and it would reflect the extreme importance the empire placed on them. As Zuo Ling was her rightful husband, the fact that she stepped forward to greet him also represented the importance and love she had for him. At least that's how it should be perceived by the empire's population. Juno couldn't help but think of the little moments between her and Zuo Ling. Although she hadn't spent much time together, this man gave her a good feeling. Calm and self-possessed, yet responsible. It was half a day's distance from the central star to the space station. and at the speed of the army's return journey it would be reached in 2 days, which meant that she would have to travel to the space station tomorrow. There was both anticipation and a hint of nervousness in June Ilo's heart. She began to think about how she should greet Zuo Ling and Marshal Zuo and the others, how she could show the style of the royal family and her sincerity. It's a good time to build an image. Returning to his residence, June Iluo immediately instructed his subordinates to begin preparing for tomorrow's journey. She picked out a stately, uncluttered outfit and a few more gifts to honor the triumphant return of the generals. At night, June Ilo lay in bed, tossing and turning and having trouble sleeping. Zuo Ling's figure kept surfacing in her mind, imagining the scene of their reunion. The next day, June Iro woke up early and after dressing up carefully, she refused to be accompanied by Karanti and Shi Shadow, and took Yul with her as she set off for the space station. Along with them went a number of ministers. Along the way, she looked out the window at the scenery flying by, her heart filled with emotion. The war cost countless orcs their lives, and the empire suffered huge losses. Now it's finally over. For the first time in 2 lifetimes of living, she was greeted by a victorious returning army. She stood at the front of the greeting line, her eyes fixed on the distance, waiting for Marshal Zuo and Zuo Ling to appear. But as time slowly passed, it was already past the estimated time, and there was still no sign of their battleship. Even if they don't start from the same place, they will arrive around the same time. After another 2 hours, the star probe still hadn't been able to lay hold of a starship traveling within 10,000 miles. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger, and the waiting crowd began to stir as well. She was about to send someone to find out what was going on when an urgent message came like a bolt from the blue. The Zuo Ling starship was intercepted and hijacked by the Blood Wolf Star pirates on the way back, and there was a fierce conflict between the two sides. June Iluo only felt his head buzzing. His heart instantly clenched. Her face instantly turned white, her eyes filled with anxiety and worry. The people beside him also showed grave expressions, and for a while, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Located on the border between the Karen Empire and the Federation Empire, the Blood Wolf Star Pirates are the largest interstellar gang of star thieves. The head of the Star Pirates acts ruthlessly and without rules, deciding the life and death of others based on his mood alone. Ling Yuan, the head of the Star Pirates, was someone who didn't even buy the heroine's account in the original book. No one can sway him, and no one knows what he's up to. The strength of the Blood Wolf Star Pirates cannot be underestimated. We must be fully prepared, June Ilo said with a serious face. Their leader is acting badly, and we can't respond with conventional thinking. June Iro forced himself to calm down, his brain racing to think of a countermeasure. However, before they could think of a proper solution, the Star Pirate Corps headquarters unexpectedly sent a message. When June Iluwa saw the content of the message, his heart was even more shocked. The message clearly stated that if they wanted Admiral Zuo Ling to return safely, they had to be exchanged for 50 bottles of healing potions sent by the first Princess June Iluwa herself, or else they would wait to collect their corpses. June Iluwa bit her lips tightly, not realizing that the gang was targeting her. 50 bottles of potions was not a small amount, especially in today's situation where potions were extremely valuable. But for Zuo Ling's safety, she couldn't hesitate. They're simply lions, the commander of the guards beside him said in exasperation. Your Highness, we can't just let them have their way. June Iluwa shook his head slightly and said in a resolute tone. No, Admiral Zuo Ling's and their lives are more important than anything else. No matter what the cost, I will save them back. The crowd looked at June Iluwa's determined demeanor with both admiration and concern. They were well aware of the cunning and cruelty of the Blood Wolf Star Pirates, and this trip to exchange was bound to be fraught with danger. The Star Pirates must have heard the news that her apothecary store was about to open, and that's why they took advantage of the situation like this. She bit her lip as a surge of anger surged in her heart. 50 bottles of potions was certainly a huge loss for the soon-to-be-opened apothecary store, but now the word was out. They all knew she was a pharmacist, and if she didn't take it out, she would fall into disrepute. Someone must have revealed the news. All the major planets had retreated from the Blood Wolf Star Pirates, so they would not have revealed the news. Her first thought was that there was a traitor in the Empire, but then she thought of the palace banquet that day when they crashed into her blimp's hovercraft. At that time she thought the other party was also unintentional, but now she thought that at that time they crashed into it on purpose. Time was running out, and they didn't delay. Stepping onto a few starships stored at the space station and heading straight for the area where the Star Pirates were, the battleship traveled through the dark universe, except for the low rumble of the battleship's traveling engines. In the battleship's conference room, June Iro was constantly discussing countermeasures with the commanders around him. They carefully analyzed the possible layout and actions of the Star Pirates, trying to find a way to successfully rescue Zuo Ling and the others while minimizing their losses. Rapunzel, we must not just hand over the potion to them so easily, the accompanying commander of the Praetorian Guard said solemnly. We must be fully prepared in case they go back on their word. June Elohim nodded slightly. She also knew very well that the star pirates were not to be trusted. The Central Star Space Station was 2 days away from the junction where the Blood Wolf star pirates were located, and after a few people had negotiated, seeing that she didn't look too good, they adjourned the meeting and went back to their houses to rest. Discussions will be held tomorrow. June Iroh returned to the room prepared for her, leaned over the bed and took out a potion from space and drank it, relieving the dizziness that came with flying at extreme speeds. The speed of a starship was twice the speed of a normal ship, and she couldn't really get used to it the first time she took it. After a few minutes, her pale face gradually improved. Fingers tapped the silver bracelet at his wrist. 7. Is there a way to infiltrate their defenses? Her narrowed her eyes and mentally vowed that she would never let the Star Pirates plot succeed. Even after paying for 50 potions, she must find a way to make the Star Pirates pay dearly. Host, their defense system is extremely complex. It will take some time to breach it. June Ilua also knew, and she was only asking, that if the Star Pirate defense system had been broken so thoughtfully, so many planets in the interstellar would have been breached long ago. How can they be allowed to be really arrogant? Chapter 47, Star Pirate Leader Ling Yuan. After an hour or so of drilling, 7 finally managed to infiltrate the Blood Wolf Star Pirate's main system. The huge amount of data information almost smashed it. There was too much data, it could only incarnate itself to weave into the stream of data information. Quickly sifting through the key information, the data sifting revealed an unexpected situation for 7 Jr. However, host, the heroine, Alice, is in the Star Pirates. Xiaoqi's voice rang out in June Ilua's mind with a hint of surprise. June Ilua had been leaning against the bed when he heard the news and sat bolt upright, a hint of shock flashing through his eyes. She honestly didn't expect Alice to be there either. Then it was released. Alice, being the heroine of the group favorites, has been able to turn the tables on her at every turn as long as her aura is still intact. After Alice is taken hostage again, she confesses that June Iroh is going to open a potion store in order to save herself. Not only about some important events in the Karen Empire, but also about her ability to develop a potion that can inhibit the bug toxin. It was also implied to them that Admiral Zuo Ling of the Karen Empire was June Iloh's rightful husband. That's why there was the scene where Zuo Ling was hijacked on his way back. June Iroh was on the verge of being infuriated. Getting up from the bed, he paced back and forth across the room, his mind racing for a response. This Alice can't stay. Blood Wolf Pirate Base. Alice was huddled in a corner, her eyes full of fear and unease. The place where he had just been kicked was still aching. Her heart was filled with fear and remorse. Had she known that this big devil was so cold and heartless, she shouldn't have rashly seduced him. She had wanted to seduce this rumored great devil and make him available to her, but she didn't want to be kicked off by him without mercy just as she approached. The kick nearly broke her ribs. It hurt her tears, but the demon threatened her that if she saw her tears again, he wouldn't mind removing her eyes for her, scaring her so much that she didn't even dare to cry. One could only force the tears back. Cowering in the corner, several of her beast husbands were being held separately, and she, a defenseless female, didn't dare to move. One could only curry favor by saying something that was unknown to the outer planets of the Karen Empire. In order to stay alive and to divert attention, she could only give June Iloh up. Ling Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, a smile on the corner of his lips, as if he was somewhat interested in this information. Alice didn't dare to pause and continued. Lord, Imperial Princess June Iloh is an even more powerful apothecary than Professor Earl, so as long as you capture her, you'll surely be able to obtain countless potions. After saying this, Alice lowered her head and waited for Ling Yuan's response. She didn't know if her words would impress the cold-hearted archdemon, but she had no other recourse. In order to stay alive, she could only keep betraying June Ilua in the hope of exchanging it for a glimmer of life for herself. She knew that her actions could have serious consequences, but in that moment she had no choice in order to save her life. As she watched the Star Pirates on the sidelines get excited over the information she had provided, a twinge of guilt welled up in her heart. The only twinge of guilt she had left for the Empire. But that guilt was quickly drowned out by the pleasure. She had purposely allowed the Star Thieves to set their sights on June Iroh. As long as June Iroh was here, she could find a way to make it impossible for her to leave. Why should she be repatriated to a remote star that was a bird's nest, while June Ilua was enjoying fame and fortune on the Central Star? It's not good for her, and it's not going to be good for her. Ling Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest of the seat. He looked at Alice, who was curled up in the corner, with interest, and a wicked smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. A flash of interest flashed across Ling Yuan's eyes. A ray of hope surged in Alice's heart when she heard Ling Yuan's words. She raised her head and looked pitifully at Ling Yuan, trying to elicit his sympathy. Lord, not only does she have many precious potion formulas, she is also the most honored princess. Once she falls into your hands, the Karen royal family is still not at your disposal. Alice said eagerly. Oh, Ling Yuan's voice carried a hint of lethargy, yet revealed an air of danger. Admiral Zuo Ling of the Karen Empire is still her rightful husband, and at that time you will not only be able to threaten the imperial family, but also suppress the strongest legions of the empire. He stood up and walked over to Alice, towering over her. You'd better pray that your information is accurate, or you don't want to know the consequences. Alice trembled and hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look at Ling Yuan again. It was the next morning when Jun Ilo woke up again. The group once again discussed a rescue plan. Jun Ilo looked at Xiao Qi's feedback on the armored map and knew that he couldn't go in hard. The 50 bottles of potions were destined to be given out. How was Xiao Qi checking on Zuo Ling's situation? It wasn't the fact that he was injured that worried her, but the fact that this month was Zuo Ling's rut. It's early October now, so it's not a guarantee that it'll break out one day. Alice, why are you here? Alice raised her head and looked at Zuo Ling in the cell. A trace of guilt flashed in her eyes. Admiral, I'm sorry. I was also forced to do something. Forced? What the hell did you do? Alice lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. They threatened to gouge out my eyes if I didn't tell them, and there was nothing I could do about it. What the hell did you say? I told them about the princess wanting to open a potion store and that she could develop a potion that would inhibit the bug toxins. I didn't realize it would cause you so much trouble. Yeah, sorry. Zuo Ling's face became more somber, his gaze eloquent. Alice, do you know how much damage your behavior will bring to the empire? To be able to develop a potion to inhibit the bug toxin is the only one of its kind in all of Interstellar. And with this potion the empire will be able to move to the next level. And she's telling the Star Pirates all about it. Doesn't she realize the danger this poses to His Highness? Alice sobbed. Admiral, I know I was wrong. I was just so scared I didn't want to die. I can't help it if they're killing my mate. Ooh, Zuo Ling sighed, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. It's too late to say this now. You must take responsibility for your behavior. Alice suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Admiral, you're going to get me out of here, aren't you? Zuo Ling was silent for a moment, then slowly said, if there is a chance, I will try my best, but your mistake is unforgivable. As for how to execute it is up to the Empire. Just then, a footstep came from outside the cell. The young leader of the Star Pirates strutted in from outside and casually threw 2 nutrients into the cell. The nutrients rolled on the floor a few times, making a slight noise. Zuo Ling looked at the nutrients on the ground, and a trace of complex emotions flashed in his eyes. He had been starving for a day and a night, and with his light brain taken away and no space button, he was really in dire need of energy at this point. Without much hesitation, Zuo Ling picked up the nutrient and unwrapped it to drink. Alice watched Zuo Ling's movements and was a little hesitant in her heart, but in the end, she couldn't resist her hunger and took a sip of the nutrient in her hand. As an apprentice apothecary, her sense of taste had always been sharp, and with this bite, she immediately detected a different flavor. A shock flashed in Alice's eyes before she began to savor the ingredients in this nutrient. The more she tasted, the more shocked she was in her heart, and the sight she looked at Zuo Ling had a trace of more sizing up. The young leader of the Star Pirates watched them both drink the nutrients with a meaningful smile. Our boss said you can do as you please tonight. Chapter 48, Alice tries to seduce Zuo Ling. Leaving such an ambiguous sentence, the little leader turned to leave, his footsteps fading away in the silent passageway. She wanted to remind Zuo Ling, but she didn't know what came to her mind and closed her mouth. Zuo Ling also noticed Alice's abnormality at this moment. He frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Alice bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to tell Zuo Ling about her discovery. Admiral, this nutrient may have been drugged. Alice's voice trembled slightly as she spoke the horrible truth. Zuo Ling's face became more and more gloomy. He knew the power of this kind of drug, especially when he was about to come into heat. The situation was even more critical. Zuo Ling let out a low curse and tried to suppress the uneasiness that welled up inside. He began to mobilize the power in his body, trying to resist the effects of the drug. However, the potency of that drug was extremely overbearing, and he could feel his body gradually heating up as an uncontrollable urge spread in his heart. Alice looked at Zuo Ling, who had a stoic face. She also felt the strange changes in her body. Her cheeks flushed and her heart raced as an unfamiliar desire surged through her. She huddled tightly in the corner, trying to stay awake, but the effects of that drug were getting stronger. Admiral, what do we do? Alice's voice was tinged with sobs, like she was really scared. Zuo Ling forced himself to endure the discomfort of his body and tried to think of a countermeasure. He knew that they had to find a way out of this predicament soon or the consequences would be unthinkable. Zuo Ling looked around. There was nothing available in the cell except for the cold walls and iron bars. He must keep his sanity and not be controlled by drugs. Alice, we need to stay calm. Try to stay awake and look for an opportunity to escape. Zuo Ling's voice was firm and steady, trying to convince Alice as well as himself. Alice nodded. pretending to try and restrain her emotions. Over time, the drug becomes more and more potent. Zuo Ling and Alice's sanity was gradually eroded by desire. Their breathing became rapid and their eyes were filled with longing. The atmosphere in the tiny cell became increasingly tense and dangerous. A thought rose steeply in Alice's mind. As long as Zuo Ling becomes her own, then he will definitely be repudiated by Juno, and she herself will logically become his wife and master, and the Zuo family regiment will be in her pocket. It was as if a flame had ignited in Alice's mind, a thought that was difficult to contain once it had risen. Her eyes were locked on Zuo Ling, her mind calculating how to implement her plan. At this time, Zuo Ling was resisting the erosion of the drug with all his might, and didn't even notice Alice's strange mind. Alice looked at Zuo Ling's handsome face and strong body, and the desire in her heart grew stronger. She slowly approached Zuo Ling. "Admiral, you and I are in this predicament now. It would be better to." Alice's voice is soft and moving, with a hint of seduction. Zuo Ling's eyes snapped open, and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. "What do you want?" Zuo Ling's voice was icy cold and carried a strong resistance. Alice, however, did not retreat. She continued to approach Zuo Ling and tried to touch him with her hand. "Admiral, I know the princess isn't coupled with you at all. She doesn't like you at all. Otherwise she wouldn't have just slept with Cruelty and Shadow and been indifferent to you. Only me, only I like you and am willing to be coupled with you." Alice's words were full of compulsion. Zuo Ling stared angrily at Alice, his heart filled with disgust. "Don't be delusional. I only have your highness in my heart, and even if I don't have a couple, she is the only person I recognize." Zuo Ling's voice was firm and determined. Alice's face turned pale. She didn't expect Zuo Ling to be able to maintain his sanity at this moment, but she was not willing to do so, and she continued to pester Zuo Ling, trying to tempt him with various means. Zuo Ling clenched his teeth. Veins rippled on his forehead as he tried to restrain the desire that was churning within his body and Alice's constant entanglement. He only had Juno in his heart, that most honorable princess of the empire, and his loyalty and love for her would not be allowed to be tainted by her people. Alice looked at Zuo Ling's determined appearance, her heart filled with jealousy and anger. She didn't understand why Juno was able to gain such deep affection and loyalty from Zuo Ling. It was clear that Juno had treated them so poorly before. "Admiral, why are you so stubborn? It's not like she's going to be true to you. I'm the only one who would give everything for you." Alice's voice carried a hint of sadness. Zuo Ling, however, was unmoved. He looked at Alice with cold eyes. The flesh of his palm had been snapped by his nails. "You will never be able to match the princess. She is beyond your reach. I, Zuo Ling, am the princess's person in life and death, and will never be tempted by you." When Alice saw how determined Zuo Ling was, the jealousy and unwillingness in her heart grew stronger. She was not willing to give up like this, so she tried harder to seduce Zuo Ling. She twisted her body, her eyes were full of seduction, and her voice became more soft and charming. "Brother Zuo Ling, why do you need to torture yourself so much? As long as you are willing, I can give you endless pleasure," Alice said while slowly approaching Zuo Ling. Zuo Ling's heart was filled with disgust as he looked at Alice's Thai appearance. Beads of sweat covered his forehead as he tried to restrain the desire within his body. He knew that he couldn't be controlled by his desires and couldn't do anything to apologize to Juno. However, the effect of the drug was too powerful, and Zuo Ling felt that his sanity was gradually being eroded. His breathing became rapid and his eyes began to grow misty. He bit the tip of his tongue violently, and the sharp pain instantly sobered him up a bit. Then, he slammed his fists hard against the wall again, blood pouring from his hands, but he didn't care. It's his way of staying sober and holding his ground. Alice was startled by Zuo Ling's action. She didn't expect Zuo Ling to be so determined that he would rather hurt himself than touch her. She looked at Zuo Ling's injured hand and determined eyes, and her heart became more and more jealous. By what right? Juno, what right does she have? Brother Zuo Ling, why are you doing this to yourself? There was a hint of crying in Alice's voice. Zuo Ling looked at Alice coldly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. "I told you, I will not betray the princess. You should stop wasting your efforts." The medicinal effect raged madly in Zuo Ling's body, as unstoppable as a raging tide. His body began to heat up uncontrollably, and every inch of his skin seemed to be seared by flames. Intense desire hit his sanity like a beast, sending him almost into a frenzy. Zuo Ling bit his lips tightly, trying to use the pain to stay awake, but the effect of that medicine was just too powerful. His breathing became rapid and disorganized, and his eyes gradually lost their former clarity. He knew that he had been forced into early estrus. Alice's face gradually turned into the person he had in mind. Your Highness, help me." Chapter 49, He's dirty and you want to take him away? Juno couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart as he looked at the man in front of him with the blood wolf mask. He just casually leaned back in his seat, but it was as if he had an invisible aura radiating out. making it difficult to breathe. The blood-colored wolf head mask covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of eyes as deep as cold pools, making it impossible to peek into his true emotions. You could tell just from the exposed chin and lips that the man was certainly not average-looking. Those slightly upturned thin lips always seemed to carry a smile if anything, yet one couldn't feel the slightest bit of warmth. He was tall and athletic, his red shirt unbuttoned a few times casually, revealing most of his toned pecs, his bronzed skin glowing seductively in the dim light. Juniello mused in her mind that this was a far cry from what she expected from the head of the Star Pirates. In her imagination, the head of the Star Pirates should be grim-faced and fierce-looking, but the man in front of him had an unspeakable charm that made people want to get closer, yet they were shocked by the dangerous aura emanating from him. The 50 vials of potions you asked for, this princess has brought them. Where are my men? Juniello stabilized her mind and tried to make her voice sound calm and collected. I don't know how Zuo Ling is doing. Juniello stared intently at the man with the bloody wolf head mask in front of him with some trepidation in his heart. She was completely at a loss to figure out what the next move of the unpredictable, unruly head of the Star Pirates would actually be. The original book describes him so little that he is not even mentioned by name. Ling Yuan sat up slightly straighter, his eyes slowly sweeping over the 50 bottles of potions before the corner of his mouth curved up into a seeming arc. Your Highness has certainly kept her word. His frivolous voice echoed in the quiet space. As he opened his mouth, the aura on his body changed abruptly. As he moved, his slightly longer hair fell freely and somewhat openly. Juniello frowned slightly. Where is my man? I want to see him safe and sound. Ling Yuan let out a light laugh. Your Highness is in no hurry. Your people are naturally fine. More curious than him. Your Highness. Juniello's heart tightened. It was really coming for her. Ling Yuan stood up, his tall figure giving off a strong sense of oppression. He slowly paced over to Juniello and casually picked up a potion and put it on the tip of his nose to sniff it. It is rumored that your Highness is too intelligent and has a talent for potions that is unmatched. And when I see it today, it really is true to its name. I just don't know if it's worth it for your Highness to pay such a big price for an orc. Juniello met his gaze. Not only is he my country's admiral, but he is also my rightful husband. For him, everything is worth it. Ling Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, as if scrutinizing how sincere Juniello's words were. What an affectionate princess. Since that's the case, then I will fulfill you. However, you can read this first. As soon as Ling Yuan's words fell, a huge virtual screen appeared in the air. Inside the picture is a spacious dungeon. Inside, the Zuo Ling and Alice was drugged together inside the picture. Zuo Ling was forced to have an early seizure due to the effects of the potion, and at this moment his eyes are red and disoriented, and his sanity has been drowned out by the love dynasty. Treating Alice as Juniello, he kept shouting Your Highness and slowly approached Alice, who was also drugged and deliberately seducing him. Your Highness, help me. The scene stops at the image of him pinning Iris down. Juniello watched expressionlessly, his palm nails digging deep into his palms. Yeah, sorry for misplacing the video. Ling Yuan's indebted voice came from the side. It's also my fault. I really didn't realize that His Highness had married such a proper husband and actually didn't enjoy it. Is it because you don't like it? Once a star beast world is coupled, the beastmen will not react to females other than their wives and masters. There was also no aura of her on Zuo Ling, which was enough to show that the two hadn't been coupled. Juniello didn't say a word, his eyes dead set on the framed image. Ling Yuan didn't care if she reacted or not. He continued to speak. He's all dirty. Does your Highness still want to take him? Juniello retracted his gaze and lightly chortled. My people. I will naturally take them away. This star pirate leader is really so bad as written in the original book. I, Juniello, will remember this favor of my lord? She almost said these words through clenched teeth. She tried to suppress the anger inside her to keep her emotions from spiraling out of control in front of the temperamental star pirate leader. Ling Yuan, however, seemed to be enjoying this reaction from Juniello as he raised his chin slightly, a teasing smile on the corner of his mouth. Your Highness is truly different. However, do you really not mind that your proper husband has? He paused deliberately, his eyes full of catching malice. Juniello took a deep breath to calm himself down. Zuo Ling is my rightful husband. No matter what happens, I won't give him up. Ling Yuan shrugged. Well, your Highness's deep feelings are truly touching. However, don't forget that your proper husband is not in a good place right now. He's in early heat and he's mistaking other females for you. An orc marked by another female is not yours. Juniello's eyes darkened slightly and quickly returned to normal. I trust Zuo Ling. He won't betray me. Ling Yuan looked at her in this state, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. He didn't know whether to admire or envy Zuo Ling for having a wife and master who trusted him so much. Since your Highness is so confident, I will wait and see. Ling Yuan finished speaking and waved his hand, signaling his men to bring Zuo Ling out. Soon, Zuo Ling was escorted out by two star pirate orcs. His eyes were still mesmerized and he smelled strongly of hormones. The moment June Ilua saw Zuo Ling, his heart skipped a beat. It was just that this appearance was too tragic. She walked quickly to Zuo Ling's side and gently stroked his cheek. Zuo Ling, okay? Zuo Ling seemed to have heard June Ilua's voice, and a flash of clarity flashed in his eyes. Your Highness. His voice was hoarse and weak. June Ilo helped Zuo Ling turn around to leave, and just as he took 2 steps, Ling Yuan's voice came from behind him. Slow down. The two men's figures lurched as a bad feeling surged in June Ilua's heart. She slowly turned around and looked at Ling Yuan. What else do you have to do? Ling Yuan clasped his hands to his chest. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an impish smile. Does your highness think you can take someone so easily? What more do you want? It suddenly seems to me that these 50 vials of potions are not enough. June Ilo's face sank. You're going back on your word. Ling Yuan shrugged. Your highness is wrong. I just suddenly changed my mind. Don't you go too far. A hint of teasing flashed in Ling Yuan's eyes. Your highness, if you want to take him away, you'll have to come up with something else that satisfies me. Chapter 50, Coupling with Zuo Ling. June Ilua's heart hated his teeth, and his little head was running fast to think of a countermeasure. She knew that this man was capable of anything in his moods, and she was afraid that they would have a hard time getting out of here if they didn't fulfill his demands. What do you want? June Ilo asked. Your highness, as good as these 50 vials of potions are, I suddenly feel that they are not enough to outweigh the value of your masamune. The expression on June Ilua's face could no longer be restrained. There was something ironically wrong with this person. Ling Yuan walked unhurriedly to June Ilua, his tall figure bringing a sense of oppression. I'm suddenly interested in her highness's position as the rightful husband. Sorry, I'm not interested. It's okay, I'm just interested. June Ilo let out a deep breath to calm the irritation in his heart. I have a proper husband. Is it appropriate to say this in front of him? Why not? Interstellar law states that royal princesses are entitled to 3 husbands and 4 sides, and he only takes one of them. June Ilo. June Ilua no longer paid attention to Ling Yuan as she took Zuo Ling and left the Star Pirates' territory under the escort of her guards. Ling Yuan didn't block it this time too. Wordlessly, he said, I'll see you soon. On the battleship, the accompanying physician examined Zuo Ling's body, and his face was very grave. Your highness, the admiral is in bad shape. The potion he was given is very strong and has already done a lot of damage to his body. It has not been unblocked for a long time, and if it is not unblocked in time I am afraid that it will never be. Again, the accompanying physician's unfinished words were obvious to anyone who knew what they meant, and June Iro, being a pharmacist himself, knew even more about the dangers of this potion. She waved her hand for them all to retreat, looking at Zuo Ling, whose sanity was no longer clear, her name on her lips, but resisting her touch. You're not. Your highness. Roll dash. Zuo Ling, open your eyes and see who I am. June Ilua's looked at Zuo Ling, who was delirious but resisting her in front of her, with some difficulty and a little pain in her heart. Zuo Ling, look at me. I am June Ilua. June Ilua's voice was tinged with a trembling tone as she endeavored to get closer to Zuo Ling in an attempt to bring him to his senses. However, Zuo Ling was like a trapped beast trapped in the mist, constantly struggling and avoiding her touch. Get out, you are not your highness. Zuo Ling's voice was hoarse and desperate, and his eyes were filled with pain and confusion. June Ilua looked at Zuo Ling who was in a painful struggle. She admitted that her heart ached. She coaxed him softly, trying to calm him a little. Zuo Ling seemed to have calmed down and didn't resist her proximity anymore, allowing her to hold him. The moment she held him, June Iro quickly took out a tranquilizer from space and zapped it into the back of his neck at breakneck speed. Zuo Ling's body trembled slightly, then slowly quieted down. June Ilua didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, and took out special handcuffs from space again, handcuffing him to the side of the bed. The potion only briefly paralyzed his nerves, and Orkin heat was almost irrational, and she had to take steps to make sure he didn't hurt himself. After cuffing the man, June Ilo took a deep breath and began to break open Zuo Ling's clothes to check if there were any other traumas on his body. Her eyes were focused and serious, and her heart clenched at every tiny bruise. Some of these injuries were old wounds from the scene, and some he had gotten himself today. Her medicine was just halfway up, and Zuo Ling, who had just calmed down, was quickly engulfed by the tide of love once again. His eyes were misty and he muttered under his breath, Your Highness. There was longing and pain in that voice. Help me. Zuo Ling's voice was hoarse and urgent. Good. June Ilua took the initiative to lean up, and this move of June Ilua's caused Zuo Ling to instantly fall into a deeper frenzy. He was already delirious from the torture, and now that he smelled the familiar scent, his sanity was even more completely washed away. The hand that wasn't handcuffed was like an iron clamp, imprisoning June Ilua's waist as if she was afraid of her escaping for half a minute. His strength was immense, making it almost impossible for June Iro to move. Your Highness, Zuo Ling's voice was hoarse and full of longing, and his eyes burned with a blazing fire, as if he wanted to devour Jun Ilua whole. Jun Iroh could feel the rolling heat of his body in the intense, and she couldn't help but feel a little flustered in her heart, but she knew she couldn't back down now. Trying to keep herself calm, she gently stroked Zuo Ling's hair in an attempt to calm him down. Zuo Ling was completely controlled by desire at the moment, and he kept moving closer to Jun Ilua, trying to ask for more. Zuo Ling couldn't put out his hand, so he could only use his mouth to tear the buttons of Jun Ilua's clothes, and that eager appearance was like a wild beast that had lost its mind. She didn't refuse and allowed Zuo Ling's movements. Jun Iluo gently stroked Zuo Ling's face, trying to cooperate as much as possible to ease his pain. Soon Jun Ilua's clothes were torn away a bit, revealing his pale skin. Zuo Ling's breathing became more and more rapid, and his hot breath sprayed on Jun Ilua's skin. His lips slid slowly down the ripped collar. Jun Ilua's body trembled slightly, but he still didn't stop Zuo Ling's movements. His hands tightly imprisoned Jun Ilua's waist, as if he wanted to incorporate her into his body. Jun Ilua could feel Zuo Ling's intense desire, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Jun Ilua couldn't help but let out a soft hum, and the sound seemed to be an encouragement that made Zuo Ling even more frantic. Just as Jun Iroh was thinking about whether or not she should help him undress, she heard a click and the handcuffs snapped in response. Jun Iroh's eyes widened as he looked at the broken handcuffs, and a wave of panic welled up in his heart. Before it was too late to react, the person had already been pressed by Zuo Ling. Stabbing pain came from underneath him, and Jun Ilua's face twisted and contorted from the pain. It was then that she realized back in shock and cried out in panic. No, not there. The love that had just been aroused was instantly doused by the pain. She had envisioned many possibilities, but she hadn't thought of this situation alone. Zorin was even more white than Cruelty, which made her angry and helpless. Zuo Ling sensed Jun Ilua was trembling and also returned slightly to his senses, not daring to move in an instant. Jun Ilua gave him a blank look without a good reason, but she was too embarrassed to ask for this kind of thing. When she slowed down, she could only demonstrate it herself. Jun Ilua blushed and gently pushed Zuo Ling, then bit her lip and slightly moved her body, trying to guide Zorin to the right place. After a night of tossing and turning, Zuo Ling finally regained his sanity. When he saw Jun Iroh, who had been tortured by him, he was momentarily at a loss for words. He reached out his hand and gently stroked Jun Ilua's face, wanting to touch but not daring to, his eyes filled with guilt. Your Highness, I'm sorry, Zuo Ling's voice was hoarse, and his heart was full of remorse. Jun Ilua slightly opened his eyes, looking at Zuo Ling's guilty look. The resentment in his heart dissipated quite a bit. She smiled weakly. It's okay, there's no next time. Zuo Ling's heart trembled at the tip of his heart, and in a bit of a panic, he knelt by the bedside and grasped Jun Ilua's hand in his big hand. When your highness recovers, you can use it to punish Zuo Ling however you want. Chapter 51. Celebration Banquet. This rut was not like a normal rut. Juniello had been flipped around and branded for days, and by the time the starfighter pulled up to the station, she couldn't even be walking. Zuo Ling carried Jun Ilua off the battleship and met the anxious looks of Corentin and she shadow head on. Corentin's eyes widened with shock and concern. What's going on here? What happened to Her Highness? Xiying also looked nervous and hurriedly stepped forward. Zuo Ling slightly lowered his head, his eyes filled with guilt and pain. It's my fault. This time, Your Highness has suffered a lot in order to help me get through the rut. His voice was low and carried deep self-reproach. She shadow frowned. What the hell happened? How did the rut get so bad? Zuo Ling sighed lightly and briefly recounted what happened. After listening to it, Corentin and Xiying's complexion grew more and more grave. Xiying looked at Jun Ilua worriedly. Then how is Her Highness's body now? There is a need to hurry and find a physician to take a look. Zuo Ling nodded. I've already found a physician. It's just that her body is very weak right now and she needs to be properly recuperated. Shadow tries to take Jun Iroh from Zorin, but Zorin dodges him and instructs Cruelty to go and get the hovering speeder. Shadow watched Zuo Ling's movements to dodge, and a wave of loss welled up in her heart. He knew that as a side husband, he should listen to the arrangements of the main husband, but looking at Jun Ilua's frail appearance, he still couldn't help but want to take care of her himself. Zuo Ling's attitude was resolute. He held Jun Ilua tightly, as if she was the most precious treasure in his life, and no one else was allowed to covet and pry. Although Courtlandi was reluctant, he didn't dare to disobey Zuo Ling's order and turned around to call for a hover flyer. Not long after, Corentin returned with the hovering speeder. Zuo Ling carefully carried Jun Ilua into the vehicle, with Shadow following closely behind. Xiying sat on the sidelines, her gaze falling on Jun Iluo and Zuo Ling from time to time. His eyes were filled with complex emotions, from jealousy, to loss, to worry. As a side husband, he knew that his position in Jun Ilua's heart was not as good as Zuo Ling's, but he loved Jun Ilua just as much. and it didn't sit well with him to see her so weak. For his part, Cruelty focused on the hovercar, his face as annoyed as it could be, wanting to look back to see how Juniella was doing, but having to focus on driving. It was the first time he had seen Juniro so weak. The heart swells and aches a little. It's hard to tell. It's irritating. Back at the princess mansion, Zuo Ling rushed back to the palace to resume his orders after carrying Junilawa back to his room. Juniro drank the nutrients and slept for a few more hours to finally regain his strength. Shadow and Corentin stayed in the room with her. Junilawa woke up slowly, and the first thing he saw was Shi-Ing and Corentin who were guarding the bedside. Looking at their worried expressions, a warmth welled up in Junilawa's heart. She slightly moved her body, and Shi-Ing immediately nervously came forward. Your Highness, how do you feel? Is there anywhere that is uncomfortable? Shi-Ying's eyes were filled with concern and anxiety. Juniro gently shook his head and smiled. I'm fine. I've made you all worry. Corentin muttered from the sidelines. Your Highness, next time don't be so impulsive. It scared us this time. Corentin was heartbroken and exasperated. What kind of female has the guts to do that? Junilua's heart warmed as he looked at the worried duo. Shi-Ing held Junilua's hand and softly said, Your Highness, Corentin is right. You mustn't fool around in the future. What will we do if something happens to you? Don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not sure of. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came from outside the door. The three of them looked over, only to see Ching Soft dragging a tray in. Ching Soft owed a slight bow and said, Your Highness, this is the nourishing soup prepared for you. Jun Ilo nodded, so Ching Soft placed the tray on a side table. The evening was a celebration banquet for Marshal Zuo and Admiral Zuo Ling, and as an imperial princess and Zuo Ling's wife and master she had to attend, along with the two beast masters, Cruelty and Shadow. Shi-Ing medicated her injuries and changed her into her palace gown. Yule hadn't returned yet, and this time it was Ching Soft who flew the blimp for them. On the dirigible she sat leaning back in Shadow's arms, closing her eyes. She faked sleep and talking to Seven in her head. Ask about Yule's progress. Host Yule is currently progressing well. He has successfully infiltrated the Blood Wolf Star Pirates. The Blood Wolf Star Pirates are in chaos, and are fully patching up the holes in their defense system. No one has noticed him. Jun Ilo had spent 1,000 points right before he left to buy props for Shao Chi to break through the Blood Wolf Star Pirates defense system. Jun Ilo frowned slightly. Keep a close eye on the movements of the Blood Wolf Star Pirates and report back to me in time if there is anything. Good host. Although the defense system had only been damaged by a small gap, it was certainly a major breakthrough for the galaxy that had no desire to eliminate the Blood Wolf Star Pirates at all times. The current Blood Wolf Star Pirates, thousands of galactic races on the Milky Way, all of them were eyeing them, and as long as there was a breakthrough, all the forces would surely wait for the opportunity to move. When Jun Ilo, Shi-Ing, and Corentin arrived at the palace on the airship, they only saw the palace lit up and bustling with lights inside and outside. The magnificent palace, illuminated by the bright lights, looked like a castle in a dream, exuding majesty and splendor. They stepped off the blimp and walked slowly along the red-carpeted road. Shi-Ing and Corentin, similarly dressed in dignified attire, accompanied Jun Iro on the left and the right, and their handsome faces and upright stature also attracted a lot of people's attention. Walking into the banquet hall, guests had already gathered inside. Officials and dignitaries from all parts of the empire, the rich and powerful families, and generals from all districts gathered together, each dressed in gorgeous costumes, putting aside their preconceived notions and talking and laughing. They arrived late, and the meritocracy session was already over, but no one would blame her for arriving late, and while she hadn't arrived in person, her gifts for them had already been prepared, a bottle of healing potion for each of them. There is nothing more needed in a marching war than a potion, which, though only a small bottle, can save a life in a moment of joint. It is the best reward for them. He also learned that she did not hesitate to put her body at risk to save Admiral Zuo Ling, and broke into the Blood Wolf Star Pirates alone to save people, and he admired her for none of them. Marshal Zuo and the Marshal's wife came forward together to express their gratitude, and an older general came forward and respectfully saluted Jun Iluo. Your Highness, your valor has left us in deep admiration. It is also Zuo Ling's good fortune to have a wife and master like you. Jun Ilo smiled faintly. The Marshal is flattered. Marshal Zuo solemnly said, Your Highness, your kindness in saving Zuo Ling's life is unforgettable to the entire Zuo family. If there is any dispatch in the future, the Zuo family will definitely do their best. Jun Iluo waved his hand slightly. Marshal is overstating things. In public, General Zuo Ling was born to die for the empire and is already worthy of respect. Saving him is also for the sake of the empire's stability. In private, Zuo Ling is my beast husband. It is only right to save him. As soon as Jun Iluo's words fell, the crowd realized that a figure had swept in like a swift wind. It was none other than Zuo Ling, who was wearing a gray and blue military uniform. his cold face full of tenderness at the moment. As soon as he came up, he grabbed Juno by the waist and made her lean against his chest, bending down to whisper in his ear, "Is your highness feeling better?" Juno's legs were still a bit sore and weak, so she smoothly leaned into his arms. The crowd looked at the two of them with emotion in their hearts. Marshal Zuo coughed lightly. "Zuo Ling, it's thanks to your highness that you were able to return safely this time. You must repay her highness properly in the future." Zuo Ling nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, father. I will guard your highness with my life." Mrs. Marshall had tears in her eyes. "I am relieved to see you all like this." Juno and Zuo Ling smiled at each other and turned to sit down. Chapter 52, Proposing Universal Enrollment and Reopening the Pharmacy Academy. Juno and Zuo Ling were seated side by side, with Cruelty and Shadow a row slightly behind. At this time, the beast slaves placed the food on the table one after another, and to one's surprise there was almost only meat at this banquet, with far fewer fruits and vegetables. There were only a few scattered pieces dotted about. The crowd didn't seem terribly surprised by this. After all, it was clear to everyone that it was difficult to grow anything in this place. But Juno furrowed her brows. She had attended many palace banquets, and for a banquet as significant as this one, the rows were surprisingly this low. Something must have gone wrong in this. Thought I'd ask my father and mother when the party broke up. Halfway through the wine, Juno sat up slightly straighter, cleared his throat, and opened his mouth. "Father and mother, my son has a proposal. I hope father and mother will agree." "Oh, the princess might as well tell us." The emperor on the high seat seemed to be coming to a point of interest. What was this precious female of his up to again? "We should reopen the Academy of Pharmacy and recruit talented people with a talent for pharmacy from all over the country." The whole room was in an uproar at these words. The official in charge of potions recruitment Xian was the first to retort. "Your highness, it's not that our potions academy is refusing to accept commoners' children, but the herbs are too precious for commoner families to afford. Then provide free herbs for them to practice." When she said that, everyone who wasn't from the school of pharmacy couldn't sit still. How precious the herbs are. Offering them for free. This princess is not crazy, is she? Even if you were rich, you wouldn't be able to splurge like that. Not to mention that money doesn't always buy so many potions. Your highness, the scarcity of herbs is a long-standing problem. How do you want to solve it? Juno smiled faintly and said confidently, "I have my own methods. There is no need for you all to worry. As long as everyone supports the reopening of the Potion Academy, so that more talented people can learn potions, they will definitely be able to make a greater contribution to the empire in the future." The crowd looked at each other and began to whisper. Earl's brow furrowed. What did this princess want again? But whatever she's going to do, she mustn't be allowed to get away with it. He cleared his throat and spoke out in opposition. "Your highness, today's Potion Academy's potions team is already mature and doesn't need more people to join. If your highness has medicinal herbs to offer, we will strengthen our training. It's just that I can't spare the energy to train newcomers. It would disrupt the normal order of the academy." Juno narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Earl, speaking in a calm but firm tone. "Dean Earl, your concern is not unreasonable, but have you ever thought that the future of the empire needs more excellent apothecaries? I have a way to solve the problem of the scarcity of herbs today, and as long as we work together and reopen the pharmacy academy, we will definitely be able to cultivate more talents for the empire." Earl snorted coldly. "Your highness, you speak lightly. Cultivating apothecaries is not an easy task and requires a lot of time and resources. My team is already under a lot of pressure and I just can't take on more students." Zuo Ling frowned and said in a deep voice, "Dean Earl, Her Highness's proposal is for the long-term interests of the empire. You, as the Dean of the School of Pharmacy, should have the greater good in mind. The Left Admiral specializes in fighting wars, and it's not that I don't care about the big picture. It's just that the reality of the situation is in front of me, and I can't risk it for an unrealistic idea." Those words named Juno as being in the middle of some nonsense. Juno smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, "Dean Earl, you say that this is an impractical idea. Then I'd like to ask you, if we keep following the current pattern, when will the Empire's apothecary team grow? And when will the problem of herb scarcity be solved?" Earl was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to reply. Seeing this, Marshal Left spoke. "Dean Earl, Her Highness's proposal does have its feasibility. We should discuss it together to find an optimal solution." The Marshal's wife also nodded and said, "Yes, Dean Earl, Her Highness is also well-intentioned and looking out for the future of the Empire. We might as well listen to her specific plans." Juno just waited for him to retort, waiting for him to finish before spitting out a sentence unhurriedly. This is not something that Dean Earl should bother with. This princess has already established a new potions academy. She raised her chin slightly, determination and confidence in her eyes. "Your team continues to delve into the advanced field of potions. And those who are just starting out, this princess will ask others to teach them. As soon as Earl heard this, his heart became more and more alert. Did this princess not sense something? As an undercover agent sent by the Federal Empire to the Karen Empire, he was naturally unwilling for Juno to run another academy. Your Highness, this move is never acceptable. The teaching of the Pharmacy Academy requires systematic planning and professional guidance, and I'm afraid that if you hastily set up another academy, you'll be misleading people. Juno sneered. Dean Earl, you have underestimated this princess. Since this princess dares to propose the reopening of the Potion Academy, she is naturally well prepared. As for teaching, planning and professional guidance, this princess will arrange it herself, so I don't need you to bother. Fine beads of sweat broke out on Earl's forehead, knowing full well that if Juno's other academy was successful, it would be a great threat to the Federation Empire. He tried his best to persuade. Your Highness, do you know that founding an academy requires a huge amount of human, material and financial resources? Will you be placing a heavy burden on the Empire by doing so? Juno smiled bashfully. Dean Earl, you don't have to worry. Since this princess has decided to do this, she is fully prepared. The problem of the herbs has already been solved by this princess, and as for the other aspects, this princess will also find a way to solve it. Earl wanted to continue persuading, but was interrupted by Zuo Ling. Zuo Ling coldly looked at Earl and said, Dean Earl, Her Highness' decision is for the sake of the Empire's future. As the Dean of the Potion Academy, you should support Her Highness's decision instead of just opposing it. Earl had a secret hatred in his heart, but did not dare to show it. He knew that the current situation was very unfavorable to him, and if he continued to oppose it, he might arouse the suspicion of the crowd. Thus, he had no choice but to compromise for the time being and said, Since Your Highness has already made up her mind, then I can't say anything else, but I hope that Your Highness will consider it carefully. This is not a small matter after all. Juno nodded. Don't worry, Dean Earl, none of your concerns are a problem for me. This princess also hopes that you can lead your team and make greater contributions to the Empire's apothecary business. The matter was finalized, and the publicity notices were handled by their own people, so Juno did not need to bother about it. She already had a clear plan in mind and just waited in peace for the enrollment to end. During this time, she decided to train Shadow out. Shadow potions is very talented and can be melted down with simple instruction. The only way she could let go of him was if the potions team she had trained was better skilled than Earl's team. Earl was always a hidden danger that had to be pulled out as soon as possible. Juno's chief father and mother had privately mentioned many times that the future of the Karen Empire was entrusted to her to manage. Since this was her own empire, of course she had to guard the development. A strong sense of responsibility welled up in her heart and strengthened her resolve. She wanted the Karen Empire to become more prosperous under her leadership and be the #1 interstellar power. After the banquet, Juno and His Majesty the Queen moved to a quiet palace to confer. Chapter 53, Positions for Courtlandy and Shadow. Juno was the first to speak, his expression grave. Father and mother, why is the banquet row so low today? His Majesty frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, This matter is a long story. Lately the situation over at the Planting Academy has been frequent, and many of the plants are either slowly wilting or failing to grow. There has been no clear report from the Plantation Academy, and Father has sent people to investigate, with no results yet. Juno nodded and after a moment of thought said, We must find the source of the problem as soon as possible. Is it the climate? Is it the climate? Is it sabotage? Or is it mismanagement? Only when we find the root of the problem can we administer the right remedy. His Majesty agreed. Luo is right. Father will deploy additional manpower to investigate this matter thoroughly. The Queen looked at Juno and asked, Luo, you proposed to reopen the Potion Academy today and said that you have a way to solve the herbal medicine problem. Tell me, how do you plan to solve it? Juno pondered slightly. She would not reveal the secret that she had space. It was good that she had thought of something to say before she came. Father and mother, I think that we can merge the Pharmacy Academy with the Planting Academy. In this way, on the one hand, we can realize self-sufficiency and solve the problem of herbal medicine sources. On the other hand, we can also integrate resources and improve efficiency. His Majesty nodded thoughtfully. This suggestion does have a certain degree of feasibility. However, the current priority is to find out what is wrong with the plant lesions in the Planting Academy. If we don't solve this problem, it will be difficult for the merger to go smoothly. Juno continued. We can send some experienced plant scientists and apothecaries to the Planting Academy to work together to study the causes of the plant lesions. At the same time, we can also enlist talents with planting experience from the private sector. Brainstorming. The private sector often harbors a lot of wisdom. They have accumulated a wealth of experience in long-term practice, may be able to bring us an unexpected harvest. Not only was she going to open the School of Pharmacy, She was going to expand the school of growing to include more students. People eat what they eat, and despite the nutrients, that stuff is awful, and no one wants to eat it if they don't have to. She wants a strong and wealthy empire. The queen said worriedly. Lolo, this is a matter of great importance. Are you sure? Juno said firmly. Don't worry, mother. I will do my best to strive to improve our country's cultivation level as well as the level of potions. His Majesty looked at Juno approvingly. Good, Lolo, I'll leave this matter in your hands. Father will give you full support. From now on, you can mobilize all the resources of the empire and make sure to solve this problem as soon as possible. It was just the right time to test her abilities, and if she did succeed, she would become the strongest empress in the empire, and no one would dare to question it anymore. Even if she fails, it doesn't matter. With him protecting her, he can keep her clothed and fed. Juno took a sip of water and continued to speak. Father, mother, don't worry. Luo will arrange for the various matters of the new potion academy as soon as possible, and strive to cultivate excellent potion talents for the empire as soon as possible. The three then had an in-depth discussion on some specific details. Juno looked at His Majesty and the Queen and took the opportunity to say, Father and Mother, there is one more thing that my son would like to ask. The two of them looked at each other and both saw doubt in each other's eyes. What needs to be so solemn? Speak. His Majesty straightened up, signaling her to speak if she had something to say. He would fulfill anything as long as it wasn't excessive, and he would find a way to satisfy her even if it was too much. Who made him only have such a precious female? I implore Father and Mother to grant Xiying the position of Senior Apothecary Medal. Xiying is an intelligent and diligent person who is extremely talented in potions, and it would be most appropriate for him to teach the newly enrolled students. After a breath, he slowed down and continued to speak. There is also Cruelty, who has an outstanding talent for planting, and after a period of time, the fruits and vegetables in the princess's residence are growing well. My son thinks that we can give Cruelty the position of planter. His Majesty and the Queen were a bit hesitant at first. The new position was not something that could be given out easily. His Majesty frowned slightly and said, Iroh, the matter of the position should not be hastily considered. It needs to be carefully considered. The Queen nodded her head and said, Yes, Iroh, this new position needs to be awarded after many considerations. Juno was prepared for this, and opened his light brain, and images of Cruelty planting in his backyard appeared in the virtual screen. In the picture, each fruit and vegetable is growing extremely well and vibrantly. Then, Juno took out another bottle of the potion that Xiying had just developed and said, Father and Mother, please see, this is the potion that Xiying has just developed. Although it is far inferior to my son's, it is enough to compare to the other trainees of the Potion Academy. Both Shishadow and Cruelty have real talent, and they will be able to contribute to the empire in their new positions. His Majesty and the Queen scrutinized the fruits and vegetables and potions in the picture, and their expressions gradually loosened. After pondering for a moment, His Majesty said, the two of them do have some ability. However, the awarding of positions still requires some procedures and examinations. Juno smiled and said, My son understands, and my son will let them fully display their talents in their next endeavors, so that the crowd will see their value afterward. The Queen looked at Juno, her eyes filled with relief. Iluwa, you have thought this through. If they can truly serve the empire as you said, it wouldn't be wrong to grant them this position. Juno's heart rejoiced. This was a promise. Thank you, Father and Mother. I am sure that Shishadow and Cruelty will not let you down. The Queen looked at Juno with concern and said, Iluwa, you should also pay attention to your body and not work too hard. Now that you and your beast husbands are united as husband and wife and are working together for the empire, we are very pleased. But take care of yourself as well. The future of the empire is in your hands. The deliberation did not end until late at night. Zuo Ling, Xiying, and Cruelty were still waiting quietly outside the hall. Courtlandy sat casually on the steps, looking up at the moonlight that shed its silvery glow, seemingly lost in his own world, wondering what he was thinking. Shishadow, on the other hand, was leaning against a pillar, his head hanging slightly. His face was hidden in the shadows, making it difficult to catch his expression. Zuo Ling, on the other hand, had maintained a straight standing posture. He was like an upright pine, resolute and calm. The moonlight spilled onto his gray-blue uniform, outlining his cold silhouette. His eyes looked firmly at the gate of the palace, as if he was guarding something precious. The three of them waited quietly outside the hall as time passed slowly and the night breeze blew by, bringing a slight coolness. Zuo Ling still stood straight like a statue. Xiying raised her eyes slightly, glanced at Zuo Ling, and retracted her eyes to continue fuming. Corentin rose from the steps and moved his somewhat stiff body. His heart was also filled with anticipation as he looked towards the palace gates. Just then, the doors of the palace slowly opened, and Junilua walked out from inside. The gazes of the three instantly focused on her, their eyes filled with anticipation and concern. Junilo looked at them and a warmth welled up in his heart. Junilua looked at the three and nodded slightly, his eyes filled with relief. It's done. Father and mother have agreed. Her voice was extraordinarily clear in the night wind. Shi Ying's eyes instantly lit up, and a gentle smile surfaced on his cold face. Your Highness has worked hard. Go home. Chapter 54, Three people competing for favor. Zuo Ling wins. The four of them stepped out of the hovering flying car and came together to the main courtyard where Junilua was, and no one refused to leave. Juniro looked at the three with some amusement. Well, I'll go back and rest. None of the three looked at each other and didn't say anything or move. In the end, it was Corentin who couldn't take it and was the first to break the silence, clasping his hands on his chest and raising his chin slightly with a haughty look on his face. Humph. What's the point of going back so early? I suddenly find this main courtyard quite interesting, so I'll stay here tonight. His eyes drifted around seemingly casually, but every now and then he sneaked a glance at Junilua, the longing hidden underneath his arrogance clearly visible. Shadow spoke right after him. Not much expression on his face, but his eyes were extraordinarily gentle. Your Highness must have been tired in recent days. Ying wants to stay and help your Highness massage and relax your body. His eyes were gentle and firm, and his tone was heartbreaking and hid a hint of anticipation. Zuo Ling quietly stood aside and did not say anything, only that his eyes were locked tightly on Junilua, and that strong will was impossible to ignore. Alright, I'll go back. I want to sleep alone tonight. As soon as Corentin heard this, he immediately twisted his face to the side and muttered, Humph, who cares about sleeping with you? I'm just afraid you'll be scared alone. Although he said so on his lips, his eyes flicked to Junilua from time to time, a hint of longing and anticipation clearly hidden in those eyes. He raised his chin slightly, as if he was trying desperately to hide what was really going on inside him. I know you don't care anymore, so hurry up. Corentin was momentarily silenced, somewhat chagrined at his mouth. Somewhat angrily, he kicked a small stone under his foot. How did he make the bad female angry again? Blame it on this ing mouth. Opened his mouth, wanted to explain, but Junilua did not look at him. He was angry and aggravated, and afraid of saying the wrong thing. He could only bite his teeth hard and stop talking. A hint of gloom crossed her eyes after Ying heard Junilo's words. If your Highness does not wish to be disturbed, Ying will leave after serving your Highness. When he finished speaking, he stole another glance at Junilua, his eyes full of anticipation and concern. Junilua's heart moved slightly as she met his eyes that were as gentle as water, as if they could melt hearts. The shadow massage was really good. Zuo Ling, who had been silent all this time, had his eyes firmly fixed on Junilua at this moment. He pursed his lips slightly before slowly speaking. Did your Highness say last night that you wanted to see Zuo Ling's beast ears? Do you still want to see it? As soon as his words left his mouth, Junilua's face instantly reddened. Thinking of the madness of the previous days, she glared at Zuo Ling. Zuo Ling, don't talk nonsense. Zuo Ling, however, just looked at her quietly, with a hint of imperceptible laughter in his eyes. Doesn't your Highness want to touch it? Junilua's eyes instantly lit up after hearing Zuo Ling's words. The temptation is too great for a plushie. Zuo Ling, are you really willing to let me touch the beast's ear? Junilua's voice carried a trace of imperceptible eagerness. Zuo Ling looked at Junilua's eager appearance. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he gently nodded. A wave of loss welled up in the heart of Ying, who was at the side, when she saw Junilua reacting in such a manner. He looked down at himself, a little lost in his heart. It turned out that his Highness liked to touch the ears of the orcs, and as a horned viper he only had a cold snake's tail. No wonder his Highness is a favorite. But after many days of not seeing him, he really didn't want to leave. Your Highness, although Shadow does not have the ears of a beast, Shadow can do it for your Highness. Junilo's mind was completely on Zuo Ling's beast ears at this moment, and he didn't hear Shadow's words at all. For his part, Corentin was furious, and as a kurikite, he didn't have a beast's ear to hold out to attract Juniro. Humph, aren't they just beast ears? What's the big deal? My wings are pretty too, Corentin said with a stiff upper lip, but his heart was sour. Okay, Shadow, Corentin, you guys go back first. Junilua couldn't wait to see Zuo Ling's beast ears at this point, and she took a step forward, approaching Zuo Ling. Zuo Ling, quickly let me see. Junilua's voice was filled with excitement. Zuo Ling slightly reddened, but still obediently revealed his beast ears. Orange plush animal ears appeared on Zuo Ling's angular and rigidly handsome face, bringing the ultimate in contrast. Junilua's eyes were glowing, unconsciously gulping more than he should, carefully reaching out to touch Zuo Ling's beastly ear. The softness of the touch intoxicated her. So soft, it feels good in the hand. So much so that I want to take a bite out of it. Stop. Can't think anymore. Think again and you're crooked. Zuo Ling was much taller than Jun Ilua and purposely bent down to touch her ears. Is the tail touchable? When Zuo Ling heard Jun Ilua's words, his body stiffened slightly and his ears flicked. A flicker of hesitation flashed in his eyes. His tail was his most sensitive spot. But looking at Jun Ilua's eyes that were full of expectation, his heart softened. He lowered his head slightly and said softly, "As long as your highness wants, Zuo Ling is fine." Then, as if he thought of something, he added, "Go to your room first." Jun Ilua looked at Zuo Ling's look and her face burned slightly. She felt like an old rascal at the moment. Good. Xiying stood on the sidelines, watching Jun Ilua and Zuo Ling's interaction. Her eyes filled with despondency. He tightened his fists, but there was nothing he could do. Corentin's eyes were red with anger, but he was already red-eyed and no one could tell unless they looked closely. After Jun Ilua and Zuo Ling returned to the room, the atmosphere was a bit delicate for a moment. Jun Ilua's heartbeat had not yet calmed down, and her gaze flicked to Zuo Ling from time to time, while Zuo Ling appeared to be calm, but in reality, the slight redness at the tip of her ear had not yet faded. "Your Highness, give me a few minutes." After saying that, he whooshed into the bathroom and took the fastest combat shower in his life. When he came out again, he had only a towel around his lower body. Jun Ilua saw Zuo Ling's appearance. His face instantly rolled hot, his eyes wandering around not knowing where to look first. That's a great figure, tall and upright, with broad shoulders and narrow waist. The perfect inverted triangle body shape shows strength and masculine beauty. Blocky abs, pectoral arm muscles slightly bulging and explosive, tight muscles rippling as he walked. Slender legs stretched out from under the towel, firm thighs full of power. Above the towel, a hidden waistline and a naturally drooping plush tail. The entire body exudes a raw, wild beauty that one can't help but be drawn in and sink into. Jun Iroha's eyes went straight, wiped his mouth to wipe off the impure drool. Zuo Ling slowly approached Jun Ilua, his body exuding the fresh scent of a bath, mixed with his unique orsish scent coming to the surface. He slightly lowered his head, his blazing gaze locked onto Jun Ilua, his voice low and hoarse, "Your Highness, would like to." "Zuo Ling, what are you?" The tips of Zuo Ling's ears were so red that it seemed as if they could drip blood, and he forced himself to hold back his sense of shame as he slowly said, "I thought this would be more convenient for your Highness." Jun Iroha's old face blushed. This was too convenient. Jun Ilua's heartbeat became more and more rapid, and she could feel the strong scent emanating from Zuo Ling's body. Zuo Ling's tail was gently waving above the bath towel, as if it was also speaking of the owner's inner longing. Jun Ilo couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Zuo Ling's tail. Zuo Ling's body trembled slightly. Jun Ilua's hand touched Zuo Ling's tail, and the soft touch made her slightly startled. Zuo Ling's body instantly tightened up, his breathing slightly stagnated, and an unspeakable tingling sensation instantly spread all over his body, as if there was a weak electric current running through his body. Jun Ilua also seemed to notice Zuo Ling's difference. She just wanted to retract her hand, but she was grabbed by Zuo Ling. Zuo Ling's eyes carried a hint of fervor and longing, and those deep eyes were as if they were burning with two flames. He stared tightly at Jun Ilua, his voice low and hoarse. "Your Highness." Chapter 55, How can you monopolize His Highness? She looked at Zuo Ling's eyes that were filled with desire. Her heart was both nervous and shy. Her heart beat as violently as a drum, as if it were about to jump out of her throat. However, as if she was uncontrollable, her hand once again gently stroked Zuo Ling's tail. The fluffy tail trembled slightly in her palm, as if telling of the throbbing of its owner's heart. Zuo Ling's lower body instantly reacted. He tried to restrain his urges, but his body's instincts made it difficult for him to control himself. His body trembled slightly, his muscles taut as steel. He hugged Jun Ilua tightly, as if he wanted to incorporate her into his body. Jun Ilo could clearly feel Zuo Ling's powerful heartbeat. The rhythm was rapid and disorganized. "Your Highness, I can't help it." Zuo Ling's voice was filled with lust and desire. He lowered his head and kissed Jun Ilua's lips again, a kiss that was even more passionate and frantic than before. His lips were hot and soft with a dominating power. Jun Ilua gradually lost himself in Zuo Ling's kisses and began to respond to Zuo Ling's passion. Zuo Ling slightly sidled his head and lightly bit Jun Ilua's earlobe. A tingling sensation instantly spread throughout Jun Ilua's body. She gave a soft wooing cry, and her body leaned even softer into Zuo Ling's arms. Zuo Ling's hands slowly moved upwards. The tips of their noses gently touched, their breaths intertwined. Each exchange of breath filled with endless fondness. It was a polarizing exchange. Jun Elohim trembled slightly. She had never felt such a strong love feeling. Rushing, striking, Zuo Ling's every movement, action, every touch, made her body surge with an unspeakable heat. "Flow, Your Highness, Zuo Ling wishes to guard you forever." Outside the courtyard, Shadow and Corentin did not leave. Shadow leaned against the pillar, slightly hanging his head, as the watery moonlight gently sprinkled down on him. reflecting the lonesome and lonely shadow. Loss and unwillingness tumbled through his heart, and the image of Junie Luo and Zuo Ling leaving kept flashing in his mind. Impossible to ignore. Listening to the charming sounds coming from upstairs, he wanted to rush in and interrupt them, but there is no position. He is only a side husband. He can only live on the favor of His Highness. In fact, now is already too much better than before. It's just that people are greedy. When you've got it, you want more. Corentin spread his wings to fly away, and when he saw that She Shadow was not moving, he choked out and irritated. Hey, you're not leaving yet? Is it ready to join them? She Shadow ignored him. He was self-conscious, and the two of them stood in such a stalemate outside the courtyard, neither of them refusing to take the lead in leaving. The night breeze quietly brushed by, bringing a slight coolness, but it was difficult to cool their hearts dry. Jun Iroh woke up to two pairs of sultry eyes. Your Highness is so good. You've been screaming all night. Ahem, ahem. Juniello choked and coughed on this one from Karanti. Her cheeks instantly tinted a scarlet color, and she looked away in some embarrassment, trying to avoid the two pairs of sultry eyes. These two guys stayed up all night listening to this? Zuo Ling came in with breakfast from the door at this time, and when he saw the scene before him, he frowned slightly as he swept Junie Luo into his arms. Karanti, do not be rude to His Highness. Zuo Ling's voice carried a hint of majesty. Karanti, however, bristled defiantly. Humph, Your Highness was snatched away by you, and were not allowed to complain a few times. She Shadow remained silent, but the loss in her eyes became more obvious. Junie Luo gently pushed Zuo Ling and whispered, don't be so aggressive. Zuo Ling looked at her helplessly and slightly relaxed the strength of his embrace. Are you two done with your business? Jun Iroh cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound less muffled. It's 3 in the afternoon. Jun Iroh froze. She had slept for so long? It is all because Zuo Ling's ears are too good, and his tail is too good at pestering. She Shadow serves Your Highness in washing. Courtlandy jumped out in a hurry to yell. I can help too. The eagerness was as if he was afraid of missing something heavenly. Junie Luo looked at them somewhat helplessly and was just about to refuse when Zuo Ling frowned and said in a domineering manner, no need. I'll do it. The tone was undeniable, as if declaring his sovereignty. Karanti's eyes widened in displeasure as she protested. How can you have His Highness all to yourself? Zuo Ling simply ignored him and gently picked up Junie Luo. The action was so gentle that it was as if he was caring for a rare treasure, and led her towards the washing place. She Shadow silently retreated to the side, the loss in his eyes growing thicker and his expression colder. After washing up, Jun Iroh looked at Shi Ying and Karanti, who were still standing aside, and felt a bit unforgiving in his heart. She said softly, go about your business as well. Don't waste your time here. Karanti, however, said stubbornly, I won't, unless Your Highness promises to spend more time with me in the future. It looked like a pampered child asking for candy. Although She Shadow didn't say anything, her eyes revealed the same anticipation. Good. After we finish eating, I'll accompany you to the backyard to water. Much of the fruit that Corentin had planted on his own during this time had ripened, and a clearing had been created next to it to grow common herbs. She had taken the herb seedlings to him in the first place, and she didn't know how they had grown. Courtlandy smiled in satisfaction at this. Your Highness, there are several data problems with the recently researched potion. The dosage of one of the main medicines doesn't seem to be too accurate. I've repeatedly tested it many times, and the effect of the potion varies greatly with different dosage ratios. Moreover, no small problem was found during the production process. Jun Iroh frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before saying, She Shadow, tell me about the specific test data and process in detail. She Shadow recounted it methodically, and Courtlandy listened attentively, interjecting a few comments of her own every now and then. Jun Iroh carefully analyzed the issues raised by Shi Ying, and from time to time gave some advice and directions for improvement. She Shadow nodded frequently, admiration shining in her eyes. Your Highness is awesome. All right, let His Highness eat first. Zuo Ling's words carried a hint of unquestionable majesty. When Karanti and Shi Ying heard this, they remembered that His Highness hadn't eaten for a day. Instantly chagrined, Corentin hastily lowered his head and mumbled like a child who had done something wrong. It's my fault for thinking only about myself and forgetting that Your Highness is still hungry. She Shadow also looked ashamed and lowered her eyes slightly. Junie Luo looked at their guilty looks and smiled gently, softly saying, it's fine. For his part, Zuo Ling frowned slightly, swept a glance at Karanti and Shi Ying, and said in a deep voice, you must not be so negligent in the future. Karanti and Shi Ying hurriedly nodded their heads in response. Shi Ying, you feed me. Junie Luo had wanted to eat it himself. His wrists were sore and weak from overusing his hands last night. Hearing Junie Luo's words, Shi Ying froze slightly, and then a faint smile appeared on his face. He picked up the cutlery and picked up some food, carefully passing it to Jun Iroh's mouth. Junie Luo opened his mouth slightly and ate the food that Shi Ying fed him. a satisfied smile on his face. Shadow's eyes were filled with tenderness and doting, and his brooding heart was instantly filled. On the side, Karanti stared closely at Shi Ying's hand. The jealousy in her heart grew stronger, and under her eyes was an envy that she couldn't hide. Junilua only found it adorable when she saw this puffed-up look on his face. Not holding back, he reached out and gently hooked his finger under Corentin's chin, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek before he could react. Corentin's face instantly turned red, his eyes wide and completely overwhelmed. Juniro couldn't help but laugh softly at Corentin's adorable reaction. Corentin came back to his senses and stammered, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" His hand unconsciously touched the cheek that had been kissed, and there was both shyness and surprise in his eyes. After a meal, Junilua was just about to go out the door when Xiaoqi's voice exploded in his head. "Host, got it." Alice traded 50 years of her life with the evil god to restore her voice. What? What god? Evil god? Chapter 56, reduced to a star pirate common female. She knew there were beast gods in this star world, but what the hell was an evil god? The evil god is a kind of evil god coexisting with the beast god, and his existence originated from the resentment of those beastmen who died of abandonment or who died of psychotic animalization and coalesced into one. For thousands of years he had been suppressed to death by the beast god. It was only in the last 100 years that the beast god's believers had decreased and his strength had been greatly reduced, giving him the opportunity to turn the tables. But to regain his peak strength he must gather more evil power, and human greed is the best to gather and the most complementary. Once the evil god fuels it, the world will be in chaos and the survival of the females will become more and more difficult. Greed is endless. Once a person's greed is satisfied, he will want to have more, and will do many irrational things to fulfill his selfish desires. But it had nothing to do with her. What was she doing interfering in a fight between gods and goddesses? She wasn't the savior. Seven advises her to find out about the existence of evil gods. Juniro shook his head and continued toward the door. Xiaoqi, however, was in a hurry, and her urgent voice once again sounded in her head. Host, you can't just leave it alone. Once the evil god grows, the entire world will be thrown into chaos, and no one will be able to stand alone at that time. Junilua's footsteps did not stop as he responded indifferently. Xiaoqi, the fate of this world should not be carried by me. I'm just an ordinary passerby who doesn't want to get involved in these godly fights. Xiaoqi reluctantly persuaded. Host, you have the ability to find out the existence of the evil god, and perhaps find a way to stop him. If you don't act now, when the evil god really becomes a climate, it will be too late. Junilo frowned slightly, still unmoved. I told you, I'm not a savior. This world has its own trajectory, and the fight between the evil god and the beast god is not something I can meddle in. I just want to live my own life and don't want to get caught up in all this trouble. Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, Seven had to give up, mentally figuring out how to quietly get the host to take over on his own accord. Juniro was curious about the current state of Ares. Even though he didn't want to intervene, she asked Seven to check on Alice today. The host, the heroine Alice is in a miserable state today, to say the least. She had already lost 50 years of her life. Her physical functions had been greatly weakened, and she had also been injected with a large amount of hallucinogenic drugs and aphrodisiacs, and she had long lost her self-awareness due to insanity. She had been reduced to a communal female for the small leader of the Star Pirates and his squad members. Under endless humiliation and torture she is now like a doll that has lost its soul. Junilua raised an eyebrow when he heard this news, which was better than just killing her. Fine, how can she be so happy to hear her enemies suffer, and her beast husbands, in order to save her? One died and two were injured. That dead beast husband was unable to look at Alice again until his death, and the two injured beast husbands could only watch their beloved females suffer so much without being able to do anything about it. And it all started when one of the junior leaders of the Star Pirates took a liking to Iris and wanted to make with her, which she refused. Also insulted the small leader Toad want to eat swan meat. Also do not take a piss to find their own ugly look. That leader has a staggered scar on the face. Looks extremely hideous and horrible. She 3 times to stimulate him with this. She thought to herself that being a precious female, they wouldn't force their way in. After all, forcing sex on a female would backfire on the orcs from the beast god's contract, and no orc would be willing to do that. But she didn't know that the Star Pirates had forcibly snatched countless females over in recent years to give them mental pacification, and that those defiant females would obediently cooperate after being injected with special hallucinogenic potions. That little leader wanted to treat her well because she was pretty, but she always stepped on his thunder spots with precision. And because several galaxies have been desperately attacking their defense systems lately, he has already stayed up a few big nights. His mental power is already unstable, and he is mentally deranged. He uses Alice as a tool to vent his anger, lust. Juniro listened without the slightest bit of pity in his heart. All of this was Alice's own fault. Still, The fact that the star pirates had such a powerful potion caught her attention. The consequences of such agents once they reach the market are unimaginable. Find out who the pharmacist was who made this potion. Your Highness? Corentin called out a few times when she didn't respond and tugged at her sleeve. Juno broke the connection with Seven and looked at him sideways. What is your Highness thinking? Nothing. Let's go. Shadow was given her instructions and hurriedly headed for the research center after finishing her meal. The announcement of the recruitment of students under the age of 50 with a talent for potions had already been issued, and the registration day would be in a month's time, so he had to practice his planning in a hurry. Zuo Ling received a starburst from the marshal's father telling him to go back, and he checked in with Juno and left as well. Now she and Corentin were the only ones left in the large princess house. No, she finally remembered what she had forgotten. She forgot about the black-hearted fish. Tap the light brain and tell Clearsoft to come over and find her when she's done. The two walked to the backyard vegetable garden, where the fruits and vegetables planted some time ago were growing very happily. Juno casually picked a tomato and wiped it on Corentin's shirt, nibbling on it. Sweet and tart with a nice sandy texture. Craving scrambled eggs with tomatoes, the two of them strolled around. Juno ate a few different varieties of fruits. Although they were not as good as the ones produced in space, they were already too good to eat than the ones on the market. Not bad. She gave a fair assessment. Corentin's lips curled up in a soft hum. Go check out the herbs. The herbs weren't growing very well, and Juno thought it might be due to the lack of spatial soil blending and spatial spring watering. Those melons and vegetables soil was blended by her and watered with river water from the space for a while to rise so well. She forgot about it later as she was busy with other things. Juno left Karanti to mow the lawn and then went into the side utility room alone. She stood in the center of the utility room and quickly pulled a few buckets of water out of the space while Karanti was gone. She had asked Seven to prepare this water in advance. A short while later, Corentin finished part of his weeding, and without looking back, he saw Juno slowly approaching with a bucket of water. He hurriedly put down the tools in his hands, 3 steps forward to take the bucket. Full of concern, said, Your Highness, you sit and rest. I'll do it. After saying that, he immediately sent out a command to the robot at the side, which quickly took a chair and placed it steadily beside Juno. Juno smiled and shook his head. I'm not that delicate. I drank a recovery potion now that my body has recovered. Corentin's eyes flickered, still letting her sit and rest, was trying to move around in sweat. Juno spoke next. Corentin's eyes darkened when he heard her say that, and he didn't hold back a flirtatious comment. There are many ways to sweat. Would your Highness like to try another? Juno froze slightly, then realized what Karanti meant. Raising his hand, he slapped him twice on the head. Get to work. Seeing that she wasn't angry, Corentin was even bolder as he approached Juno and whispered, Your Highness, would you like to try it? Corentin moved a few moments closer and took Juno's hand in his eyes filled with tenderness and love. Juno's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points when he saw the sudden change of temperament in Corentin. Work first. Chapter 57, The Vanishing Mermaid. The two men finished watering. Then he saw Ching soft trotting over, the rabbit ears on his head bobbing as he ran. Your Highness has what command? Perhaps running over was too hasty. Sexual beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Slightly panting, his voice carrying a hint of panic. Kaya soft. Is there anything unusual about Aashian lately? This mermaid usually Baba found her door whenever she was in the mansion. This time she had been back for 2 days and didn't react at all. It seemed unusual. Your Highness, Aashian hasn't left the courtyard since you left. Juno still felt something vaguely wrong, and eventually decided to go and take a look. Corentin was instantly displeased to see that she was going to meet the mermaid. Clutching her hands to her chest, Karanti bristled. Why did you want to meet that mermaid? What's so great about him? Juno frowned slightly and looked at Karanti. Don't be grumpy. I'll just go check it out. Corentin grunted softly. Why are you so attached to him? More so than me. Juno knocked him on the head. Stop it. You're coming with me. Reluctantly, Karanti followed Juno. The two men arrived at Aashian's courtyard, which was silent, without a single sound. When he pushed open the yard door and peered in, there was only one back in the pool lying motionless on the edge. Her lifted heart dropped a little. Aashian, she called out. There was not a single reaction from Aashian in the pool, as if he was asleep. Juno frowned slightly as a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Aashian, she screamed again, louder, but the sprawling mermaid still didn't respond. Host, it's an illusion. Xiao Qi's voice rang out in Juno's mind. Juno's face suddenly changed when she heard this. She gritted her teeth and quickly stepped forward, not hesitating to pull out the soft whip at her waist and fling it towards the figure's back. The whip drew a harsh arc in the air and landed hard on the mermaid's back, but it hit the stone wall of the bank as if it had drawn air. In the next instant, the silhouette disappeared. And the pool was empty. Where was there any mermaid? Junilua stared blankly at the empty pool for a moment. She tightened her grip on the soft whip and tried to keep herself calm. After a moment, without speaking, she tossed the whip in her hand to the side of Coranti. Corentin caught the whip with a surprised look on his face. How did this happen? Where's the Ranin? The mermaid just disappeared right under his nose. They didn't even notice. Junilo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Go inside and check the interior." The two stepped inside and looked around. Everything in the room appeared to be in order, but there was an eerie aura that permeated the room. Juniro looked at the items in the room, and a dryness rose to his face. It looks like it's been gone for some days. Shao Chi, check where Aashian is now. This little white-eyed wolf actually ran away. Host, querying, has not detected the exact location of the Aashian mermaid at this time. Juniro frowned, thinking that he had healed from his injuries and would have Jellyfish star. Forget it, go back. She had a lot of work to do. There was no point in wasting her time on him and running away. 7. How is the progress of the potion store opening going? Host, due to your absence, the potion store has not opened as of yet, but I have sent the list of potions to Starnet, and have received many orders so far, just waiting for the opening shipment. Junilo instantly became energized upon hearing this and greeted Corentin as he entered the holographic virtual world with him. When she arrived at the virtual world potions store, she was taken aback by the long line out the door. It wasn't that there was too much begging for medicine, but they were startled by what the group of orcs were holding up in their hands. It's a blatant courtship. The group went even more crazy at the sight of her. Your Highness, look at me. An orc reddened and held aloft an elaborate gift. Your Highness, my goddess, please give me a chance. A tall and powerful orc shouted excitedly. Your Highness, I would like to submit to your feet for the rest of my life and be a faithful powder follower of you. Your Highness, I would give everything for you, just to have you look at me one more time. Your Highness, I have a mining star for a dowry. Look at me, not them. Junilua stared wide-eyed at the chaotic scene before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Corentin was also filled with shock, and quickly reacted by shielding her behind him. What is going on here? Juniro asked 7 with a frown. Host, it may be that your lone trip to the Star Pirates to save Admiral Zuo Ling gave them too much of a shock. Shao Chi explained. In a world where there were fewer females and more males, no female had ever given so much to an orc that she didn't even care about her own life. They felt bad after all females were rare and precious while envying having such a wife and master. Junilo held his forehead helplessly as he looked at the frantically shouting orcs, a wave of annoyance welling up in his heart. All quiet. However, the orcs didn't quiet down, as her outburst was rather more agitated. Junilo looked at the increasingly frantic beasts and frowned even tighter. Corentin's face had gone completely black. So many people were thinking about his wife and master. He was really angry and furious, and he still couldn't make a move. He leaned in close to Juniro and said, Your Highness, you go in first and I'll take care of the rest. Junilua didn't think that Corentin could be solved. He was afraid that when this violent temper came up, he would fight with someone, and he was afraid that the other party was outnumbered and he would suffer. Quiet all, Corentin bellowed, but his voice was instantly drowned out by the shouts of the orcs. However, the beasts couldn't listen at all. They continued to frantically call out Juniro's name, expressing their love. Juniello tried to calm herself down as she took a deep breath. If you are not purchasing potions, please leave on your own and do not disturb the order. Junilo's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. As the spiritual power spread, those orcs were wrapped in a warm breath, and their restless hearts gradually calmed down, slowly regaining their sanity. Seeing her anger, they were instantly silenced and knelt down to apologize. The beastmen replied in unison. Your Highness, please don't be angry. We know we are wrong. Your Highness, we were really impressed by your bravery and charisma and made this mistake on impulse. Please punish us. Your Highness. Junilo looked at the crowd of orcs kneeling down. The anger in his heart calmed down a little, but the remaining anger still remained. Because of this outburst of theirs, the people who wanted to buy the potion were backed down quite a bit. Cutting her off is unforgivable. She scanned the crowd and said in a stern tone, This princess does not wish to see such a thing again. Don't be angry. Your Highness, we won't do it again. We're leaving. Juniro frowned slightly, and although he still felt some dissatisfaction in his heart, he knew that these orcs were not malicious. She was silent for a moment, then said, All rise, and no more will be done. The beastmen rose as if they were relieved. The naked longing in their eyes collected a few moments. Just then, an intense light flashed and a group of virtual guards appeared on the scene. The guards quickly formed a line, separating the orcs from Juniro. Please keep order and do not disturb the normal order of the virtual world, the captain of the guards said seriously. The beasts were reluctant. but they had to restrain themselves a little under the intimidation of the guards. Seeing the virtual soldiers appear, she stopped paying attention to the orcs and turned around, dragging Karanti into the potion store. She didn't notice the crowd, which had a gaze that locked her figure firmly in place and didn't move away. Chapter 58 Opening of the Virtual World Potion Shop. Juniello and Corentin walked into the potion store and immediately got to work. The store was filled with the aroma of various herbs. The smell alone was soothing, and the shelves were lined with different potions that, it looks clean and airy. Juniro nudged while instructing Karanti to do something. Many of the potions at the link 7 uploaded earlier are sold out. It wasn't like she'd been experimenting much lately, and after taking inventory she realized there weren't many potions left to sell in the store. Your Highness, are you still going to open today? Junilo nodded. It had been dragging on for so long it was definitely time to open. It's fine. Just change the ones that are out of stock to pre-sale. With a slight nod, Corentin began to work on getting the sold-out potions changed to pre-sale status. He moved nimbly to adjust the labeling and display on the shelves. In a short while, the original labeled sold-out position are replaced with pre-sale words, and attached to the expected arrival time. Just as they were about to put the finishing touches on it, they suddenly heard a cacophony of noises coming from outside the store. Junilo frowned slightly and looked out of the store through the glass. It was found that the group of beasts were still hovering not far away, their eyes fixed on the direction of the store with anticipation and longing in their eyes. What seems to be a heated discussion. The virtual guards stood vigilantly on the sidelines, keeping order. Doesn't your highness need to mind them? Corentin frowned. How could these orcs be so persistent? No need. They are also guests. Junilua didn't really care. As long as it didn't affect her, she could ignore it. They adjusted all the prices and set up an electronic payment code under each bottle of potion, so that the user who purchased it could purchase it with a swipe of his or her Lightbrain bracelet. Save on cashiering and no skipping orders. An hour later, it was finally organized. The pharmacy door slowly opened with a bang dash. Electronic firecrackers exploded at the store door, which she asked Xiao Qi to prepare. The Chinese bloodline is engraved in the bones. The necessary fireworks to open a store cannot be missing. The sound startled a crowd of onlookers, orcs and females, and even Karanti was confused for a split second. They had never seen anything like it before. With the explosion of electronic firecrackers, the opening atmosphere of the pharmacy was instantly catapulted to a climax. Junilua looked at the surprised expressions of the crowd and hooked his lips in a light smile. Karanti looked curiously at the light that remained from the electronic firecracker, her eyes full of novelty. Your Highness, this is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. It's an electronic firecracker, a way to celebrate the opening. The orcs and females gathered around also exchanged pleasantries, curious about this novelty. Some of the bold orcs even got close enough to where the electronic firecrackers were to get a closer look. Junilo looked at the crowd's reaction and said with a smile, "All right, everyone, don't let this scare you. Our apothecary store is now officially open and everyone is welcome to shop. Our remedies are affordable, effective, and very easy to purchase with a single swipe of the electronic payment code below with the light brain bracelet." With Juniro's introduction, the orcs and females gradually recovered from the surprise of the electronic firecrackers and began to turn their attention to the apothecary store's wares. They went into the store in droves, scrutinizing the descriptions and prices of the various potions. The sound of light brain bracelets scanning electronic payment codes was heard, and each transaction was smooth and efficient. Junilua's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment as he watched the busy scene. But soon the orcs who couldn't buy the potion began to get anxious, and there were even signs of, scrambling. What was once orderly became chaotic all of a sudden. Corentin looked worriedly at the chaotic scene in front of him. Your Highness, I'm afraid something will happen if this goes on. What do you think should be done? Corentin mused slightly, then raised his voice and said, "Quiet, everyone, keep order, no scrambling." However, the emotions of the beasts did not calm down immediately. One of the orcs shouted, "My family members are in danger, waiting for the potion to save their lives. I must have it." Another orc retorted, "Why should you get it? I desperately need this potion too." Both sides spoke vehemently, and the smell of gunpowder grew stronger. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Junilua's expression went cold. "Be quiet. Anyone who dares to make trouble will be thrown out and blacklisted, and this princess will not sell any potions to him in the future." Her voice was not loud, but it silenced the scene, and the few people who were arguing did not dare to say anything at all. "Presale potions will be dispatched within 10 days, so you can buy with confidence." Once she said that, the orcs who hadn't grabbed the potion were completely relieved. A young orc was the first to speak. "Your Highness, we will be patient and trust your promise." The other orcs nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to wait for the arrival of the presale potion. Some people in the crowd began to discuss the efficacy of this potion. and they were even more complimentary of Juno potion. Your Highness's potions can be so much better than those developed by the Potion Research Institute, and there are many more varieties. A burly orc said excitedly. Yes, for the same price. The effect is vastly different. It's still Your Highness who is thinking of us. A female orc next to him continued the conversation, her eyes full of appreciation. I was seriously injured last time, and I used Your Highness's potion and recovered within a few days. If I had used the Potion Institute's, I still don't know if I would have made it back alive. Another orc recalled his near-death experience on the battlefield with emotion. Everyone looked at him when he said that and he scratched his head a little embarrassed. Don't look at me like that. I'm not putting down the Potions Academy. The batch they sent just wasn't as good as Your Highness's. That potion nearly killed a number of his companions. And if the Admiral hadn't realized something was wrong and dealt with it in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. That's right, with Your Highness's potion, we'll have more confidence on the battlefield. I'll be sure to have a few more bottles on hand. The orc who had spoken before re-emphasized. I've heard that His Highness is still developing new potions, so we'll have more protection in the future. I wish these 10 days would pass quickly. I can't wait to get my hands on the potion. An impatient orc yelled from the crowd. Everyone be quiet and don't give His Highness any trouble. Let's just wait patiently. These 10 days of waiting will surely be worth it. Juno watched as things almost stabilized in the store, so he purchased 2 virtual robots from the mall to watch the store. In less than a minute, the virtual robots appeared in the store, and she fed them a few commands, and the virtual robots began to get organized and busy. Juno watched this with satisfaction, then turned to Cruelty and said, "Let's go." Cruelty nodded slightly and left the potions store after Juno. The two of them walked down the virtual street, the surrounding scene lively and bustling. As they passed by the fighting arena, Juno's eyes were once again drawn to the cat-shaped mech. Her gaze couldn't help but linger for a few seconds. Corentin could see that she liked the mech and pressed a decision in his mind. Just in time for her birthday in 3 months. Your Highness likes mechs? Juno stared slightly, then said matter-of-factly. Well, this mech is special. Its design and sense of power are impressive. Corentin nodded, his mind even stronger on that decision. Be sure to surprise His Highness on his birthday in 3 months. Not bad indeed, Corentin said as he walked alongside Juno. Chapter 59. Juno's gaze drifted once more to the distant fighting arena, where the cat-type mech still stood silently, as if waiting for the next fierce battle. A mech is not only a weapon, but also a symbol of faith. Retracting her sight, she continued to the fruit store. The fruit store had been handled by 7. Even the planting was operated by 7. She just laid back and collected the money. But these days, 7 was busy with other things as well. And there were only 2 virtual droids in the store. Before he even got close, Cortlandy was attracted to the unique decor. Corentin looked at the unique decoration style of the fruit store, and a marvelous look appeared in his eyes. Your Highness, the decoration of this fruit store is truly unique. Juno hummed and walked ahead to the fruit store. The two approached the fruit store and the 2 virtual robots immediately greeted them. Welcome, a mechanical voice rang out, but it didn't make people feel stiff. Juno looked around the store. The fruits were neatly arranged, colorful, and gave off an enticing aroma. How's business these days? She asked the virtual robot. Back to master. Business is fair. There are quite a few customers who are raving about our fruits. The virtual robot answered truthfully. Juno nodded slightly, his heart appreciating Xiaoqi's business skills a little more. Juno looked at the customers who were picking out fruits and was quite satisfied. She casually picked up a red apple, brightly colored and full of juice. Corentin also picked up a fruit and scrutinized it. Your Highness, all the fruits here look fresh and I'm sure they taste great. Can you taste it and see how it differs from what you eat at home? Cortlandy obediently put a bite to his mouth, the sweetness spreading through his mouth, the realness of it leaving him stunned for a few seconds. Your Highness, this free tasting service is a really good idea. It allows customers to better understand the quality and taste of the fruits. Even he tasted it and wanted to buy it. Juno nodded slightly, wanting this effect. At that moment, a female picked up a pear and put it to her mouth and gently bit into it. A look of surprise appeared on her face. This fruit is so sweet, so much water. Other customers heard her comments and picked up pears to try. Before long, sales of the pears began to rise. The corners of Juno's mouth rose slightly as she watched the scene. She knew that as long as the customers were satisfied, the fruit store's business would grow. Later, when planting grows, fruits and vegetables will no longer be a luxury, and she will be the biggest supplier. She and Corentin took a look around the store to get a sense of the various fruits for sale and then prepared to leave. Where do we go next, Your Highness? Corentin asked. The two were just about to go out when a few troublemakers came outside the door, saying that they had diarrhea from the fruit and almost ate his family's pregnant female master. Junilua frowned slightly, her eyes instantly becoming stern. She calmly looked towards the few troublemakers and said in a deep voice, "You guys say you got diarrhea from eating our fruit? Got proof?" One of them said aggressively, "What more proof is needed? Our female owner started having stomach pains shortly after eating your fruits. What else can it be if not that your fruits are faulty?" Junilua was not the least bit moved as she slowly said, "Everything has to be about evidence. You guys came here to cause trouble with no proof. Is it possible that someone instructed you?" Those people's faces changed slightly, but they still spoke with a stiff upper lip. "Who would instruct us? We are the victims. You must give us a statement." Standing beside Juniro, Courtlandi looked at the men warily and said, "Your Highness, I'm afraid this matter is not simple." June Elohim nodded slightly as she looked around, noticing the worried looks on the faces of the customers around her. "The problem must be solved as soon as possible, otherwise it will affect the business of the fruit store. Since you say you have diarrhea from eating our fruits, report your true identities, and we will ask the physician to enter the house for an examination. If it is indeed a problem with our fruit, we will definitely take responsibility to the end. But if it's you who are deliberately causing trouble, then don't blame me for being rude." The men seemed a bit weak, but still braced themselves and said, "Please, we're not afraid." "Alright, then please call the police first," Juniro said and contacted the administrator of the virtual world. "To put it succinctly, it has been reported that your testing department has been negligent in failing to effectively monitor the quality of fruits available in the market, resulting in consumers suffering from adverse conditions after consumption. I hereby request that you immediately send someone over to conduct a meticulous examination of the fruit in my store and these several customers who claim to be unwell after eating the fruit, to clarify where the responsibility lies, and to give a fair account to both the business and the consumers." Those few people who had taken the opportunity to cause trouble had completely failed to anticipate that Junilua would be so decisive as to report directly to the administrators of the virtual world. In the past, those businesses they dealt with often did not dare to make a big deal out of fear of trouble, and the administrators usually paid no attention to these seemingly trivial matters. After a few panicked glances at each other, they thought that the administrators should not intervene in this matter this time either, and gradually became emboldened again. "Everyone, don't buy their fruits. Our female owner just had a stomachache after eating it and almost lost her cubs." "That's right, our female main station is still lying in the hospital in a coma. Aren't they trying to hurt people?" Many guests heard that some people ate the fruit even after eating a bad stomach, but also almost the female stomach of the child eat out of the problem. The heart was filled with worry. Instantly are afraid to buy fruit again. The originally lively fruit store became cold all of a sudden. With only a few melon-loving crowds left, Junilua looked indifferently at these few bite-sized orcs with problems, the corner of his lips curling up in an arc. The investigator sneered and said, "I only look at evidence, not background. If you guys have evidence, hurry up and bring it out, or else you'll wait to be punished." The troublemakers got antsy and started talking nonsense. "My lord, you must have been bribed by this fruit store." "That's just it, they must have given you some kind of favor." The investigator's face sank and he said, "If you guys talk any more nonsense, you're guilty as charged. Now I'm going to give you one last chance to produce evidence." The troublemakers were completely out of ideas and could only stand there dumbfounded. Shao Qi checked the person behind this. Junilua's face condensed, his eyes revealing a hint of anger. "Host, it's Flan from last time. She holds a grudge after you refused her deal last time. I just checked. She has been making trouble almost every day for the last few days, scaring away quite a few customers." Shao Qi's voice rang out in Junilua's mind. Junilo narrowed his eyes slightly, a surge of anger welling up in his heart. This Flan was so small-minded that she came to cause trouble 3 times just because she had refused her deal. Not only did her behavior affect the business of the fruit store, it was also very diabolizing. Look up his father, compile evidence of his party affiliation and give him a big gift. It's time for the empire to be shuffled. Good host. Chapter 60, The Effects and Penalties of Spacewater. Juniro turned to face the hesitant customers and said loudly, "Please be assured that our fruit store has always paid great attention to the quality of our fruits. We will have the administrators look into this one as soon as possible and give everyone a satisfactory answer. In the meantime, we can suspend the sale of the disputed fruit varieties while we ask people to monitor the rest of the fruits in our store, which we will ask professionals to inspect more closely." A blonde orc expressed his hesitation. "Who knows if you're really okay? What if we buy it and our wives have problems eating it?" "That's right, there are still differences between the virtual world and the real world. In case you guys are using second best," Junilua sincerely assured this guest, "our fruit store has always been based on honesty since we opened. If it's really a problem with our fruit, we will never shirk our responsibility. And now that the administrators have stepped in to investigate, there will be results soon. As for your comment about second best, there were quite a few repeat customers present, weren't there?" If there is a problem with our fruit, will you buy it back? I can guarantee that in the Karen Empire, apart from me, there is no higher quality to be found. I can understand if you guys are worried, but if you're using the opportunity to cause trouble, if you say so, we'll wait and see what the administrators find out. Some of the customers looked a little slower when they heard Junilua's words, but there were still quite a few who held a wait-and-see attitude. Junilua was in no hurry either. Soon after, the manager and the investigator showed up at the fruit store. Those few troublemakers had initially played it cool, but as the investigation progressed, they gradually began to look panicked. The investigators seriously asked the troublemakers, "Do you have any evidence for your claim that you had diarrhea after eating fruit from this store?" The troublemaker stammered, We just had an upset stomach after eating the fruit." The investigator then asked, "Is there a doctor's note of diagnosis? Or any other evidence that proves that it was the fruit from this store that caused your discomfort?" The troublemakers looked at each other, speechless. "Our testing organization has always been rigorous. There will be no such thing as substandard testing and intentional watering down. If there is no sufficient evidence, we will punish you for intentional rumor while taking advantage of the extortion." With a twinkle in his eye, one of the troublemakers stepped forward and lowered his voice to the investigators. "My lord, you probably don't know our background. We are not something that ordinary people can mess with. There is definitely something wrong with this fruit store, so don't take it too seriously." The investigator looked at him expressionlessly and said, "I don't care what background you have. You are now investigating the truth of the matter. If you can't produce evidence that it is the fruit from this store that is causing you discomfort, then it is malicious and disruptive." The troublemakers looked at each other in dismay, not realizing that this time the administrators would not eat it. Another troublemaker came back up and said, "My lord, think it over. Do you really want to offend us for a fruit store?" The investigator sneered and said, "I only look at evidence, not background. If you guys have evidence, hurry up and bring it out, or else you'll wait to be punished. No status is higher than that of Her Highness. How dare you pull a stunt like that under her nose?" The troublemakers got antsy and started talking nonsense. "You're not being paid by this fruit store. That's just it. They must have given you some kind of favor." The investigator's face sank and he said, "If you guys talk any more nonsense, you're guilty as charged. Now I'm going to give you one last chance to produce evidence." The troublemakers were completely at their wits' end. The fruit was indeed better than the rest, and if it wasn't for the intimidation of their wives' masters, they would have wanted to buy it and eat it, so they could only stand there mute and speechless. Juniello snorted coldly and turned his head to whisper to Karanti. The administrators sensed Junilua's change in mood and assumed that she was unhappy with the way they had handled the situation, and their attitude towards the rowdy few grew tougher and tougher. Publish their crime of willful defamation on the world loudspeaker to let everyone know of their evil deeds, and compensate the store's reputation loss fee of 20 million star coins, and give them a 3-month ban to deal with it. Jun Iroh nodded, still quite satisfied with the program. Collect some interest first, then plunge. Just then, 5 or 6 men rushed in through the door. Quickly, every variety, don't let them get ahead of you. I bought this kind last time. Originally coughing for several days to eat the cough is good. It's amazing." These 5 or 6 people rushed into the store in a flurry of wind, like a whirlwind blowing by. They picked the fruits with nimble hands and feet, their faces full of eagerness and excitement. Last time I bought it back for my family's beastman to eat." They straight away praised the taste as being sweet and delicious. A person said excitedly, "That's right. My son originally did not like to eat fruit, but after tasting the fruit here, he pestered me to buy it every day. This fruit is not only tasty, it's good for the body. Look, guys, am I white? You don't say. It's really whitened up quite a bit. Come on, which one did you buy last time? I'll have it too. That's the kind I bought last time, and I'm going to buy more this time too, to mesmerize my beast husbands. Really, this fruit is amazing too. I had a headache last time and eating it made me feel better." The female who spoke was so excited that she danced around. "It's even more effective than the potion." "That's right. I also think this fruit has a miraculous effect. My body was always tired before. You know how energetic orcs are. Since I ate the fruits here, I feel much more energetic." Another female answered with a red face. "You guys are really good at hiding something so good. I have to buy the most this time." The atmosphere was warm and cheerful as several females complimented the fruit. The troublemakers stood around, listening to the compliments and feeling more and more overwhelmed. They quietly moved their feet to get out of the place that embarrassed them as quickly as possible, only to be stopped by the administrators. 7. Did you invite the trust? Jun Elohim asked 7 in his head suspiciously as he looked at the few people who were all frantically sweeping around. "No, host. This world's plants are more or less contaminated. We are space-produced zero pollution. The purity of 100%. Eating fruits with radiation pollution all year round. the body organs will be more or less damaged. Space river water has the ability to purify. Eat more can eliminate the dirt in the body. Good for the body. Then why didn't I react? Unlike you, we have modified you during the fusion of your soul and this body, the effect of which is minimal for you, but is a great tonic for the females of this world. Oh, space water was so good. Then she had to make use of it. Because of the actions of these few people, the customers in the store, who were originally watching, also snapped up the goods, and in the end, in less than 2 hours, all the inventory was emptied. Those few people who were causing trouble were also taken away with the virtual world administrators. When Jun Ilua and Corentin exited the virtual world, it was already after 9 p.m. She Shadow hadn't come back yet, and Zuo Ling hadn't come back either, so she casually grabbed a piece of fruit and ate it to pad her stomach, taking out the processed rice from the space. It had been a long time since I had eaten rice. Just thinking about it made my mouth water. Corentin had never seen anything like this before, and Juniello looked at the curious Corentin and smiled as he introduced it. This is rice, a very tasty food. You must try it when it's cooked later. Corentin nodded, anticipation in his eyes. His wifey is so good at everything. Chapter 61, Is Your Highness satisfied? Jun Iroh poured the processed rice into a pot and began to pan the rice, then added the right amount of water and put it into the rice cooker. Meanwhile, Cortlandy got to work washing and frying vegetables. These are fresh and tasty vegetables that you grow yourself in your backyard. Within 10 minutes, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Corentin couldn't help but inhale and exclaim, "This smells so good." Juniello hummed and leaned against the doorframe to watch him fry. Corentin simply stir-fried 3 dishes and a soup, and it was done in less than an hour. Juniler served a bowl and handed it to Corentin. Corentin took it carefully, looking at the white grains of rice in the bowl, a little overwhelmed. Juniro smiled and demonstrated how to eat rice, and Corentin followed her example and took a taste. Instantly, Corentin's eyes lit up. This is so delicious, Corentin said in surprise. Juniello watched his reaction with satisfaction. After dinner, the kitchen robot cleared the table and Juniello went to his room to take a shower, and Corentin followed him up. It was hard to be the only one at home. He was bound to behave himself. He's been copying a lot of trivia lately, so I'm sure he'll be able to satisfy His Highness. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Junilua's exquisite body unconsciously surfaced in his mind, and a dry heat ran from his head only to his lower body. Corentin tried to restrain his rambling thoughts and kept taking deep breaths to try and calm his inner turmoil. He paced back and forth across the room, contemplating what to say when Juniello came out, not to seem overly eager, but also to express his feelings in just the right way. After a while, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Corentin stood nervously, his heart pounding. Junilua opened the bathroom door and walked out with a fresh scent of shower gel. Her hair was still a little damp, and her skin looked even whiter in the light. Corentin's eyes were instantly drawn to her, and for a moment he forgot his words. Junilo looked at Corentin's frozen look and smiled gently, a smile that caused layers of ripples to ripple through the lake of Corentin's heart. He slowly walked forward and said in a slightly husky voice, "Your Highness, you are beautiful." Corentin couldn't help but reach out and touch Junilua's face, gently holding Junilua's hand, the soft touch making his heart flutter. Junilua didn't break free, and the two of them met their gazes, and an ambiguous scent filled the air. Cortlandy slowly approached Juniro and gently dropped a kiss on her forehead. Juniro shuddered slightly but did not avoid it. The kiss seemed to be a signal that ignited the long-suppressed emotions between the two. Corentin hugged Juniro tightly, feeling her warmth and softness. Juniello responded to his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Corentin's kisses gradually became more passionate, sliding down from his forehead to his cheeks and finally landing on Juniello's lips. Their lips touched, as if electrified, and a strong emotion instantly spread throughout their bodies. Corentin kissed Juniro tenderly, his tongue gently prying open her lips and teeth, exploring her sweetness. Juniro was infected by his passion and responded to his kisses passionately as well. Their bodies were pressed together, their breaths intertwined with each other's, and their heartbeats sounded as if they were in an ensemble. Corentin's hands roamed gently over Juniro's body, feeling her curves and softness. Juniello let out a soft moan, a sound that fueled Corentin's desire even more. "I'm going to take a shower first. Wait for me." The words just fell. The person had already scurried into the bathroom. It took 5 minutes to rinse myself off and rinse out again, nearly falling over too fast. Juniro leaned against the bed and laughed wholeheartedly at his antics. "Your Highness, no laughing." Corentin muttered in embarrassment as he tackled the man down and pinned him to the bed. Good, I won't laugh. And you laugh," he said and gagged her slightly open mouth. "Well, Your Highness, I've learned a lot of new things lately." Corentin finished by leaning down again and kissing Juniello's neck and shoulders, eager and unorganized. Juniello closed her eyes and felt his delicate kisses. 7. Who had checked the information and was just about to report back to her, looked at the mosaic that filled the screen, sked, and turned to the grow space. The two left ambiguous traces in all corners of the room. Juniello was surprised. This little kite has grown up. The white paper was tinted with color, and she was a bit overwhelmed. Does your highness like it? The voice with a low gasp made it more and more irresistible. Juniello hummed in confusion, as if he had been recognized. Saranti worked harder and harder. Are there any others you'd like to try, your highness? Both of them were sweaty, and the thermostat system automatically regulated the air to still be a little scorching. Your highness, would you like to blow off some steam? Before Juniello could regain his senses from the afterglow of what he had just experienced, he was carried off to the balcony. Asking is just a formality. She was still a little put out the first time outdoors, and eventually surrendered and sank under the constant teasing of Courtlandy, and the ups and downs. Karanti moved, without stopping, his eyes shooting coldly into a dark night sky. It was a look Juniro had never seen before, blood-red eyes with a biting killing intent. Juniro sensed he was a bit distracted and bit down on his chest. Corentin hissed, and his movements were uncharacteristically aggravated. Junilo was just about to open his mouth when his whole body was wrapped in blood-red wings. The huge wings wrapped the two of them. The sudden shrinkage of space. Junilo's legs had nowhere to rest. Only on his neck. In the small space, the breath is each other. A thrill like no other. Soon she forgot what to ask. Corentin's eyes narrowed as he sensed the figure in the darkness disappearing. Returning his attention to Junero, the blood-red wings wrapped tightly around them as if they were a private little world. In this small space, the heat climbs higher and higher. June Elohim was slightly dazed by the intense stimulation. Her eyes were mesmerized and her cheeks were flushed. The love and desire in Corentin's heart welled up again as he watched her in this state. His was gentler and stronger. June Elohim's breathing became more and more rapid, his nowhere hand tugging at the red wings as his body trembled lightly. They were so immersed in this ultimate pleasure that they forgot everything around them. It was an hour later when it subsided. Karanti ground down Juniro and his blood-red wings slowly retracted. The breeze blew by, bringing a hint of coolness. Junilo's eyes gradually regained clarity. It's time for another shower. Corentin gently stroked Juniro's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness and love. Still satisfied, your highness? Juniro spread his palm open. Inside there was a poke of red feathers in a beautiful color. Karanti froze for a moment, extraordinarily fond of the new feathers since they had grown in. But this time he wasn't angry. It was proof of their love. Juniello took out a small transparent bottle from the space and put the feather in it and put it back in the space. Corentin's eyes flickered and he didn't say anything. Instead, he carried the man to the bathroom to be cleaned. And 5 minutes after they left, the dark shadow in the night sky reappeared. Chapter 62. Traveling to Plantation College. The next day, after Juniro had breakfast, he took Corentin to the planting academy, ready to examine the reason why the plants had stopped growing and suddenly wilted. However, when they reached the entrance to the planting academy, they were stopped. The guard said with a serious look on his face, I'm sorry, but the plantation academy is not available for tours in the near future. We're not here to visit. We're here to check the reason why those plants stopped growing and suddenly wilted. It's a matter of great concern, so please inform. Corentin spoke in a polite tone. Unmoved, the guard shook his head. No, there are orders from above that no one is allowed to enter. Why does Her Highness dare to stop it? The guards were shocked. Juniello was wearing a hat to cover most of his face. He just didn't even realize it, and hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Your Highness. Your Highness, calm your anger. I am also following orders. Juniello said with a cold face. On whose orders? Not even this princess can enter? The guard said with some trepidation. It's an order from the academy's president, saying that there are special circumstances in the near future and no one is allowed to enter. Oh, this princess will then enter it. The guards looked embarrassed, and after hesitating for a moment, said, Your Highness, I don't dare to stop you, but my duty is to do so please don't make things difficult for me. Your Highness. The academy passing by not far away saw this side, looked at each other, and walked over. A young man wearing a gray green leisure suit with a leaf pattern on his chest representing a high-level planter took a step forward, and he said in a gruff voice with a bit of condescension between his eyebrows, Your Highness, your status is honorable. We naturally respect you, but this planting ground is our most central location. Every plant here is the result of our careful cultivation. We really can't let people who don't know how to plant go in. In case something goes wrong, we can't afford such a risk. If Your Highness really wants to see it, I can take the palace down to the office to see the surveillance. A man with a thin face next to him also hurriedly chimed in. Yes, Your Highness. This place is dirty and messy. You'd better go somewhere else to play. Junilo's eyes became sharper. something had indeed happened. She took out her pass from her space and waved it in front of a few people. This princess has come to check it out by His Majesty's decree. Are you sure you still want to block it? The young man in the grey-green leisure suit and the man with the thin face instantly turned white when they saw the pass. The condescending color between the youth's brows disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by trepidation. He hurriedly lowered his head and said respectfully, "Your Highness, forgive us, we did not know that your Highness had come by His Majesty's decree, and we have offended more than we should, so please chastise your Highness." The man with a thin face also hurriedly said, "Your Highness, please calm your anger, we are also doing our duty. Those who don't know are not guilty." Junilua put away her pass, her eyes pale, but her voice carried an imperturbable majesty. "Now, may this princess enter?" The youth and the man hurriedly sidestepped to make way and said in unison, "Your Highness, please come in." Seeing that the young man in the grey-green leisure suit and the man with the thin face really couldn't stop Junilua, they had no choice but to send someone to quickly ask the dean. A few of them, on the other hand, carefully followed Juniello and Corentin. They had also heard the news that Junilo was going to reign corporate the Plantation Academy, but they didn't care much about it in their hearts. In their opinion, if an experienced person like the dean was unable to do anything about the predicament in front of him, how could a pampered princess possibly know anything about planting? They only thought that this was a momentary capricious act of the princess, secretly thinking that when the dean came, he would be able to make the princess know what to do. Junilua naturally noticed the skeptical gazes of several people behind her, but she paid no attention to them. Entering the interior of the Planting Academy, a slightly decrepit scene greeted his eyes. What was once a vibrant nursery now has many plants with drooping, lifeless leaves. Junilua's heart sank as she looked at the slightly decrepit scene before her. She frowned slightly as her gaze slowly swept over the drooping leaves and lifeless plants. On the side, Corentin was also filled with gravity and said worriedly, "Your Highness, this situation is worse than we thought." Junilo was silent for a moment and said softly, "Come on, let's go check out the rest of the place." After a period of time of practicing planting, plus the planting manual that Junilo had given him, Coranti had now gained a lot of experience in planting. His idea of experience was even better than this group of students. Junilo nodded slightly and said, "Corentin, start by checking the soil." Coranti answered, "Good." The two men crouched down and scrutinized the condition of the soil. Within moments, Cortlandi noticed signs of sloughing in some of the soil. He stretched out his finger and gently poked the soil, saying, "Your Highness, this soil looks fluffy but it's actually heavily sloughed off underneath, which will inevitably affect the respiration of the plant's root system and water absorption." Juniro raised an eyebrow. Coranti had certainly grown a lot, and instantly frowned again as he contemplated a response. The surrounding students couldn't help but look skeptical when they heard Corentin's words. One of the students muttered, "How much can he know as a layman? Maybe it's just nonsense." Another student chimed in, "That's right, we've been learning to grow here for so long, and we haven't even noticed such a big problem with the soil." Juniro's eyes flickered when he heard their murmurings, and he swept a glance at the students and said in a cold voice, "Corentin's judgment can't be wrong." The students lowered their heads at Junilo's gaze, not daring to speak again. Next, they examined the leaves and branches of the plant. Corentin turned over a leaf and exclaimed, "Look, Your Highness, there are signs of pests and disease here." Juniro looked closer and saw that there were tiny spots and insect bites on the leaves. Her frown tightened. The land of the interstellar beast world was barren and it was hard to weigh things. These were carefully cultivated in large sheds, and due to the lack of cultivation techniques, there was nothing more than watering the plants, irrigating the nutrient solution and regulating the temperature in the sheds. In addition to the surface of the land looking normal, the bottom has been caked, and plant roots cannot extend and grow. Today even if there are pests they don't dare to use medicine and have to pull them out by hand. At this moment, those students looked at each other with looks of surprise and shame on their faces. They didn't expect this person to actually find out what the problem was, but the pests that appeared have been dealt with by them in a timely manner. She straightened up, looked around at the students, and said slowly, "Watering, irrigating nutrient solutions and regulating the temperature in the shed is not enough. Clumping at the bottom of the land prevents plant roots from extending, which is a serious problem. And, in the face of pests and diseases, hand pulling alone is not a permanent solution." The students lowered their heads and looked ashamed. One of the students plucked up courage and said, "Your Highness, we are also aware of these problems, but we really don't have a better solution. The Empire has given us limited resources, and we don't dare to easily try new methods for fear of causing even more damage to these precious plants." Chapter 63 Problem Solving. Juniro understood their concern and said with a nod, "But you can't stay this passive. You must find a way to solve the problem of land clumping, and at the same time look for more effective ways of controlling pests and diseases." Juno paused and then spoke. These plants are no longer useful. They must all be eradicated. The ground must be turned over again, and the land must be sterilized and exposed to the sun, as well as this rock can be demolished. The students were in an uproar when Juno said this. A student said with a face full of astonishment, "Your Highness, these plants are cultivated with a lot of effort. Isn't it too much of a pity to just eradicate them all like this?" Another student hastily chimed in, "Yes, Your Highness, and dismantling the shed will take a lot of resources and time." Juno looked firm and looked at the crowd and said, "I understand your reluctance, but these plants have already been eroded by pests and diseases and the land is severely caked, so continuing to keep them will only make the problem worse. The only way to really solve the problem is to completely eradicate it and start over." This was just heard by the dean, who had rushed over. His eyes lit up. Why hadn't he thought of this solution? Corentin also chimed in. "Your Highness is right. Although there will be some losses now, in the long run, this is the best way. Easy for Your Highness to say, but we don't have enough to grow for us to cultivate from scratch. And with all of these eradicated we can close the academy as well." When Juno heard this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the student who had spoken, his tone calm but dignified. "You only see the predicament in front of you, but you don't think about how to break through. There are no planting materials, so we will look for them and create the conditions. The academy exists not to guard these plants that have become incorrigible, but to continually explore new methods of cultivation to provide for the future of the empire." The students were shocked by Juno's aura, and for a moment, no one dared to retort anymore. Juno continued, "The issue of cultivating seeds doesn't need you to worry about. Since this princess brought it up, she naturally has a way to solve it. All you need to do is listen and do as you're told. If you don't have the courage to face difficulties and try new possibilities, retreating at the first sign of trouble, then there really is no need for this academy to exist." Juno looked at the hesitant looks on the faces of the crowd and understood in his heart that they really couldn't part with these carefully cultivated plants. She mused slightly for a moment, before slowing her tone. "I know you guys have put a lot of work into these plants, and since that's the case, let's keep half of them for comparison. This will allow you to see the limitations of the old method and also give you a better visualization of the new way of cultivation." The students looked at each other, the hesitation in their eyes gradually being replaced by contemplation. The dean also nodded slightly on the side and said, "This is a very good proposal, Your Highness. This way we can try out new methods without completely discarding the existing results." One of the students plucked up the courage to say, "Your Highness, we will definitely do a good job of comparing the experiments and try to explore a better method of cultivation." The other students also said that they would actively cooperate. Juno looked at the change in attitude of the crowd and felt slightly relieved in his heart. But that's not enough. The planting academy doesn't have her spatial soil blending or spatial watering. To have a breakthrough growth there is still a very important thing needed. Something that can replace the nutrient solution. The best nutrition for plants is animal feces. When she said this, the room was instantly quiet. Juno watched the crowd's reaction, but his expression remained calm. She raised her chin slightly and opened her mouth to explain. "You should not underestimate animal manure. Treated animal manure is a very good fertilizer that can provide rich nutrients for plants." Those orcs heard Juno's words and their eyes widened with disbelief. A cadet immediately retorted, "Your Highness, how can this be? How can something you eat in your mouth be doused with such filth? This is simply unthinkable." The other orcs nodded in agreement, a look of disgust on their faces. Juno frowned slightly and said, "You should not be bound by tradition. After fermentation and other treatments, animal manure has had most of the harmful substances removed and is rich in a variety of nutrients that are very beneficial to the growth of plants." However, the beasts continued to find it hard to accept. An older cadet said, "Your Highness, we have always watered our plants with nutrient solutions and have never used animal feces. This method is really unacceptable to us." Even Corentin nearly choked on his own spit, and the thought of his hands touching animal feces sent a chill down his spine. Juno opened his light brain and showed the image to the crowd. On the virtual screen, the vegetable garden and fruit trees in the backyard of the princess's house, which had been carefully tended by Corentin, were vibrant and green. Every vegetable is upright and green, and every fruit is full and attractive. All the orc trainees were shocked to see this scene, their mouths wide open and their eyes filled with incredulity. They stared blankly at the light brain screen, unable to believe their eyes. The dean was even more wide-eyed. He had been engaged in planting for 200 years, but he had never seen a plant that grew so well. A strong shock surged in his heart, while he felt the blood in his body boiling. It's a dream he's wanted to achieve all his life. Juno looked at the shocked expressions of the crowd. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said, "You guys still don't think it's feasible?" Her voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer on everyone's heart. The beasts looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. the doubts in their hearts began to waver, and they gained a new understanding of Jun'iro's offer. After a moment of silence, the dean slowly said, "Your Highness, this is indeed an eye-opener for us, but can animal feces really have such a miraculous effect?" Jun'iro nodded and said, "Treated animal manure is rich in nutrients and can fulfill the needs of plant growth. And, compared to nutrient solutions, animal manure is more natural and environmentally friendly." The dean was lost in thought as he had to revisit Juniello's offer. The other orc trainees began to whisper as well, their views on animal feces gradually changing. Jun'iro knew that it would take time for them to fully accept it, but at least now they were starting to think about it. She is sure that with the results of the experiment, they will recognize the value of animal manure. After pondering for a long time, the dean finally spoke slowly, "Your Highness, since you are so sure, then we will try this method. However, the handling of this animal feces still needs your guidance." Juniello nodded slightly and said, "That is natural. Karanti already has quite a bit of experience in this area, so he can be asked to assist everyone with the animal feces." Cortlandy. Chapter 64, The Nearly Sterilized Yule. Corentin's eyes widened with disbelief. How could he not have expected to be named by Her Highness to assist in the task of disposing of animal feces? After a brief moment of shock, Corentin quickly came back to his senses and took out the planting manual Junilluo had given him earlier in the morning from the space knob and distributed it to the crowd. Dean opened it to see a manual detailing the treatment of various animal manures and their specific applications in farming. The manual was full of illustrations and clear steps, making it easy to understand at a glance. The dean's eyes revealed a look of surprise, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Your Highness is truly far-sighted. With this manual, we will be able to handle it with ease." The other orc trainees also passed around the manual. They originally had misgivings about the idea she was proposing, but now, looking at the contents of the manual, the worries in their hearts gradually dissipated. It's getting late. This palace should go back. The dean can just implement the method according to what the party said. This princess will come back in a couple of days. Dean looked at her, wanting to say something. Junilua could see his misgivings and assured him, "Don't worry about the seeds. In 2 days this princess will come with them." After a pause he continued to speak. "If you have any questions you can ask Cortlandy and he will come by daily." When the dean heard this, a look of gratitude appeared on his face and he respectfully saluted. "Thank you, Your Highness. The old minister will certainly do his best according to Your Highness' instructions." Jun'iro nodded slightly and told Karanti to stay behind to assist them, then turned to leave, her silhouette fading away under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A sense of responsibility surged through Corentin as he looked in the direction of the princess' departure. He finally had a chance to express himself and was no longer a husband who could only stay in the backyard waiting to be favored. Leaving the planting academy, Junilua went to a nearby restaurant alone to eat before returning to the princess's mansion. When she returned to the mansion, she instructed Clearsoft not to let anyone disturb her, and went into the main floor bedroom. "I was just about to enter the space to do an experiment when I noticed something was wrong. There's someone in her room." Jun'iro's heart tightened and he didn't move to observe the room's movements. The people in the room seemed to have sensed Jun'iro's arrival, but made no sound. Jun'iro inhaled softly, trying to catch a hint of a clue in the air. She could feel something unfamiliar about the room's aura, yet it seemed to hide a certain familiarity. Her mind raced, thinking of possible scenarios. Is it friend or foe? Why was it in her room? Countless questions flashed through Jun'iro's mind. She looked around and didn't see any figure, and there was no sign of things being moved. The room can hide people all over the place, and no luck. Thinking that people may have run away, ready to call up the surveillance to check. Just then there was a subtle rattle from the balcony, like the sound of a button falling and bouncing off the floor. She rushed to the balcony as fast as she could, but saw nothing, thinking she had misheard, and was just about to retract her eyes when her afterglow caught a glimpse of a white section of clothing confidently revealed under the balcony curtains. Slowly approaching, a pull open the curtains. Curtains pulled open instantly, balcony light suddenly bright fall, but only to see a black cat curled up in the corner of the body cushioned with clothing piece of white shirt. It looked kind of familiar, kinda like the clothes she wore yesterday that hadn't been washed yet. The black cat was shocked by the sudden bright light, its fur instantly exploding as its ghostly green eyes stared warily at Junilua. Realizing that it was her, the fur exploded and softened again. Meow. A sound that seemed to be calling out to her. Jun'iro pinched the back of the cat's neck and lifted it up, and the cat let out a disgruntled yowl as its limbs flailed wildly in the air. Jun'iro, however, couldn't care less about the cat's reaction as she slapped her palm on its butt, her eyes shifting down her gaze to rest on the white shirt. It's really her dress. A cat making a nest out of her clothes is not normal when you think about it. Had to make her suspect it was a cat orc. Who the hell are you? Meow. If you don't say anything, this princess will take it that you have come to the palace for sterilization. Hearing Jun Ilua's threat, the black cat's body visibly stiffened and a hint of panic flashed in its eyes. He meowed more urgently, as if in protest. Jun Ilua watched the black cat's reaction and narrowed her eyes, taking out the scissors used to cut fruit from space and gesturing twice in front of it. How many segments do you think would be good? The black cat looked at the scissors in front of her, and her body involuntarily shrunk back, her eyes filled with terror. It meowed, its voice filled with pleading. Somewhat pleasingly, it rubbed against Jun Ilua's arm. Jun Iroh was unmoved, his fingers opened and closed, and with a click a poke of black hair drifted down from the air, just short of clipping the vitals. Meow dash. Ignoring the cat, who had been scared into exploding, she moved the scissors to prepare for another cut, and in the next instant, she only felt a weight on her wrists, and after a heavenly whirl she was pinned to the large bed behind her. She stared incredulously at the cat-eared teenager on top of her. Yule? The original book didn't say what race of orc Yule was, and the original owner didn't care what race he was, but I didn't realize it was a cat race. Your Highness. Wuli's voice carried a hint of suppressed pain. At this moment, his face was flushed with an abnormal flush, and his tightly pursed lips trembled slightly, as if he was trying his best to endure the strange sensations churning in his body. Jun Ilua was shocked, and his sanity instantly returned. Yule was in heat. She hurriedly said, Yule, hold on for a moment, don't be controlled by lust. With that, she quickly rummaged through her space for inhibitors. Your Highness. Yule, it's fine. Yule spat out a few words with difficulty, trying to get Jun Iroh not to worry. However, his slightly trembling body betrayed his true condition. I'll help you. Just as Jun Ilua was about to say I'll help you inject the potion, his mouth was gagged. Jun Ilua instinctively tried to push Yule away, but when she was pressed to death she couldn't push at all. Jun Iroh tried to calm herself down as she tried to tilt her head away from Yurako's kisses while putting her hand against Yurako's chest. Yule, calm down. I'll inject you with an inhibitor. It was as if Yule couldn't hear Jun Iroh's words. His consciousness had been taken over by the instincts in his body. He hugged Jun Ilua tightly, constantly kissing her cheeks and neck, his mouth letting out slurred murmurs. Jun Ilua's heart was in turmoil as she fought against Yule's indiscriminate nibbling, while taking out the inhibitor from the space and attempting to inject Yule. However, the hand holding the potion was bound above her head, and Yule didn't give her a chance to inject it at all. Yule, do as you're told. It's an inhibitor. Just hit it. Yule opened his eyes slightly, his eyes filled with pain and confusion. He glanced at the inhibitor in Jun Iroh's hand, and hesitation seemed to flash in his eyes. But soon, he hugged Jun Iroh tightly again and continued to kiss her. Their bodies were close together, and Jun Iroh could clearly feel the heat and strong masculine scent emanating from Yule. Her cheeks instantly turned red, and her heart beat faster and faster. Chapter 66 Yule, the cat-eared boy. If it was someone else she would have taken it, but not Yule. Jun Iroh took the initiative to tilt his head and kiss him on the knot of his throat, and Yule stiffened, his eyes appearing blank for a moment. Jun Iroh took the opportunity to withdraw his hand and inject the potion into him. As the potion was injected, Yule's body gradually relaxed. His eyes also slowly regained clarity from the blazing heat and confusion. Jun Iroh watched the change in Yule and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Wulu also do not know what stimulation extraordinarily swift. Jun Ilua continuously injected him with 2 inhibitors before returning to normal. Only the cat ears on his head but how can not be put back. The fluffy controlled Jun Ilua really couldn't resist reaching out and pinching it. And soft as it was, Jun Ilua recklessly pinched the cat ears on Yule's head. Yule's body stiffened slightly, and his ears flicked. Your Highness. Yule's voice was a little hoarse and a touch shy. Jun Iroh, however, continued to play with his ears as if he hadn't heard him, just as compensation for his rudeness. A blush spread across Yule's cheeks as he didn't know how to respond to Jun Iloh's words. All he could feel was his heart beating fast, on the verge of being filled with elation. His Highness likes his ears. Your Highness. Don. Pinch it. Yule finally couldn't help but speak. It was only then that Jun Iroh came back to his senses and realized that he had acted a bit improperly. She quickly let go of her hand and said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, Yule. I couldn't hold back for a moment. Yule shook his head gently. He was just afraid that if he pinched again, his newly suppressed rut would come back with a vengeance. Seeing that he was back to normal, Jun Ilua told him to go back and rest. You're tired from traveling back and forth. Go back and rest. Give you a week's vacation. Yule was a bit reluctant, but obediently exited the room. As a personal secret guard, he was also marked with a special mark on his body. Apart from his Highness he could not move on any female, much less react to other females. He belonged to his Highness alone. He has also been acquiescing to the fact that his Highness is his wife, and the Queen has promised that if his Highness is willing to accept him, then she will give him the position of side husband. As he walked, he thought back to his time with his Highness. He had been placed by His Highness' side since he was a child, and at that time, he was still ignorant and only knew that he had to protect His Highness. As time went on, his feelings for His Highness changed without him realizing it. The special markings on his body were a constant reminder that he was not worthy of her, that he was just a beast slave sold by his family to the royal family, and he had been silently burying that feeling deep in his heart. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about the Queen's promise, but he knew that His Highness had no intention of him. He didn't dare to wish for too much, but only wished that he could always be by Her Highness's side and guard her. However, this sudden period of rutting caused him to lose his mind and lose his temper in front of His Highness. Back in her room, Yul dropped herself onto her bed, her eyes staring at the ceiling in disbelief. It was only at this moment that the panic from the loss of control swept over us. His Highness should be disgusted with him and not want to see him to give him such a long vacation. After Yul left, Junilo adjusted his emotions and went into the space lab. After Junilo entered the space laboratory, he devoted himself to potion refining, stayed for 2 days, and just as she was immersed in her experiments and couldn't get out of them, Yul knelt at the door of her room for 2 days. Junilo walked out of the spatial lab before realizing that Yul had been kneeling in front of her room for 2 days. Her heart lurched as a wave of mixed emotions flooded through her. She hurriedly rushed to the door of the room, only to see Wulu straight kneeling there, still holding a barbed cane whip in her hand, perhaps kneeling for a long time pale, but her eyes were full of determination. Yul, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Junilua rushed forward to help Yul. However, Wulu stubbornly refused to get up. He lowered his head, raised the whip in his hand above his head, and said in a hoarse voice, "Your Highness, Wulu has made a mistake. Please punish Your Highness." Junilo frowned slightly and said, "What is wrong with you? Get up and speak." Wulu remained on his knees and didn't move as he said, "Your Highness, Wulu lost his temper during his rut and offended Your Highness. Wulu deserves to die." Juniro opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. "Please punish Your Highness." "All right, I don't blame you. Hurry back to rest." Wuli's body shook slightly when he heard Junilua's words. He slowly raised his head and looked at Junilua. His lips moved but he did not know what to say. "Your Highness, Yul has sinned and deserves to be punished." Junilo looked at Wuli's appearance. His heart softened and he reached out to help him. "Get up. If I say I don't blame you, I won't punish you." After hesitating for a moment, Yul finally stood up with Juniro's assistance. His legs were a little numb from kneeling for so long that he almost stumbled and fell. Junilua hurriedly held him up and let him lean on him. "Your Highness." Yul's voice was still hoarse. "Yul is grateful for your forgiveness. The rutting period is not something you can control, so how can this princess blame you?" Wulu was silent for a moment, then said, "Your Highness's kindness. Wulu bears it in mind. Wulu will definitely do his best for Your Highness with even more dedication to repay Your Highness's kindness of forgiveness." Junilo nodded. "Good, I believe you. Now you hurry back to rest and get your body well in order to protect this princess." Yul answered, then slowly left under Juniro's gaze. Junilo looked at Yul's back. His heart was filled with emotion. What a heartfelt size cutie. Too bad the heartfelt object wasn't her. She had already taken over the original owner's body, but she couldn't even snatch the only one who truly loved her. "Wulu, Your Highness?" The familiar voice snapped her scattered thoughts awake and she looked up to meet Shishadow's slightly worried eyes. "What is Your Highness thinking?" Junilo shook his head. "It's fine. A little hungry and confused." Shishadow laughed lightly upon hearing this. "Then Shishadow serves Your Highness for dinner." Juniro hummed and followed him downstairs. Junilo and Xiying went downstairs together, only to see that the table was already filled with exquisite dishes. A tantalizing aroma emanates from the heat. Xiying pulled out a chair for Junilo and waited for her to sit down before standing aside, ready to serve her meal. Junilua waved his hand in motion for him to sit down and eat with him. Looking at the table full of food, the boredom in her heart seemed to dissipate a bit. Picking up her chopsticks, she picked up a piece of ribs and put it into her mouth, the soft and sweet flavor spreading out on her tongue. "This tastes good. This is what Corentin has prepared for His Highness. Where is he?" Juniro looked up in surprise. Coranti, who usually did anything good and offered it up to claim a reward, was actually not there this time. Xiying took out a tissue to help her wipe the corners of her mouth and spoke in a warm voice. "He's gone to the planting academy." "Is Your Highness missing him?" This question is not easy to answer. Don't look at Xiying, voice gentle. "Wants the vinegar up. She can't suffer. His bed torture means is too much. Let you can't refuse." And almost lost half of his life. Juniro simply bowed his head and dried his rice. Chapter 67 Mecha Training to Enhance Spiritual Power. After breakfast, Xiying gave her the potions that had been refined over the past few days, and Junilua scanned them, eyeballing 3 dozen bottles. They are all common trauma remedies, and just by looking at the color and quality, you can tell they are upper tier. Junilo did not spare any compliments. "The purification is good. You can start refining the next potion. Shadow was happy to be complimented, and the ice melted with a smile on both her brows. Good. All at your highness bidding. Junilua took the new recipe to him and put the potion away in space for Xiaoqi to take to the shelves. Together with the ones she had developed in the past 2 days, there were also about 100 bottles. Xiying got the potion formula and hurried back to the lab to study it. Junilua returned to her room and then went straight into the planting space. It had been a while since she had been here. Casually picked a fruit on their own clothes, wiped, put in the mouth, bite. Sweet and juicy, very delicious. The vegetables in the field were growing very happily, and Junilua paced slowly in the planting space, feeling the vitality emanating from the plants around her. She squatted down to clean the juice staining her hands. Slightly cool water gently flowed through her fingers, bringing a slight coolness, and suddenly her brain had a flash of insight. It would be a waste not to utilize the water that worked so well. 7. How many points do I need to purchase a space processing plant? She remembered seeing that there were substitute processing plants earlier. If this river water could be processed into a nutrient solution for sale, it would not only make money, but also improve the level of cultivation in this world. Xiaoqi's clear electronic voice sounded in the space. Host. The primary version of the space processing plant requires 5,000 points. With your current points, you still need to save up for a period of time. However, if you complete specific tasks, you are able to gain points quickly. What specific task? Junilo frowned slightly as he pondered how he could earn points quickly. Host. If you successfully cultivate 10 different varieties of interstellar plants, you will be able to exchange the corresponding points to open the cost factory mode. Juniro's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that be easy? She has more than 10 species of plants in her backyard flower room. Thinking of this, she exited the space and went straight to the backyard flower room. There were quite a few plants in the flower room, although Corentin had moved small portions of them to his place. She cut some of the cuttings from the plants in the flower room that she could take cuttings from, and dug up a small plant if she couldn't. It took an hour or two of work to gather 10 different plants, return to the space and plant these plants in the space and next to each other to make sure they survive. There was no rush anyway, so she took care of that and prepared to leave. Host. If you open the substitute processing plant, your spiritual power level needs to be raised by one more realm, or else by the time the substitute processing plant is in operation your spiritual sea of consciousnness will find it difficult to withstand it. What is my current spirit level? Your current mental power level is SSS. If you want the processing plant to run normally you must reach SSS+. Don't look down on this plus. To reach this point you can crush the mental power of other orcs below SSS level, and you can also reverse the attack. With that said, Juniro became interested. What's it going to take to boost your mental strength? Host. You can enter the virtual world to contact mech fighting. Virtual mech training is much more difficult than real-world mech training. The entire process requires a high degree of mental concentration, with all movements being pulled by mental power, which is extremely taxing on mental power and is one of the most efficient methods of enhancement. An impulse to leap into action surged through Junilua's heart as he heard Xiaoqi's words. Saying so, she left the system space and went to the virtual pod. Once you entered the virtual world, you went straight to the mecha fighting arena. In setting up the character profile is that she switched to a common identity. Successfully enter the room after primary instruction training. Just as he entered the room Juniro was shocked by the sight before him. A huge metal field with all kinds of mechs standing in it. She took a deep breath and walked towards a rabbit mech with the smallest mech. These mechs were required to be purchased by the buyers themselves, and she thought the smallest ones were the cheapest, but she didn't realize that they were half the price of the regular ones. But those big guys weren't something she could shake right now. By the time she succeeded in paying, all the mechs disappeared into thin air except for the rabbit mech. The first thing that caught Juniro's eye upon entering the cockpit of the mech was the complex control panel and the all-encompassing displays around it. She had experience with the basics of the operation and had no trouble recognizing it. Her hand trembled slightly as she gripped the lever and tried to push the legs of the mech, moving slowly, each step carrying the heaviness of metal and the rawness of machinery. She connected to the system through her mental powers, trying to synchronize her mind with the mech's movements, but there was always a delay at first. For example, she tried to get the mech's right arm to raise in defense, but it took a second for the mech to make a move. After a few falls, she was finally able to take normal steps. Xiaoqi was right. The virtual world was very different from the real mech operation, and it was even more laborious. After getting used to it for a while, she chose the matchmaking tutoring mode. In the face of the attacking robots simulated by the virtual world, Juniro momentarily panicked and fumbled to maneuver his mech to avoid the attack. The energy projectile fired by the robot grazed the shell of the mech, and Juniello broke out in a cold sweat. She tried to concentrate on feeling the various joints and power systems of the mech, gradually making her operation a bit smoother. After a few rounds of evasion training, Juniello begins to try and counterattack. She maneuvered the mech to draw the ion sword behind her back and charged towards the robot, but the robot dodged nimbly, and Juniello's attacks fell short again and again, and a big fall. She hadn't realized that in the corner of her training data panel, there was quietly an additional number of viewers. She struggled to get up and tried to control her mental powers again to get the mech back on its feet, but it was as if the mech was disconnected from her, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't succeed. Just after she failed to get up and fall once more, a clear laugh rang out abruptly. Iroh was alarmed when he heard the laughter and looked around warily. Who's there? She asked aloud, a hint of embarrassment and annoyance in her voice. Trying to control his mental power to make his mech stand up, he couldn't stand up in any way. Iroh stared around nervously, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. At that moment, a blurry figure gradually appeared on the display screen of the mecha's cockpit. It was a gray-haired teenager wearing peculiar silver clothing. The teenager, still with an unfading smile at the corner of his mouth, teased, "Your mech handling skills are wonderful." Shamed and annoyed, Juniello tried once again to focus her mental powers to get the mech to stand up. She squeezed her eyes shut and mumbled the essentials of maneuvering the mech in her mind, trying to mobilize her mental powers to fix any malfunctions that might have occurred in the mech's legs. However, the mech only shuddered slightly and still couldn't stand. She gritted her teeth and continued to try despite the teenager's mockery. Chapter 68, The Boy with the Poisoned Mouth. Growing up in the midst of scolding, the teenager looked at her hands and feet. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and he spoke with a hint of a smile. It won't do for you to blindly power up like that. When the mech is falling to the ground, you need to stabilize your spiritual core first and feel the distribution of the mech's power source, not simply inject a stream of spiritual power into the leg joints. Iroh froze for a moment, then tried to quiet his mind and sensed the flow of energy within the mech, as the teenager had said, but she was too nervous and still couldn't get an accurate grasp. The teenager sked and continued, concentrate and visualize your mental energy as a silken thread, connecting first to the mech's core hub and then extending in an orderly fashion to the leg power system, like weaving a web. No mess. Iroh gritted her teeth and tried again. This time, she seemed to have found a bit of feeling, but the mech still didn't quite stand up. The teenager took a few steps closer and explained rather patiently, the rhythm of your mental power output is off. It's fast and slow, keep it smooth and consistent. Under the teenager's step-by-step guidance, Juniello gradually adjusted his mental power manipulation. Finally, the mech let out a low, powerful roar and slowly stood up. Surprise and gratitude flashed in Juniello's eyes as he looked at the teenager and asked, "Who are you? Why are you helping me? No need to thank me. I just can't see anyone being so stupid." Hearing the teenager's unceremonious words, her cheeks instantly reddened, and a wave of shame welled up in her heart. But thinking of her urgent need to improve her mecha handling skills, she forced down her anger and looked at the teenager's soon-to-be departing back with determination in her eyes. "Can you teach me?" Her voice held a hint of eagerness and anticipation. "I don't teach, stupid." Without looking back, the teenager waved his hand and lifted his steps to continue walking out the door. Iroh clenched his teeth and hastily shouted, "I can offer payment." The teenager's footsteps gave a slight lurch as he turned around and looked Juniello up and down, the corners of his mouth curving up into a seemingly indistinct arc. "Oh, what payment can you come up with?" As soon as she saw that the other party was not poor, she gritted her teeth and said, 5 potions that can inhibit the insect toxins." The teenager raised an eyebrow in apparent disbelief. "Are you sure you can take it?" "Of course. If you don't believe me, I can store the potion in the virtual manager first, and you can take it away when the training is over." The teenager, though heartened, did not agree in time. "That alone is not enough. If you can use your surroundings and the mech's existing functions to withstand 3 full-force attacks from the simulated mech in the next half hour, I promise to teach you." With a determined look in his eyes, Iroh turned and quickly entered the cockpit of his mech, ready to meet the challenge. Juniello took a deep breath and gripped the joystick with both hands. Her eyes were determined to win. The battle began, and the surroundings quietly turned into a virtual battlefield. The analog mech's attack was instantly launched, and a powerful energy beam shot straight towards her. Juniello quickly maneuvered the mech to the left in a cartwheel and ducked behind a huge virtual rock. The beam struck the rock, sending up a dazzling shower of sparks. Before she could catch her breath, a second wave of attacks followed. This time it was small mechs that flanked from both sides. They were extremely fast and the ion swords in their hands flashed with a cold light. Iroh gritted his teeth and activated the mech's short-lived acceleration device and flew towards the top. At the same time, she maneuvered the missile launcher on the back of the mech and fired a few missiles towards the smaller mechs below. The smoke from the missile explosion filled the air, temporarily blocking the enemy's view. Iroh took the opportunity to adjust the state of his mech and check the energy reserves and weapon systems. However, just then, the third wave of attacks had arrived. A huge heavy mech slowly stepped out from the smoke. and with every step it took, the ground shook. The heavy mech raised its arm, and a massive energy cannon began to charge, its muzzle flashing dangerously. Junilua's heart was in her throat as she knew that the power of this strike was definitely not to be underestimated. Her mind raced, suddenly remembering one of the special terrains of this training ground, an energy shield generator. She maneuvered the mech and sped off in the direction of the generator. The opponent seemed to have seen through her intentions, and the sniper mech attacked again, hitting the leg joints of the mech, causing it to plummet in speed. The moment the energy cannon was fired, Juniro managed to activate the shield generator, but due to the close proximity, the shield was still not able to fully withstand the powerful blow. The aftermath of the energy cannon impacted the mech, and its internal systems began to malfunction as alarms sounded. Junilo's mecha was in tatters and half-kneeling on the ground. The teenager looked at her and frowned slightly. Is this your level? It's too weak. Juniro was a bit frustrated, but his eyes remained firm. I won't give up. Looking at how miserable you are, I reluctantly agreed. However, this is just the beginning. Next, I'll teach you some basic techniques of mecha manipulation, but you have to be prepared to suffer. Excitement shone in Juniro's eyes as he nodded vigorously. However, due to the consumption of too much mental energy, her eyes went black, and once again opened her eyes. People had been forced to go offline. She was just about to enter the virtual world again when she was forcibly ejected from the virtual pod and sent into the healing pod. By the time she got out of the healing pod it was 8 o'clock at night. She didn't force her way in again. Shadow and Karanti had returned and the three of them simply ate their rice bowls and went to their respective rooms. Juniro went back to his room and took a shower and then fell right back to sleep. Knowing that I didn't wake up until the next afternoon, I ate and hurried into the virtual world, and wondered if the man was still there. Unexpectedly, the man was already sitting on the stage waiting when she showed up. No bull ***** with her up front. Just let her train. She was just about to make her move when the teenager's voice, tinged with mockery, came through. Look at you. You're such a dullard. You look like you're going to lose before you've even started. Juniro gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. He couldn't be angry. He had asked for it. The battle began, and the attacks from the simulated mechs came like a raging storm. Juniro tensed and maneuvered his mech to avoid it, but his movements were still panicked. The teenager clasped his hands on the side and sneered. Are your eyes for gasping for air? Can't you see the angle of attack of that mech on the left? It's really hopelessly stupid. Juniro's heart tightened and he tried to adjust his viewpoint, but an energy still grazed the mech and it shook. Focus your mental energy. Are you sleepwalking? The teenager chided loudly. Juniro rushed to try to gather his spiritual power, but the more anxious he was, the more mistakes he made. The teenager scolded again. You've had your brain chewed on by bugs, haven't you? You can't even make such a simple mental connection. In another dodge, Junielo misjudged the distance and the mech crashed into a virtual barrier. Are you trying to drive a mech like a bumper car? I've never seen one as stupid as you to crash into such an obvious obstacle. Junilo bit her lip, not daring to be distracted, ignoring the venomous sneer in front of her. Constant adjustments were made according to the problems pointed out by the teenager. Her mental energy was like silk threads carefully probing into the various joints of the mech, trying to make it move more flexibly. However, every time there is a slight improvement, a new mistake is made. Can your hand speed keep up with your brain? The mental power output is so jerky. Are you signaling the mech to take a nap? The teenager's scolding voice continued to ring out. Junilua had never been scolded like this in his entire life, and he was still actively looking for it. There was anger that couldn't be vented yet, but only on the opposing mechs. Chapter 69, surprisingly, it's him. Is your brain frozen? Can't even anticipate a basic attack. As the battle continued, Juniro felt his spiritual power being drained away a little. Her vision began to blur and her mech's movements became sluggish. The teenager continued to point out problems. What? You're simulating a non-parel? Before Junilua could curse out a word of shutting up, he was forcibly sent out of the virtual world due to the exhaustion of his mental power and a blackness before his eyes. Juniro lay in the virtual pod, breathing heavily, his mind constantly recalling the teenager's scolding. Each taunt was like a sharp thorn in her heart, but at the same time it ignited a flame of defiance within her. After a moment, she stood up, a determined light rekindling in her eyes. She won't always be this bad. She just hasn't accumulated enough failures. Entering the virtual world again, Junilua was still a bit nervous at first, but she quickly adjusted her mindset. The simulated mech's attack came again, and this time, Junilua's eyes were more focused and his reaction was a bit faster than before. Junior said as he struck from the sidelines. Yo, a bit of growth, but still as slow as a snail. Pay attention to your mental power distribution. Don't use it in useless places in a brainstorm again. Junilo automatically ignored the mockery in his words and followed the teenager's instructions. quickly adjusting the distribution of his mental power, and the mech's movements gradually became flexible and agile. She managed to avoid a few of the attacks and started trying to find a counterattack. During the counterattack, she was still not skilled enough to maneuver, and the attack did not have the desired effect. Are you tickling the mech with that soft attack? Harder. Concentrate. Juno clenched his teeth, regathered his spiritual energy, and attacked again. This time, she managed to hit a small analog mech, and a trace of joy surged in her heart. But the teenager poured cold water. Don't be complacent. This is just the most basic. There are harder ones waiting for you later. Despite the teenager's constant taunts and blows, Juno never gave up. She gradually improved her mecha handling ability and mental power usage skills in training after training. After each failure, she learns her lessons and strives to do better the next time. As the training progressed, Juno realized that the connection between himself and his mech was getting tighter and tighter, and the control of his mental power was getting more and more precise. She began to be able to anticipate the direction of the simulated mecha's attacks and respond in advance. The teenager's scolding, while still constant, was interspersed with occasional words of affirmation. Well, the dodge was barely watchable this time, but don't think that's enough. Even if he didn't get a yes, Juno was still happy. It was obvious to her that she had improved a lot. Her figure was constantly changing her attacking movements and defensive postures, and her eyes were filled with a desire to be powerful. The teenager, on the other hand, continued to watch her every move, ready to point out her problems. After just a week, Juno's mecha skills became more and more proficient. Those training mechs couldn't hurt her anymore. The teenager released his own mech. Come on, I'll let you have 10 moves. You win if you can touch the young master. Juno looked at the cat-type mech in front of him in surprise. What are you gawking at? If you win, I'll teach you the next move. Juno took a deep breath and quickly collected his thoughts, focusing his gaze on the cat-type mech in front of him. She maneuvered her mech and was the first to attack. The mech lurched forward and swung a punch. However, the teenager's cat mech dodged nimbly and easily avoided it. Juno followed up with several consecutive attacks, either shooting with energy beams or attempting close combat. But the cat-type mecha was able to dodge at incredible angles and speeds each time, as if it could anticipate her movements. Too slow, too slow. Are you showing me a slow-motion replay? The teenager's mocking voice came over the mech comms. Juno gritted his teeth and focused more on the battle. She began to try and confuse her opponent with a fake move, the mech making a pose to attack to the right before suddenly turning to the left and swinging a heavy punch. But the teenager still saw through her intentions, and the cat-type mech jumped behind her mech with a slight leap. Your little trick won't work on me. There are only 6 moves left. The teenager's voice sounded again. Fine beads of sweat broke out on Juno's forehead, but there was no intention of retreating in his eyes. Even if you lose, you have to lose beautifully. She concentrated on trying to better integrate her mental powers with the mech's weapon systems before firing off multiple tracking missiles at once. The missiles flew towards the cat-type mechs like shadows of light, slicing through the air. The teenager, however, did not panic and maneuvered the cat-type mech to move quickly while releasing a jamming signal. Those tracking missiles were disturbed and veered off course, exploding all around them and splashing a brilliant fire. There are still 3 moves left. If you're still so useless, you won't have a chance. The teenager continued to irritate Juno. A stubborn strength welled up in Juno's heart, and she quieted her mind, recalling the state of mental connection that had been the best fit with her mech during her previous training. Slowly she felt as if she was one with the mech, and her mental powers became lighter. She maneuvered the mech to charge the cat-type mech again, this time with a significant increase in speed and power. The mech's fist blasted towards the cat-type mech with the momentum of breaking wind. The teenager was slightly taken aback, but quickly maneuvered his mech to dodge. Juno followed up with another round of furious attacks, each move pouring all of her mental energy into it. Just as the 10th move was about to end, Juno's mechanical hand brushed the cat-type mech's flank. The teenager's voice paused for a moment, then said, "Well, count yourself as barely passing. Don't get cocky though. The next one won't be so easy." Even though it was just touching and couldn't do any damage, she was still thrilled. The cat-type mecha instantly activated and rushed towards Juno like a silver lightning bolt. Juno only felt a blur before his eyes, and before he could react, a sidekick from the cat-type mecha had already struck. She hastily maneuvered her mech backward to dodge, but she was still kicked in the side and the mech shook. Such a slow reaction. That was a blindfold just now, right? The teenager's mocking words came again. Juno gritted his teeth and refocused his mind, his eyes glued to the cat-type mech's every move. She attempted to take the initiative, focusing her mental energy on the legs of her mech and lunging at the teenager. The corner of the teenager's mouth hooked into a light smile as he maneuvered the cat-type mecha to turn nimbly, easily dodging Juno's pounce. Then with a backhanded strike, his mechanical arm cut a mark on Juno's mecha arm. there is no skill to speak of. All these days have been taught for nothing, the teenager said as he attacked. Junilua was getting more and more frustrated. She knew that there was still a big gap between her and the teenager, but she didn't have the slightest intention of backing down. She quickly adjusted her mech stance, looking for a break in the teenager. After a few fights, Juniro had been able to attack the cat-type mechs, and while it couldn't do any damage, it was a big improvement. A bit more interesting, but not nearly enough. The teenager's voice held a hint of approval. Chapter 70, If Your Highness wants to learn, Zuo Ling can teach you, Juniello gasped, knowing she had to react faster and more precisely. She once again pushed her mental power deeper into the core systems of the mech, feeling every part of the operation. Slowly the mech melted into one. As another round of exchanges began, Juniro's mech gradually became more flexible and agile under her control, and she began to be able to anticipate the direction of some of the teenager's attacks and make effective defenses and counterattacks. Although each counterattack was skillfully deflected by the teenager, her progress still slightly surprised the teenager. As the battle continued, Junilua gradually forgot about everything around her, and the only thing in her eyes was the cat-type mech that kept weaving and attacking. Just when she thought she was going to attack her opponent, her mental power suddenly ran out, and the person was sent back out of the virtual world and back to the healing pod. Her whole body felt like it had been pulled out of the water, and her head ached until it exploded. Didn't even have the strength to open the virtual pod and walk out. Juniro lay in the healing pod, panting heavily, sweat soaking through his hair and sticking to the sides of his cheeks. Her eyes were tightly closed, her brows furrowed together from the headache, and each weak breath was accompanied by a slight tremor in her body. The virtual pod glowed softly and began to automatically detect her physical condition with a slight buzzing sound. After a while, she struggled to open her eyes, her vision still a little blurry. She tried to raise her hand to open the hatch of the virtual pod, but her arm was as heavy as lead, and she lifted it only a few centimeters before it hung down again weakly. Her throat was so dry at the moment that she was having some difficulty swallowing, let alone gathering the strength to get up and go out. The intelligence system of the treatment pod issued a mechanical voice, detected extreme mental weakness and excessive physical fatigue in the patient. Transferring the treatment pod. Healing mode has been initiated. Initial restorative treatment is underway. Please remain relaxed. Junilua's heart grew more and more anxious as he listened to the voice. She thought about the teenager's last taunt, and wanted to jump up and rejoin the virtual world immediately. Time passed, the healing pod's repair process continued, and Juniro's strength was slowly returning, but his head still hurt. She looked up at the top of the healing pod and secretly vowed to train harder when she recovered and to beat the teenager next time. She tried to gather her spiritual energy, but there was a stabbing pain in her mind, as if there were countless needles sticking in her head. She couldn't help but stifle a grunt and gave up trying to gather her spiritual power. Juniro lay in the healing pod that had stopped functioning, reviewing every detail of the battle just now in his mind, recalling at which point he had expended too much mental energy, and thinking about how he should respond to such a situation again. She spent over an hour in the healing pod before coming out, her headache causing her to look pale and still a little wobbly on her feet. Just as he opened the door, he met the worried gazes of Zuo Ling, Xiying, and Corentin. Is your highness alright? The three spoke at the same time, approaching her with quick steps. Junilo waved his hand. It's fine, my head hurts a bit from playing too many games. Saying that, she took out a recovery potion from her space and drank it, her headache easing off before she turned her head to look aside at Corentin. Corentin, I'm hungry. Corentin nodded at his words. Got it. After saying that, he turned around and left. She shadow I have a headache. He leaned his body weight on the nearest Zorin. Okay, I'll help your highness press it. She shadow walked over and touched her head, carrying the person away from Zuo Ling's arms. Zuo Ling, Juniro really didn't have the energy and yawned, finding a comfortable spot in his arms to lean back and close her eyes to fake sleep. This time the mental energy was a little too badly depleted for the potions to work. Zuo Ling looked at the faraway back of Xiying holding Junilua, his hand hanging down at his side curled up, and an indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. He was just ignored. He settled down and lifted his foot to follow. Cortlandy breezed toward the kitchen, taking fresh meat and greens from his crisper, while washing the vegetables and thinking about Junilua's pale face. His heart was filled with worry and the movements of his hands unconsciously sped up by a few points. Xiying carried Junilua back to her room and placed her on the soft bed, pulling the covers over her. Why is your highness consuming so much spiritual energy? It's nearly depleted. What if something happens? It's okay, I saw that their mecha fighting was fun, so I went to try it too. Next time don't be so reckless. What will she shadow do if something happens to your highness? Xiying sat on the edge of the bed, her fingers gently pressing on her temples. The tone was one of rare reproach, and more than a little afterthought. Zuo Ling, who followed up behind them, happened to hear their conversation and couldn't help but furrow his brows. If your highness wants to learn, Zuo Ling can teach your highness. She also thought about looking for Zuo Ling, but with his nature he would definitely not be too harsh on her. But hands-on mech training can be found with him when the time comes. Nodding lightly, he closed his eyes with the fact that he really didn't have the strength to talk anymore. She frowned slightly, letting out a few soft grunts of distress every now and then. She shadow softly comforted. Your highness, relax, it will be fine in a moment. Shi Ying's fingers were long and strong, and his thumb landed on Jun Ilua's brow, slowly rubbing and pressing in circles, each stroke carrying just the right amount of strength. Then, the remaining 4 fingers slowly moved to her temples, pressing rhythmically, sometimes slightly increasing the force a little, then gently relaxing it, and so on and so forth. As he massaged, he whispered softly, Your highness, relax, take it easy. The palms were gently pressed against the sides of Jun Ilua's forehead, the fingertips starting at the top of her forehead and slowly sliding backward along her hairline, each slide as if they were combing through her aches and pains. His fingers gently kneaded a few acupoints behind Jun Ilua's ear, his fingers slightly curved with an even and steady strength. Shi Ying observed Jun Ilua's expression from time to time, adjusting her maneuvers according to her reactions. Jun Ilua gradually stretched his brows under the massage, and his originally pale face slowly regained some blood color. Is your highness feeling better? Jun Iluo hummed, feeling his entire body go limp. Shi Shadow stopped moving and helped her up from the bed. Zuo Ling duly handed over a cup of water with added sugar, and Jun Ilua drank from his hand. Faint sweetness surrounded her lips and tongue, and she looked at Zuo Ling with some surprise. Fighting cannot stop the situation. A piece of sugar in the mouth can not only offset the hunger, but also can relieve the headache symptoms brought about by mental exertion. Your highness is too much mental energy consumption. 2 can be better. Zuo Ling spoke casually, but Jun Ilua didn't sound very comfortable. In one short sentence, she could imagine the hardships of marching to war. At that moment, Courtlandy's voice came from outside the door. Your highness, it's time to eat. Zuo Ling carried Jun Ilua to the bedroom sofa and placed her in the center of the sofa, and on the low table was steaming vegetable beast porridge, and a plate of fried meat. Jun Iluo didn't realize that Corentin's culinary discovery skills were so high. She hadn't even taught him how to make porridge, and he knew how to do it by himself. Jun Iluo tasted a mouthful of the porridge and his eyes lit up slightly. Corentin, your craftsmanship is getting better and better. Aha, don't even look at who I am. Corentin raised an eyebrow arrogantly. It's a little hot. I'll do it. Zuo Ling finished squatting down in front of her, picked up the bowl of congee on the table, and started feeding it spoon by spoon. Junie finished her food and her spirits were much restored. Jun Iroh had eaten and was lounging on the couch to kill some food, slowly falling asleep. By the time she woke up again, it was the next afternoon. She clearly felt that her spiritual energy had become even more abundant, and her spiritual sea of consciousness seemed to have gotten a little bit bigger as well. Stretching, he went into the bathroom to shower and change. As he descended the stairs he saw Yule leaning against the stairway. His head hung low, his expression unreadable. Yule? Chapter 72, I can smell it from a distance. Zuo Ling's low laughter could then be heard. Yule stood outside the car with his back to it, but his ears unconsciously watched for movement inside. He clenched his fists, his heart filled with sourness. He knew that his status was unworthy and could only bury this love deep in his heart. But seeing Junie Luan and Zuo Ling so close, he still couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. The two of them fooled around for a while longer before Junie Lua pushed Zuo Ling away and straightened his clothes and hair. It's getting late. Time to go down. Zuo Ling also sat up straight and adjusted himself. Zuo Ling opened the car door and got out of the car first, then reached out his hand to help Junie Lua out of the car. Junie Lua looked towards Wulu who was standing stiffly, converging the emotions in his eyes. He approached and said softly, Wulu, hard work to you. Wulu was slightly stunned. Then he lowered his head, hiding the emotions in his eyes, and responded respectfully, Your Highness, this is what my subordinates should do. Zuo Ling stood on the sidelines, keenly aware of Wu Li's unusual affection for Jun Ilua, but he did not show anything different. He turned slightly sideways and said to Jun Ilua, Your Highness, let's go in. Jun Ilo nodded, and the three of them walked together towards the Plantation Academy. Along the way, Jun Ilua would occasionally speak to Wu Lu, which gradually calmed Wu Li's mood, only that his gaze would still unconsciously follow Jun Ilua. The Plantation Academy had changed a lot from her last visit. Jun Ilua stepped through the gates of the academy, and there was no longer a depressed view as far as the eye could see. The vegetation that had not yet been treated, whether or not it was watered with animal feces as she had said, had regained quite a bit of life. Another returned field smelled freshly of earth, and a number of people were busy in it. The dean, hearing of her arrival, ran all the way out the door to greet her personally, his face heaped with smiles and respect. The students at Plantation Academy were completely convinced of her at this point. This princess is too powerful. Not only is she a genius apothecary, her planting level is also more professional than their teacher. The students mingled and marveled. When they saw her coming, they greeted her with a warm hello. Juniello's eyes searched the crowd and soon caught sight of Cruelty. He was busy digging a drainage ditch, with beads of crystal sweat hanging on his forehead and a few strands of hair soaked with sweat on his cheeks. He was dressed in simple labor clothes, but still could not hide his handsome. The hand movements were skillful, and it was obvious that he hadn't done a lot of work during this period of time. Surprise erupted in his blood-colored eyes when he sensed movement around him and looked up to see Juniluo. He straightened up excitedly, and was just about to shout Juniluo's name, when he caught her slightly reddened lips in an instant. Corentin's smile froze on his face, his nostrils flaring gently as he smelled Juniluo's scent that belonged to Zuo Ling. A flicker of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly hidden. He casually threw the tool in his hand and cleaned his hands before striding towards Juniro. As he walked closer, he deliberately raised his chin and said with a hum, "What brings your highness here?" But the slightly reddened tips of his ears still revealed his inner unrest. Junilo felt a sense of amusement in his heart when he saw him in this state. She cocked her head slightly and smiled. "What? I'm not welcome?" With a twinkle in his eye, Corentin looked away and said, "Not at all. It is an honor for the Plantation Academy to have your highness here." But that tone carried a few twinges in it anyhow. Juniro gently approached him and looked at him with a slight tilt of her head and said, "I've missed you. Don't you miss me?" Corentin's heartbeat steepened, and he stole a glance at Juniello, seeing her eyes with a smirk, and his mouth hardened. "Your highness is surrounded by so many people. How could you remember me?" Juniello reached out his hand to wipe away the dirt that had gotten on his face, his tone soft with a flavor of coaxing. "You are my little Li Kite. How could I not remember? Look, I didn't come to see you as soon as I woke up." The dissatisfaction in Corentin's mind dissipated for the most part, but he still said arrogantly, "Your highness will just coax me. You still have Zuo Ling's scent on you." Juniluo's cheeks reddened slightly as she gently slapped him twice on the head. "Nonsense." Corentin grunted softly. "I can smell it from a long way off." With that on his lips, his hands did not slow down, pulling down her hand and holding it in his palm. "All right, don't be mad. How have you been doing at Plantation Academy lately?" Without letting go of Juniello's hand, Corentin pulled her to a chair and sat down, beginning to talk at length about his experiences at the academy. Juniello smiled and listened, interjecting a few words from time to time, and the atmosphere between the two gradually became warm and cordial. Corentin spoke with a fluttering brow and his hands unconsciously gestured. "Your highness, I've discovered a new cultivation method, and although it's still in the experimental stage, it seems to be working very well so far. And those withered plants in the academy have sprouted new shoots under my care." Juniluo's eyes were filled with surprise and appreciation as he nodded slightly and said, "My little Li Kite is amazing." Corentin couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising at the compliment, but said with a false sense of modesty, "It's all because your highness guided me well before. I'm just doing what your highness said." Corentin was talking excitedly about interesting things at the academy, and Juniello smiled and listened. When he took a short break from his words, Juniluo handed him several packets of vegetable seeds from space. "These are the new seeds. I'll send the planting method to your light brain, so you can study them when you have time, and then discuss with them how to plant them." Juniello said softly. The students and instructors of the planting school, including the dean's, eyes lit up when she pulled out the plant seeds. One by two, they stopped moving and pricked up their ears to listen. Courtlandy took the seeds excitedly, like she was holding a rare treasure, her eyes sparkling. "Your highness, what kind of seed is this? It looks very special." Corentin asked curiously. Juniro smiled and said, "These types of seeds have a very easygoing growth habit, so as long as they are planted according to the method, they are easy to miss." At this point, the students around them began to whisper, "I wonder what the vegetables will look like when grown from these seeds. It must be awesome. The seeds that your highness brought are certainly not ordinary." The dean also came forward and respectfully said, "Your highness, thank you for bringing new seeds to the academy. We will definitely study the planting." Junilo nodded and took out 2 more packets of different seeds. "These 2 have higher soil requirements. Before sowing you must make sure that there is enough nutrients in the soil and that the soil is soft enough." Juniluo chatted with the dean quite a bit more about the academy's planting plans, and as time passed without him realizing it, Juniluo remembered his agreement with his mother. "It's getting late. I need to make a trip to the palace." Zuo Ling immediately said, "I will accompany your highness." Corentin also hastened to say, "Your highness, I want to go too." Juniluo looked at the sky and decided to take the 2 with him. "Alright then, let's go to the Potion Academy to pick up Xiing." Chapter 73, 3 Secretly Competing, Comparing Beauty. The 4 of them boarded the hover cycle together, with Yul operating the mech from the front driver's seat, and Karanti and Zuo Ling sitting on either side of Juno on the left and right. Before long, the speeder arrived at the Pharmacy Academy. The Pharmaceutical Research Institute has not yet been inducted with new pharmacists, and currently only has Shadow and the robots, looking particularly empty and silent. Junilua then thought of Xiying doing experiments alone every day in such a large scientific research institute. The originally withdrawn he was even more reticent now. A pang of guilt welled up in Junilua's heart. He should have cared more about Xiying. Junilo took the three of them to the highest floor of the laboratory by elevator. Looking through the glass of the outer door, all that could be seen was a white figure looking down at the potion bottle in his hand. Junilua didn't rush to disturb. Doing experiments are most avoided to be interrupted in the middle. In case of getting a data wrong, all the efforts in the early stage will be wasted. Corentin was about to speak when Juniello immediately put a finger up to his lips, signaling him to be silent. A few people just stood outside the door in silence, as if time had stood still. After about 10 minutes, the white figure inside lifted its head as if it had completed the current step. Only then did Juniro gently push open the door to the lab with a slight sound. Xiying turned around and saw Junilua and the others. Seeing Junilua's eyes crossed with surprise, he had wanted to record the data in his hand and go back to accompany His Highness. He did not expect to turn his head and see her. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. His eyes filled with tenderness. He put down the pen he was holding to record the data and walked quickly towards Juniro. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Xiying asked softly. Junilua smiled and replied, "I missed you, so I came over to take a look." Shadow blushed slightly, a little embarrassed. "I want your Highness to pack up. We'll go home first." Shadow nodded and began to quickly organize the datasheets on the lab bench, placing the potion bottles carefully on specific shelves. Courtlandy, meanwhile, helped to tidy up some scattered papers next to him. Zuo Ling looked around, checking to see if there were any important items he had missed. Not long after, Shadow gathered her things and walked over to Junilo. Juniello led them towards the elevator and pressed the button. The elevator doors slowly opened and the crowd stepped into the elevator. Returning to the princess mansion on the hovercar, Junilua said to the three beastmasters with a smile on her brow, "You guys go back and change your clothes first, and we'll head to the palace together for dinner in the evening." Shadow was a bit surprised, but she didn't ask too many questions, and after answering the question, she turned around and walked quickly towards her place. This was the first time he had dined with His Majesty and the Queen of the Karen Empire, and he was more or less nervous, thinking about how to impress them, and wanting to take the opportunity to mess myself up and surprise His Highness. Before the person arrived, his mind had long drifted to the closet, thinking that he must wear the clothes that Junilua had complimented on how good they looked. Maybe she'd see another one of those smiles that made his heart flutter tonight. Corentin returned to his place, and Corentin started picking out clothes for his closet. "This one is too plain and that one isn't colorful enough," he muttered as he threw his clothes all over the bed. Finally, his eyes landed on his treasured gown in the corner. He picked up the dress, an imperceptible smile curling the corners of his mouth. "Humph, just wear this one. It's not like it's going to make her happy." After changing, Corentin looked left and right in the mirror, straightening his collar. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. And maybe tonight, when His Highness was happy, he could stay and serve the bed. When Junilo returned to his room, Chingsoft had already prepared several sets of gorgeous costumes and was standing respectfully waiting. She walked up to the front of the bed and scrutinized the costumes. There is a pink set that is too dainty to work. There is also a blue set that is plain but slightly cooler. In the end, her gaze landed on a lavender long dress. The fabric of that long skirt was soft and smooth, with a slight luster under the light, and the corners of the skirt were embroidered with delicate floral patterns that resembled blooming flowers. She picked up her long dress and motioned for Clearsoft to step back, walking into the inner room to change herself. After changing her clothes, Junilua sat in front of the dresser and looked at herself in the mirror. With delicate features and fair, flawless skin, there was no need for makeup at all, and after applying lipstick and simply tidying up the somewhat messy look, she went out. When Junilo came out of his room, he saw what Corentin was wearing. His eyes lit up and said, "Corentin, your outfit is so beautiful. Why don't I usually see you wearing it? Does it really look good?" "Well, it suits you. It's super nice." Corentin's face flushed. "So can I stay tonight?" With his awkward words and low voice, Junilo didn't even hear him, instead focusing his attention on Shadow, who was off to the side. "Today's Shadow is also handsome." "Shadow, that dress suits you." Ying's cheeks also flushed with a hint of redness as she said softly, "Thank you for your compliments. Princess is also radiant today." Junilo's last gaze rested on Zuo Ling, the gray-blue uniform wrapped tightly around his upright body, outlining lines full of strength. Junilua's heartbeat inexplicably skipped a beat, And the word uniform seduction suddenly flashed through his mind. Zuo Ling's rigid face is even more heroic in this military uniform, and his deep eyes are like cold stars, making people unconsciously attracted. Junilua felt her cheeks burning slightly as she averted her eyes in some embarrassment, but couldn't help but sneak a look back. Zuo Ling seemed to have sensed Junilua's gaze. His ears quietly tinted with a touch of red, but still stood there with a straight posture, as if he was a loyal knight guarding the princess. Seeing the look in Junilo's eyes, Cruelty felt a bit of a grudge in his heart and deliberately coughed, saying, "Your Highness, it's time for us to depart." She shadow glanced at Corentin and said with a smile, "Corentin is right, Your Highness. Let's not keep His Majesty and the Queen waiting." It was then that Juniro returned to his senses and nodded slightly. On the way to the palace, Junilua's mind still floated from time to Zuo Ling's appearance on the bed in his military uniform. "The more I think about it, the more I blush. I can't think about it anymore. Want another nosebleed?" When they arrived, His Majesty and the Queen were sitting in the garden talking. A few people greeted them and then took a seat next to them. Shishadow and the Karanti were still a bit formal and didn't know where to place their hands and feet. Junilua, on the contrary, looked calm and collected as she intimately sat down next to the Queen, her face wearing her customary smile as she softly inquired, "Mother, how are you and Father King's health these days?" With that, he took out a delicate vial from his sleeve and handed it to the Queen. "This is my newly researched face-nourishing potion. Try it." The Queen received the potion, her eyes full of joy and emotion, and gently patted Junilua's hand. "It's still my baby who's sweet." Juniler gave another wink toward Karanti. Corentin nodded slightly and took a deep breath. Taking 2 steps forward, his hand flicked on the space knob, and in an instant, the stone table was piled high with different varieties of fruits and vegetables. That fruit and vegetables were brightly colored and had an attractive shine. Both His Majesty and the Queen were so shocked that they stood up from their chairs. The Queen's eyes widened, pointing at the fruits and vegetables, and her voice trembled a little. "What is this?" Juniro smiled and explained. "Mother, this is a vegetable fruit cultivated by Karanti herself." The Queen reached out and gently touched a red tomato. The smooth skin seemed to glisten in the sunlight. This is really edible?" The Queen's voice carried a hint of trembling and surprise. Junilo nodded with a smile. "Not only is it edible, it tastes excellent." Chapter 70 for the test. "And tell us what you have done to prepare for it." The Queen raised her head to look at Corentin with appreciation in her eyes. "Corentin, not bad. To be able to grow such good fruits and vegetables on this barren land of ours is very impressive." Corentin hurriedly waved his hand and said sincerely, "Queen's wonderful praise." Corentin doesn't dare to take it. "If it wasn't for the planting methods taught by Your Highness, it would never have been possible for Coelanti to grow these fruits and vegetables. His Highness is the best." The Queen and His Majesty looked at each other when they heard Corentin praising his precious daughter, and the smiles in their eyes intensified. His Majesty nodded slightly and said, "Oh, Luo still knows the method of planting?" Although they had heard about it and Junilua had told them about it, they had not seen it with their own eyes, and they were all half skeptical about it. Corentin straightened up and replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, Her Highness planting knowledge is extremely profound. From sifting seeds, improving the soil, to pinpointing the timing of watering and irrigating, it was Her Highness who unreservedly imparted it to me. Karanti is merely following Her Highness's teachings." The Queen gently pulled Junilua's hand, her eyes filled with pride. "Ilua, you child, you're even hiding such a skill." Junilua's cheeks blushed slightly as she pouted. "Mother, I also read an ancient book by chance and wanted to give it a try." His Majesty laughed brightly. "My son is so smart." He also said to Karanti, "You are a sincere child. In the future you must follow Lolo to learn more skills and contribute more to our empire." Corentin nodded his head vigorously. "Don't worry, Your Majesty the Queen. Corentin will definitely work hard. With Your Highness's guidance, I believe the Plantation Academy will also get better and better." The Queen looked at the fresh fruits and vegetables on the stone table, full of joy, and instructed the beast slaves waiting at the side, "Take these to the kitchen and let the imperial chefs cook them properly." The beast slaves were ordered to pick up the fruits and vegetables gently yet quickly and head for the kitchen. Their Majesties and Queens recalled the last time Juniro had proposed that Corentin take charge of teaching the new students at the Plantation Academy. "At the time, I always felt in my heart that although this kid had potential, he might not be experienced enough. But at this moment, seeing the results that Corentin had produced, the doubts in the two men's minds dissipated." During the free time waiting for the fruits and vegetables to cook, Juniro gave a wink to Shishadow. Shishadow understood and stepped forward, a few more bottles of newly developed potions in her hands. He placed the potions on a side table, first picking up a fistful of light blue potions and introducing them to His Majesty and the Queen. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, this bottle of potion is specially designed to alleviate physical fatigue. Simply take out a small spoonful dissolved in warm water and take it before going to bed, and you will wake up the next day refreshed and energized. The queen looked at the potion curiously and asked, "Is the effect really that amazing?" Shi Ying replied respectfully, "Back to the queen. This is refined from several different plant essences. After many trials, the effect is remarkable." The queen nodded appreciatively, and His Majesty complimented it as well. Then, She Shadow picked up a bottle of green potion and said, "This potion helps with wound healing, whether it's an external or internal wound. Applying it or taking it internally will speed up the recovery of the wound." Juno added, "She Shadow's improved potion is cheap to make, and if it can be produced in large quantities, it will undoubtedly not be a blessing for warriors who are injured in battle." His Majesty nodded his head slightly, and approval flowed from his eyes. If this potion really has such an effect, it is a great achievement and must be rewarded. Shi Ying continued to introduce other newly developed medicinal potions. The garden echoed with the sound of his clear explanations. His Majesty and the Queen listened attentively and asked questions from time to time. Junilua also followed to add a few words. The atmosphere was cordial and harmonious. Suddenly, His Majesty's words changed. "She Shadow, are you sure about this business of teaching affected new students about potions?" His Majesty has a straight face. "The potion is a matter of great importance and must not be sloppy." Hearing His Majesty's inquiry, Shi Ying slightly lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, although I don't dare to say I'm completely sure, I will do my best." His Majesty nodded slightly, his gaze fixed firmly on Shi Ying, and said, "Do you know the seriousness of this matter? If you mess it up, the consequences will be unimaginable." Shi Ying straightened her back and looked determined. "Your Majesty." Shi Ying understands the advantages and disadvantages. Shi Ying has been interested in potions since she was a child, and has always studied and learned. His Highness has also given me much guidance and inspiration, and I have made many preparations. The Queen spoke up from the sidelines and inquired, "She Shadow, tell us what preparations you have made." If it wasn't for her baby girl's strong recommendation, they wouldn't have given him such a heavy responsibility. The stakes are too high to be sloppy. She Shadow cleared her throat and said, "I began by categorizing the various types of herbs in detail. The common medicinal herbs were divided into different groups according to their attributes and efficacy, and at the same time, the efficacy characteristics of each herb were studied in depth and recorded in detail in a book. Not only that, but I also focused on exploring the reactions and proportions of the herbs when they are fused with each other. Different herbs together can produce very different results. After much trial and error and research, I have mastered the variations of many combinations of herbs in different proportions. Like there are two herbs fused in a ratio of 1:1 can have a mild tonic effect, but if the ratio becomes 2:1, it may have a strong medicinal impact. I have recorded and organized them all into precise data sheets that are easy to explain to new students when teaching. I have also made various considerations regarding the situation of the incoming freshmen. Considering that the new students have different bases, I have developed a tiered teaching program. For freshmen with some basic knowledge, some extended experiments and case studies will be added on top of the basic teaching to guide them to explore in depth. For new students with no basic knowledge, I will start teaching from the most basic knowledge of herbs, the use of pharmacy tools, etc., in a gradual manner, so that they can gradually catch up with the progress. And I have prepared a variety of teaching methods to accommodate new students with different learning styles, such as hands-on teaching, theory lectures, group discussions, etc. As His Majesty listened to Shi Ying's narration, his expression gradually became conciliatory and he nodded slightly. "Well, it seems that you have indeed put in some hard work." The Queen also cast an approving glance from the side. Junilua added from the side, "Father, Mother, Shi Ying has always worked hard and seriously. He has also prepared some contingency plans to deal with unexpected situations, so you can rest assured if you leave it to him." Zuo Ling quietly sat beside Junilua, holding a piece of delicate pastry in his hand. Handing it to Junilua's mouth, Junilua slightly opened her mouth and took a bite. The corner of Zuo Ling's mouth hooked up with a light smile, and handed her another cup of tea to her mouth. Luo, the enrollment has been progressing quite well lately. There are tens of thousands of enrollment lists received. Do you have any ideas on how you're going to arrange these enrollees? Junilua was a little surprised. She hadn't expected so many people to sign up in just a little over half a month. Taking it all in is definitely not an option. She swallowed the pastry in her mouth and took another sip of water. Thinking slightly before speaking, "I want to divide the basic herb recognition test in various regions throughout the empire. Only those who pass the test will be able to enter the Pharmacy Academy." Chapter 75, Is this something we can discuss together? His Majesty nodded and said, "Lolo, go on with your thoughts." Junilo sat up straight and said, "What we need are talented apothecary students. Those who can't even distinguish between herbs are directly eliminated. After passing the initial assessment for initiation, another assessment will be set up. For students with poor foundations, they will first be placed in the planting academy to learn planting and manage herbs. The queen agreed. Lolo's idea is good. It can both screen out students with potential and allow students with poor foundations to build a good foundation first. Corentin also said, Your Highness's proposal is well thought out. The planting academy is also in great need of new students to energize it, so that both academies can get the right talents. She shadow nodded along. Indeed, having a clear selection method will also incentivize those who wish to learn potions to prepare in advance. His Majesty laughed. Ha ha, since the princess's idea is unanimously approved, then let's follow this method. At that moment, a beast slave walked in and said after respectfully saluting, Your Majesty and Queen, dinner is ready. His Majesty stood up and said, Let's go. Everyone moved to the dining hall of the side hall for dinner. The crowd rose and walked towards the side hall while conversing. Junilua held the queen's arm. Zuo Ling followed silently beside her, and the few of them headed to the dining hall with a smile on their faces. After the meal, Juniro said to the three beast husbands, Go out and wait for me outside for a moment. I want to have a few sweet words with my mother. The three beastmen nodded and walked out of the room in turn. After they left, Junilua's expression became serious. She whispered to Xiao Qi, the intelligent assistant at her side. 7. Shield the surrounding electronics. 7 flashed her light and began the scanning and shielding operation. A moment later, Xiao Qi responded, Master, the peripheral equipment has been shielded. There is no problem with security. Only then did Junilua carefully take out a pile of paper information from the spatial nexus, handing it to the Queen and His Majesty with both hands and saying, Father and Mother, this is the information that my son has recently gathered. The Queen took the information and reviewed it with His Majesty, only to see that the information was filled with densely written words, all about the information between mail transmissions. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the contents of an email exchange between Dean Earl of the College of Pharmacy and the Federal Empire. This kind of mail transmission had long been eliminated, and now looking at the information, the two empresses and empresses were first shocked then shaken. Earl had transmitted no less than 100 emails to the Federal Empire over the decades, each one shortly after a new breakthrough in the potion. No wonder whenever they developed a new potion, the Federal Empire would also have a new breakthrough. Dare I say that this was a favor to others? His Majesty was so furious that he slammed his fist on the table and roared, We didn't expect that the Empire's most talented potion master, the Earl whom we trusted so much and gave so many resources to, would be a spy for the Federal Empire. Junilua said softly, My son also stumbled upon some clues, and only gathered this evidence after many investigations. The Empire spent a lot of time and money to provide him with the conditions for his research, not realizing that it would all end up being cheap for the Federal Empire. The Queen was so angry that her chest rose and fell. This is simply a disgrace to the Empire. He must be severely punished. His Majesty took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Luo, you did well. This matter must be handled carefully, so that no news can leak out and frighten the snakes. Jun-yi nodded. My son understands. Father and Mother, please rest assured. His Majesty paced back and forth in the room, pondering a response. The Queen, on the other hand, clutched those materials so tightly that her knuckles were slightly white. Junilo said softly, Father, if we directly dispose of Earl now, I'm afraid that we will cause alarm on the side of the Federal Empire. They might have other eyes in the Empire, and once they make a move, those hidden enemies will hibernate and be harder to deal with later. His Majesty stopped and looked at Junilua. Ilua, then in your opinion, what should be done? Junilua mused slightly. Father, we might as well not move for now and secretly monitor Earl's every move. In the meantime, my son will continue to pursue the matter and see if he can find out who is colluding with him. As for the research program on the Academy side, we can adjust it appropriately and put out some fake research directions and progress to confuse the Federal Empire. The Queen nodded her head. Iroha's method is good. However, Earl has a high prestige in the Academy and the students respect him. If we suddenly spy on him, will it cause suspicion among the students? Juniro smiled and told them his plan. When Junilo came out, he saw Xiang, Zuo Ling, and Karanti getting together, head to head, discussing something mysteriously. Upon hearing the footsteps and seeing that it was her, the three instantly shut their mouths in silent agreement, all looking a little flustered. Junilua raised an eyebrow. The expressions of these three people were clearly not right. What are talking about? This princess wants to hear it too. Shi Ying's eyes were a bit unnatural, and she hastily waved her hand, her body slightly stepping back, and said, Your Highness, it's nothing, it's just a casual conversation. Your Highness, it is indeed only trivial matters. Scratching his head, his eyes fluttering, an embarrassed smile on his face, Corentin said, Princess, they're right, nothing important. Junilua clasped his hands to his chest and raised his chin slightly, his eyes full of skepticism as he paced up and down in front of the trio, questioning them. Oh, an insignificant topic can make you hide like this? Courtlandy, you say? What the hell was the conversation about? Courtlandy's eyes flickered even more panicked and stammered. Your Highness, it's really nothing special. It's just some everyday gossip. Jun Ilo looked at Xi Ying again, but Xi Ying's eyes did not dare to meet Jun Ilo's. Your Highness, it's getting late. Let's go back to the house first. Seeing that the three of them were unwilling to speak, Junilua didn't press the issue but dropped the sentence. In that case, you can study on your own and go back. After saying that, he pulled Yule and went forward. He didn't even look at them until he got into the hovercar. The three saw that she was angry and hurriedly followed in a panic. Corentin was the first to hold back and whispered, Your Highness, don't be angry. Jun Iro closed his eyes and pretended not to hear. Corentin hesitated and tugged at her sleeve. I'll just say it. Junilua looked at him with open eyes and washed his ears. Corentin mumbled a few times before speaking in a low voice. Your Highness, we were discussing betting. Upon hearing this, Junilua was so shocked that he almost choked on his own saliva. Cough, cough. Her eyes widened with disbelief. What did you say? Her voice rose a few notches. Can we discuss this together? Karanti was taken aback by Juniro's reaction, but managed to say stiffly, It's the thing where we take turns in the bed. Chapter 76, so who are you going to serve tonight? Junilua's face became even more brilliant as she bit her lip in a mixture of anger and amusement. So you guys worked it out? At this time, Xi Ying coughed lightly. That cool face slightly reddened. He slightly lowered his head and picked up. Zuo Ling is the rightful husband for 3 days a week, and Karanti and I for 2 days each. Jun Iro was practically laughing at these three. Why don't you all just get together? As soon as he heard this, Courtlandy's face was excited. His eyes lit up, and his body leaned forward, eagerly asking, Can I? Junilua didn't hold back and raised his hand to slap him on the head, gasping, Can you head? Then, how about Zuo Ling for 2 days, Xi Ying and I for 1 day each, and the remaining 3 days your highness to make your own arrangements? Jun Iro, not to mention, she's kinda heartbroken. Jun Elohim's cheeks flushed slightly, and she coughed lightly in an effort to regain her composure. It can't change color so easily. She's a serious person. And who are you going to serve in bed tonight? Junilua raised the corners of his mouth slightly, a hint of teasing in his eyes as his gaze traveled over the three. When Karanti heard this, his heart skipped a beat, and all sorts of charming images instantly surfaced in his mind. He also longed to spend the night with the Princess Ah, but Zuo Ling was the rightful husband. He had priority. He couldn't help but skim a glance in Zuo Ling's direction. A sour feeling welled up in his heart, and he bowed his head with a clear grunt. Why is he not the rightful husband? However, he felt that he could not show too much eagerness, and secretly raised his eyes to observe Junilua's reaction, but he did not dare to meet her eyes for too long. His appearance was like an aggrieved but stubborn little beast. Jun Ilo looked at Xi Ying. His face was still cool, only slightly red. He slightly lowered his eyes to hide the emotions in his eyes and said respectfully, Your Highness will decide. Zuo Ling looked at Junilua stoically and bowed slightly. Your Highness does not need to be embarrassed. We are only deliberating further. The final decision rests with Your Highness. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes, yet he tried to maintain the steadiness of a proper husband. Junilua looked at these three people with a pang of amusement and helplessness in his heart. She cocked her head slightly, as if she was thinking about something. Suddenly she gave a bad smile. This way. All three looked toward her in unison, anticipating her next words. All of you put on your uniforms tonight. The one that looks the best this princess will let him serve in her bed. Hovercraft quickly landed in the courtyard of the princess's residence. Three people's mood is still difficult to calm. Full of thoughts are thinking about the evening of the uniform fight. Jun Ilo ignored the three and walked straight back to his courtyard. She had just come out of the bathroom to be confronted by three beastly men in different uniforms. Shadow was wearing a white research uniform. Zuo Ling was still in his military uniform, and Corentin was actually wearing a uniform similar to a manservant's outfit. Xi Ying's cheeks were tinted with a touch of redness. Her eyes were a bit evasive, but she couldn't help but quietly look at Junilua, a bit of shyness coming out of her cool temperament. He opened his mouth to say something to fight for himself, but he didn't know how, and finally just bit his lip gently. The huge contrast made Jun Iro didn't resist looking at him more. Zuo Ling was still calm and introverted. He stood there quietly. His well-fitted uniform outlined his robust figure perfectly. Junilua didn't hold back and swallowed his saliva. There were no words, but the upright stance and steely eyes said it all. Jun Ilo hurriedly covered his nose and took a few steps back, deeply afraid that a nosebleed would come out next. She originally just wanted to tease them, but it turned out that these three came for real. It was fun to watch. but she couldn't eat for 3. She cleared her throat, resisted the urge to go up and touch it, and spoke through clenched teeth. All of you, go back. Ying was slightly stunned. The blush on her face hadn't faded yet, and a hint of loss flashed in her eyes. Your Highness doesn't like it? Zuo Ling's complexion was also a little complicated, but he still maintained his composure. Since your Highness doesn't like it, then Zuo Ling will retire. With that, he turned to leave. Tonight's move was the biggest fight he could make. Cruelty, however, refused to do so. He stopped Zuo Ling and said loudly, "No, since they are all dressed like this, your Highness will choose one tonight anyhow." Juno blared at Cruelty. "Cruelty, don't be ridiculous." Corentin bristled. "I'm not fooling around. Your Highness, you can't fool around." Ying also stopped at that moment and quietly looked at Juno, seemingly waiting for her decision as well. Although Zuo Ling didn't say anything, he didn't have the intention of continuing to leave either. Juno's head was a bit big. These 3 were determined to make her choose one, and refused to leave anyway. Shadow took 2 steps forward. "Your Highness is not early. Shadow serves your Highness in the bath." Not to be outdone, Corentin came forward. "Your Highness, you can do whatever you want tonight. I'm all for it. Didn't you say last time?" Juno was afraid of the mouthy Cruelty saying those shocking words in front of the 2 of them and hurriedly covered his mouth. "Your Highness, is there anything we can't hear?" Shadow looked hurt. "It's my little secret with His Highness. Of course you can't hear it." Shamed and annoyed, Juno blared at Cruelty, who raised an eyebrow with disinterest. When Ying saw Juno reacting in such a manner, her heart became more and more unfavorable as a touch of sorrow surfaced on her cool face. "Why does your Highness treat Cruelty so differently? I would do anything for the princess too." Zuo Ling has been silent, but at this time, he stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Princess, don't be disturbed by Cruelty's nonsense. Just follow your own mind." Cruelty was not happy when he heard that. "Zuo Ling, what are you pretending to be serious about? Who doesn't want to be favored by the princess?" Zuo Ling frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. "Corentin, watch how you speak." As soon as Cruelty heard Zuo Ling's words, she immediately widened her eyes, crossed her arms, and huffed. "Zuo Ling, don't pretend to be serious here. Who doesn't want to be favored by the princess? Do you dare to say that you don't have such thoughts in your heart?" Zuo Ling couldn't do the act of arguing in public, coldly skimmed a glance at Corentin and stopped talking. Juno was flushed, angry and annoyed by these words of Cruelty. She glared angrily at Cruelty and droned. "Cruelty, shut up. Speak nonsense again and watch out for me to punish you." Cruelty, however, wasn't the least bit afraid. Instead, he puffed out his chest and said with a stubborn face, "Princess, I meant what I said. You can't ignore my feelings just because of them. Don't I wear this manservant outfit just to make you happy? The 2 of them don't have as much heart as I do." Ying's face was also a bit unsightly at this time. He frowned slightly, and his cool voice rang out, "Cruelty, don't go too far." Juno looked at the 3 with a headache. Not knowing what to do, she took a deep breath and said, "All of you stop arguing. This princess is tired. Today's matter ends here. All of you go back." Zuo Ling looked at the 2 arguing, helplessly shook his head, and said in a deep voice, "Both stop arguing. Since the princess has already said she is tired, we should let the princess rest. What's the point of arguing?" Cruelty, however, would not relent. "No, the princess must choose one today. Otherwise I won't leave." Juno took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "Listen up, all of you. I'm not choosing anyone. If you guys keep pestering me like this, I'm going to get really angry." When the 3 saw that Juno was truly angered, they didn't dare to say anything else. But they also had no intention of leaving. They just stood there quietly, the atmosphere a little awkward for a moment. In the end, Juno then went into the bathroom to take a shower by himself. As a result, when she came out of the wash, her 3-meter wide king-sized bed. Chapter 77, They're all bullying me, and you don't care. Wearing his manservant's outfit, Corentin looked at Juno with a good face and said with a smile, "Your Highness, come over here. The bed has been warmed up for you." Exasperated and helpless, Juno pointed at Cruelty and said, "Cruelty, get the hell up." Cruelty, however, playfully lay motionless on the bed. I want to sleep with you. Get your ass up or I'll have someone drag you out." Cruelty rolled around on the bed holding the covers. "I'm not going down there if it kills me. I'm going to sleep here." Juno. She looked to Shadow again. Shadow was sitting on the other side of the bed, flipping through the medical book she kept on her nightstand. "Does your Highness need a massage to relax?" Shadow looked up from her book with a gentle gaze. Juno. "No thanks." Zuo Ling couldn't do this kind of thing that was so obvious to compete for favor. Just sat on the sofa with his feet folded. Seeing Juno's eyes fall on him, he faintly came to say. Your Highness, you have training tomorrow. It's time to rest. Jun Ilo. This is determined to sleep here with her. Rubbing his forehead, he felt a rush of headache. Where's the 1-2 rebellion? Get out of here. Shi Shadow put down the medical book. A hint of tenderness appeared on his cool face, and a closer look could still find the tips of his ears red and dripping with blood. Your Highness, this book is very interesting, and Xiang would like to discuss it with the princess. Jun Ilo glared at Xiang. This is not the time to explore. Hurry up and get out. Wait, that doesn't seem to be medical. She quickly stepped forward and snatched the book out of Shi Shadow's hands, closing it quickly and tossing it into space. Your Highness, shut up. You don't talk. Her voice took on an irritated urgency. All Jun Ilo wanted to do now was to find a crack in the ground and bury himself out of sight. It's so embarrassing. The thought of the scale of that book made her old face blush. I don't know which page Shi Shadow is seen. Shi Shadow was suddenly yelled at, first slightly stunned. Then a hint of laughter flashed in her eyes and she immediately shut her mouth. Is your Highness shy? Corentin was a little puzzled to see her so excited. Shi Shadow, what book did you just read? Junilua looked threateningly askance at Xiang. With the look of you're dead if you dare say anything. Shi Shadow opened his mouth as if to reply, and Jun Iro hastily swooped in to cover his mouth. Shi Shadow took the opportunity to circle her waist, bringing her closer to him. Junilua's face instantly turned red, not knowing whether she was angry or ashamed. She struggled to get up but was held tightly by Xiang, unable to move. Junilua was angry and anxious. Her red face roared, Xiang, if you don't let me go, I'll. She couldn't think of any threatening words for a moment. Shi Shadow looked at her embarrassed appearance and felt so cute in her heart that she didn't bear to stick out her tongue and lick it. Jun Ilo jerked his hand back as if he had been electrocuted and looked at Shi Shadow in shock. Shi Shadow came to her ear and whispered, Your Highness, give me a kiss and I'll keep it a secret for your Highness. Juniello didn't have the decency to bite him on the lip until it bled. Shi Shadow wasn't angry either, but instead deepened the kiss with a punishing new twist as she backed away. Unhappy at the sight, Corentin moved forward and reached out to try and pull Juniro away. Your Highness, you can't just get close to him. I want a kiss too. Junilua took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She looked at the three people in front of her who were giving her a headache and said helplessly, All right, all go to sleep. All three of them were stunned, as if they had not expected Junilua to suddenly compromise. Zuo Ling, who was still sitting on the sofa, slept on the other side of Junilua in the next second, and was squeezed to the side of Karanti. Corentin's eyes widened with disbelief. Zuo Ling, how could you? He accused angrily. Zuo Ling, however, acted as if he hadn't heard, only lying quietly on Junilua's side, his eyes closed, with a pleasant look. Jun Ilo, forget it, love it or hate it, she's too lazy to care. Finding a comfortable position between the two, he closed his eyes and slept. No, I'll sleep here too, Corentin said, and made to squeeze into the bed. Juniler hastened to stop it. Corentin, stop it. But Clotilde wouldn't hear of it, and insisted on making her way to the bed. How would Zuo Ling give him this chance? Seeing that he couldn't grab it from Zuo Ling's side, he circled around to Shi Ying's side and tried to pull Jun Ilo from Shi Ying's arms. Shi Shadow's eyes went cold as he loosened his grip around Juniro's waist and slowly rose to his feet. Picking Karanti up, Zuo Ling took the opportunity to pull Jun Ilo into his arms. Corentin struggled. Let go of me. I want to sleep with your Highness too. Shi Shadow, however, ignored him and threw him aside on the couch to fly back to the bed again. Your Highness, they're all bullying me, Karanti complained. Jun Ilo pretended not to hear, nestled in Zuo Ling's arms and closed his eyes to sleep. Corentin became even more aggravated when he saw that Juniello didn't respond. Your Highness, they're all bullying me and you don't care. However, Junilua still had his eyes closed and pretended not to hear it as he gave a direct order to turn off the lights, and all of a sudden the room was plunged into darkness. What Junilua didn't realize was that other than her own obstructed vision, the other three weren't affected at all. Cortlandy looked at the three men on the bed with resignation and indignation. He sat on the couch for a moment, then stood up again and tried to approach the bed again. Zuo Ling swept over with a single glance, and Corentin was too scared to move again. The room fell silent, with only the sound of light breathing. Corentin stood by the couch, looking at Juniro, who had fallen asleep on the bed, with a sense of loss and resignation. He sullenly resumed his seat on the couch, but after sitting there for a short while, he reluctantly got up again, his eyes darting to the bed from time to time. What gives those two the right to occupy His Highness? Gritting her teeth, Corentin stood up again and gingerly walked over to the bed, looking at Junilua and Zuo Ling, who were close to each other on the bed, as well as Shi Shadow, who was leering at him from the other side. He was again in trouble. Tried to get into bed, but couldn't squeeze in. He stood there, torn for a while. Finally, He gathered his courage and carefully climbed into bed and slept on the far side, but as soon as he lay down, he felt awkward. The scent of Zuo Ling next to him made him feel uncomfortable. Corentin moved around, trying to find a more comfortable position, but couldn't relax. Corentin was tossing and turning in his own thoughts when he heard this low drink from Zuo Ling, and his body stiffened violently. A wave of disobedience surged in his heart. By what right could Zuo Ling order him in such an overbearing manner? But at the same time, he was afraid of actually being kicked out of the room, and then he would be even further away from His Highness. Corentin bit his lip, trying to restrain himself from wanting to keep flopping around. He was holding his anger in his heart, but he didn't dare to snap. Chapter 78, What's Broken? Oh, it's her shame. He squeezed his eyes shut and tried to force himself to sleep, but the more he did so, the more awake his mind became. Juno only felt hot all over and woke up in a daze, only to realize that he was sandwiched between Zuo Ling and Xiang. Zuo Ling's body is a tiger, exuding constant heat, while Xiang is a snake with a cool body temperature, hot before and cold after. At this time, she seems to be in the midst of two heavens of ice and fire. She moved slightly, trying to break free of the somewhat uncomfortable situation. However, as soon as she moved, Zuo Ling and Xiang woke up, and both of them slightly tightened their arms. Juno was instantly even more speechless as she coughed lightly. Let go, guys, it's hot. Zuo Ling opened his eyes, the sleepiness in his eyes dissipating. Your Highness, what's wrong? You're so hot on me. I woke up from the heat. Zuo Ling did not let go, but adjusted the temperature of the room. Xiang also slowly opened her eyes and looked at the blush on Juno's face. The corners of her mouth rose slightly as she moved even closer to Juno. The coolness behind her making Juno feel a little more comfortable. Your Highness will be more comfortable if you turn around. She shadow coaxed again against her ear. The slightly cool breath spraying on the side of her neck tickled a little, and Juno moved uncomfortably. Zuo Ling glanced at him faintly, and the two men's eyes met in the darkness, colliding with invisible sparks, neither of them refusing to back down. Courtlandy watched the scene from the sidelines, unbalanced again. Your Highness, let me do it instead. I'm not hot and can still fan you. With that, he was about to come over. Juno hastened to stop it. Corentin, don't add to the confusion. Two was enough of a headache. Another Corentin, she'd go crazy. Corentin bristled in aggravation. Your Highness is biased. You only like the two of them. Juno was made to laugh and cry by the childish words of Corentin. Alright, all stop. Hurry up and go to bed. When she finished, she closed her eyes again and tried to ignore the difference in temperature around her as she tried to fall back into sleep. This time it was impossible to sleep. Under the darkness, one's guts are invariably enlarged, and certain desires are fostered. She moved, her hand quietly brushing up Zuo Ling's firm chest, slowly moving down and stopping at her abs. Blocky abs that feel great in your hands. Zuo Ling stifled a grunt, but didn't stop it. She thought that no one had seen the small gesture that had been made, but she didn't know that the three of them had seen it clearly. She Shadow's hand around her waist tightened. How can you sit still when you're surrounded by beautiful men? The lust in Juno's heart grew wildly like weeds, and those novels she had read were automatically converted into images that kept hitting her brain. Some barrier in the heart is about to shatter. She tried to suppress the fluttering inside her, but found the urge growing stronger. Zuo Ling's sturdy chest exuded a blazing temperature, and the hard lines seemed to have a fatal attraction. Unconsciously, her fingers gently rubbed his abs again, feeling the powerful touch. The coolness of Xiang's body intertwined with Zuo Ling's heat, and this strong contrast made her senses sharpen. Juno's breathing became a bit disorganized, her eyes flickering in the darkness. The lust in her heart kept hitting her sanity, and she wanted to indulge herself in the ambiguous atmosphere. Yet again, reason told her not to be so rash. She bit her lip gently, trying to keep herself awake, but the scent of those three men clung to her, and the fact that they weren't already in an innocent relationship made it even harder to resist at the moment. Ka-ching! Something shattered. She Shadow sensed the difference in her body and told her to relax. Your Highness, will you let She Shadow help you? Without waiting for her to respond, the hands were already moving you up. She couldn't see their expressions in the darkness, but she knew she was no longer resisting. Before dawn, Juno fell asleep as he had hoped. After waking up the next night, she just felt her whole body protesting complaints about her bad behavior last night. During the meal, Juno's hands were shaking as he held the chopsticks, and his feet were even so weak that he couldn't even stand. She frowned slightly, mentally remorseful for last night's indulgence. Zuo Ling's heart ached as he looked at Juno's trembling hand. He put down his own chopsticks and reached out to take the chopsticks in Juno's hands, softly saying, Your Highness, it's better to let Zuo Ling serve you your meal. Juno was slightly stunned and just wanted to refuse, but when he saw Zuo Ling's firm and gentle eyes, he swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Seeing this, Xiying gently swept Junilua over, letting her lean into her arms and said gently, "Your Highness, this will be more comfortable and easier to eat." Junilua leaned into Xiying's cool embrace, and actually really felt that his body's discomfort had lessened a bit. Shadow's eyes were filled with deep love and affection, and his hand caressed her backside to rub and press her. Zuo Ling picked up a bite of the dish and carefully blew on it to make sure it wasn't hot before handing it to Junilua's mouth. Juniro opened his mouth a little embarrassed and took the bite. Zuo Ling's eyes were filled with doting, as if Junilua was his most precious treasure. Juniro clearly felt that the atmosphere between the three had changed, but couldn't say where. Corentin watched from the sidelines, his heart filled with jealousy, but he couldn't bear the thought of Juniro being this difficult. He silently sat down next to Junilua and gently took her hand and began to tenderly rub it. Corentin rubbed it while muttering, "Your Highness, all you know is that the two of them are good and you ignore me." Juniro cried and laughed at Corentin's childish words, but felt his concern. Zuo Ling continued to patiently feed Junilua, from time to time using his hand to gently wipe away the residue at the corners of Junilua's mouth with rare and gentle movements. Junilua ate her meal without knowing what she was eating. Her cheeks flushed once again as the images of last night kept coming back to her mind. She secretly vowed never to be so impulsive in the future. It was too much of a bother. But a little voice in the back of my mind is countering that, and it feels so good that it makes my scalp tingle. When Junilua was full, System 7, who had disappeared for a day and a night, finally appeared. That mechanical yet with a hint of flirtation voice rang out in Junilo's mind. "Host, if you don't get out of here, your family's secret guards are going to shut themselves down." Junilo frowned slightly and responded in a flat tone. "Speak human. You'll stood at your door all night." That expression was so ugly I couldn't look at it for one system. Junilua's movement to roll over gave way, and a flicker of alienation flashed through her mind, but it was quickly suppressed again. She then carelessly instructed Shadow to press her leg again and said languidly, "Down to business." System Xiaoqi seemed to have sensed Junilua's diffidence as well, and her tone became slightly more serious. "Host, we found the whereabouts of Aashian. He's currently on Jupiter. It doesn't look like he's going back to Jellyfish planet by the looks of his itinerary. Do we need to continue to track him down?" Chapter 79, I would trade my soul for Juniro's death. Don't worry about him, just don't let him have no contact with the heroine. Now that she had escaped, she had nothing to do with it. By the way, where's Alice now? In order to escape the Star Pirates, the Star Pirate mini-leader takes Alice into hiding on an unregulated abandoned planet. Juniro froze, clearly not expecting to die this result. That planet was even worse than the remote planet where Iris originally lived. It was full of orcs who had made mistakes and been exiled. It was a place of interstellar abandonment. Unregulated. In and out. Full of unregulated orcs. And Iris, a precious female, could only imagine what would happen if she got there. That little leader had tried his best to protect her at first, but he couldn't help the fact that he was only one person, and he was injured on the way to escape. After being beaten to death and denied treatment, she was left alone, unprotected. Iris quickly became the object of venting and scrambling by the outcast Star Orcs. Intergalactic law is as good as dead here, and Alice's days are predictable. She was stripped and tied up like a piece of trash in an abandoned plaza, left to the whims of the men who pumped her full of nutrient solution every day to make sure she didn't starve to death. After being tortured in turns for a few days, she had an extreme mental breakdown, but she didn't even have the strength to kill herself. Her eyes were empty and desperate. The luster she once had long gone. The physical pain intertwined with the trauma left her nearly broken. A strong resentment gradually welled up in her heart. She blamed Juniro for all this misery she had suffered. If not for Junilua's deliberate design to frame her, she would still be the same high and mighty county princess. She wouldn't have met the Star Pirates if she hadn't been deported to the ghostly remote planet, and if she hadn't left the Karen Empire, she wouldn't have been brought to this place that was like hell. She recalled the days when she was once highly favored and carefree, and the more she thought about it, the deeper the hatred in her heart grew. Instead, she's deep in this hellish abandoned planet, suffering inhuman torture. Juniro, it's all because of you, Alice hissed in her mind, but her voice was so weak that only she could hear it. Images related to Juniro kept coming back to Alice's mind. From the first playmates to all the favoritism of the Queen and His Majesty, her hatred grew stronger with every scene. She felt that Junilua was the source of all this misfortune, that she was the one who had pushed herself into this endless abyss. She was trapped on this abandoned planet and didn't even have the strength to commit suicide, while Junilua was highly honored on the central planet. On what grounds? Alice was still tied up in the abandoned square, enduring the wanton abuse of the orcs. These orcs are like the evil seed abandoned by the beast god, not bound by law or revolted. Her body was getting weaker and weaker, and her spirit was on the verge of breaking down. However, that resentment towards Junilua was like a burning flame, burning hotter and hotter in her heart. But Alice deserves to be the heroine, still resilient after being tortured so badly. In order to survive, she began to please the orcs, who, not knowing whether they could see her intentions or were instructed to do so, accepted her cooperation in pleasing her, but still refused to let go of her. It wasn't until they found out she was pregnant that they untied her and brought her back inside. Interstellar females are scarce, and it is extremely difficult to reproduce heirs. Females who are pregnant are extraordinarily tolerant, and even the worst offenses can be forgiven once they become pregnant. And to ensure their safety, they are implanted with detection chips at birth. Once conception is successful, the test chip will be able to detect it. Jun'iro's eyes went cold when he heard that Alice was pregnant. A few taps on the optical brain. It didn't take a minute for Yule to appear in the room. Your Highness. Yule lowered her eyelids, not daring to look at her on the bed. Juniello told him to take care of the seed in Alice's belly before the Star Female Protection League felt it. Once the Star Female Protection League learns of this, it will certainly do its utmost to protect Alice and the fetus in her womb. She couldn't give her that. The trouble had to be solved once and for all before the people from the Star Female Protection League arrived. Just before Yule could act, something happened to Alice herself. Alice lay in the cold room, her face as pale as paper. Her eyes were full of disgust and determination. She did not have the slightest pity for the unexpected arrival of the wild seed, not to mention a trace of joy. She would never give birth to this wild child of who knows who. With all her strength, Alice struggled to get up. She found some rudimentary tools, gritted her teeth, and forced herself to start. Blood stained her clothes red. Her face grew paler and paler like paper, but the expression on her face was a maniacal one that she had never seen before. Jun'iluo, I will not let you off the hook for what you have done to me. Since it's not easy for me, then you won't want to be good either. Alice's eyes were red and bloodshot, an endless hatred fueled by day and night torture. Without realizing it, her decision at the moment was to push herself deeper into the abyss. The orcs learned that the child in her womb was gone, and they tortured her more and more, ignoring her deflated body in growing torment. She lay in a cold corner, the pain of her body mingling with the despair of her mind. The orcs surrounded her with cruelty and coldness in their eyes. Their roars echoed in the small space as if they were evil spirits hissing from hell. She closed her eyes helplessly, trying to escape the endless torture. Reality, however, is relentless in dragging her into the abyss once again. The beasts began to leave a trail of wounds on her body with all sorts of cruelty, and they seemed to be enjoying her pain. Ha ha ha. Alice suddenly let out a harsh laugh that was filled with despair and madness. Since I no longer have a way to live, then Jun'iro doesn't want to live either. Evil God, I would exchange my most precious thing with you. The air around them seemed to freeze as the beasts froze in shock at her sudden move, but soon they were back to grimacing as the female finally got mad at them. Alice, however, didn't care about their reactions, her eyes staring into the void with determination in her eyes. Evil God, I know you can hear my call. I would give my soul as a price for the death of Jun'iro. A few moments later, an eerie voice sounded in Alice's head. Are you sure you want to trade your soul? Once the deal is struck, your soul will belong to me forever, and you will disappear completely in this world. Without the slightest hesitation, Alice replied firmly. I'm sure. I'm willing to pay any price as long as I can make Jun'iro die. The evil god was silent for a moment, then let out a creepy laugh. Good. Your deal is accepted by this seat. Chapter 80, The Future Pharmaceutical Big Brother. The evil god's laughter echoed in this gloomy space for a long time, as if it carried a chill that could penetrate the soul. The evil god's voice once again resounded in Alice's mind. Jun'iro's death will come, and you, after completing this deal, will lose your chance to reincarnate forever. Alice raised her chin slightly, a maniacal grin on her face. So what? I don't care as long as I can make Jun'iluo pay. At this moment, I have long since been tortured out of my mind. The pain she gave me, I want her to pay back 1,000 times over. I only want Jun'iluo to experience the same sins I have suffered. I only want her to die. At this moment, a strange power began to surge around Alice. She could feel her body enveloped by a mysterious power that was both powerful and terrifying to her. Prepare for your final bloom, Alice, the evil god's voice whispered in her ear like a ghost. Alice clenched her fists tightly, with only one thought in her mind: Jun'iro must die. And at this moment, Jun'iluo was still unaware that a terrible disaster was about to befall her. She was dressed in an exquisite white dress, the corners of which fluttered slightly with her steps, and her entire person exuded a cool and noble aura. Beside her, Yule and Zuo Ling followed closely like loyal knights. Jun'iro had come to the research center to deliver the potion formula to Earl. Jun'iluo led Yule and Zuo Ling as they stepped into the research center. They walked steadily along the wide corridors, their footsteps clearly audible in the quiet environment. Up the elevator, and soon they were in front of Earl's office door. Jun'iro gently knocked on the door and a calm voice came out from inside. Please come in. pushing the door open. Earl was sitting behind his desk, dressed in white scientific robes, his hair neatly combed back on his head, his eyes revealing a hint of imperceptible shrewdness. When he saw Junie Lua and the others, he first froze, after which he rose slightly with a polite smile on his face. Your Highness, why are you free to come to my place? After greeting Junie Lua respectfully on the surface, Earl stopped paying attention to her and continued to lower his head to organize the documents on his desk. June Elohim raised an eyebrow and ignored his willful ignorance, surveying the furnishings of the office with interest. Earl saw that she had no intention of leaving and turned off the light brain, inquiring once again, Your Highness might as well be straightforward if you have something to say. Is this the end of Dean Earl's busy schedule? Juniello raised an eyebrow. It's nothing much, it's just that I've just recently developed a new potion, and I wanted to bring it over to you guys to help test the effects. With that, he took out the light blue potion bottle that had been there. This is an antibiotic agent developed for the bug toxin, which not only inhibits the spread of the toxin, but also effectively removes some of the toxin. When Juniro took out the newly developed insectoid toxin inhibiting potion, Earl's movements stopped instantly. His gaze moved slowly and finally landed on the potion in Junilo's hand. His eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? Earl's voice trembled slightly, and there was no longer the coldness in his tone that had been there before. Juniro couldn't help but feel a little smug in his heart as he watched Earl's reaction. In terms of Potion's talent in this and the world, she dares to say that no one can match her. Don't you know if it's true when you test it? This potion formula. This princess can spend a lot of time and effort to develop it. Dean Earl can help this princess to test it properly. Earl stood up in a hurry and walked over to Juniro, carefully taking the potion and examining it closely. That's. He believed that Junilua would not joke about such things, and that this potion was 80% real. If he can research an ingredients and recipes, Earl's attitude instantly became extremely respectful. Your Highness, it was me who was rude before. Please forgive me for my rudeness. This potion, we will definitely take good care of it and step up our testing. With the goal achieved in just waiting for the fish to take the bait, Juniro was too lazy to cause suspicion here. Then this princess will leave us alone. After saying that, he directly led the two out of the office and wandered around the research center. The Pharmaceutical Research Institute was situated in the heart of the empire, surrounded by metallic buildings. The spacious hall was decorated with various precious potion samples and ancient experimenters. As you move along the corridor, there is a separate lab on either side. In the laboratory, all kinds of advanced instruments flickered with mysterious light, and the apothecaries were dressed in uniform white robes, concentrating on their experiments and research. The air was filled with the faint odor of potions mixed with the smell of disinfectant. Juniro led the two through the corners of the research center, observing their layout. Slowly coming around the corner of the first floor, he was just about to go out when a loud noise came from over there. Curiosity got the better of her and she took a few steps up to see what all the fuss was about. Humph! You fatherless and motherless little pauper! How dare you come to the Research Institute? Is this a place where you can come? A youth with a bossy face pushed the teenager. The teenager pursed his lips tightly, his eyes glaring stubbornly at the other. I got in here on my own merit. Why can't I be here? Just you? Don't even look at your own virtues. What do you think you can research? It's just a waste of resources. Another person mocked. Don't you guys go too far? The teenager said angrily. Excessive? So what if we've gone too far? What can you do to us? The bossy youth said and pushed the teenager again so hard that the teenager stumbled and almost fell. After watching the session, she found it uninteresting and turned to leave, when Seven's words managed to stop her in her tracks. Host, that's a future potions bigwig who resounds through the stars and can be pulled together. Juniro narrowed his eyes slightly, re-examining the bullied teenager in the corner. The teenager's body was thin and his clothes were a bit messy, but it was hard to hide the stubbornness between his eyebrows. She slowly approached the teenager, and the orcs who were bullying the teenager scattered in fear when they saw Junilua approaching. Juniro stood in front of the teenager, looking down on him. What is your name? Juniro's voice was clear and cold. The teenager raised his head, a flash of surprise in his eyes before he regained his composure. My name is Rinyu. Why are they bullying you? The teenager slightly lowered his eyes and remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. They feel that I am from a lowly background and have no background. Yet I was able to enter the Academy of Scientific Research, and their hearts are not convinced. There was also the fact that I differed from them in some of my pharmacological insights, and they then felt that I was being deliberately provocative. Then why don't you fight back? The teenager bit his lip, and a hint of stubbornness flashed in his eyes. I don't want to waste my time on pointless fights. I just want to properly study potions. Chapter 81, I'm sorry for the trouble. Mr. Admiral, you're interested in pharmacy? Juniello continued to ask. Lin Yu bit his lip and nodded. I want to become an excellent apothecary and be a useful person to the empire. The corners of Junilo's mouth rose slightly. Not bad. Ambitious. Come with me. The teenager thought she had a crush on him, blushed slightly and stammered that he had a crush on someone. Junilua froze slightly, then couldn't help but laugh out softly. You're overthinking it. This princess just thinks you're talented in potions and wants to take you to a place more suitable for you to learn and utilize your talents. The teenager's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. He scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, Your Highness, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Juniro brought him back to his research compound and handed him over to Shishadow. Shishadow raised her eyes slightly, her gaze falling on the teenager, a hint of scrutiny flashing in her eyes. The teenager couldn't help but feel a little nervous under Shishadow's gaze and lowered his head slightly. Your Highness, he is? Shishadow asked. This is a companion for you, and your first student. He is gifted with good potential. I hope you can teach him well so that he can grow up as soon as possible. Shishadow was silent for a moment, then nodded. Good. Junilua looked at the teenager again, his eyes holding promise. From now on, you will study under Xiying. Work hard and don't fail me. The teenager nodded his head in a hurry. He had heard about this princess's talent for potions, and he had secretly bought her potion back to test it, and the effect was really better than the ones refined by their potions academy. If he could learn from her, he would grow up fast. Don't worry, Your Highness, I will study hard. Shishadow led the teenager to a separate laboratory, which was filled with all sorts of sophisticated instruments and potion materials. This is where you will study from now on. Since Her Highness thinks highly of you, study hard and don't let her down. If you don't work hard, you will be eliminated at any time. Shi Ying's words were serious and cold. The teenager took a deep breath and puffed out his chest. I'll work hard and will definitely not let you and Her Highness down. Since His Highness had asked him to teach, his potions talent shouldn't be bad, or at least above him, and he had always respected those who were better than him. He recognized all of the lab equipment without needing to be lectured, and Shishadow took him to the herb store. When he saw the warehouse full of herbs, he was dumbfounded. So many herbs he hadn't seen before. The teenager stared wide-eyed at the warehouse full of medicinal herbs, and for a moment he didn't know where to start. He slowly approached the neatly arranged shelves of herbs and reached out a slightly trembling hand to gently touch the leaves of some unfamiliar herbs. These are all herbs? The teenager's voice was filled with curiosity and awe. Shishadow looked at the teenager's shocked appearance. The corners of her mouth slightly hooked, but she quickly returned to her serious look. These are all precious medicinal herbs. Some can heal and cure injuries. Some can strengthen the body, and some have special effects. Since you don't recognize them, let's start learning from the most basic ones. Shishadow gave him a brief introduction to a common herb, and the teenager listened attentively. These were herbs he hadn't touched before. Remember, recognizing these herbs is only the first step. Later on, you'll have to learn to distinguish their qualities, master their uses, and also learn how to cultivate and concoct these herbs. The teenager nodded his head vigorously. I understand. I will definitely try my best to learn about these herbs. Junilo left after handing the person over to Shishadow. I haven't practiced my mech in 2 days, so I'm going to train my mech in the virtual world. Thinking again of the teenager's various taunting remarks, he still decided to drill in the real world first. The three of them went back to the princess's residence and went straight to the training room. Yul looked at Junilo and smiled. Your Highness, we haven't practiced for a while. Let's start familiarizing ourselves with the very basics. Yes, Yul has solid basics, though lacks real-world experience, but is more than capable of dealing with a rookie like Juniro. Junilua wanted to ask Yul to continue teaching her, but Zuo Ling beat her to it. Your Highness, let me teach you. Junilua looked at Zuo Ling with some surprise. Zuo Ling, as an imperial admiral, always on the warpath, driving a mecha is as simple as eating and drinking water for him. Would it be too much for him to come and teach her? A small rookie, don't you have work to do? The corner of Zuo Ling's mouth rose slightly, revealing a doting smile. He walked over to Junilua's side and gently held her hand. In Zuo Ling's heart, nothing is more important than the growth of Your Highness. Then I'll trouble Lord Admiral. Juniro winked playfully. Your Highness has never been a trouble. As a proper husband, Zuo Ling has the responsibility to make Your Highness stronger. Having seen too many births and deaths, he couldn't stay by her side all year round, and he thought it would be good for Junilua to have an ability to defend herself. Zuo Ling led Junilua to a relatively small mech, which shone with a metallic luster all over, as if it contained endless power. He began to patiently explain the construction and operation of the mech to Juniro. Your Highness, look, the exterior of this mech is built from a high-strength alloy that can withstand powerful attacks, and inside, there are complex control systems, including power units, weapons systems, and control panels. Zuo Ling's fingers gently scratched across the surface of the mech as if he was caressing a precious treasure. Juno listened attentively even though he already knew and understood enough about the internal structure of the mech. Zuo Ling looked at Juno's focused expression and couldn't help but feel a few more points of appreciation in his heart. Your Highness, since you are already familiar with the internal structure of the mech, let's start training on the basic movements. Zuo Ling's voice was calm and strong. Juno nodded, anticipation in her eyes. There was both excitement for a new challenge and a hint of nervousness in her heart. After all, she was going to train under the guidance of Zuo Ling, an Imperial Admiral, and she didn't want to let him down. Zuo Ling led her into the mech operating console. The operating console space is narrow. 2 people standing in it seems very crowded. They were almost close together. Juno could clearly feel the scent emanating from Zuo Ling's body, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. Zuo Ling seemed to have noticed the subtle atmosphere as well. His eyes flickered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Zuo Ling stood behind her and began to explain the first basic maneuver. This maneuver is the mech's forward burst, which is mainly used to quickly approach the enemy or launch an attack. When operating, you should be careful to control the balance and speed of the mech. First, you need to focus your mental power on the control panel and feel the mech's power feedback. Juno tried to concentrate and listen to Zuo Ling's explanation, but her thoughts drifted to Zuo Ling behind her from time to time. She could feel his breath lightly brushing her neck, making her cheeks burn slightly. Then, gently push the joystick and let the mech slowly advance. Zuo Ling's voice rang in her ears, low and magnetic. Juno's hand was slightly trembling as she gripped the joystick, her mind secretly thinking that she must do this maneuver well and not make a fool of herself in front of Zuo Ling. Chapter 82 Mecha Training. Manual Control. When you feel the time is right, increase the power output and let the mech instantly accelerate and burst forward. Zuo Ling finished speaking and stood there quietly, waiting for Juno to operate. Juno listened intently, his mind constantly simulating the maneuver in action. The control panel in the cockpit flickered with a faint glow, a dizzying array of lights and buttons. Just as she was about to link her mental power to the panel, Zuo Ling spoke out to stop it. Your Highness, we'll start training from the very basics without linking spirit power. Juno was filled with doubt. How could he pilot a mech without manipulating his mental powers? As far as she knew, mechs were manipulated by mental power to act. Zuo Ling seemed to see her doubts and opened his mouth to explain. His voice was steady and strong, echoing in this small operating space. There are 2 methods of mech piloting. One is to manipulate the main console by mental link, which is fast and sensitive but also risky. Once the mental power was overly consumed, it might automatically disconnect from the console, and then it would be in an extremely dangerous situation. The other is hand-controlled operation. Although this method is relatively slow, it is much more stable and reliable, especially in the case of mental power exhaustion or interference. Hand-controlled operation can become the last resort to save one's life. Juno quietly listened to Zuo Ling's explanation, his heart gradually becoming clearer. I see. So let's start our training with hand control operation. Zuo Ling looked at Juno's determined eyes and a feeling of relief welled up in his heart. His Highness was not like the usual females. He continued. The second one is usually only taught in the Imperial Military Academy, for the purpose of preventing self-preservation when the mental power is overconsumed and automatically disconnected from the console. On the battlefield, once your mental power runs out and you can't maneuver your mech to evacuate, you'll only die. Therefore, mastering hand control operation is crucial. It is not only a backup means, but also a skill that can save your life at critical moments. Juno took a deep breath and threw the distractions away. She gripped the joystick tightly and focused her spirit on the control panel, following Zuo Ling's instructions and began to operate. Perhaps unskilled and too nervous, the mech suddenly wobbled as it advanced and almost lost its balance. Juno's heart sank as she looked at Zuo Ling in panic. Zuo Ling frowned slightly, but quickly stretched it out again. He gently patted Juno's shoulder and said in a low, soft tone, "Don't be nervous, Your Highness. It was just a small mistake. Let's do it again." Juno took a slow breath and nodded. She tried to adjust herself, trying to put those nerves behind her. However, the mistake she made just now kept a trace of uneasiness lingering in her heart, and she was afraid of making a mistake again and letting Zuo Ling down. Zuo Ling seemed to have sensed her thoughts as he moved closer to Juno's ear and whispered, "Believe in yourself. Your Highness. You can do it." His breath brushed Juno's cheek gently, causing her heart to race again. Juno closed his eyes and took a deep breath before refocusing his mental energy on the control panel. This time, she was more focused and cautious in following Zuo Ling's instructions. Without the connection of spiritual power to operate, the operation is extraordinarily laborious and all manual. Juno clenched his teeth and struggled to push the joystick, fine beads of sweat gradually seeping from his forehead. Her arms were beginning to ache slightly, but she didn't dare slack off for fear of making another mistake. Zuo Ling looked at Junilua's appearance of working so hard, and a feeling of pain welled up in his heart. He said softly, "Your Highness, if you feel overwhelmed, you can take a little rest." Juniro, however, stubbornly shook her head and said, "No, I can hold on." She knew that only by constantly challenging herself could she truly master the art of mech operation. At first, her handling was rusty, and the mech's movements seemed a bit awkward. The mech advanced slowly, extremely slow and wobbly, as if it might fall at any moment. But Juniro wasn't discouraged, and she repeated the maneuver over and over again. Zuo Ling patiently instructed from the side, "Your Highness, go a little faster and pay attention to maintaining your balance. Feel the center of gravity of the mech and adjust your operation." Juniro bit his lip and gave his full attention to operating the mech. She kept adjusting her movements, gradually getting the hang of the forward jab. The mech's speed grew steadier and its movements became more fluid. Zuo Ling did not teach her the next move. He continued to ask Junilua to practice the move over and over again until she was able to make an accurate reaction in an instant. Throughout the day, Junilua only practiced 3 movements, practicing repeatedly even if the movements were smooth. Zuo Ling asked her to continue practicing. When Junilua completed another set of movements, she leaned back in Zuo Ling's arms in a weakened state, her forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, and her hands were trembling. Zuo Ling circled her waist and turned her towards himself, wiping the sweat from her head. "Your Highness, do you know why I want you to practice these basic movements over and over again?" Jun Elohim shook his head, resting his forehead against his chest block. His whole body weighed on him. It was too tiring. Real back pain and hand cramps are so much harder than mental strength training. Basic movements are like the foundation of a building. Without a strong foundation, all the fancy movements are just vanity. In a real fight, solid basic moves will allow you to stay calm and react accurately in critical moments. Only by practicing the basic movements to the extreme will you be able to be comfortable in the face of a powerful enemy. Junilo nodded thoughtfully and spoke in a weak tone. "I know." Zuo Ling raised his hand and rubbed the top of her hair, letting her rest against his arms. Mecha combat is not just a confrontation of mental power. It's also a contest of strength, and only by constantly honing your basic movements will you be able to bring out the maximum power of your mecha in battle. Feeling almost rested, Juniro took out a recovery potion from space and drank 2 of them, and slowed down for a while longer. The recovery potion spread through her body, gradually revitalizing her tired body. She leaned into Zuo Ling's arms, feeling the warmth and strength of his chest, and an inexplicable peace of mind welled up in her heart. When he had regained his physical abilities, Junilua broke away from Zuo Ling's embrace, and a determined light rekindled in his eyes. "I'm ready, go on." Her voice was still a bit weak, but it was full of determination. Zuo Ling looked at her stubborn appearance. His heart was both relieved and heartbroken. He nodded slightly and stood behind Junielo once more, ready to continue instructing her in her training. Junilo refocused her mind on the control panel, this time with more concentration and composure. She understands the importance of basic moves and the fact that the only way to protect herself and those around her in future battles is to keep honing herself. The mech slowly advanced once again under the operation of Juniro. Chapter 83, You can take advantage of the opportunity to accept a few beast husbands. Each step the mech took was steady and powerful, as if it resonated with Juniro's determination. She stared intently at the control panel, her fingers nimbly switching between the various buttons and joysticks, controlling the mech's movements with precision. Zuo Ling was silently observing from the sidelines, his eyes showing approval. He could feel Junilua's growth. From her initial youthfulness to her current perseverance, she was constantly breaking through. As time passed, Junilo became more and more skillful in his maneuvers, and the movements of the mech became more and more fluid. By the time she came out of the mech bay, her legs were trembling, and if it wasn't for Zuo Ling supporting her from the side, she was afraid that she would have just collapsed to the ground. Junilua panted slightly, sweat soaked through her shirt. A few strands of hair plastered to her cheeks, but she couldn't hide the stubbornness and tenacity in her eyes. Zuo Ling's heart ached as he looked at her in this state. He gently took her by the shoulders, letting her lean on him as he slowly made his way toward the lounge area. All along the way, Juniro was trying to calm his breathing, his mind constantly replaying what he had just done in the mech. When they arrived at the rest area, Zuo Ling helped her sit down and handed over a bottle of water. Junilua took the water with a trembling hand and gulped it down, the cool liquid sliding down her throat and giving her a sense of relief. When she slowed down, Zuo Ling carried her to the upstairs treatment pod for treatment. Upon entering the healing pod, a soft glow enveloped Junilua. She felt as if her exhausted body was immersed in a warm ocean, every cell gradually relaxing and recovering. Zuo Ling stood guard beside the treatment pod, his eyes filled with concern and worry. Time passed slowly, and as the glow of the healing pod dimmed, Juniro slowly opened his eyes. She felt her body fill with strength, the exhaustion and soreness from before swept away. Zuo Ling rushed forward and helped her out of the healing pod. How does it feel? Zuo Ling asked softly. Jun Iroh gave a bright smile. Much better. I feel like I can keep fighting again. Zuo Ling frowned slightly. Don't be too brave. Your Highness needs to rest. Zuo Ling looked at Jun Ilua's stubborn appearance and an unspeakable heartache welled up in his heart. It's okay. I can practice some more. No. Your Highness must go back to rest. Zuo Ling's tone was firm and unquestionable. Jun Ilua still wanted to retort, but when he saw Zuo Ling's serious look, he swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Zuo Ling gently swept Jun Ilua over and led her back to her room. Your Highness, get a good night's sleep, and when you recover, we'll continue training. There's no rush, Zuo Ling said softly. Your Highness, sit down for a while. Zuo Ling went to the bathroom to put on water. Jun Ilua looked at the worry in Zuo Ling's eyes, not retorting, and slowly closed his eyes. A wave of exhaustion hit him and he slowly fell into a deep sleep. Zuo Ling put on the hot water and came out of the bathroom, and after seeing Jun Ilua fall asleep, he gently walked into the bathroom. Zuo Ling gently removed her sweaty clothes for her, put her into the bathtub, and gently wiped her body with warm water. His movements were incredibly gentle, as if he was caring for a precious treasure. Jun Iroh stirred slightly in his sleep, but did not wake up. Zuo Ling carefully washed Jun Ilua's hair, his fingers weaving in and out of the silky hair. Jun Ilua only felt as if he was on top of a warm cloud in his sleep, incomparably cozy. I don't know how much time had passed, but she woke up slowly, only to find herself in an unfamiliar environment. With a slight movement, she was surprised to realize that she was actually in the bathtub, and Zuo Ling was tenderly scrubbing her body. Jun Ilua's cheeks were instantly tinted with a scarlet red, and she tried to struggle to get up, but found herself weak. Don't move, Zuo Ling said softly, with an irresistible gentleness in his voice. Jun Iloh had to lie obediently, trying to ignore the shyness in his heart. Looking at Zuo Ling's focused look, a warm current surged in his heart. Zuo Ling carefully washed Jun Ilua, changed her into clean clothes, and blow-dried her hair before carrying her back to bed. Your Highness, get a good night's sleep. We'll continue training when you wake up, Zuo Ling said gently once again. Lying on the bed, the tiredness in his body once again came over him, and Jun Iroh just drifted off to sleep. Zuo Ling looked at her sleeping face and kissed her on the cheek, then got up and went back to the bathroom to help her please wash the clothes she changed out of. Jun Ilua was awakened by the star power alert, the crisp beeping sound standing out in the quiet room. She sat up in a daze and reached out with a somewhat shaky hand to connect to the star power. The Queen's gentle voice came from the other end. Lolo, what are you going to do for your birthday next week? Jun Iroh rubbed his sleepy eyes and tried to clear his thoughts. She recalled the scenes of the original owner's birthdays in previous years, which were all big and extravagant. The entire palace was decorated and bustling. Even the royal families of other galaxies had sent congratulatory gifts. The scene was grand and spectacular. Today's Jun Iroh, however, didn't want to go to such trouble. She frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before slowly saying, Mother, just keep it simple for this birthday. I don't want to be too ostentatious and wasteful. The Queen on the other end of the phone was obviously a bit surprised and said after a moment of silence, That won't do. The invitation has already been sent out by Mother. Luo, your birthday is a big event. You can't be so hasty. Moreover, you can take this opportunity to collect a few more beast husbands. As you know, our royal family needs more power to consolidate its rule. Jun Ilua's beautiful brows knit as she listened to the Queen's words. It was nothing to meet someone who fit the bill and take them under her skirt, but she didn't want to consolidate her royal position by taking in beast husbands like this. She wants what she likes, not a union for political purposes. Rather, 3 now was already enough of a headache for her, and a few more backyards must not make a mess. Mother, I don't want to take in any more beast husbands for the time being. I hope to find someone who truly loves me, not someone who approaches me for power and status, Jun Ilua said firmly. The Queen sighed. Lolo, you are still young and don't understand the importance of these things. However, Mother is also doing this for your own good. You must realize that as a member of the royal family, your responsibility is not only for your own happiness, but also for the future of the entire country. Jun Iroh fell silent, knowing that there was some truth to the Queen's words, but she didn't want to go against her heart. Mother, I'll think about it, but I really want to keep it simple this birthday. She didn't want a birthday party to turn into a blind date. When the Queen saw Jun Iloh's resolute attitude, she couldn't force herself any further. Alright, since you insist, then this birthday will be done as you wish. However, you should also think more about the future of the empire and not always be capricious. Jun Iloh nodded. I know, Mother, I will consider it. After hanging up the star telephony, Jun Iloh leaned against the bed and fell into deep thought. However, it wasn't long before the star telephony rang again. Chapter 84, Is Your Highness choosing a husband again? Juniro helplessly picked up and the queen's voice came again. Luo, I have just discussed this with your father, so don't be too busy rejecting the matter of accepting beast husbands. Listen to the queen mother talk to you properly. There was a hint of worry in the queen's tone. What's wrong? Lolo, you have to realize that the empire is not at peace right now. There are dark currents between the various galaxies, and conflict could break out at any time. I've just received news that the Federation is preparing to marry planet Kaya. You should know that once their two spheres reach a marriage, our relationship with the Federation to keep each other in check will be broken. Accepting beast husband is not only to consolidate the position of the royal family, but also to strengthen our country's strength. At that time, not only our own beastmen, other empires' royal family will also visit. You choose the right candidate well, the queen said in a serious tone. Junilo frowned slightly. Mother, I understand your concern. However, I don't think that collecting beast husbands is the only way to solve the problem. We can strengthen the country in other ways, such as developing cultivation, pharmaceuticals and strengthening military training. The queen sighed. Luo, mother knows all that you said, but the results will be at least 3 to 5 years later. Our country can no longer afford to be depleted after several years of bug battles and huge losses in military and national strength. Mother, it won't be that long. Believe me, in less than 2 years the Karen Empire, will surely become one of the most powerful countries in the galaxy. The queen was silent for a moment, then said, Luo, mother knows you have talent. However, the strength of an individual is ultimately limited, and in our position, we sometimes have to make some sacrifices, and mother won't force you to choose an orc you don't like. Junilua's heart fluttered, and she had to admit that the queen's words had some truth to them. Still, she couldn't take the idea lightly. Mother, let me reconsider, Junilua said. The queen's heart was relieved when she saw Juniro's attitude loosen. Good, Luo, think about it, the future of the empire is in your hands. Mother believes you will make the right choice. After hanging up the star telephone, Juniro collapsed onto the bed and continued to sleep with his head covered. She knew what her father and mother meant. On the one hand, they were defending against the Federation Empire. On the other hand, they were preparing to slowly deliver the Karen Empire to her. And the Na sidekick was to help her consolidate her position. Juniro slowly got up from the bed and rubbed his still somewhat groggy head. The vague uneasiness lingered in her mind, as if something was about to happen. Seven was nowhere to be found either, and no matter how much she called out, there was no response. This made her uneasiness grow stronger. She opened her light brain, her finger hovering over the top of the screen, and was about to send a message to Zuo Ling, Karanti, and She Shadow to discuss the situation with them. Then he saw Zuo Ling's message. Your Highness, there is an urgent call at home, and a trip home is required. A brief sentence, but it caused a hint of loss to well up in Juniloa's heart. She was used to waking up with them around her, and now that it was rare to be without one, the feeling of emptiness was a little disconcerting. She sighed slightly. Habits were terrible things, and turned her head to ask Kayasoft, where's Corentin and She Shadow? Where did they go? Your Highness, Corentin and She Shadow left early in the morning. Junilo frowned. The doubt in his heart increased. Usually they would go out and greet him first. Today she didn't get up too late. She decided to go to them herself. Junilua brought Yule to the planting academy. The academy was in full swing. The students were busy planting outside, and when they saw her, they just got up to greet her and went back to their busy schedules. She looked around, but didn't see Corentin. Stopping a passing student, Junielo asked softly, where's Karanti? The student who was stopped shook his head and said, Your Highness, Corentin has not been here for the past 2 days. Juniello's brow furrowed as Corentin lied to her. Juniro and Yule left the planting academy and headed to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Along the way, her thoughts were in turmoil as various speculations surfaced in her mind, all of which she dismissed one by one. When they arrived at the Potion Research Institute and saw Shi Ying's busy figure, Junilua was inexplicably relieved. She stood quietly in the doorway, watching She Shadow intently mix the potion. She Shadow seemed to sense someone watching him and raised his head, a surprised smile on his face when he saw Junilua. Your Highness, what brings you here? She Shadow put down the tools in her hands and greeted her. Came by to see you. She accompanied She Shadow in his experiments until the evening, when she took him and Yule back to the house. Chingsoft had already had the meal prepared, and during the meal, she talked about having a birthday banquet and instructed Chingsoft to set up the venue. On the other side, Zuo Ling, who had just returned to the marshal's mansion, was taken to the study by the marshal's old man to discuss things. In the study, the atmosphere was grave, and the marshal was serious, discussing with Zuo Ling the changes in the current situation of the galaxy and some important military deployments. Zuo Ling listened intently, offering his own insights and opinions from time to time. and the discussion between father and son lasted for a long time. After the discussion was over, Zuo Ling followed his parents to the dining room. At the dinner table, Mrs. Marshall looked at her son, whom she had not seen in a long time. With concern in her eyes, she took the lead and asked, Zuo Ling, how is your relationship with the princess? Zuo Ling froze slightly. Jun Ilua's figure appeared in his mind. His eyes darkened. Then he said softly, everything is fine. The marshal's wife frowned slightly and hated it when she heard it. You child, why don't you know to take the initiative to fight for it? I heard that the queen is preparing to choose a sidekick for the princess at her birthday banquet, and all the major families have heard that they are secretly preparing to send their sons of the right age to the princess to be chosen. Aren't you in the least bit anxious? Zuo Ling was silent, but his heart was flooded with waves. Is your highness choosing a husband again? What gift are you going to give the princess? The marshal's wife pressed again when she saw that he was silent. Zuo Ling didn't hide it. Don't worry, mother. I've already had someone customize a set of jewelry. I believe the princess will like it. Marshal's wife frowned slightly. What kind of jewelry princess does not have? She rare you this jewelry? Zuo Ling froze and didn't seem to have thought about this. He originally thought that females love jewelry, and that his highness should like it. But after what his mother had said, he also felt that his thoughts seemed a bit simplistic. Listen to mother. You will be there. Mrs. Marshall came close to Zuo Ling and whispered her plan. Zuo Ling stared at her mother with wide eyes. Incredulously. How could he not have expected his mother to come up with such an idea? What are you looking at? Trust me. The females love it. Mrs. Marshall looked at Zuo Ling's surprised expression and said with some dissatisfaction. Zuo Ling opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but didn't know what to say. Chapter 85, The Lying Claimante. After dinner, Jun Ilua sat in the courtyard, looking at the stars in the night sky and calling out to Shao-Chi in his head, but Shao-Chi still did not respond. Her heart was always vaguely uneasy, as if something big was about to happen. This, coupled with Courtlandy's concealment, was becoming more and more irritating. Shadow stayed quietly by her side, seeming to sense her unease. Your Highness, is there something on your mind? Shadow asked softly. Jun Iroh spoke after a while. It's fine. Think about the banquet again. Whatever your Highness decides, Shadow supports it. Even if I want to nab a sidekick, I'm fine with that? As soon as Jun Ilua's words left his mouth, the air seemed to freeze instantly. Shadow was slightly stunned, and a trace of imperceptible loss flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. He gently pursed his lips and slowly said, as long as your Highness is happy, Xiying will have no objections. Jun Iroh looked at Xiying's calm face, but a trace of guilt inexplicably welled up in his heart. She knew how Xiying felt about herself and understood how much courage it took for him to say those words. She wasn't sure if there would be anyone else later. At least she wasn't planning on it now. This princess has no intention of taking a sidekick for the time being. Shadow's eyes lit up slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Your Highness is fine as you wish. Shadow only wishes your Highness all the best and no troubles. The night breeze blew through, dispersing much of the dryness. Jun Iroh looked at the stars in the night sky, the irritation in his heart gradually subsiding. On the other side of the world, Karanti was at this time in the underground transformation row of the Central Star Mecha Mall. Various improved mechs were placed around the store, and they were like a piece of exquisite artwork, exuding a powerful technological charm. The interior was dimly lit, and beams of cold-tone light cast down from the ceiling, hitting the cold metal parts and reflecting an eerie glow. Courtlandy frowned slightly as he anxiously rummaged through a cluttered pile of parts to find the right one. His fingers traveled quickly through the pile of parts, picking one up from time to time to scrutinize it, and setting it down again, the metal clashing with a soft thump. He had wanted to send Jun Iroh a mech that he could pilot, but there just wasn't enough time for that either, and he wasn't technologically mature enough for him to research and create it. He then decided to make a model of a mech to give to her, and when the conditions allowed him to do so, he would definitely go and study hard to create a mech that could be piloted and suitable for a female to pilot to give to her. He chose several models, but in the end, he chose the rabbit mech model. He thought Jun Iroh should like it. The materials for this model, however, are harder to put together. He needed to find special metals that were strong and lightweight, as well as fine parts that would perfectly render the rabbit's shape. After 2 days of work, he finally got all the parts together. He first picked up the most crucial main frame, a carefully selected high-strength alloy that was both lightweight and strong. Kronti carefully wiped down every spot on the frame to make sure there were no blemishes. Then he began to install the tiny parts, and each screw was tightened just right, neither too loose nor too tight. A little bit of time passed, and he had only put together a prototype of his model. The part of making the bunny shape was the most challenging. Courtlandy used a special tool to bend the metal piece into the shape of a rabbit's ear, and then carefully welded it to the head of the mech. His eyes were focused and serious. and fine beads of sweat were once again oozing from his forehead, but he didn't notice it at all. The position and angle of the ears were adjusted over and over again, and by the time he was satisfied, it was late at night. To learn this, he not only did his homework, but also lowered himself to ask the remodeler here many times. By the time he returned to the princess's residence, it was already early in the morning. The night was as dark as ink, and there were only a few dim street lamps illuminating the residence. Thinking that Juniro had already gone to bed, Corentin didn't go over to the main courtyard, but went straight back to his own. He slowly pushed open the door to the courtyard, his mind still calculating the plan to continue perfecting the mech model tomorrow. As he thought about it, he didn't notice that the light in the room was on. Pushing open the door to his room door, he saw Juniro leaning against the bed brushing his light brain. Corentin froze, surprise and panic in his eyes. Your Highness, why are you here? Corentin's voice trembled a little as he stood nervously in the doorway. Not knowing what to do, Juniello turned off her optical brain and lifted her head slightly, her eyes calm. She looked at Coranti, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. 2:16. That busy? Coranti stammered. Not knowing how to answer, he didn't want Juniello to know that he was preparing a gift for her, fearing that if this surprise was revealed ahead of time, there would be no surprise. He scratched his head, his eyes flickering. Your Highness, I've been at the Planting Academy, and I just got back from being busy. Corentin's eyes were a little averted and his voice trembled slightly as he looked nervously at Juniello. Juniello frowned slightly, looking at his lying not even sharp saying appearance, and did not ask more questions. Now that he had her mark on him, he would certainly not do anything to wrong himself. The list of students was recently sent over and were sifting through it. That was true, but the screening of trainees was not something he could use his hands on. Courtlandy's eyes twinkled slightly as he said this, but in his mind he was calculating how to get the mech model done as quickly as possible. Juniello listened to him and nodded slightly, seemingly accepting the explanation. In that case, rest well, Juniello said and got up to leave. Although she knew deep down that Corentin would never betray her, the feeling of being lied to still upset her greatly. If she hadn't gone to the Planting Academy today, she wouldn't have known that Corentin had lied to her. Can your Highness not leave? Corentin panicked a little when he saw she was leaving. Even though her face was as usual, he could just sense she was angry. He wondered if it was because he was late getting back. Your Highness, I'll be sure to come back earlier next time. Corentin, are you sure you're at the Planting Academy all day? Juniluo's tone was calm, but it was like a thunderbolt in Corentin's ears. The buzz exploded. He lowered his head in a slight panic, then hurriedly raised it again, his eyes filled with panic. He looked at Junilua and said eagerly, Your Highness, no, I'm wrong. I really didn't mean to lie to you. I just wanted to surprise you when it was finished. So don't be mad. Okay. Surprise? I don't think so. Corentin became more and more alarmed at seeing her in this state. He took a step forward and tried to take Junilo's hand, but he was afraid that she would get angry and not dare to really touch it. Your Highness, please don't be angry. I really know I'm wrong and will never lie to you again. Junilua's anger subsided a bit as she looked at Corentin's panicked appearance, but she still had a stern face and said, It had better be. If there's a next time, you don't have to come back. When she finished, she turned to leave. Corentin was even more alarmed when he saw her going, and in his haste he pulled the person straight into his arms. Chapter 86, Courtlandy's Inches and Feet. He moved with some urgency, but with caution. Juniello was a bit stunned by his sudden move, and was just about to struggle when she heard Corentin whisper urgently in her ear, Your Highness, please don't be angry. I really know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. I just wanted to surprise you. His voice trembled slightly, carrying a strong sense of guilt and unease. Juniello's heart fluttered slightly. She could feel Corentin's sincerity and panic. She hadn't really been angry. She just didn't like the feeling of being lied to. At this moment, being held tightly in Corentin's arms, the trace of anger in her heart gradually dissipated. Juniello gently nudged Coranti and said, Okay, let go of me. Corentin refused to let go, and he held Juniello tightly as if she would disappear if he let go. I won't unless you kiss me. Kiss me and I'll let go. Corentin's tone was tinged with a touch of childish obstinacy, but his eyes were full of anticipation and longing. Juniro glared breathlessly at Coranti and said, Don't you get ahead of yourself. Coranti, however, would not relent and hugged Juniello tightly, burying her head in the nape of her neck and rubbing it gently. Your Highness, just give me a kiss. I know I'm wrong, and I definitely won't lie to you again. His voice was soft and sappy. June Elohim's heart wavered a bit, and her heart softened as she looked at Corentin's pitiful appearance. She lifted her head slightly and dropped a soft kiss on Corentin's cheek. Corentin's eyes instantly lit up, and he broke into a wide smile, as if it were the warmest sunshine in spring. Your Highness, you are so kind. He hugged Junilua tightly as if he had the whole world. Junilua gently pushed him. Alright, you can let go now. Cruelty, however, still clung to her, his eyes full of dismay. Will your highness stay tonight? I could wear that outfit for you. Hasn't your highness always wanted to see it? Junilo almost choked on her own saliva. She glared at Corentin and said, what are you babbling about? Quickly let go of me. Instead of letting go, Corentin held Junaro tighter. His chin gently rested against Junilua's shoulder, and his warm breath sprayed over her neck, causing her body to tremble slightly. Your highness, just stay. I promise to serve you well. June Elohim's heart couldn't help but speed up a few points as she tried to keep herself calm. Don't need it. Don't really want to see it. Hearing June Ilo's words, Corentin's body stiffened slightly, and he bit his lip, trying to suppress the aggression and loss in his heart. After a few moments, he slowly opened his mouth, his voice carrying a trace of strong reluctance. Your highness really doesn't love me anymore. Corentin slowly let go of his hand and turned his back to Juniello. His shoulders shook slightly as if he was trying to restrain himself. Okay, stop pretending and get your ass in the shower. Coranti's entire body leapt up at the sound of it, and a bright light instantly blossomed in her eyes. He turned around violently, his face overflowing with surprise and excitement. Your highness, are you agreeing to stay? The words were filled with eager anticipation. June Ilo looked at him in that manner, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Nice try. This princess just told you to take a bath. She didn't say you had to stay. Corentin's smile faltered slightly, but quickly raised it again. Your highness, just stay. I promise to be good. As he spoke, he moved closer to Junilua, his eyes filled with supplication. All right, don't go yet. As if pardoned, Courtlandy immediately rushed to the bathroom, so light on her feet that she seemed to be flying. Your highness is not allowed to leave. Along with his words, the bathroom door closed at the same time. In the bathroom, Corentin quickly rinsed himself off, his movements dry and crisp, but his mind full of anxiety. He was afraid Junaro would leave while he was in the shower, so he sped up as much as he could. The water splashed down his body, following the lines of his body as he slathered on the body wash and scrubbed a haphazard rinse. It wasn't long before Corentin finished his shower, toweling his body haphazardly for a few moments. He put on his clothes, then couldn't wait to open the bathroom door. When he saw that Junilua was still in the room, the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Your highness, it's good that you're still around. There was a hint of excitement in Corentin's voice. In too much of a hurry, he hadn't even dried off the water on him. The water that hadn't been completely wiped off his hair and neck slowly trickled down over his broad shoulders and soaked his pajamas. The pajamas clung to his skin under the water, outlining his upturned body in tight lines. The slightly open neckline reveals a hidden collarbone that exudes an unintentional sexiness. The soaked fabric hugged his solid chest, the outline of his pecs vaguely visible, full of masculine power. June Ilo's gaze fell on him, and an imperceptible flicker flashed through his eyes. She wasn't the type to just look and not do anything, and hooked her finger for him to come over. Corentin's eyes instantly lit up, and he walked over to Juniro with a somewhat eager stride, bowing his head slightly as he waited for her next move. Juniello slowly reached out and brushed his hand against Corentin's cheek. His skin was warm and delicate to the touch, causing June Ilo's heart to skip a beat. Corentin's body stiffened slightly, a flash of surprise and delight in his eyes. He looked at June Iro silently, as if time stood still in this moment. Juniro's fingers gently traced the contours of Coranti's face, from his forehead to the bridge of his nose to his slightly pursed lips. It finally traveled down the jawline, traced the knot of the throat, and came to rest at the somewhat disheveled collar of the coat. Junilo's fingers gently picked at Corentin's buttons, his eyes smiling as he said softly, "Go lie down on the bed." Corentin's cheeks instantly flushed scarlet, but her eyes sparkled with surprise and anticipation. He went to the bed as he was told and slowly lay down, his gaze always locked on Junilo. Junilo looked at the slightly nervous Corentin on the bed, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, tracing a charming arc. She sauntered over to the bed and leaned down close to Corentin, her silky hair brushing against his face, bringing a slight tickle. Corentin's breathing became more and more rapid, his heart seeming to beat out of his chest. "Your Highness," said Corentin, with a trace of imperceptible trembling in his voice. Juniello reached out a slender finger and gently pressed it to Corentin's lips, shaking his head slightly to signal him to keep quiet. Her eyes were seductive and her lips were tipped with a smile, leaving Corentin completely mesmerized and unable to stop himself. Juniello straightened up slightly and gently undid his tunic, revealing his pale, snow-like skin and beautifully moving curves. Corentin's eyes widened momentarily, eyes full of wonder and longing. Juniro leaned down close to Coranti once more, his lips gently pressing close to his ear as he spoke. Courtlandy's face instantly exploded red. Chapter 88, What Mechs are Female Families Learning? Then, A group of small mechanical monsters suddenly came from all directions. They were extremely fast, lunging at the mech with teeth and claws. Juno did not panic and quickly switched to attack mode. The energy gun in the mech's hand sprayed out a powerful beam of light, hitting those monsters with precision. Each shot was accompanied by a strong vibration and glow, as if it were a brilliant fireworks display. After repelling the mechanical monsters, Juno was greeted by another huge canyon. The gusty winds and turbulent air currents in the canyon posed a great challenge to the flight of the mech. She took a deep, steadying breath and activated the mech's flight system. The mech slowly rose into the air, struggling to keep its balance in the howling wind. With sharp reflexes and precise maneuvers, Juno managed to cross the canyon. As the test progressed, Juno's skills and reflexes were honed. She maneuvered the rabbit-type mech and fought her way through the levels, as she kept adjusting her strategy to the different situations, and successfully made it through 2 levels in a row. However, when she came to the 3rd level, not long after entering the track, a black shadow struck like lightning, and Juno was instantly struck before he even had a chance to see what the other party looked like. The mech jolted as the system alerted that it had taken a heavy hit, and her eyes were instantly confused. Juno was shocked, and she quickly tried to stabilize her mech, but the enemy's attack was too swift for her to react effectively. In just a few moments, she was seconds away. Juno's newly aroused confidence was instantly shattered again, but there was still an unwillingness in her heart, and she stared at the screen tightly, recalling the battle in the party. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't get past this 3rd hurdle. Without hesitation, she reopened the pass mode again, vowing to conquer this 3rd level. The rabbit mech reappeared at the start of the track, and Juno was fully focused and mentally concentrated. She carefully maneuvered the mech forward, wary of any hint of movement around her, preparing herself to respond. Before she had time to react more, a black shadow flashed, and she was once again instantly killed by her opponent. The mech's screen went dark, and Juno sat there in a daze, frustration flooding his mind like a tidal wave. It didn't even last half a minute. Juno took a deep breath and began to review the battle he had just fought in his mind, thinking about his next course of action. But her opponent was so fast that she couldn't even see how he did it. After experiencing multiple seconds of being killed by the enemies of the 3rd level, she finally came back to train honestly. Thinking back to the techniques Zoran had taught her and the guidance the cat-type mecha boy had once given, she began to combine the two together. With constant practice, Juno was pleasantly surprised to find that his speed was actually quite a bit faster. Each operation became smoother, and the mech became more responsive. Just as Juno was engrossed in his training, the usual taunts of the cat-type mecha boy once again rang in his ears. Juno only frowned slightly, then automatically ignored the words of the mouthy teenager and continued to devote his full attention to the training. She knew that it was pointless to argue with the teenager, and that the only way to do so was to keep improving her strength. But the teenager did not intend to stop there, as he began to correct Juno's small mistakes in training with his tricky and venomous words. "Hey, your movements are too stiff. You still want to pass the level just like that? Dream on, Juno. Look at your operation. It's simply miserable. Can you use your brain?" The teenager's words came like a barrage, each one carrying a sharp criticism. "Knowing that you're no good. You still don't practice much." The cat-shaped mecha boy's voice rang out once again, carrying with it a voice full of dislike and impatience. Juno's eyes darkened slightly, but quickly regained their determination. She continued to ignore the teenager's taunts and just focused more on her training. Her hands gripped the joystick tightly as she maneuvered the rabbit-type mech into one precise movement. The teenager's diatribe continued, and no matter how Juno tweaked it, he found fault. Juno didn't want to pay any attention, but the teenager spoke too harshly. "Don't underestimate people. Maybe I'll progress so fast that I'll surpass you in no time." The teenager let out a snort. "Just you? Don't daydream. You're full of holes in even the most basic operations, and you still want to surpass me? Just practice for another 100 years or so." Juno bit her lip and shut up. "It's so whimsical. You're like a headless fly right now, bouncing around without a shred of discipline." The teenager continued to speak venomously. "What do you know? I'm exploring what works for me," Juno said defiantly. "Exploring? I think you're wasting your time. If you have this kind of effort, you might as well go and practice more basic skills." The teenager struck out unmercifully. "And all you do is talk. So teach me if you can." "Teach you? I don't teach people who are hot for 3 minutes. I advise you to give up before it's too late. What kind of mecha do females learn at home?" The teenager mocked. Juno was silent for a moment, knowing that the teenager was angry because she hadn't been online for the past few days. Originally, she also begged someone to teach her, but she ended up practicing for a few days and then ran away. Anyone else would think she was just practicing for fun. She took a deep breath and said seriously, "I'm not fooling around. Something just got in the way the last few days. The teenager grunted coldly, clearly not believing her. If you were really determined, you wouldn't be delayed. I'm not online because I'm really busy. I'm not going to give up. So shut up if you're not going to teach. The teenager narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up Juno. Fine, then I'll wait and see how long you can last. But let me tell you, mecha manipulation isn't that easy. Don't think you can just practice and succeed. I know, but I'm not afraid of difficulties. I'll become a good mech manipulator. The teenager looked at Juno's stubborn appearance and his heart moved slightly. Though his mouth was unforgiving, he actually hoped that Juno would actually stick around. After all, it was the first time I'd seen a female willing to learn mech, with a decent amount of talent. I can tell she's been practicing the last few days. Just pissed that she disappeared for a few days without saying a word. The teenager pursed his lips tightly, trying to suppress his inner conflict. He knew he shouldn't get angry so easily, but for some reason this particular female always tugged at his emotions so easily. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but the irritation lingered. Thinking that he would not be able to go online for some time in the near future, he suppressed his temper to teach her properly. The teen sked, summoning his mech and entering the cockpit. Watch this. I'm only going to teach it once. This time the teenager didn't teach verbally as he had done in the past, but instead came directly to Juno's side and handily taught her step by step how to defend and how to counterattack. Chapter 89. Why do you come to coax me when you have a new husband? The teenager's hand held the joystick steady, his movements skillful and fluid. As he maneuvers, he succinctly explains the points and timing of each move. Juno was a bit dazed at first. She hadn't expected the teenager to teach her in such a way at all. Soon, however, she was focused and attentive to the teenager's demonstration, trying to memorize every detail. The teenager's expression was still serious, but there was more focus in his eyes. He patiently repeated each movement, making sure Juno could understand and master it. But his mouth wasn't idle either, constantly counting Juno down. Juno, for the sake of his seriousness in teaching, automatically blocked out the harsh words and only listened to what was helpful to her. She knew that although the teenager had a poisonous mouth, he did correct a lot of her mistakes. She watched each of the teenager's movements intently, taking in the techniques and essentials. Under the teenager's guidance, she gradually mastered the techniques of defense and counterattack, and the movements of her mech became more fluid and powerful. She thought that maybe he was just motivating her to improve in a special way. Over the next few days, Juno took the time to come up and practice for a few hours every day, and as she was able to hold out longer and longer, she could clearly feel the sea of spiritual awareness expanding. I'm glad and at the same time a little sad that she can't go online to practice for her birthday party soon. I wanted to talk to the other party, but I was forced to exit the virtual world because my mental energy was too much. By the time she came out of the healing pod, Yule was already waiting at the door. When he saw her, he bowed respectfully. Your Highness, there's a lead on what you asked to be investigated. Juno nodded slightly, signaling for Yule to continue. With a grave expression, Yule said, Your Highness, we discovered last night that Earl had a private meeting with the Orlan family. There's nothing unusual about that, but what's odd is that shortly after he left, we traced an email to the Federation. We didn't dare intercept the mail so as not to spook him. Juno's eyes flinched. It was actually the Orlan family. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her thoughts racing like electricity. The Orin family had an undeniable power in the Karen Empire, and what surprised her was that their wife's main husband was a side branch of the Karen royal family. Keep sending people to keep an eye on it and report any problems. Wulu nodded and responded, Yes, Your Highness. My subordinate has already deployed additional manpower to closely monitor their every move. June Elohim nodded slightly, his lips curling as he thought of the potion she had given to Earl. Earl is still in a hurry. If she would have definitely researched all the ingredients of the potion before taking advantage of the birthday party to butt heads with the other side. Given her mother's nature, she must have sent an invitation to the Federation as well. Time slipped away and soon it was the day before the birthday party. The space station of the Central Star was bustling with activity as a ship of various shapes and sizes arrived one after another, bringing guests from different galaxies. Almost all of those who came this time were young orcs who hadn't been coupled up, and they were all handsome, with anticipation and longing in their eyes. Its purpose was self-evident. It was rumored all over Starnet that their imperial princess was going to choose a husband at her birthday feast, and they were all guessing which orc was lucky enough to be chosen by her. Juno looked at this lively scene, but in her heart, she was somewhat helpless. Looking at this situation, she couldn't even pick one of them if she didn't. Corentin is furious when he learns that the queen is going to take advantage of the birthday feast to choose a husband for Juniello, and he won't eat his meal. He couldn't beat the three of them, but with another one, where would he find a place beside His Highness? The more Coranti thought about it, the angrier she got. and finally changed back into her beastly form and flew to the roof to nestle and ignore no one. The more Cruelty thought about it, the more angry he became, and the more his heart felt as if it were going to burst into flames. Everyone knew that Her Highness was going to choose a sidekick, but he was the only one who was kept in the dark. He felt like he was being left out by everyone, and that feeling of isolation made him uncomfortable to the core, especially when he thought that even Jun Ilua, who he had always regarded as his wife's master, did not put him in his heart, and did not even mention such an important matter to him. He still learned the news from someone else's mouth, and it was a huge blow to his self-esteem. Jun Ilo had searched half of the princess's mansion without finding anyone, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little worried. Kotori Kite, who was hiding on the roof and sulking, was finally seen under the surveillance. She sighed, feeling both helpless and slightly amused. Koran Tin, get down here. Karanti's body moved slightly when she heard Juniro's call, but stubbornly refused to go down. He felt that he was now very aggrieved. Super aggrieved. And Junilua had to be coaxed properly before he could do so. Koran Tin, don't be grumpy. Come down here first and we'll talk. Koran Tin was a little more comfortable hearing that, but still a little pulled back. He fluttered his wings, but didn't fly down right away. Koran Tin, sure you don't want to come down? If you don't come down I'll give your gift to someone else. Finally, Koran Tin couldn't help himself. He spread his wings and flew down, changing back to his human form after landing in front of Jun Ilo, but he still had a stern face and didn't speak. Jun Iro couldn't help but laugh at his puffed up look. Well, don't be mad. Juniro pulled him into his arms and tilted his head back to kiss him on his arched lips. Corentin's eyes widened momentarily and his body stiffened slightly, then slowly relaxed as if melting. But soon, he remembered that he was still angry, and gamely tried to break away from Junilua's embrace. Junielo held him tightly, not letting him go. Knock it off, Corentin, Junilo said gently. Corentin looked away from Juniro. I'm still angry. Junielo reached out and turned Coranti's face around. Okay, don't be mad. It's my fault. Corentin still didn't say anything, only pouting slightly. Juniro couldn't help but smile at his adorable appearance. And what would it take for you not to get mad? What would it take for you not to get mad? Corenti grunted and looked away. What are you doing coaxing me when you're about to have a new beast husband? Junilo sighed helplessly. What are you thinking about? Who said I'm getting a new beast husband? Corenti gave her an exasperated glare, but the words that came out were as condescending as they could be. Everyone is spreading the word that you don't want us when you have a new beast husband. Juniro wrenched his face again and looked him seriously in the eyes. Corentin, you have a unique place in my heart that will not change just because there are other beastmen. I am true to each of you and in no way favor one over the other. There was still doubt in Corenti's eyes. Then promise to spend more time with me later. Junilua smiled gently. Okay, I promise. I will make more time for you in the future. Corentin eased his face a little at that, but still muttered. Then you're not allowed to go back on your word. Good. Then you're sleeping with me tonight. Corentin gave an inch. Juniro cried a little. The time was allotted by them and now he had to break it himself. But today it is Zuo Ling who serves the bed. I don't care. I want to sleep with you tonight. Corentin's eyes reddened as he spoke. You've talked to them about taking in beastmen, and you're avoiding me alone, aren't you? Chapter 90, Birthday Banquet. Junero's heart softened, and he hastily hugged Coranti, softly comforting her. It's not like that, Coranti. Mother did mention it, but I didn't intend to take in a newcomer, so I thought there was no need to speak out. Coranti's eyes reddened. I knew it. I'm one of those unnecessary beings in your mind. Junolo. No, I just didn't get a chance to tell you. Then you stay with me tonight. Junilo frowned slightly and said with some difficulty, but it has already been arranged for Zuo Ling to serve the bed, so it is not too good to make a sudden change like this. Tears almost fell from Coranti's eyes when she heard that. You just don't love me anymore. You don't even think about my feelings. Junilua looked at his aggrieved tears and was a little distressed, but Zuo Ling sighed. Why don't you guys get together? It wasn't as if they hadn't been together anyway, so she just broke it down. Coranti grunted reluctantly in agreement. Junilua had a hard time coaxing people, and when he turned his head, he saw Zuo Ling who was standing pensively not far away. With such a close distance, with the ear power of the orcs, Zuo Ling is bound to have heard it all. She was instantly a little embarrassed, and Zuo Ling just quietly looked at her with complex emotions in his eyes. Juniro opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Corentin also noticed Zuo Ling at this time, and he slightly raised his chin with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Zuo Ling was silent for a moment and slowly walked over. Junilua's heart was in his throat, not knowing what Zuo Ling would say. Zuo Ling stood fixed in front of them, his eyes first falling on Coranti, and then looking at Junilo. If your highness decides, Zuo Ling has no opinion. It's just that it's going to be a hard night for your highness. Juniro was first stunned, then his old face flushed. Having said that, in consideration of tomorrow's birthday banquet, the two of them didn't dare to be too licentious, and stopped after one person at a time. Junilua was caught in the middle. Her heartbeat had yet to calm down and the blush on her face had yet to fade. She slightly tilted her head sideways. To her left was Corentin, to her right was Zuo Ling. The two's auras intertwined around her, causing an unspeakable complexity to well up in her heart. She bit her bottom lip gently, unsure of how to break the slightly awkward silence. And Corentin and Zoran seemed to be caught up in their own thoughts, perhaps thinking about tomorrow's birthday party, or perhaps reminiscing about the intimate moment they just had. Zuo Ling saw her delay in closing her eyes and dropped a kiss on her brow. Your Highness, sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow. Gradually, Juniro's thoughts relaxed and sleepiness slowly set in. The birthday banquet site was lavishly and atmospherically decorated, with bright lights illuminating the entire banquet hall. Gorgeous decorations and exquisite tableware highlight the dignity and grandeur of the royal family. The guests were dressed in their finery, talking in groups, and the atmosphere was warm and cheerful. The young orc guests were particularly eye-catching. Every orc was dressed extremely flamboyantly. All of them held the mentality that even if Her Highness couldn't look down on them, it would be good to be looked at by other females. The flow of everything was normal. The Queen, His Majesty, sat in the main seat. Junilo with three beast husbands sat in the lower hand respectively. Before the banquet began, the people have sent congratulatory gifts. There are the native Central Star major officials of the world's families and luxury family of congratulatory gifts. There are other planets of the prince. After the congratulatory gift was over, it was time for the orcs to perform a show to cheer up the crowd, who ate fruit pastries and watched the beauty show. This would have been a normal thing to do, but at today's banquet, all the people were just focused on eating. It was really because the princess house's food was so delicious, and the fruits were also fresh and tasty. The crowd was so busy eating this and tasting that they didn't care to watch the orc show. Junilua wanted to watch the show, but the three people around her were eyeing her, making her somewhat helpless. With a slight sideways glance, he glanced over at Karanti, who was frowning slightly, his eyes full of displeasure. Looking at Zuo Ling again, his face looked calm as usual, to the aura emanating from his body, making many beastmen not dare to look directly at this side. Xiying resumed her previous cool appearance, only having a gentle side when she faced Junilua. He carefully laid out her food and pitched it to her mouth. Isn't it enough that Your Highness has the three of us? None of them are as good looking as us. Your Highness can look at us if you want. Juniro cried and laughed as he tried to persuade again. It's a banquet. Everyone is watching the show. Wouldn't it be strange if I didn't? Everyone is busy eating. That's what Zuo Ling said. And when Junilo looked at it, it was true. The time afterward was when any orc she looked at twice would warn them with a dark, cold stare, and Junilo pretended not to see it and looked down to eat. But there are also those who are not afraid of their cold stares, and who court them outright. A young beastman dressed in a gorgeous costume stood out. He was undaunted by the cold eyes of the three beastmen. His eyes were firm and blazing as he looked straight at Junilua. Your Highness, I am Lan En, the son of the Prime Minister, and I have admired you for a long time. Today I was able to meet you and was even more impressed by your beauty and temperament. I request that you give me a chance to become your companion. Lane's voice was loud and firm, echoing throughout the ballroom. Junilua was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting someone to make a straightforward courtship in this situation. She looked somewhat awkwardly at the three beast husbands around her, only to see that none of them looked very well, and were only forcing down their emotions. In front of many people, it was not good for her to refuse too bluntly and politely. Ran was undeterred. Then I implore Your Highness to allow Ran to become a follower of Your Highness. All the eyes fell on her side. If in the refusal of the left minister's family will certainly be dissatisfied. Juniello had to nod. It was just followers anyway. A female could have countless followers. It was up to the orc to fight for it. It was all the orc's willingness to do so. With the first came the second, and the third, and the party finally drew to a close when Juniro rejected the eighth. Everything was normal. Nothing happened, and just as everyone was getting up to say goodbye, the warning voice of System 7 rang in her head. Danger approaching detected. Host, please be careful. In that instant, the entire banquet hall seemed to be shrouded in a terrifying haze. Zuo Ling and Wulu reacted extremely quickly, almost instinctively shielding Junilua in the center with one on the left and one on the right. However, the difference in strength was too great. The evil god struck out invisibly, as if it was the claws of a demon from hell, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. In just an instant of exchange, Zuo Ling and Wulu were sent flying out by the powerful force. Zuo Ling hit an ornate column heavily. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. He struggled to stand up, but found his body as heavy as lead. Yule, on the other hand, rolled on the ground a few times, struggling to hold himself up, his eyes full of shock and fear. Cruelty and Shadow were weaker in force. And just as they tried to pull Juno back, they were kicked off by an invisible force. Corentin flew out like a kite with broken strings and fell hard on the ground. His face was as pale as paper and his eyes were filled with despair. Shadow, on the other hand, skidded on the ground for some distance, his ornate attire becoming tattered and torn as he groaned in pain and tried to get up to save Juno. Not to mention the guards, who couldn't even get close. Chapter 91, Your Life. I'll take it. Not to mention the guards, who couldn't even get close. As soon as the guards approached, they were rebounded back by a powerful force and fell to the ground. They looked in horror at Juno, who was controlled by the void, but could do nothing about it. The scene was chaotic. Guests panicked and fled in all directions, screaming and shouting. The gorgeous banquet hall instantly became a mess, with tables and chairs knocked over and fruits and pastries scattered all over the place. Zuo Ling once again struggled to get up from the ground. His body staggered as if he would fall down again at any time. He wiped the blood from his lips and charged towards Juno once again. The evil god, however, just gave him a contemptuous look and once again swung out a powerful force, knocking Zuo Ling farther away. Tears continued to fall from Corentin's eyes, his hands gripping the ground so tightly that his nails were broken and blood stained the ground. He hissed, "Let her go." He desperately tried to get up, but failed again and again, and could only watch Juno struggle in the hands of the evil god. Shadow's serpentine tail was yanked by an invisible force and fell into a metal wall not far away. Last time it was smashed out of a crater. His face spread white with pain, blood spilling from his mouth. He raised his hand and wiped it away, continuing to slide his snake tail to swim in the direction of Super Juno. Enraged to the core, Cruelty attacked the invisible force frantically, as if he knew no pain or exhaustion, despite the wounds that covered his body. The chaos in the ballroom was getting worse as the screams and shouts of the guests mingled. Some of the timid guests had collapsed to the ground in fear, while some of the brave ones tried to find ways to help Juno, but their efforts all seemed so insignificant in front of the evil god's mighty power. In the end, each one of them rolled and crawled to hide in the inner hall. Without hesitation, Zuo Ling and the others switched to their beast forms and lunged in Juno's direction. Zuo Ling transformed into a majestic tiger, the markings on his body shimmering wildly in the light. His eyes burned with rage, and he opened his bloody mouth, letting out a deafening roar as he lunged towards Juno in midair. Cruelty transformed into a giant chestnut kite, spreading his wide wings, his bloodshot eyes a regicide that Juno had never seen before, and kept flapping his wings in an attempt to break through the evil god's bonds to free Juno. The human snake-tailed Shadow, the giant black cat Yule, each tried to pounce in any way they could. They rushed towards the evil god regardless, with only one thought in their minds, and that was to save Juno, only to be knocked over once again by an invisible force. Otherworldly souls? Interesting. The low and evil voice of the evil god echoed in Juno's ears, and Juno was horrified, but the present situation prevented her from thinking about it. Juno was pinched by an invisible palm and lifted to midair. Her face was flushed red, she was having trouble breathing, and her eyes were filled with fear and anger. Zuo Ling, Cruelty, Ying and Yule were simultaneously enraged, dragging their heavily injured bodies in a desperate attempt to get closer to Juno. Zuo Ling forced himself to endure the severe pain and struggled to stand up, his eyes full of determination as he recklessly rushed towards Juno's direction, only to be knocked out by an invisible force wielded by the evil god once again, falling heavily to the ground and spitting out blood from his mouth. Red-eyed and hissing Juno's name, Cruelty tried to get up again, but fell over and over again due to his injuries. Shadow clenched her teeth, ignoring the wounds crumbling on her body, and frantically attacked the invisible force, but it was like overrating a tree, and Juno was lifted to midair by the evil god's neck, breathing hard as his face gradually turned pale. She felt like she was going to break the next moment. Seven was anxiously jumping around in her head. The system space was shielded by an invisible magnetic field. It couldn't get out at all. Your life. This seed takes it. The evil god's words echoed through the air like a death sentence. Juno's consciousness gradually blurred, and pieces of black shadows began to appear in front of her eyes, as if life was being withdrawn from her body. Seven was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan in her mind, constantly trying to break through the invisible magnetic shielding but failing again and again. Its voice was filled with anxiety and despair. Host, attack with spiritual power. Quick! Juno was carried higher and higher. A fall at this height would surely kill him, and the hand around her neck tightened tighter and tighter. Just when Juno thought she was going to suffocate, her body was knocked away by something, and she fell sideways at the same time as the thing that had knocked him off his feet. Juno only felt a spinning of the heavens, and in that instant, she didn't even know what was happening. Her body tumbled through the air, plummeting toward the side. The wind whistled in her ears, scraping her cheeks raw. She strained to see what the thing was that had knocked her off her feet, but her vision was blurry. Consciousness was struggling on the edge of life and death. A strong desire to survive surged up in her heart, and she grasped the other party to death and wouldn't let go. Below, Zuo Ling, Karanti, Xiang and Yul watched Juno fall after being knocked off the ground, and it was as if their hearts were being tightly gripped by a large invisible hand. Zuo Ling once again stored up his strength to run wildly in the direction of Juno's fall. Karanti also vibrated the wings of the chestnut kite, white feathers accompanied by red feather tails fluttering down, always loving the feathers, but he did not add to look down at a glance. In his eyes, there is only that downward falling figure. Xiang and Yul also did their best to rush in that direction. They couldn't just stand by and watch Juno fall like that, but none of them were as fast as Juno's descent, and Juno closed his eyes in despair. The expected pain of being dropped in pieces didn't come, and she only had time to look at Fluffy underneath her before she became passed out. Your Highness! Watching Juno being knocked away by the grey figure as he fell from 100 meters in the air, Zuo Ling and the others were in a rage. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Their hearts seemed to be tightly clutched by a big invisible hand, and pain and fear instantly spread throughout their bodies. Zuo Ling's eyes were filled with horror and anger as he stared in disbelief at the scene in front of him. He hissed, desperation in his voice. He frantically tried to rush forward, but stumbled a few steps from the powerful impact. Your Highness! Courtlandy shouted as he desperately tried to pick up speed. However, they were still a step too slow and could only watch Juno fall. Xiang and Wulu were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. Xiang's face instantly turned pale as he trembled his lips, but he couldn't utter a single word. The grey wolf that was crushed underneath him had several broken bones in his body, and his life breath was so weak that it seemed as if it would dissipate at any moment. Xiao Qi watched the scene in the void, and was a bit vain in its heart. It did not expect that a panic tug had actually tugged on the Federal Imperial Marshal, and for the sake of his safety, Xiao Qi hurriedly helped to cover up his breath. Your Highness! Zuo Ling and the others watched Juno fall from a high altitude with eyes wide open. Due to Juno's injury, they suffered a mate contract backlash and spat blood from their mouths. However, several people pounced on Juno despite their injuries. Your Highness, don't scare us. Zuo Ling's voice trembled as he carefully picked up Juno, his eyes filled with heartache and worry. Corentin dropped aside, frowning at the unconscious Juno and the badly injured grey wolf. Shadow quickly stepped forward to check the injuries of Juno and the grey wolf. The situation is very bad. Although His Highness did not fall directly to the ground, he is still injured by the recoil and has a fractured left leg, and this grey wolf has several broken bones, a comminuted fracture of the front paw, and injuries to internal organs. That must be treated as soon as possible. Zuo Ling carefully picked up Juno and instructed a few people. I will first take your highness down to the healing cabin to treat the trauma. Xiang, you hurry up and find a way to refine the potion. Yul, take Silver Wolf down for treatment, and clear Soft to see off the guests. The crowd nodded and began to move. Chapter 92, I thought I was losing you. After returning to his quarters from the healing pod, Zuo Ling gently placed Juno on the bed and changed her clothes. Corentin brought over a tub of hot water and the two of them carefully scrubbed her body. The queen stood by the bedside, not daring to leave it for a moment. Shadow, on the other hand, immediately dug into the laboratory and anxiously developed the potion. The queen and his majesty were anxious to see their precious daughter injured. They summoned pharmacists from the Pharmaceutical Research Institute overnight to treat her. Meanwhile, the injured grey wolf was taken to the healing pod to treat the trauma. Inside the healing pod, advanced medical equipment flickered with a faint glow, helping him repair his excessive trauma, bringing his vitals back to normal. The apothecaries were only careful to treat the broken bones lodged in his entrails from the broken bones. Lingyu had never dreamed that he had suffered this unmitigated disaster when he was merely hiding in the shadows to observe Her Highness, who was legendary for her outstanding talent. This grey wolf is Her Highness's savior. They did not dare to have the slightest sloppiness. Will be broken bone treatment? Sewing wounds well and continue to push the treatment cabin. His Majesty paced the room anxiously, while the queen stood by Juno's bedside, gently caressing her daughter's face. My Lolo, you must get well soon. The queen's eyes filled with tears. His Majesty stopped and looked at the queen. Don't worry, we've gathered the best apothecaries. Lolo will definitely be fine. Although his voice was firm, his eyes revealed deep concern. For the next week, Zoran and Corentin stayed by Junilua's side day and night. Zuo Ling guarded Junilua without moving an inch. He gently held her hand, his eyes full of heartache and concern. Corentin was equally worried and anxious, but didn't know what to do, so he could only be anxious. Xiang worked tirelessly in the lab, refining various potions for Juno. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was full of exhaustion, but he had no intention of stopping. Another week passed. When Junilua slowly opened his eyes in the hospital bed, the originally dull and tired eyes of Zuo Ling, who had been guarding the side, were instantly lit up. An unbelievable look first appeared on his face, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, followed by surprise flooding his face. Zuo Ling's body trembled slightly as he stared at Junilua with wide eyes, unblinking, afraid that this was just an illusion. His lips were gently trembling, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't make a sound for a moment because he was too agitated. A moment later, Zuo Ling reacted, his lips trembling slightly, his voice carrying uncontrollable excitement. Your Highness, you're awake? You're really awake. Zuo Ling is a calm and introverted nature, usually always calm and self-possessed, seldom shows such intense emotions. He looked at Junilua in a daze, the tears in his eyes glistening. That was the long-suppressed worry and attachment breaking through at this moment. He tried hard to control his emotions, but the joy and excitement in his heart was really hard to suppress. Zuo Ling slightly lowered his head and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, but when he looked at Junilua again, that gentle and affectionate gaze still carried an undisguised excitement. He held Jun'iroa's hand tightly, feeling her warmth, as if it was the only way to confirm that she was truly awake. It's good to be awake. It's good to be awake. His voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of imperceptible trembling. Junilua was held tightly in his arms, feeling Zuo Ling's slightly trembling body in that blazing temperature. She could clearly hear Zuo Ling's rapid heartbeat, and that one heartbeat seemed to tell of his worry and attachment over this period of time. Junilua gently raised his hand and hugged Zuo Ling back. Her heart was filled with emotion. This man who had always been calm and introverted was so excited by her waking up at this moment. Zuo Ling, I'm fine, Junilua said softly, her voice weak but full of warmth. She leaned against Zuo Ling's chest, listening to his heartbeat gradually stabilize. Zuo Ling slightly loosened his embrace and looked into Junilua's eyes. His eyes were filled with self-blame and pity. Your Highness has suffered. It was Zuo Ling who failed to protect your Highness. Jun'iro shook his head and caressed his face. Thin and gaunt, Corentin pushed through the door when he heard the commotion and his eyes grew red when he saw the two embracing. Your Highness. His voice trembled slightly, full of endless aggravation. Junilua looked up from Zuo Ling's arms, and to her eyes was the tired and haggard face of Coranti, looking to be in even worse shape than she was. A wave of guilt and heartache welled up in her heart, and when she looked at the equally haggard Zuo Ling, her heart ached even more. Coranti, come here for a hug from this princess. Her voice was gentle with a full heart. Corentin froze slightly, then walked quickly over to Juniello and approached her carefully. Jun'iro reached out his arms and gently hugged Coranti. Corentin's body trembled slightly as he hugged Jun'iro back tightly, as if he wanted to convey all the worry and concern he had been feeling all this time to her through this embrace. Your Highness, you're finally awake. We were all so worried about you. Corentin's voice was a little choked, his eyes glistening with tears. Tears finally came to his eyes and slid down his cheeks. Corentin, however, was oblivious to the fact that his gaze remained locked on Juniello's face. I thought I was going to lose you. His voice choked with tears. Coranti wiped her tears haphazardly with her other hand, but couldn't get them clean. All the worry, fear and torment he had been experiencing all this time had turned into endless elation at this moment. Jun'iro watched as Corentin burst into tears of excitement, and a warm current welled up in his heart. She weakly raised her hand and gently wiped the tears from Corentin's face. Good girl. I'm fine. Don't cry. Corentin took Juniro's hand and placed it on his cheek, feeling her warmth. I'm not crying. I'm just so happy. Jun'iro gently patted Corentin's back with his other hand. I know. I made you all worry. I won't in the future. The softness of her gaze and the softness of her tone caused the uneasiness in Corentin's mind to dissipate. Only when his emotions calmed down did Junilua speak. I'm fine. You all go and rest. The two of them refused to leave, and Junilua looked at them helplessly, her heart filled with emotion and heartache. She knew that they were relieved that they couldn't leave, but the fact that they looked so exhausted made her really unable to bear it. If you guys don't listen again, this princess will get angry, Junilua said with a deliberately stern face. However, Zuo Ling and Coranti were still standing in place who refused to leave. It was only after a long time that Coranti spoke. Your Highness must be hungry. I will go get food for your Highness. He wasn't sure when her Highness would wake up, and every day he would cook a pot of congee and wait for her, expecting a fresh meal when she woke up. Chapter 93, Medicine Leads to Sailor's Tears. Courtlandy got up and walked briskly to the kitchen. In the kitchen, the pot still emitted a faint heat. Corentin lifted the lid of the pot and a rich aroma of porridge hit his nose. He carefully dished out a bowl of porridge and carried it back to his room. Your Highness, the porridge is here. Corentin placed the porridge on the table next to the bed, and Zuo Ling cooperated by picking up Junilua and letting her lean against his body. Corentin picked up a spoon and stirred the porridge gently, then scooped up a spoonful and put it to his mouth and blew on it before bringing it to Juniello's mouth. Your Highness, be careful of the heat. June Elohim opened his mouth and ate the mouthful of porridge. Junilua swallowed the porridge in his mouth. his heart warming. Zuo Ling looked at Junilua's face that slowly regained its vitality, and the worries in his heart were slightly put down. He reached out and stroked a strand of hair by Junilua's cheek behind his ear and said gently, "Feeling better?" Junielo nodded. "It's already fine." Corentin continued to spoon-feed Junielo, and the room was filled with a cozy atmosphere. As the bowl of porridge went down, Junilua's face was obviously much better. She gently moved her body, wanting to sit a little straighter. Zuo Ling hurriedly supported her, fearing that she would feel any discomfort. It was then that Juniro realized something was wrong. She couldn't make any strength in her left leg. She had a moment of dismay when she lifted the covers only to see the tightly wrapped calf of her left leg. Zuo Ling saw her face look bad and opened his mouth to explain, "Your Highness, don't worry. The leg is fine. The bone grafting surgery was just done last week. It hasn't completely healed yet." Junilua frowned slightly, a trace of unease welling up in her heart. She gently touched the wrapped calf of her left leg, feeling the unfamiliar binding sensation. "Will the bone-catching surgery leave any after effects?" Her voice trembled a little. Zuo Ling held her hand tightly, giving her strength. "It won't be, Your Highness. The doctor said the surgery was a success, and as long as you recuperate, you'll soon be back to your old self." Cortlandy nodded in agreement. Juniro then breathed a sigh of relief and looked over at the haggard-looking duo, once again offering to let them rest. The two didn't refuse this time, removing their outer clothes and laying on Junilua's sides, left and right. Junilua looked at Zuo Ling and Corentin who were lying beside him and his heart was filled with emotion. They were already exhausted from taking care of themselves. Lying quietly at the moment, the weariness on their faces was clearly visible. The two of them, perhaps because they hadn't rested for a long time, or because the taut strings in their hearts loosened after seeing Junilua awaken, fell into a deep sleep in a short while. Junilua's mind was filled with doubts about the events of the past few days, and she called eagerly to Xiaoqi in her mind. It took several minutes before Seven responded. "Host, you're finally awake." Juniro couldn't wait to follow up. "Tell me what was going on that day?" "Host, it's the heroine Ares who made a deal with the evil god at the cost of her own soul, requesting the evil god's hand in taking your life." Juniro frowned, really unable to understand Alice's brain circuits. Going to the same lengths to kill her, and how is she now? Hurting someone close to her like that. If she were still alive she would have to give her a ride herself. Elisa's soul was sacrificed the moment the evil god struck. If it wasn't for Seven's quick decision to pull an orc as a cushion, you, host, would have died long ago from the evil god's extraction of your soul. At that time, the situation was critical. Xiaoqi went to catch the breath of the son of Qi, knowing that the sons of Qi are protected by the heavenly Tao will not die. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao will not ignore the evil god when it senses that he is harming the sons of Qi. They were no match for the evil god, and only when the heavenly Tao stepped in could the host's life be saved. Junilua's pupils widened slightly as she thought of the gray figure that had knocked her off her feet. So it had been pulled over by Xiaoqi to shield him from damage? Who was it that blocked the damage for me? Xiaoqi pretended not to know. "Sorry host, due to forcibly breaking the shackles of the evil god, Xiaoqi's database was damaged, unable to use the query function." Juniro was silent for a moment, inquiring again about the other party's injuries. Seven didn't hide it this time. The opponent broke several bones in his body, injuring his spleen and lungs and comminuting his front paw. Currently, other than the broken bones not growing back, his other injuries are no longer serious. It's just that the evil god slap directly knocked him back to his original form, and there's no way to change back to human form yet. Junilua was horrified, not being able to transform into a form. How serious would that be? Is there any way to help him morph? The host is said to contain powerful mystical power in the tears of the sharks, capable of healing all kinds of injuries, and should be able to help the orcs regain their human form. Aren't shark tears automated pearls? How do you collect tears? Sailors' tears are just a term of endearment, but they are actually the water in the eggshells of the sailors when they have not broken their shells. Junilua's heart sank. This sounded like something extremely precious. Host, the water in the eggshells of this shark when it is not broken is extremely precious and difficult to collect. The shark clan guarded it extremely closely, and they regarded it as a holy relic that they would not easily let anyone touch. Moreover, we currently know very little about the habits and living environment of the shark one, making it even more difficult to find a way to collect it. Juniro frowned and fell into deep thought. Just then, the door was gently pushed open from outside, and Shi Ying's tall figure slowly walked in from outside. His gaze fell on Junilua, who was leaning against the side of the bed. In an instant, and he first froze for a few seconds, with a look like he couldn't believe that Junilua had woken up. He stood there in a daze, his eyes staring unblinkingly at Juniro, as if confirming that this was not a dream. It wasn't until Junilo softly called out to him that he came back to his senses as if he were waking up from a dream. He quickly stepped forward, his hand slightly raised, wanting to reach out and touch Jun Ilua, but not daring to actually touch it. Jun Ilua looked at him in this manner, amused and heartbroken. She shadow, carry me to the restroom. Jun Ilua's voice was soft. She had just drank a big bowl of porridge, and now she had a terrible urge to urinate. It's not like she can move her legs, and there's no wheelchair crutches or anything like that in the room, and she couldn't bear to wake up Karanti and Zuo Ling, who were exhausted from taking care of her, and it was hard for them to sleep. So she chatted with Seven to divert her attention, but now that she saw She Shadow she just couldn't hold it in. She Shadow was her beast husband. The two of them hadn't done anything. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Shi Ying's face flushed slightly when she heard Jun Ilua's words, but she quickly regained her composure. With a red face, She Shadow didn't put Jun Elohim on the toilet after carrying her into the restroom. With trembling hands, he helped Jun Arrow remove her pants, and then he held her in the position of peeing on a child. Jun Ilua instantly felt incredibly embarrassed. Her cheeks crimson. She Shadow, put me down. There was a hint of eagerness and shyness in her voice. However, She Shadow hugged her tightly and refused to let go. Jun Iroh was so anxious and helpless that he was really suffocating. Chapter 94, Doesn't Your Highness like this? She bit her lip, her mind full of knots. Eventually, physical urgency overcame her inner squirming, and she fought back the intense embarrassment and came out. The patter of water was loud and clear in the quiet restroom, and both of them burned red to hear it. Shi Ying's heartbeat was like thunder. He didn't dare to look at Jun Ilua. He just hugged her tightly. Jun Iroh, on the other hand, kept his head down, itching to find a crack in the ground. After Shi Ying helped Jun Ilua put on her pants, he once again tenderly picked her up and went to the sink. She Shadow picked up her toothbrush and squeezed in the toothpaste. The fresh smell of that toothpaste instantly filled the air. He passed the toothbrush to Jun Iroh's mouth. She Shadow's eyes focused and gentle, as if he was on a sacred mission. Jun Ilua was slightly uncomfortable. Her cheeks flushed with an unabated blush. He carefully controlled his strength, letting the toothbrush move gently in Juniello's mouth for fear of hurting her. With each scrub, he was extra conscientious, taking careful care of every corner. She opened her mouth slightly, matching She Shadow's movements. Jun Iroh looked at Shi Ying's serious and gentle appearance, and thoughts of revenge suddenly welled up in his heart. To get back at him for that shame he'd brought on himself when he just carried himself to the bathroom. Jun Iroh took advantage of She Shadow's inattention and purposely smeared the toothpaste foam from his mouth on his face. She Shadow first froze, then her eyes instantly became deep. He put down the glass of water in his hand and pressed Jun Iroh onto the sink as soon as he could. Before Jun Iroh could react, Shi Ying's kisses came like a storm. Jun Ilua was made to go all over the place by the sudden kiss. Soft and her head went blank. She Shadow hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to incorporate her into his body. Jun Ilua's heart was beating like thunder and her cheeks were scarlet as she tried to struggle, but realized that she had no strength at all. The kiss lasted for a long time, until Jun Iroh could barely catch her breath, and only then did She Shadow slowly release her. Jun Iroh leaned against the sink, his lips slightly swollen and his eyes misty. She Shadow looked at her like this, some sort of long-suppressed beast about to break out of its cage. Jun Iroh glared at She Shadow, and there was both annoyance and rancor in that look. She kicked the two small snake shadows that were greeting her with her uninjured toes. This move was certainly not a mad bounce on what little sanity She Shadow had left. Half a month's worth of worry and fear came out like a flood in this moment and turned into intense longing. That taut string finally breaks and finds a vent. She Shadow's eyes became blazing hot and crazy. Asterisk. Jun Ilua was taken aback by Shi Ying's sudden and intense emotion, and she tried to struggle, only to be held tighter by Shi Ying. She Shadow. You calm down. Jun Iroh's voice trembled slightly. She had never seen a She Shadow like this before. However, it was as if She Shadow couldn't hear her words, and there was only one thought in his mind. His kiss fell again and, it's crazier than before. Fiery. Jun Ilua gradually lost herself in Shi Ying's embrace, her sanity overwhelmed by emotion at this moment as well. She Shadow avoided her injured leg as the pants she had just put on slowly faded. Jun Ilua's eyes widened, her face flushed with shame, and she wanted to stop but couldn't muster the strength to do so. She Shadow stuck her between herself and the sink. Inch by inch, his palms caressed the person who made him think about her day and night, as if touching the most precious treasure in the world. Jun Iroh's body trembled slightly, both nervous and shy. She Shadow's violet eyes were burning with a blazing fire, a long-suppressed longing and deep love. Your Highness, do not refuse. She Shadow's voice was low and husky, full of magnetism. Jun Iroh bit her lip, not knowing how to respond. She could feel She Shadow's love and longing, and the intensity of that emotion left her a little overwhelmed. She Shadow's kiss fell again, from her forehead to her cheeks to her neck. Jun Iroh gradually softened under his onslaught. An uncontrollable wail escaped, a sound like a light feather that fluttered gently in the ambiguous air. The voice seemed to be a catharsis of her deepest emotions, and a response to Shi Ying's passionate actions. In this small restroom, the sound was extraordinarily clear, making the atmosphere between the two men even hotter and more intense. June Elohim bit her lip slightly, trying to restrain her emotions, yet her body's reaction prevented her from fully controlling it. Shi's shadow went from being a raging storm at the beginning to slowly becoming gentle and delicate. He gradually softened down, as if nursing a fragile treasure. The previous fervor gradually transformed into a deep attachment, each time with endless love and compassion. Just as Juniello let his guard down, Shi shadows. Jun Iroha's eyes widened, his eyes filled with panic. She tried to struggle, but found her arms and legs weak, as if all her strength had vanished in the moment. Shi shadow, don't! Her voice trembled slightly, with a hint of pleading. One can't even fight. To her, the horrible thought made her body involuntarily tense up. Shi shadow smiled slightly when she heard Junilua's words, but the emotion in her eyes did not diminish. He gently stroked Jun Iroha's cheek, his voice low and gentle. Don't be afraid, Your Highness. Shi shadow won't let His Highness get hurt. Jun Ilua didn't believe it at all, her eyes glistening with tears as if she were a frightened deer. Not allowed. Doesn't His Highness like that? Shi shadow's voice was gentle with a hint of teasing. Who says I like? Ahem. Jun Iroha coughed violently as if he thought of something. Her face flushed, her eyes full of embarrassment and panic. She told her how this scene was so familiar. Wasn't this the plot from that beastly scrapbook she was reading recently? How much did Shi shadow actually watch that day? You even saw this? Without waiting for her to think about it more, pain hit her. It was quickly distracted again by Shi shadow. Asterisk. Shi shadow. Your Highness. Jun Iroha's resistance was getting lost in Shi shadow's onslaught. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Courtlandy's voice came through the door. Your Highness, are you in there? The voice carried a hint of concern and doubt. Jun Ilua and Shi Ying instantly froze, their bodies frozen as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization. Jun Ilua's cheeks were crimson, and her eyes were filled with panic and embarrassment. She tried to respond to Corentin, but found that her voice seemed to be stuck in her throat and she couldn't get it out. Shi Ying, on the other hand, quickly calmed down as he gently held Jun Ilua in his arms, signaling with his eyes that she should not panic. Jun Iroha was also very weak somehow. Your Highness, are you alright? Do you need help? Corentin's voice sounded again, with a hint of tentativeness. No, I'll be done in a minute. Chapter 95, The Silver Wolf. Zoran soon returned with a prepared wheel. With gentle movements, he positioned the wheel beside Jun Ilo, carefully adjusting the position to ensure that Jun Ilo was comfortable and easy to use. Jun Ilua looked at Zuo Ling's busy figure and the warmth in his heart increased. Zuo Ling placed the wheels and held her in the wheelchair again, pushing her toward the door. Is there any public opinion out there right now? After such a big incident on the day of the birthday banquet, she didn't even dare to think what public opinion would spread. No, the Queen ordered a news blackout. No one is to speak of it. Jun Ilo nodded, then remembered that he hadn't checked in with his father and mother after waking up for so long, sliding his light brain and tapping on the Queen's astro telephone to dial it. The light brain quickly connected and the Queen's gentle face appeared on the screen. Lolo, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? The Queen's eyes were filled with concern and surprise. Jun Ilua revealed a smile. Mother, I'm fine. Don't worry. The Queen sighed softly. You child, you have scared us. You can't be so reckless in the future. I know, Mother. Jun Ilua responded obediently. Get well and speak to those around you if you need anything, the Queen instructed. Good. Don't worry, Mother. Jun Ilo nodded. Take care of yourself. Mother and your father are coming over to see you later. Good. I'll have dinner prepared and we'll have dinner together tonight. After ending the call, Jun Ilo was slightly out of breath. Zuo Ling asked softly, what is your Highness thinking? Jun Ilo shook his head. It's nothing, just remembering what happened that day. All three fell silent at the mention of that day. At the mention of that day, all three of them fell silent. The scenes of that day were like a nightmare, deeply seared into their minds. They had watched Jun Ilua get hurt but could do nothing about it, and that feeling of powerlessness and guilt made their hearts twist like knives. Don't worry, Your Highness. We will investigate clearly and won't let this happen again. Zuo Ling's voice was firm and strong, and his eyes revealed a sense of determination. Thinking that they had actually allowed His Highness to be injured in front of their eyes, the three of them blamed themselves. They felt that they had failed Jun Ilo and failed to protect her. Jun Ilo hummed, then asked, where did Yul go? She hadn't seen him since she woke up, and he was just as badly hurt that day. There was concern in her tone. Yul was her personal secret guard, and it was logical that he would not leave her side without her command. He's fine. He went out to do some errands. He should be back in the evening. Zuo Ling replied. Junilua asked about their injuries again, and although the three looked quite normal except for the fact that they hadn't slept well, she still wasn't quite at ease. None of our injuries are serious. Your Highness need not worry, She Shadow said. A gentle smile appeared on his face, reassuring Juniro. Junilua glared at him, knowing of course that he was fine. How else could he have held her down on the sink and bullied her for so long? And two at the same time, barely holding themselves together. It's all still vaguely rising and aching. The smile in She Shadow's eyes intensified as she glared at her. Knowing that you've bullied someone hard today, Your Highness, we are all fine. The most important thing for you now is to get well. Corentin agreed. Several people quickly arrived at the treatment room, which smelled faintly of antiseptic water. The silver wolf lay still on the treatment room bed, his fur shaved in several places, revealing freshly scabbed wounds. What should have been a formidable appearance was now looking woefully out of place. Junilo looked at the silver wolf with alternating guilt and gratitude in his heart. Without it, she would have died long ago. She slowly slid her wheelchair over to the silver wolf and raised her hand to gently stroke its head. The silver wolf seemed to sense her breath and moved slightly. Junilua took out the healing potion from her space, which she had developed before she was injured, and the healing effect was better than the previous one. She handed the potion to She Shadow and said softly, She Shadow, please inject this potion into Silver Wolf. She Shadow took the potion and nodded slightly as he carefully injected it into the back of the silver wolf's neck. Junailer looked nervously at the silver wolf, silently praying that the potion would work. It wasn't long before the silver wolf's eyelids moved slightly, then slowly opened its eyes. Junilua's heart rejoiced and a smile appeared on his face. However, the silver wolf's eyes were filled with dazed confusion, as if he didn't recognize them or understand how he got here. System Shao-Chi's voice rang out in Junilua's mind, Host, the silver wolf has suffered amnesia due to his head hitting the ground when he fell to the ground, injuring the nerves in his brain. June Elohim's heart sank hard. This was more serious than she had imagined. The silver wolf looked around at the people in confusion, his eyes wary. It struggled to stand up, but was unable to move due to its injuries. Junilo looked at the silver wolf with some heartache and said softly, Don't be afraid. You're safe now. The silver wolf's fierce wolf eyes gradually softened when he heard Junilo's voice. The silver wolf gently rubbed its head against Junero's hand, a low whimper escaping its lips. Perhaps it was because he smelled Junilua's scent before he fell unconscious, and woke up extra sticky to her. The silver wolf stuck out his tongue and gently licked Junilua's palm, and Junilua had goosebumps all over his body. And just when he wanted to draw back his hand, he was met with the silver wolf's moist blue eyes, which were filled with aggravation. Ow! The low wolf's cry seemed to be an indictment of his uneasiness and dependence. Junilo felt the silver wolf's dependence, and her heart softened when she thought that he was like this because of her. Stroking the silver wolf's head again, he said gently, Be good. Don't be afraid. The silver wolf seemed to understand her words, its whimpers diminishing as it rubbed its head against her hand once more. The intimate and dependent behavior made Cortlandy jealous. Don't spoil him too much. Your Highness. Junilua raised his eyes slightly when he heard Corentin's words, and couldn't help but feel a little amused when he saw the obvious jealousy on Corentin's face. Corentin. He was injured saving me. I can't leave him alone. Everything will wait until he's healed. Coranti, however, still frowned. Your Highness, but it is after all a beastman, and its identity is unknown. You are so kind to it. What if? Coranti wanted to say, his eyes full of worry and a hint of despondency. Junilo understood Corentin's concerns. She spoke up to explain, I know you guys are worried, but I can't leave it alone in its current condition. Don't worry, he can't hurt me. Corentin shut up. He wasn't worried about Silver Wolf hurting her. He was worried that he would somehow have another brother. The Silver Wolf seemed to have sensed Corentin's displeasure with him, and he raised his head and looked at Corentin warily, a low whimper once again coming from his mouth as if in warning. Ahoo! Junilo hastily calmed the Silver Wolf. Don't be nervous, he doesn't mean any harm. The Silver Wolf relaxed a little at this, but his eyes remained locked on Corentin. Corentin's temper couldn't hold out for a moment longer, and this Silver Wolf actually warned him not to come any closer. On what grounds? That's his wife, master. Not its. Rolling up his sleeves, he wanted to go over, but fortunately, Zuo Ling was quick to stop him. Chapter 96 Decisions. She Shadow stepped forward and said to Juniro, Your Highness, Coranti is also concerned about you. This Silver Wolf does need more attention. After all, we know nothing about it. I know, but Seven didn't hint at danger, so that means it's not in danger for now. Junilo looked at the Silver Wolf's tightly wrapped front paws and finally decided to bring the Silver Wolf back to the main courtyard to take care of it personally. Now not only was Corentin anxious, even Zuo Ling was a little unable to sit still. Your Highness, Silver Wolf's identity is unknown. Would this be too risky? Ying was also worried. Your Highness, your body hasn't fully recovered yet either. Would it be too hard to take care of the silver wolf? Juniliuo laughed and said, it's okay, if it's not good enough there aren't still you guys. This silver wolf's biggest problem right now wasn't the injuries on its body, but the fact that it couldn't take shape. When the silver wolf heard the words of these three orcs, a low growl once again escaped from his throat, as if expressing his dissatisfaction. It stayed close to Juniro, arching its body slightly in a ready-to-attack stance. Juniro sensed the silver wolf's nervousness and gently stroked its head in an attempt to calm it down. Don't worry, they're all my mates and won't hurt you. The silver wolf, however, remained vigilant as it looked at Corentin, Shadow, and Zuo Ling, its tail flicking as it seemed to be weighing the situation at hand. Junilo stroked its head, soothing spiritual energy slowly infusing into its sea of consciousness as she did so. The silver wolf's body shook slightly after feeling Junilo's soothing mental power, the warm and soft power gradually relaxing its originally tense nerves. It no longer emitted a low growl from its throat, but it remained close to Juniluo, while its eyes flicked to the trio of Corentin, Shadow and Zuo Ling from time to time. Zuo Ling was silent for a moment and said, since your highness has decided, we will do our best to protect your highness' safety. If they once again let his highness get hurt in front of them, then they could die for their sins. Juniro gave him a grateful smile. Seeing this, Corentin and Shadow nodded along, knowing that Juniello's decision would not change. Juniro had the robot send the silver wolf to the main courtyard, and instructed Ching Soft to arrange a room for you. The silver wolf was reluctant to leave Juniro at first, and it took half a day of coaxing to agree. When the silver wolf left, Juniro told them about it. Its body was severely damaged, although many of its internal and external injuries have nearly healed. Juniro let out a deep breath before continuing, but it can't take form anymore. When the three of them heard it, they were completely stunned. As a beastman unable to take shape, what difference was there between that and a wild beast? Juniro closed his eyes. Not only that, but he's lost his memory. Such a great saving grace. I probably couldn't refuse even if I was asked to take him as a mate. Not to mention, it suffered from all the unintentional disasters, and it was pulled out by Seven to shield her from the damage. Karanti's eyes widened and he was the first to react. He frowned and his tone was a bit sharp. The words that didn't go over his head came out. Your Highness, accepting a strange orc as a companion is not a small matter, not to mention the fact that his current situation is unknown. Even if he saved your life, you can't make such a hasty decision. Besides, he can't take form now, so he might become a liability in the future. But as soon as the words were out of his mouth, Corentin regretted his impulse a little, and he looked at Juniro's slightly sunken face, and squirmed away. Zuo Ling pondered for a moment and spoke steadily. Your Highness, this matter does require careful consideration. Though he has saved his life, the matter of a mate is a matter of a lifetime. Now that he has amnesia and is unable to transform, the future is full of variables. We need to think long and hard to ensure the safety and happiness of His Highness. Shadow looked at Junilo worriedly and said softly, Your Highness, we understand your gratitude, but this decision is too big. We can take care of him first, and it won't be too late to make a decision when he regains his memory or his situation improves. Nonsense, I was just making a metaphor. The three heard a sigh of relief in unison. Is to collect newcomers, but also to know the roots of the background. Like this cannot even find out the bottom of the details of their resolute cannot agree. Is there any way to help it take shape? Although they don't want him to join their little family, they still want him to recover. Junilo didn't hide to tell them the method. She said. Upon hearing that, Corentin immediately frowned. Sailor's tears? That's not something that's easy to get. The shark clan has always been mysterious, and their tears are extremely precious, which is something that can be obtained just by saying it. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, his expression filled with worry and helplessness. Zuo Ling pondered slightly. Your Highness, this matter is extremely difficult, not to mention the difficulty of finding the shark clan. Even if we find them, they may not be willing to give shark tears. We need to think long and hard. No matter what, give it a try. Junilo looked at them and continued to speak. Once my leg is healed, I will head to Jellyfish Planet. You guys. Before she finished speaking, she was met with strong opposition, and Corentin jumped out first, his face full of anxiety and determination. No, what kind of place is Jellyfish Planet? There are many dangers. How can you risk your life? No, absolutely not. As he spoke, he paced back and forth, his expression filled with nervousness. Zuo Ling also frowned slightly and spoke stoically. Your Highness, this move is too risky, not to mention the environment of Jellyfish Star. Finding the shark clan alone is difficult. We can think of another way. You must not go personally. Shadow quickly nodded in agreement. Your Highness, they are right. Your safety is vital, and you can't take such a big risk just for a single orc. We can send others to search for the shark's tears. You mustn't take the risk yourself. The three of them surrounded Junie Luo, their eyes full of worry and dissuasion, firmly disagreeing with her traveling to the jellyfish planet. My mind is made up. There's no need to persuade me. Sending someone else doesn't always get you back. Cruelty was so anxious that he blushed red and said loudly, Your Highness, why are you so stubborn? That jellyfish planet is extremely dangerous. If anything happens to you, what can we do? Zuo Ling sighed slightly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Your Highness, you have to consider the consequences. It's really not worth it to take such a big risk for an unknown outcome. Xiying also urgently advised. Your Highness, we can think of other ways. We can definitely find a solution. We don't have to personally travel to the jellyfish planet. However, Junie Luo only shook his head slightly, his eyes revealing firmness and determination. Seeing how determined Jun Iroh was, Cruelty was so angry that she stomped her foot and turned her back to her, muttering, Why are you so disobedient? Zuo Ling was silent for a moment and spoke again. Your Highness, since your mind is made up, we must be prepared for everything. The jellyfish planet is complicated. We need to understand the terrain, climate and possible dangers we may encounter there in detail to formulate the most prudent plan. Xiying also nodded her head in a hurry. Yes, Zuo Ling is right. We can't travel to Jellyfish Planet unprepared. Chapter 97, Disappearance of the Federal Imperial Marshal. In the evening, Junie Luo had had a sumptuous dinner prepared early, and exquisite dishes filled the table, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Not long afterward, His Majesty and the Queen walked slowly, surrounded by their attendants. Junie Luo was sitting in a wheelchair. Zuo Ling and Xiying were now on either side of her, and Corentin was busy preparing his favorite fruits for him. Seeing his father and mother, Junie Luo's eyes were filled with smiles. Lolo, are you feeling better today? His Majesty asked with concern. Junie Luo nodded. Father, I'm much better. Don't worry, you and mother. Several people were seated and the atmosphere was warm and cordial. His Majesty and the Queen kept on giving Junie Luo dishes, instructing her to eat more and nourish her body. Junie Luo felt the love and care of her parents. Her heart was full of happiness. In her previous life she was an orphan and grew up eating state food, seldom experiencing the warmth of family love. This time also gave us a wake-up call. In the future we must pay more attention to your safety. Father is sending a few more orcs over to protect you. The Queen nodded in agreement. Yes, Lolo, don't let us worry so much in the future. Junie Luo looked towards the Queen whose makeup was exquisite but still couldn't hide her fatigue, and whose heavy makeup couldn't even cover the heavy dark circles under her eyes, and his heart warmed even more. Nodded in agreement. Listening attentively to his parents' words, his heart was even more moved. I know, Father and Mother. In the future I will be more careful and never let myself get hurt again. Zuo Ling sat on one side of Junie Luo, wiping her mouth and handing her water from time to time, while Corentin and Shadow sat in the seats next to Zuo Ling, listening to their conversations, occasionally responding to a couple of sentences. The atmosphere is relaxed and pleasant. Their taut hearts slowly relax, no longer so formal. The restaurant is filled with a cozy atmosphere. Having eaten almost as much, His Majesty spoke of the news that had recently come back from the scouts. Jun Iroh looked surprised and couldn't help but exclaim, The Federal Imperial Marshal is missing? His Majesty nodded. It's been determined that it's missing, but it's well blocked on the Federation side. Zuo Ling also looked serious and frowned. Your Majesty, will this matter affect the situation on our side? His Majesty nodded slightly and said in a heavy tone, There are indeed many uncertainties in this matter. The Marshal of the Federal Empire has a high position of power, and has an important position within the Federal Empire. His disappearance would most likely trigger power struggles and turmoil within the Federal Empire. Moreover, it may also affect the posture of the neighboring countries. We must keep a close eye on the development of this matter and prepare a response. Zuo Ling pondered for a moment and slowly said, What your Majesty said is very true. With the disappearance of the Federal Empire's Marshal, all forces are bound to move. We should strengthen our intelligence collection and keep tabs on the Federal Empire's movements so that we can react in time. Shadow nodded in agreement. That's right. We can't just sit back and wait. We also need to strengthen our border defenses in case the Federation Empire makes any unusual moves. Zuo Ling also followed up. At the same time, we can also take the opportunity to strengthen ties with other countries to jointly deal with possible crises. Corentin opened his mouth as if thinking of something, but ultimately said nothing. His Majesty listened to their discussion and nodded slightly. All of your suggestions are reasonable. This matter concerns the country's safety and security, so we must not take it lightly. I will order it down and have all parties make preparations. The atmosphere at the table became tense, knowing full well that the disappearance of the Federal Imperial Marshal could bring a storm. His Majesty's gaze fell on Zuo Ling and slowly spoke. Zuo Ling, the situation is complicated today. The Federal Empire Marshal has disappeared, and there is a fear of change at the border. You immediately return to the border and strengthen the defense. At those words, several people fell silent. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, so quiet that the breathing of the crowd could be heard. The queen looked at Zuo Ling and secretly guessed in her heart that she thought that her daughter Junilua was not healed from her injury, and Zuo Ling could not leave. After all, she, as a mother, had seen the affection between these two. Just then, Junilua broke the silence. She bowed her head slightly, her eyes revealing determination as she said softly, "Father, Mother, it is not that Zuo Ling is unwilling to return to the border. Rather, I have a matter that I have to say. When I'm healed, I'm going to Jellyfish Planet." The Queen and His Majesty were both shocked when they heard this. The Queen hurriedly asked, Luo, why do you want to go to the Jellyfish Planet? That place is far away and full of unknown dangers. Junilo took a deep breath and slowly told the Silver Wolf about being seriously injured and unable to transform. In order to save me, Silver Wolf was seriously injured by the enemy and is now unable to transform into his form. Only by using the shark's tears as a medicine guide will he be able to recover. The Queen and His Majesty subconsciously objected. The Queen held Junilua's hand. Her eyes filled with worry. Laluo, how dangerous is that jellyfish star? How can we let you go and risk your life? You are the only princess of our country. We must not let you go. His Majesty also nodded in agreement. That's right, Luo. This matter must not be done. We will arrange for someone to look for the shark tears, so don't worry about it and get well. Jellyfish star seawater coverage rate is the whole planet 90%. On their land planet is not the most dangerous area. Water is not good orc to go to the jellyfish star waiting for his only dead one. Not to mention Juniro, a delicate female. Junilua, however, shook his head, determination in his eyes. Father, Mother, the Silver Wolf became like this in order to save me. I can't just sit back and do nothing, and I'm a pharmacist. The Silver Wolf's condition can't be delayed for too long. I have to find the shark's tears myself, and I'm the only one who can make sure that the primer is used correctly. I promise to return safely. She added that the jellyfish star mermaid prince owed her a favor, and only if she went could she get what she needed in exchange. The Queen and His Majesty's hearts were filled with helplessness as they looked at Junilo's determined expression. They knew their daughter's character well, and once they decided something, it was hard to change it. After a moment of silence, His Majesty sighed. Since you are so adamant, it is no good for us to stop you, but you must be extremely careful and never put yourself in danger. Junilua revealed a grateful smile. Thank you, Father and Mother. I will be careful. This way, Zuo Ling couldn't go back to the border. The burden of border defense could only fall on his father. Marshal Zuo. Zuo Ling frowned slightly, his heart worried about the situation at the border, but he also understood Junilua's determination. He looked at His Majesty and the Queen and said, Your Majesty and the Queen, please rest assured. Father will definitely do his best to guard the border. I'll also keep an eye on the situation at the border from this side, and if I need to, I'll rush to support immediately. The Queen nodded. Zuo Ling, your father is an experienced marshal. We believe he is capable. The first thing you need to do is protect the princess and put her first in everything. Zuo Ling solemnly responded. Don't worry, Queen. Zuo Ling will definitely take care of His Highness. Now that the enrollment has ended, the uniform enrollment will be next week. If Corentin and Shishadow go together, what about the arrangements for the Pharmaceutical Research Institute and the Planting Academy? Chapter 98 Gifts. After His Majesty raised this question, Corentin pondered slightly and then said, Your Majesty, although the matters of the Potion Research Institute and the Plantation Academy are important, the matter of Princess Juniello traveling to Jellyfish Planet in search of sailor's tears this time is of great importance. If I go with Shishadow, it will ensure that the princess has one more safeguard for her trip. As for the matters of the two houses, you may arrange for competent persons to manage them temporarily before your departure. Now that the enrollment is over and the students will be uniformly enrolled next week, we can explain in detail the arrangements after enrollment to the temporary administrator in advance to ensure that the teaching and management of the new students can be carried out in an orderly manner. A remote liaison mechanism can also be set up so that we can keep abreast of the situation in the two institutions and give necessary guidance even while we are on the way. June Elohim gave him a surprised look. This was the first time she had seen such a calm and reasonable Kuranti. Her little curry kite had really grown up. Shishadow also nodded her head in agreement. Your Majesty, what Kuranti said is very true. Although our two houses have many matters to attend to, at this critical moment, the princess's safety is even more important. Also, we can use this opportunity to work out the younger faculty and administrators at both institutions, so that they can take on more responsibility in our absence, which will be good for their growth. After hearing this, His Majesty nodded slightly. You all have a point in considering this. However, It is imperative to ensure the stable operation of the two chambers, so that there is no chaos due to your departure. Cruelty and Xiying responded in unison. Don't worry, Your Majesty. We will make proper arrangements and live up to Your Majesty's expectations. Juniello, however, objected at this point and firmly shook his head no. You guys can't go with me to Jellyfish Planet. The Pharmacy Academy and the Planting Academy are the two programs that are currently the top priority, and I don't feel comfortable leaving them to someone else. There was an undeniable firmness in her tone, a decision she had made after much thought. She shadow opened her mouth slightly as if she wanted to persuade Juniello to change his mind, but in the end, no words came out. A touch of worry surfaced on his cool face as he said softly, Princess, the trip to the Jellyfish Star was exceptionally dangerous, and we really can't rest assured that you're going alone. I am not traveling alone and will be fully prepared to ensure that there is no danger. In a moment of impatience, Corentin blurted out, Your Highness, what is that Jellyfish Planet? It is full of unknown dangers. How can you guarantee that there are no dangers? Besides, it is not necessary for us to take care of this academy. We can always find a suitable person to take temporary charge of it. Juniello frowned slightly as he looked at Corentin and said, Corentin, I know you're worried about me, but these two colleges have cost us a lot of effort. And now that enrollment has just ended and we're going to be uniformly enrolled next week, we can't afford to make any mistakes during this critical period. The College of Pharmacy is a matter of the nation's healthcare, and the College of Planting is a matter of the nation's very foundation, and I can't risk handing them over to the sidelines. She shadow nodded slightly and said gently, What Your Highness said is very true, but not being able to protect by your side. She shadow was really relieved. Why don't we think of other ways? Juniello shook his head and said firmly, There's no time for that. Silver Wolf's injuries can't be delayed any longer, and I'll never hand over the Potion Academy to a bystander. Earl was still unresolved, and she would never let them take advantage of the situation by shoving people into her research facility. Corentin sullenly lowered his head and stopped talking. Xiying suppressed the sadness in her heart and forced a smile to nod her head in agreement. Your Highness, we will wait for your return at the academy. You must take care of yourself. Don't let yourself get hurt again. Juniello revealed a small smile and said, All right, I promise you all. You all must also manage the academy well and wait for my return. His Majesty and the Queen glanced at each other, satisfied with the behavior of several people. Knowing that they had something to talk about, they stopped interrupting and left the space for them. After the Queen and His Majesty left, the atmosphere in the dining room became a bit heavy. Corentin sat at the table, full of reluctance. The thought of not seeing her for a long time, of not being able to protect her, of not being able to stick it to her, made him uncomfortable. He scratched his hair in annoyance and muttered something under his breath. Xiying's cool face was now showing disappointment. His recalled all that had gone before, and he would have been remorseful that he had failed to protect her and allowed her to be seriously injured. Now that he was left behind again, his heart was even harder to bear. He lowered his eyes slightly, his long lashes casting a shadow on his face, making it difficult to see his expression. Zuo Ling looked at the reaction of the two of them and didn't say much, continuing to give Juniello dishes. He knew how important Juniello was in their hearts and understood how they felt at the moment. He wouldn't be in a good mood if he was the one left out. He coughed lightly and said, Corentin, she shadow. The princess is also going here to save people. You should trust her. All you have to do now is to do your respective things according to His Highness's orders and wait for His Highness's safe return. Corentin skimmed his lips and didn't say anything. The words were there, but he just couldn't let them go. Xiying raised her head slightly, the negative emotions in her eyes dispersing. Zuo Ling is right. We can't let the princess down. We have to manage the academy well and solve the princess's worries. She looked at Corentin and She Shadow and sighed silently, knowing that her decision had worried them. After the meal was removed, Juniello looked at the moody two and beckoned to them. Courtlandy and She Shadow crouched in front of her wheelchair to be at her level. Corentin, She Shadow, I know you guys are worried about me, but I have to go. Silverwolf was injured to save me. I can't leave him alone. Don't worry guys, I'll take care of myself. When I come back, we'll do what we like together. Juniello gently patted Corentin's shoulder and said with a smile, Corentin, you are the most powerful planter. The students in the academy need your guidance. You have to manage the planting academy well, and when I return, I want to see a vibrant academy. Corentin heard Junero's words, and although he was still a little uncomfortable in his heart, he knew that he had a great responsibility. He nodded and spoke sullenly. Got it. I'll manage the academy well. Juniello turned to She Shadow again. Looking at his forlorn eyes, his heart ached. She gently held Xiying's hand and said, Xiying, you should know how much I value the Potion Academy. I can't find anyone I can trust besides you. You won't let me down, right? Xiying felt the warmth of Juniello's hands, and the loss in her heart gradually dissipated. He looked at June Ilo and nodded. Your Highness, you must be careful. I will wait for you to return. Seeing that the two were still sullen, June Iro didn't hold back from pinching their faces. What's going on? It's not like I'm leaving right now. Smile. Her eyes were full of tenderness and doting, as if they could melt hearts. Corentin froze when her face was pinched. Then her little mouth pouted and she took the opportunity to make a demand. Then Your Highness stay with me tonight. I haven't even given out my birthday present yet. There was a hint of petulance in his tone, and his eyes were full of anticipation. June Ilo pinched his ear and said yes. Corentin was instantly beaming with joy. The depression he had just felt swept away. Taking the opportunity, he gave her a kiss on the cheek. Stamped. No backsies. She shadow-watched Karanti's reaction and also thought about the fact that she hadn't given her handmade gift yet. He lowered his eyes slightly, knowing that there was some loss in his heart that he couldn't be with her today, but he quickly adjusted his mood. He was full today, so he wouldn't grab it from Corentin and Zuo Ling. He looked tenderly at Junilua and said softly, Your Highness, she shadow also has a gift. Juniello gave him a kiss on the back of his hand. I'm looking forward to it. Zuo Ling stood on the sidelines and watched the interaction between the three. And when he thought of the idea his mother gave him to disguise himself as a gift to give himself to the princess, and also gave himself a few secret books, his cheeks became slightly hot. He stole a glance at Junilua, an inexplicable nervousness and anticipation welling up in his heart. He wasn't sure if he had the courage to follow his mother's idea, but the thought that His Highness would be happy made him a little giddy again. Chapter 99, A Belated Gift. That night, Cortlandy gushed and brought out his gift. June Iro looked at the beautifully wrapped box in some amazement. Picking it up, it was a little heavy, and putting it down again, he looked over at Cortlandy, only to see his chin lifting slightly, trying to hide his inner apprehension. Your Highness, unwrap it. This is the gift I have prepared for you. Cortlandy pointed to the gift box on the table with anticipation in her eyes. Junilua unwrapped it as he wished, and inside was a rabbit-shaped mech, even more delicate than the one in her virtual world. Cortlandy held it out for her, and she came close to scrutinize the model with a look of surprise in her eyes. Corentin, did you do this? Karanti puffed out her chest slightly and said proudly, That's for sure. I handpicked every part and made it myself. I was going to send you a real mech, but unfortunately it was too late and the technology wasn't mature enough, but this isn't so bad. He said the last sentence more and more quietly. Juniello laughed at the look on Karanti's face as she reached up and caressed the delicate mech model, feeling every detail on it. Corentin, that's a gift I'd love to have. A wide smile instantly bloomed on Corentin's face, and he patted over to June Iro, smugly. That's right. When Little Master makes a masterpiece, it will be a masterpiece. Your Highness, in the future, I will definitely make something even more awesome for you. June Iro withdrew his hand that was touching on the mech model and pinched Kui's cheek instead. Well, my coterie kite is awesome. Corentin slightly reddened, but still kept his mouth shut. That's natural. Little Master has a lot of skills. June Iro smiled and shook his head as his gaze fell on the model once more. You put a lot of thought into it, didn't you? Tell me about the process you went through to make it. Corentin's eyes instantly lit up, and he began to ramble on about how he had searched for materials, how he had designed the model, and the various difficulties and challenges he had encountered in the process of making it. June Ilo listened quietly, warmth rising within him. After speaking, Corentin crouched down to be at eye level with Juniello, who was sitting in a wheelchair. He held Junilua's hand, his eyes filled with heartache. Your Highness is in a lot of pain, right? It's all my fault that my force value was too low and I wasn't able to protect Your Highness. June Ilo touched his face and shook his head with a smile. It won't hurt if you blow on it. Corentin looked at June Ilo's smile and was a little lost in thought for a moment. He couldn't help but move closer to Junilua, the two of them so close that they could feel each other's breath. Junilua's cheeks flushed slightly, but he did not dodge. Your Highness, you're the most important person to me. Promise me you won't let yourself get hurt again, okay? He touched his heart. It hurts here. Juniello's heart skipped a beat as she looked into Corentin's eyes and whispered, Corentin, you're someone important to me too. The corners of Corentin's mouth curled into a wide smile as he gently dropped a kiss on Juniello's forehead. Your Highness, your legs can't touch water for a while. I'll help you bathe. Junilua's cheeks instantly colored a scarlet color. Thinking of the scene with Xiying in the bathroom during the day, she lowered her eyes slightly, and her tone was a little hesitant. This is not very good. Instead, Corentin looked serious, his eyes full of concern. Your Highness, your leg is injured and you're not comfortable on your own. It's only right that I'm your beast husband to take care of you. Juniello was still about to refuse, but looking at Corentin's eyes full of pain, she finally nodded gently. Cortlandy carefully pushed Juniello's wheelchair to the bathroom. He first tested the temperature of the water. then gently picked Junilua up and placed her on a chair to the side. Junilua's body stiffened slightly, her heart beating like a drum. Saranti didn't mess around with her in the bathroom much. Karanti slowly removed Juniro's tunic, moving as gently as if she were treating a rare treasure. His eyes, however, had no hint of profanity in them. Juniro's heart throbbed as he looked at Corentin's serious look. Corentin picked up a towel and gently wiped Junilo's body. His fingers would occasionally touch Junilua's smooth, white skin without thinking, and every touch was like an electric current, causing Junilua's body to tremble slightly. If she hadn't seen his clear pupils, she would have suspected that he was doing it on purpose. That'll do, Corentin. It's clean. Corentin's gaze fell on Juniro's face, her red eyes flashing at her slightly flushed cheeks and moist eyes. He slowly approached June Elohim and dropped a soft kiss on her lips. Juniello's eyes widened instantly, and before she had time to react, Corentin had left her lips. Your Highness, you are beautiful. Corentin's voice held a hidden huskiness. Junielua was dumbfounded. She had indeed been wrong. He was clearly doing it on purpose. Can you dress me now? Corentin looked at Juniro, longing burning like a flame in his heart, but the urge was hardened at the thought of her leg injury. He knew that now was not the time to aggravate her injuries with his own desires. Good. Their lips were pressed together as if time had stopped at that moment. They kissed so passionately, so devotedly, that they were almost breathless. Juniro was completely immersed in the kiss, forgetting everything around him. When they finally parted, Juniro was lost in thought for a long time, his eyes filled with surprise and shyness. She had never imagined that Corentin would have such a bold side. In the past, it had always been her who had molested him, watching him blush and shy with amusement in her heart, and now she was in his complete control, a feeling that surprised and throbbed her at the same time. Juniello's heart was beating fast as she looked at Corentin, who was no longer the teenager who blushed when she molested him. Corentin carried Juniro back to the bed, gently tucked her in, and dropped a soft kiss on Juniro's forehead before turning to walk into the bathroom to take a shower. Just then, Shadow pushed her way into the room. In his hand he held an exquisite gift box, so beautifully packaged that one could tell at a glance the care that had gone into it. Junilo looked at Shadow with a hint of doubt in her eyes. A belated birthday present? Your Highness. When she opened the gift box, her entire body froze, looking incredulously at Shadow. It was a crystal lamp made of purple snake scales, evidence of the original owner's torture of her, and now he had given it to her as a gift instead. What does he mean by that? Junilua's face turned slightly white, and when Xiang saw this, he hurriedly took her into his arms. His embrace was warm and solid, giving Junilua an inexplicable sense of security. Shadow hugged her tightly and whispered in her ear, Your Highness, don't think too much. His voice was like babbling water, soothing the waves in Junilua's heart. Your Highness, look, Shadow said, flicking a scale switch, and with a flash of purple light, an image of the two once being intimate was instantly projected. Junilua's mouth dropped open in surprise, and before she could regain her senses, Shadow took the opportunity to kiss her. The kiss was gentle and deep, as if it was pouring out the deepest love in Shadow's heart. A moment later, Shadow let go of Juniro. He turned the crystal lamp again, revealing two lifelike figurines inside. Wrapped around the girl's arm was a horned viper, purple in color, its head poking out of her sleeve and through her collar, spitting red letters and licking the girl's face lightly. The boy, on the other hand, knelt on one knee and lowered his head to kiss the back of the girl's hand. Junilua looked at these two little people and his heart was filled with emotion. Shadow. You. Chapter 100, Shadow's gift. Her voice trembled slightly, her gaze fixed on the crystal lamp made of Shadow scales, her heart filled with emotion and guilt. Shadow gazed at her tenderly and said softly, Your Highness, all that was once in the past. Now I just want to use this crystal lamp to record our new beginning. Junilo's eyes reddened slightly as she gently stroked the scales on the crystal lamp, as if she could feel the pain Shadow had once felt. Shadow. I never thought that you would make such a beautiful gift out of these scales. I once treated you like that. Why do you still treat me like that? Although she wasn't the one who committed the violence in the first place, in Shadow's perspective that person was her. Shadow held Junilua's hand, her eyes firm and gentle. Because His Highness deserves it now. Shadow only wishes to be by your Highness' side for the days to come, to guard your Highness. Junilua hugged Xiang tightly, tears slipping down quietly. Shadow, thank you for your forgiveness and love. I will surely cherish it. Just then, the bathroom door suddenly opened and Corentin walked out. His face instantly sank when he saw the image of Xiang and Junilua embracing each other. Shadow, what are you doing here? I have His Highness all to myself tonight. There was obvious displeasure in Corentin's tone. Shadow frowned slightly as she responded. Corentin, Her Highness is not yours alone. We all love her, and we all have a right to be there for her. Corentin gritted his teeth and said firmly, "No, your highness can only be with me tonight." Juno looked at Shishadow and Corentin, her eyes still a little moist, and smiled as she gently patted the seat beside her and softly said, "Here, Corentin, you sit here." Corentin immediately sat down on his butt, right next to Juno, with eyes that seemed to be declaring sovereignty with full possessiveness, muttering, "Your highness was supposed to be mine today, and Shishadow came to snatch it from me." Ying, on the other hand, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his cool face revealing a shallow smile, like ice melting away, and slowly sat down on the other side of Juno, his demeanor showing his poise. "What are you talking nonsense about?" Juno pinched his puffy face, his tone not the slightest hint of blame. Corentin pouted and said capriciously like a child, "His highness clearly promised that tonight would be mine alone." Ying remained calm, her voice as clear as jade. "I didn't want to grab it from you. I just came over to deliver a gift." Corentin looked at the crystal lamp, and although he was a bit jealous of Ying's gift in his heart, he had to admit that this gift was very special. He gritted his teeth and said with conviction, "Humph. Next time, I will definitely send an even better gift to your highness." Juno giggled at the look on Corentin's face and hooked her arms around his neck, giving him a kiss on the cheek. "Good, good, good. I'll wait." Just then, Juno's mechanical voice of Xiaoqi suddenly sounded in Juno's head. "Host, go see Yule. He's not doing well." Juno was shocked. Didn't Zuo Ling say that he had gone on an errand today? How could something have happened? A strong uneasiness welled up in Juno's heart, and she immediately asked the two men to carry her to the wheelchair, which Corentin and Ying did, though they were puzzled. "I'll go check on Yule." Corentin and Shishadow looked at each other and followed suit, with somewhat serious expressions on their faces. Juno pushed open the door to Yule's room, which was silent and unoccupied. Instead, there was the sound of pattering water coming from the bathroom. Juno couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly asked Ying to push open the bathroom door. What came into his eyes was blood all over the floor, and the shocking red color made Juno's heart sink violently. The view moved upward, and on Yule's back were staggering, gut-wrenching whip marks. The three of them were startled at the same time and cried out in unison, "Yule, what's wrong with you?" Yule turned back in fear and reacted quickly by drawing a towel around her lower half. His face was extremely pale, without a trace of blood, and his lips were bitten out of blood. A fine bead of sweat broke out on his forehead when he was obviously taking a cold shower. "Yule, why are you still bathing when you're so badly injured? Don't you want to die?" Juno's voice trembled, his eyes filled with heartache and anger. She wanted to go up and check on his injuries, but couldn't get close because she was in a wheelchair. Corentin gently covered Juno's eyes and slowly pushed the wheelchair to bring her back. "Your highness, let Yule get dressed first, and wait for the rest until he comes out." Juno sat in his wheelchair, and although his heart was filled with worry, he knew that at this point, he should give Yule a little time to clean up. She nodded slightly and allowed Corentin to push herself back into the room. Corentin pushed the wheelchair while softly comforting Juno. "Don't worry too much, your highness. Yule will be fine." His words were like warm sunlight that poured over Juno's heart, easing her anxiety slightly. It was only after returning to his room that Corentin removed his hand from Juno's eyes. Juno's eyes looked in the direction of the bathroom with a complicated look in his mind as he thought about the reason why Yuraku was hurt. Corentin crouched down to be level with Juno as he took his hand in his. "Don't worry, your highness. Yule will be fine." A few minutes later, Shishadow came out assisting Yule, who was wearing pants, and Juno looked at her frail appearance, and somehow his heart was clogged. She asked Shishadow to help him with his wounds. "Tell me, what's going on?" Yule lowered her head slightly, not daring to look Juno in the eyes, and didn't speak. Yule, seeing her anger, Wulu subconsciously wanted to kneel down and apologize. The movement was too big and involved the wound, and the freshly treated wound sprouted blood beads again. "Don't move," Shishadow scolded in a cold voice. Juno glanced at him, and he really didn't dare to move, his voice weak and hoarse. "Your highness, Yule doesn't want you to see me like this. I'm afraid of dirtying your eyes." Juno's eyes were red with anger. "Look at what this is saying. Yule, what the hell happened? Why did you hurt yourself like that?" Yule clenched his teeth and remained silent. Juno looked at his stubbornness and was both angry and helpless in his heart. She knew that Yule didn't want her to worry, but this silence only made her heart ache more. She probably guessed. "Yule, do you think I'm useless? Can't even protect my own sidekick?" There was a hint of self-blame in Juno's voice. "If I could have been stronger, you wouldn't have suffered like this." Wulu hurriedly shook his head and said eagerly, "Your highness, it's not true. It is my duty to protect you, and it is me who did not do a good job and let you get hurt. Yule should be punished." Sure enough, as her personal secret guard, Yule's failure to protect her and let her get hurt was his fault. A dark guard who makes a mistake must be punished. But what she didn't know was that this time the queen didn't order Yul to be punished. He took the initiative to receive the punishment himself. If he didn't take the initiative to receive the punishment, what awaited him was to be thrown back to the training base for retraining, and he might even face death. He signed a blood contract when he was a child, and the queen would not kill him, but she would certainly transfer him. Not wanting to leave her side, he took the initiative to ask for punishment. Chapter 101, Broken Leg and Still So Dishonest. Jun Ilo looked at Yul's eagerness to explain, and the emotions in his heart became more and more complicated. She sighed softly and spoke slowly. Yul, you don't have to be like this. I've never felt that you're at fault, and this time it's not your responsibility. You've been doing your best to protect me. I've seen it all. Wulu raised his head slightly, tears glistening in his eyes. Your Highness, Wulu has failed in his duties and deserves to be punished. His tone was filled with guilt. Jun Ilo shook his head and reached out to hold Yul's hand. Stop blaming yourself and get well. Wulu felt the warmth of Jun Ilo's hand and a warm current surged in her heart. He secretly vowed that he would be more careful in the future and would never let His Highness fall into danger again. She Shadow looked at the two, and her heart was touched. Corentin watched in rare silence, not stopping. Wulu, you must recuperate properly. If not, you won't be able to go to the Jellyfish planet with this princess at that time. Yul turned his head slightly, a flash of determination in his eyes. Don't worry, Your Highness. Wulu will definitely recover from his injuries as soon as possible to better protect Your Highness. Xiying tidied up the medical waste on the table and spoke to Jun Ilo. Your Highness, it's late. You go back to rest first. I'll just watch over this place. Jun Ilo thought about how useless it would be for him to stay, so he nodded slightly and agreed. It's a potion to prevent hyperthermia. He might need it at night. After she handed the potion to Shadow, she let Courtlandy push her out of Shadow's bedroom. Xiying silently watched Jun Ilo's distant back until it was completely out of sight. Then she slowly withdrew her gaze. He turned his head to look at Yul. His eyes were still clear and cold, but there was a trace of concern that was not easily detectable. Wulu, you are indeed too reckless this time. Ying's voice was as cold as ever. But since His Highness has forgiven you, you should get well and not fail His Highness again. Yul lowered her head and answered softly. Yes, I know. Shadow stopped speaking and just stood by silently. The room was so quiet that only the sound of Yul's shallow breathing remained. The next day, Jun Iro was awakened by a loud and clear wolf howl. As she slept, she opened her eyes to see a gray wolf's head sprawled out by the window, large and fluffy, with a pair of ghostly blue eyes staring at her curiously. She almost didn't strain herself to fling a slipper across the room. Ow! The silver wolf cocked its head and let out a question-like yelp, and that look was actually a bit cute. Jun Ilo looked at it in this state, good-natured and amused, and his taut nerves gradually relaxed. What are you doing here, you guy? Almost got a heart attack from you. Jun Iro feigned anger as he counted the wolves. The wolf seemed to understand her, and gave a low whimper, with a slight look of resignation in its eyes, as if to say that it did not mean to. Come here. What's the point of running around blindly when your feet aren't even healed? Waiting to be amputated? The silver wolf's eyes lit up at the sound of him being called over, and he ran towards her on 3 feet, his tail wagging as he did so. The silver wolf, though only using 3 legs, was not slow, and soon ran to the bed, rubbing his head against her leg first. With a leap, he was firmly on the other side of her bed. Jun Ilo looked at the bed that was half occupied and was a bit speechless, but didn't say anything. Her eyes fell on the silver wolf's tightly wrapped front paw. The layers of wrapped gauze made her heart clench violently, and the thought that this injury was because of her own injuries made her heartache instantly surge to her heart. She frowned slightly and gently poked the encased area with her hand. As if poked in pain, the wolf shuddered slightly and let out a low whimper. A hint of pain flashed through its ghostly blue eyes, causing Jun Ilo to feel even more heartbroken, and perhaps not wanting her to see his paws and claws wrapped into a dumpling-like shape. The wolf quickly retracted his front paws and carefully hid them underneath that fluffy belly, as if hiding from something. Looking at the wolf in this adorable and stubborn manner, Jun Ilo could not help but smile and took the opportunity to touch its wolf ears. The wolf's ears twitched gently under her touch, and the softness of them made Jun Ilo love them. Although the wolf was a bit helpless at her touching his ears, he didn't resist and just quietly let her fiddle with them. The tail was still sweeping over her calves with intent. Corentin had just gotten back from the planting academy and thought to wake up Her Highness before cooking her lunch. However, the moment he pushed open the door to the room, his eyes instantly widened. How did this wolf get into His Highness's room? You're still so dishonest with a broken leg. At the moment, Jun Iro was immersed in his interaction with the wolf, his hand still in the act of jerking his fur. She heard the door open and raised her head slightly, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Corentin, you're back? Jun Ilo asked. Courtlandy looked at Jun Iro and then at the wolf, a wave of jealousy welling up in her heart. He felt that the wolf was taking up too much of His Highness's attention, and he was a little lost. He had always known that His Highness preferred orcs with furry beast forms. Your Highness, it's time to eat. Corentin tried to keep his tone calm, but a hint of displeasure could still be heard. The wolf seemed to sense Coranti's mood, and he growled at him, not allowing him to go near Junairo. The wolf's eyes glinted with vigilance, as if guarding his territory. Cortlandy watched the wolf's reaction and his temper rose in a flash. This dead wolf, how dare he yell at him? Corentin blared at the wolf. His Highness is mine, not yours, and if you want to get out, you're the one who's going to get out. Junairo? The wolf did not show any weakness and continued to growl, its body leaning forward slightly in an attacking stance. Seeing this, Junairo quickly reached out and pressed down on its head. Don't scream, don't be so rude. The wolf looked at Junairo and then at Coranti, no longer growling but still eyeing him warily. Junairo released his hand on its head and reached out to Coranti for a hug. Corentin, I'm hungry. Corentin's jealousy was soothed by her gesture of begging for a hug. I'll take your Highness down to wash up first. Corentin carried Junairo to the washroom, where he gently placed him on the sink. Junairo had just taken his seat when Corentin frowned, keenly smelling the silver wolf scent that tainted Junairo's body. Corentin grunted, very upset that the silver wolf had dared to come so close to His Highness. A hint of hostility flashed in his eyes as he leaned in close to Juniluo. Juniluo was a bit overwhelmed by his sudden move, and was about to ask when Corentin nipped at her neck. Junairo let out a soft cry and looked at Coranti with slight anger. With possessiveness in his eyes, Coranti looked at the mark on Junilo's neck that belonged to him. The boredom abated only slightly. Your Highness is not to get too close to that silver wolf in the future. Corentin's voice was muffled. Chapter 102, Fighting with Wolves. You're the cutest. Junailo shook his head helplessly. This guy's jealousy was too big. But looking at Corentin's serious look, another wave of warmth surged through her heart. He also cared for her too much to be so possessive. After a few moments, Junielo gently nudged Coranti. Well, I'm hungry. It was only then that Coranti gathered some of her emotions and began to prepare Junairo's toiletries. After quickly preparing Junairo's toiletries, Corentin carefully waited on her to wash up again. The corners of Junairo's mouth turned up slightly as he watched the nervous look on Corentin's face, taking the opportunity to touch his firm abs. Just as the atmosphere was becoming ambiguous, the silver wolf's sultry wolf howl came from the bedroom. Corentin ground his teeth in exasperation, and Junielo kissed the corner of his lips soothingly. Corentin was a little stunned by Junailo's sudden kiss, and after a moment, a blazing fire lit up in his eyes. He was just about to respond further when the silver wolf's wolf howl came again, interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere. Coranti stared angrily in the direction of the bedroom, eager to rush over and drive the silver wolf away immediately. Junairo couldn't help but laugh out loud at the puffed-up look on Coranti's face. Well, don't be mad. Junielo tugged on Coranti's coat. It's worried about me too. Coranti, however, did not buy it. Worrying is not an option. Your Highness is mine. He domineeringly swept Junielo into his arms, as if demonstrating to that silver wolf. Junielo shook her head helplessly. This guy was so jealous. She gently nudged Coranti. Come on, let's go see what's wrong with it. Although Cortlandy was reluctant, he didn't dare to disobey Junilua's order. He picked up Junailo and placed her on a wheelchair that was kept aside and pushed her towards the bedroom. When they walked into the bedroom, the silver wolf immediately pounced on Junilua's feet, whimpering as if telling his grievances. Junailo knelt down and gently stroked the silver wolf's head. What's wrong? The silver wolf rubbed his head against Junairo's hand, but his eyes flicked to Coranti every now and then, as if warning him to stay away from Junairo. Coranti saw this and ground her teeth in anger, but got in the way of Junielo liking it hopelessly. Junairo combed the silver wolf and then tugged on Corentin's sleeve, and couldn't help but laugh again at Corentin's stifled look. Well, don't bother with it. Let's go eat. Cortlandy glared at the silver wolf playing cute with a disgruntled glare and pushed Junielo out of the bedroom. Secretly, he decided that he would find a chance to teach that silver wolf a good lesson. The silver wolf followed suit, jumping off the bed and hopping on 3 feet behind him. Saranti was simply exasperated. This wolf, bully bird, entering the hover elevator and closing the door quickly to disallow it. The silver wolf wailed at him and turned toward the elevator beside him. Junielo looked at him disapprovingly. Corentin, its leg is still healed. What if it falls? Coranti heard Junailo's words, and although he was disgruntled in his heart, he didn't dare to refute them. He frowned slightly, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Your Highness, that wolf is too unruly. I just don't want it to haunt you all the time. Junairo sighed softly and said in a gentle tone. Coranti, it was injured for me and now it has amnesia and only remembers me. I can't just leave it alone. When it heals, it will leave of its own accord. Corentin was silent for a moment, but eventually compromised. the elevator reached the first floor, and Corentin pushed Junairo out of the elevator. But in his mind he was calculating how to deal with the silver wolf that could appear at any moment. Just then, the silver wolf limped out and immediately ran over excitedly when he saw Junailo. Seeing this, Corentin hurriedly stepped in front of Junailo and looked at the silver wolf warily. The silver wolf, however, ignored him and stepped around to the side, gently rubbing his head against Junailo's hand. Come on, let's go eat. Ow. The silver wolf gave an excited ow as if in response to her offer. Courtlandi watched the interaction between the one man and the wolf, her heart aching, but she pushed Junailo in the direction of the restaurant. The silver wolf happily followed Junailo with a hop and a skip. Junailo turned his head to look at the silver wolf from time to time, confirmed that he could move on 3 feet, and slightly put his heart down. Arriving at the dining room, Karate pushed Junairo to the table, gave the robot butler his orders, and then began to lay out the tableware for her. Robot butlers served the food one after another. The silver wolf, on the other hand, obediently lay down at Junailo's feet, his eyes staring straight at the food on the table, a slight whimper escaping his mouth from time to time. Junailo smiled and stroked the silver wolf's head. Don't be anxious, you'll get your share later. The silver wolf seemed to understand her words and immediately quieted down, only its tail still wagging. Corentin brought a plate of food and placed it in front of Junairo, and took out some more food suitable for a silver wolf and placed it on the ground. The silver wolf immediately came over and took a big bite. Junailo couldn't help but smile as he watched the silver wolf eat. Coranti, look how cute it is, Junairo said. Corentin retorted with displeasure. Cute used to be a compliment to him, now this stupid wolf was trying to steal even the compliments that belonged solely to him. Your Highness, he's a beast man, now he just can't take form for a while. Where's the cuteness? Gray and ugly. Ow dash. You're not allowed to say you're ugly. Junailo watched helplessly as Coranti fought with the silver wolf and shook his head gently. Coranti, don't talk about it like that, it'll get sad. Coranti, however, remained puffed up. Your Highness, it's just not cute, and it's ugly. As he said that, he also glanced at the silver wolf, his eyes filled with dislike. The silver wolf seemed to understand Corentin's words, and let out an ow with an aggravated tone in his voice. It walked over to Junailo and rubbed its head against her leg as if seeking comfort. Junailo gently stroked the silver wolf's head. Don't pay any attention to him, you're very cute. The silver wolf immediately perked up when it heard Junailo's praise, its tail wagging incessantly. Coranti watched Junairo's gentleness towards the silver wolf and became even more disgruntled. Your Highness, you're favoring it again. Junairo smiled. Coranti, why are you even bothering with a wolf? Corentin grunted. I'm not counting, it's just that this wolf is so annoying. Junairo felt some amusement in his heart as he looked at Corentin's childish look. Okay, don't be mad, you're the cutest little Kariris. Corentin suppressed the upturned corners of his mouth, clearly flattered. Good girl, eat first, you must be hungry after a busy morning. Coranti grunted softly, toe-kicking the silver wolf's uninjured leg when Junairo wasn't looking and retracting her leg to sit quickly on Junairo's other side. Your Highness will eat, and will cook you something delicious in the evening. Good. Just at this time, Zuo Ling walked in from outside the door and saw the scene and was slightly stunned. His gaze darted between Coranti, Junairo, and Silverwolf, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile if anything. Your Highness, the mansion will be lively in the future. It's hard to be bored when you have these two living treasures around. Chapter 104 Poisonous Teenager Suddenly Not Poisonous Somewhat Uncomfortable. Alright, adjust your breathing and start helping you dredge the sea of spiritual stones. Zuo Ling nodded and obediently sat on the edge of the bed, closing his eyes and relaxing his mind. Junailo similarly closed his eyes and focused his mind, trying to establish a mental connection with Zuo Ling. As if she was conscious, her spiritual power slowly approached Zuo Ling's spiritual world. Zuo Ling similarly quieted his mind and opened up his sea of spiritual stones, waiting for Junailo's arrival. This is an extremely dangerous thing. If the other party has malicious intent, they can take his life at any time. When Junailo's spirit touched Zuo Ling's spirit stone sea, a marvelous feeling instantly spread throughout both of their bodies. It was a closeness that couldn't be described in words, as if their souls were tightly embracing each other in this moment. Junailo's spirit slowly traveled through Zuo Ling's sea of mental stones, feeling his emotions, thoughts, and power. She could even see the firmness and loyalty in Zuo Ling's heart and feel his deep love for her. Time slowly passed, and Junailo's power was continuously injected into Zuo Ling's spirit stone sea. That soft and powerful force was like a trickle of water, nourishing every corner of Zuo Ling's spiritual world. Zuo Ling quietly felt the surge of power, and his heart was filled with shock and emotion. He could clearly perceive his sea of spirit stones gradually becoming more solid and full under the influence of Junailo's power. By the time he exited from Zuo Ling's sea of consciousness, June Ilua was only slightly pale, but he had only lost a small portion of his spiritual energy. Zuo Ling looked down at her with a gaze full of astonishment. Your Highness' spiritual power has improved again? He had never heard that spiritual power could still be raised. There is no such precedent in the Empire. June Ilua leaned back in Zuo Ling's arms, but in his heart, he was still thinking about his opportunity to break through the sea of spirit stones. She softly hummed and broke away from Zuo Ling's embrace, her eyes firmly looking at him. Zuo Ling, I want to go to the virtual world to train mechs. Zuo Ling frowned slightly, worry surfacing on his face. Your Highness, would this be too risky? You have just dredged the spirit stone sea for me, and you have already expended a lot of energy. June Ilo shook his head. I must seize this opportunity. I can feel that a breakthrough can only be ushered in by draining my spiritual energy. Zuo Ling looked at June Ilua's persistent look and knew that he couldn't stop her. Yes, but I must stay by your side. June Yellow nodded. You carry me over. The virtual world was only accessed by the mental body, and her leg injury didn't affect it at all. She had to boost her strength before traveling to Jellyfish Planet. Zuo Ling hugged her and went to the virtual pod, placed her in the virtual pod, and he himself followed and laid into the virtual pod on the side. And the two of them entered the virtual world together and went straight to the Mecha training room. June Iroh quickly entered the mech and threw himself into the simulation. June Iroh gave his full attention to maneuvering the mech, pushing his limits in the simulation training. Her spiritual energy surged out like a tidal wave, and the movements of the mech became more and more smooth and precise. Zuo Ling stared closely at her every move from the side, occasionally uttering a voice to guide her. Your Highness, pay attention to the balance of the mech and keep it stable when moving at high speeds. Zuo Ling's voice was calm and strong. June Iroh nodded slightly and quickly adjusted his mech stance. Every training session was an opportunity to improve, and she couldn't miss it. Time passed minute by minute. June Ilua's spiritual energy gradually depleted, but her eyes grew more and more determined. She kept pushing herself, breaking through one difficult barrier after another. Right at this moment, Zuo Ling suddenly sensed a hint of abnormality. He turned his head violently and looked to the corner of the room. There stood a teenager quietly, looking at him with danger in his eyes. Zuo Ling's heart tightened. He didn't know who this teenager was and why he appeared here. He subconsciously wanted to get closer to June Iroh and protect her. However, the teenager seemed to have sensed Zuo Ling's intentions. As he narrowed his eyes slightly and a powerful spiritual force emanated out, Zuo Ling immediately felt a huge pressure, and his body couldn't help but tighten up. Just tried to fight back. June Ilua also noticed the abnormality at that moment as she stopped her mech and stepped out of it. When she saw the teenager, a look of surprise appeared on her face. What brings you here? The teenager sneered, ignoring her as he turned and disappeared into the room. June Ilo looked at the other parties disappearing back and wrinkled his eyebrows. She was still a little uncomfortable when the toxic teenager suddenly stopped being toxic. And why did it feel like he was angry? Is it because you haven't been online for half a month? After thinking about it, I sent him a private message to tell him. After all, he was considered half of his master. Hasn't been online until recently because of an injury and hasn't been slacking on his training. At that moment, the teenager was in another room passing training and didn't see the private message. And only after he had vented did he see June Ilo's private message. He frowned slightly, turning off the private message and not replying, but the anger in his heart dissipated for the most part. She left him alone after sending the private message and refocused her attention on her mech training. As the training continued, June Ilua's spiritual energy was constantly being depleted, and her sense of exhaustion grew stronger, but she gritted her teeth and held on to keep from collapsing. On the teenager's side, although he didn't reply to the private message, June Iroha's figure kept floating in his mind. The hint of anger in his heart had long since disappeared without a trace when he remembered how hard she had trained. When he arrived at the Mecha training room, what he saw was the image of June Ilua being held in Zuo Ling's arms. The teenager's eyes instantly darkened as an unspeakable emotion surged through his heart. He stood still, quietly looking at June Ilua and Zuo Ling, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. June Ilua was extremely tired at this time, leaning in Zuo Ling's arms and panting slightly, not noticing the teenager's arrival in the slightest. Zuo Ling, on the other hand, looked at June Ilua with a worried face. The teenager gritted his teeth and tried to turn away, but his feet felt like they were frozen. His heart was struggling. On the one hand he didn't want to see June Ilua and Zuo Ling so close. On the other hand he was relieved to see June Ilua's condition. In the end, the teenager didn't leave. Your Highness, that's enough. You'll get a headache if you continue. Zuo Ling stopped June Ilua who was going to continue training. June Ilua frowned slightly, a trace of resentment showing in her eyes, but she also understood that Zuo Ling was doing it for her good. She sighed softly and nodded. Well, that's it for today. June Iroha's voice was a little tired. Zuo Ling looked at her tenderly and gently picked her up, preparing to leave the virtual world. Just as they turned around, Juno suddenly felt a familiar gaze. She subconsciously looked in the direction of her gaze, but only saw a blurry figure flashing by. Juno's heart fluttered as she vaguely felt that the figure was a poisonous teenager. But she didn't say anything more. She just leaned in Zuo Ling's arms, silently thinking about her training progress and future plans. Zuo Ling carried Juno out of the virtual cabin and gently placed her on the bed. He carefully covered her with the quilt and instructed her to rest well. Your Highness, take a good nap and recover your mental strength. When you wake up, we will continue training. Zuo Ling's voice was gentle and firm. Chapter 105, Spiritual Power Breakthrough SSS Plus. Waking up with a start, Juno had a breakthrough in his spiritual power, which had never been more abundant, and the sea of spiritual stones had expanded a lot. Juno slowly opened his eyes, only to feel refreshed and an unprecedented power surging through his body. Xiao Qi's voice rang out at the right time. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual power has broken through. Now your spiritual power has reached SSS Plus, which is enough to crush 98% of the orcs in the stars. Juno's heart burst with surprise as she felt this brand new power, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. This time was not in vain. She was the only one in the room at the moment, and with a thought, she entered the planting space. Inside the planting space, lush plants exude vibrant life. Her gaze fell on a clearing not far away, where she would open the space processing plant. Juno walked over to the clearing and closed his eyes, taking in the fresh air. 7. I'm in a good enough condition to open a space processing plant, right? Xiao Qi appeared out of nowhere and circled around her twice before speaking. Host, your current spiritual power is sufficient to turn on the processing plant, but you need to make sure that your spiritual power is stable enough to cope with the energy fluctuations that may occur when the processing plant is activated. Juno nodded slightly as she once again felt the powerful spiritual energy within her, enough to open the space processing plant. I'm ready, let's begin. Juno opened his eyes with determination in them. Host, the primary version of the space processing plant will now begin to activate. Please focus your attention on the open space and visualize what a processing plant would look like, and we will make adjustments according to your ideas. Juno was surprised that it could actually be like this. Thought it was a direct purchase from the space mall. Though she didn't understand, she followed Seven's instructions and concentrated, sketching out a modern processing plant in her mind. She imagined tall plants, advanced equipment, and busy production lines. As she imagined it, a faint glow began to appear in the clearing, which gradually converged to form a vague outline. Juno didn't dare to relax and continued to imagine tracing until the light ahead grew brighter and the outline became clearer. Only gradually did she breathe a sigh of relief. The prototype of the processing plant has been completed, and the details are being corrected. Construction of the processing plant is complete, automatically deducting the material cost of 15,880,000 star coins. Juno, but for the sake of the brand new processing plant, she'd let it slide. The appearance of the processing plant was simple and generous. The walls were white, and the huge door of the plant was closed tightly, giving people a solemn and mysterious feeling. Juno suppressed the excitement in his heart and slowly approached the processing plant. She reached out and gently touched the walls of the plant, feeling the cold, solid texture. 7. What should we do now? Juno asked. Host, now you need to use your mental power to open the door of the plant and enter the interior of the processing plant to set it up. Juno, this is all on her own? Juno took a deep breath and focused his mind, condensing his spiritual energy into his palm. She pressed gently on the plant door, feeling the energy fluctuations behind it. Slowly, the door to the plant began to open slowly, and a dazzling light shot out from within. Juno squinted his eyes and adjusted to the light before stepping into the processing plant. The interior of the processing plant is spacious and bright, with a variety of advanced equipment neatly arranged. The roar of huge machines echoed through the air, giving Juno a powerful industrial aura. She walked over to one of the machines and scrutinized the display and buttons on it. Various data and parameters flashed on the display, dazzling her a bit. 7. How do these devices work? Juno asked. Host, these devices are controlled by your mental power. You can set the parameters and operating modes of the devices through imagination and intention. Juno nodded as she closed her eyes once more and focused her mind as she began to try and control the device with her mental powers. She imagined bringing space river water into a processing plant and turning it into a nutrient solution through a series of treatments and processes. As she imagined it, the display on the device began to flash and the machine began to start slowly. Juno opened his eyes and watched the data on the device constantly change. His heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. She continued to control the equipment with her mental powers, adjusting the parameters to ensure that the processing went smoothly. While the nutrient solution was being processed, Juno also began setting up another production line in another room for processing space soil into nutrient soil. She imagined the soil being pulverized, sifted, added with various nutrients, and finally transformed into bags of high-quality nutritious soil. The roar of the machines in the processing plant grew louder as the day wore on, with both production lines running efficiently. Juniro busily traveled from room to room, monitoring the processing with his mental powers to make sure everything was under control. I don't know how long it took, but the first batch of nutrient solution and nutrient soil was finally produced. Junilua's heart was filled with joy as he looked at those bags of nutrient solution and fertile nutrient soil. Xiao Qi, how is the quality of these nutrient solutions and nutrient soil? Junilua asked. Xiao Qi replied, Host, the quality of these nutrient solutions and nutrient soil is very high. After testing, the nutrient solution contains rich nutrients that can promote the growth and development of plants. The nutrient soil is also very fertile and suitable for the growth of various plants. Juniro nodded in satisfaction. However, Juniro was also clear that this was just the beginning, and that there was much more to come. She can't come over every day and personally keep an eye on things. Xiao Qi, as if sensing her thought, opened her mouth to explain, Host need not worry. The processing plant will not stop as long as it is turned on. You only need to inject spiritual power at the very beginning, and there is no need for spiritual manipulation later on. Juniro froze, not realizing it could be played like that. That $10 million wasn't wasted. Juniro walked out of the processing plant and looked out at the lush plants with hope. Exiting the space, she leaned back against the bed and gasped slightly. Just now, she had opened the space processing plant and carried out production, losing too much mental energy at once, making her feel extremely tired. Well, after drinking 2 recovery potions, his face finally looked better. She settled down and began to think about her next step. Xiao Qi, you will upload the nutrient soil and nutrient solution to the virtual world, and publicize them vigorously. After thinking about it, she added, there's no need to open another store. Just set up an area inside the fruit store, write down the method of use and the effects, and add a sentence that all the fruits and vegetables in our store are cultivated by this nutrient solution and nutrient soil. This allows you to capitalize on the customer base that the fruit store already has, while also allowing people to visualize the product more visually. The treasury was currently empty, and the economic situation of the empire was not optimistic. She had to find a way to raise more funds to deal with a possible crisis. Should war break out again someday, their empire simply couldn't afford it. These nutrient solutions and nutrient soils may seem insignificant, but if utilized properly, they can make money and raise the standard of living in the empire. Okay, host, I'll put the nutrient soil and nutrient solution on the virtual world as soon as possible, and publicize them as you requested. Junilo nodded slightly and closed his eyes as he began to think about how to further expand the reach of his product. Just then there was a soft knock at the door. Chapter 106, Molesting Zuo Ling. A few moments later, Zuo Ling slowly walked in with the food. His figure was upright and composed, with a look of concern on his face. Your Highness is awake? Zuo Ling's voice was gentle and mellow, his eyes full of worry. Is there anything wrong? Junilua gently shook his head. It's fine. It's just that his mental energy is overconsumed and his head is still a bit dizzy. Zuo Ling placed the food on a side table, then picked up a bowl of lean congee and picked up a spoon to gently stir it. Your Highness, you have consumed too much spiritual energy and need to recuperate. Come, eat something first. He scooped up a spoonful of porridge, gently blew on it, and brought it to Junilua's mouth. Junilo didn't refuse and opened his mouth to eat the spoonful of porridge. Actually, I can eat it myself. Zuo Ling sniffed. The movement of his hand paused, but still continued to scoop a spoonful to feed her. Your Highness is still very weak. It's better to let Zuo Ling take care of you. His tone was full of favor and insistence. Junilua wanted to say something else, but when he saw Zuo Ling's firm gaze, he stopped pushing. After the meal, the two chatted about the details of their trip to Jellyfish Planet, and the two chatted for a long time on the subject. Junilua was also slowly recovering in his spirit, and when he was almost recovered, he let him carry himself to the bathroom to take a shower. Zuo Ling checked her injured leg and found that it was healing well, and after doing a good job of waterproof protection, he held her in the shower room. Junilua quietly looked at the busy Zuo Ling. He was dressed in a casual suit with rules and regulations. Every crease seemed to be carefully organized. The whole person appeared extraordinarily straight and handsome. In contrast, he was stripped naked at the moment. It made a hint of shyness and discomfort well up in her. As Zuo Ling helped her apply the bubbles, with a twinkle in her eye, she quietly inputted the command, and the shower above her head instantly poured down, spilling water like a waterfall. All of a sudden, Zuo Ling became a soup chicken without any defense. Water droplets rolled down his hair and flowed over his firm face and broad shoulders. Zuo Ling was first slightly stunned, then helplessly looked at Junilua. There was not the slightest hint of blame in those eyes. There was only endless doting and tolerance. Junilua's gaze couldn't help but fall on Zuo Ling's perfectly toned body. His soaked shirt clung to his body, outlining the lines of his powerful muscles. Junielo swallowed uncharacteristically. Your Highness, stop it. Zuo Ling's voice was a little hoarse, with a trace of imperceptible gentleness. Admiral Sama. Let's watch together. Juniro purposely trailed off with a few hints of playfulness and seduction in her voice. Her eyes glittered with a sly light, and her hand was still not honestly touching Zuo Ling's well-defined abs. The firm touch from her fingertips caused her heart to beat slightly faster, and a faint blush colored her face. Zuo Ling's body instantly tightened up. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes and was quickly suppressed. Your Highness. No nonsense. His voice was huskier, with a restrained emotion. However, Juniro acted as if she hadn't heard him as her fingers continued to gently slide over his abs, feeling the lines of strength. Lord Admiral, what are you afraid of? The corners of Junilo's mouth rose slightly, revealing a charming smile. Could it be that Lord Admiral is still shy? Her eyes were full of flirtation, as if she was deliberately challenging Zuo Ling's bottom line. Zuo Ling took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Your Highness, stop it. Your legs can't touch the water. Zuo Ling's tone was full of worry and seriousness. He looked at Junilua's still restless hand and gently held it, stopping her from moving further. Zuo Ling quickly helped Junilua rinse off and wrapped a towel around him to hug and sit on the sink, turned around and started to give himself a quick shower. The water flowed down his body, splashing crystals. During that time, Junilua's gaze didn't move away from him, and it was as if the blazing eyes wanted to see through Zuo Ling. Junilua secretly sighed in her heart, worthy of being her own man. Her body is good. Those broad shoulders, tight muscles, every line was full of strength and beauty. Lord Admiral, why are you still standing up? Zuo Ling was made red by her words. Zuo Ling was made red by her words, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. A flicker of panic flashed in his eyes and his body involuntarily tensed up. He wanted to avoid Junilua's blazing gaze, but realized that he had nowhere to hide. Finally, he hastily wrapped a towel around him, carried the man out of the bathroom and pressed him directly onto the bed. Junilua lay on the bed, his hair spread out like ink, his face still wearing a smile. The towel wrapped around her body outlined her beautiful curves, and her skin, like snow, radiated a charming glow. The bath towel that Zuo Ling was only wearing loosened up with the party's walking, revealing his fine chest and powerful arms. Their breaths intertwined, and an ambiguous scent filled the air. One of Zuo Ling's hands was propped up on Junilua's side, and the other gently brushed her face, the temperature coming from his fingertips causing Junilua to tremble slightly. His gaze locked onto Junilua, his eyes filled with deep love and lust. His chest rose and fell slightly. His breathing was a bit rapid, and he smelled fresh from his recent shower. Then will your highness help TA? Juniro hooked her lips into a smile and hooked her arms around his neck. Sure, no problem. Show your beast ears and tail. Zuo Ling heard Junilua's request and redness crept over her ears. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but looking at Juniro's expectant eyes, he eventually obediently released his beast ears and tail. The furry beast ears instantly emerged from the top of Zuo Ling's head, gently shaking as if expressing the owner's inner nervousness and shyness. The beast's tail also slowly poked out from behind it, fluffy and soft, swinging gently in the air. She reached out her hand and gently stroked Zuo Ling's beastly ear, and the soft touch made her heart extraordinarily soft. Junilo's fingers slid slowly along the contours of the beast's ear, as if he were playing with a fine work of art. Zuo Ling's body trembled slightly, and a strange feeling instantly spread throughout his body. So soft, Juniro murmured softly, his eyes full of love. She slightly tilted her head and gently dropped a kiss on Zuo Ling's beastly ear. Zuo Ling's breathing stuttered, and his eyes became even hotter. Junilo felt the change in Zuo Ling and the corner of his mouth hooked up in a bad smile. She continued to gently tease Zoran's beastly ear with her fingers, pulling and kneading it. Junilua's gaze moved to the fluffy tail of the beast behind Zuo Ling, and the furry appearance made her unable to resist reaching out and taking hold of it. She gave a gentle tug, and the beast's tail swayed slightly as Zuo Ling's body tensed up once again. She coiled her fingers in a circle around the beast's tail again, feeling the soft texture. The heart grows more and more fond of it. Your Highness. Zuo Ling's breathing became more and more rapid, and the flame of desire burned in his eyes. He looked at Junilua's mischievous appearance with both helplessness and a hint of anticipation in his heart. Your Highness, stop teasing me. Zuo Ling's voice was hoarse and low, carrying an irresistible charm. Juniro, however, continued to tease his beast's ears and tail as if he hadn't heard him. Zuo Ling couldn't stand it any longer. He violently grabbed Junilua's hand and pressed her underneath him. His eyes were blazing and domineering, as if he wanted to devour Junilua. Your Highness. Chapter 107. What you're trying to do is keep me from thinking. Just as the two were about to wipe the floor, there was a thumping and rapping at the door. It was accompanied by a few low wolf howls. Ow. Junilo. Zuo Ling's forehead gently jumped straight, obviously holding back very hard. Don't worry about it. Let's continue. Juniro used her uninjured leg and hooked it around his waist to press down. Just then, the tapping on the door grew more urgent, and the howling of wolves came. Zuo Ling frowned tightly and tried to restrain his impulses, but the silver wolf outside the door started scratching the door as if it was on purpose, its claws creating friction with the metal making a toothsome sound. Roll dash. Zuo Ling looked sideways at the doorway, and the intimidating pressure that belonged solely to the tiger emanated out and pushed right through the door. The movement outside the door stopped momentarily. Both thought that was the end of it, and were just about to continue, when not a moment later the wolf's howl resounded once more, this time with obvious aggravation, as if accusing Juniro of not caring about it. Being spoiled the atmosphere. Junilua was furious and had the fear that something had happened to it. Thinking about it, he pushed Zuo Ling away and straightened up. Zoran helped her get dressed. He himself took out clean casual clothes from the space button and changed into them before giving the command to open the door to the smart butler. The moment she opened the door, that silver wolf landed on 3 feet and rushed to the bedside as fast as it could, sniffed around Junilua, and instantly drooped its head and looked at her pitifully. Junilua was so angry and amused that he reached out and knocked the gray wolf on the head. You guys, you should be beaten for breaking my good deed. The silver wolf whimpered as if in his own defense. Then he rubbed his head against Junilua's hand, then turned to look at Zuo Ling warily, as if warning him not to come closer. Zuo Ling stood on the side and frowned at Silver Wolf's actions. This wolf is overly possessive of His Highness. This is not good. Your Highness, rest well. I'll take it down for treatment, Zuo Ling said as he got up and headed towards the silver wolf. As soon as the silver wolf heard that Zuo Ling wanted to take it down for treatment, it immediately looked at Zuo Ling warily and leaned its body towards Junilua's side. Ow-hoo! Ignoring its resistance, Zuo Ling lifted the entire wolf by the back of its neck. The silver wolf was still struggling and opened its mouth to bite Zuo Ling, but he was quick to dodge it and stuffed a towel. Juniro didn't hold back his laughter at the sight. After the one man and the wolf left, the room was quiet for a moment, and Junilua leaned against the bed, his mind racing with thoughts. Her cheeks couldn't help but burn slightly as she recalled the intimate moment with Zuo Ling just now. Shake your head and shake the waste out of it. Zuo Ling brought the silver wolf to the treatment room, and the silver wolf struggled all the way to no avail, glaring ferociously at Zuo Ling. Zuo Ling handed it over to Qing Soft with an expressionless face. Keep an eye on it and don't let it run amok. You'd better be honest. Zuo Ling whispered another warning. The silver wolf understood his words and let out a low whine, but his eyes revealed a hint of resignation. When Zuo Ling returned to the room, Junilo was on the phone with the queen. Mother, I have sent the evidence to your astral brain, so discuss with father what to do with it. She had just collected all the evidence Seven had gathered of Earl Star Power dealings with the Federation Empire. That evidence was enough to convict, but it was too early in the School of Pharmacy's session for executions. She wasn't sure how long it would take her to return from this trip to Jellyfish Planet, and tried to be as well prepared as possible before she left. Juniro had a rare serious look on his face as he talked with the queen about the subsequent arrangements. Zuo Ling stood quietly and waited for Junilo to end the call. After the call ended, Junilua's expression slowed slightly as he looked towards Zuo Ling. How's that silver wolf doing? Juniro asked. Zuo Ling frowned slightly, a little irritated that she was overly concerned about others. It's nothing. It won't take 2 days for the injured leg to heal. It's an orc after all. Your Highness is better off not letting it get too close. Juniro hooked the collar of his shirt and pulled it downward, forcing him to meet his eyes, and the two of them suddenly pressed in between them. Lord Admiral, is this on? Zuo Ling's eyes flickered for a moment, and an unnatural look surfaced on his face. Your Highness is joking. Zuo Ling is only thinking about your Highness's safety. Junilua let go of his hand, the corners of his mouth rising slightly in a teasing smile. Oh, is that so? Then Lord Admiral will have to protect this princess. Junilo pushed him away and straightened up. Let's go then. Take this princess to see that silver wolf. Zuo Ling subconsciously retorted. Your Highness, it cannot be. Why may I not? I'm just going to see how well it's recovering from its injuries. Zuo Ling's eyes flickered slightly, and under Junilua's gaze, he let out a soft sigh, finally ceasing to hide his emotions. Zuo Ling doesn't want your Highness to go down. Junilua was slightly stunned. Then the corners of her mouth rose in a playful smile. Lord Admiral, this is an admission? Zuo Ling looked at Junilua's bright smile. His heart moved and he couldn't help but approach her. Before Junilua could react, Zuo Ling gently kissed the corner of her lips. The kiss was soft and brief, and just as he retreated from it, Junilua hooked his neck and pressed it against his own. In that case, let's continue. Zuo Ling's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, and were then filled with blazing affection. He obediently allowed Juniro to pull him closer and kissed those soft lips again. This time, it was no longer a gentle, fleeting touch, but one that carried a long-suppressed depth of feeling and longing. Juniluo's eyes were slightly closed, her long eyelashes lightly fluttering, her hands tightly hooked around Zuo Ling's neck. I don't know how long it's been. The two slowly separated, breathing a little heavily on each other. Zuo Ling gazed at Juniluo, his eyes filled with doting and love. Your Highness, Junilo reached out and gently pressed his fingers on Zuo Ling's lips, stopping what he was about to say. Don't say anything, I understand. What you're going to do now is keep me from thinking. Zuo Ling's pupils trembled, and the lean holding his waist suddenly tightened. Juniro had achieved the unthinkable. As expected, the sunlight poured through the window and into the room, gently caressing the two on the bed. Juniluo and Zuo Ling quietly embraced each other as the sunlight poured over their faces, reflecting their soft silhouettes. Juniro's long hair fell like silk on the pillow, a few strands of it shimmering in the sunlight, her face serene and beautiful, as if she were a sleeping goddess. Zuo Ling's arm was tightly wrapped around Juniluo, as if he was guarding the most precious treasure in the world and preventing her from escaping. Juniro's eyelashes fluttered gently as he rubbed his eyes before opening them and sitting up. Zuo Ling was also awakened by Juniluo's movement. He looked at Juniluo with tenderness in his eyes. The two of them smiled at each other in the early morning sunlight. Good morning, Your Highness. Get up quickly. There's going to be a lot more to do today. Do you need to carry the temple to the bathroom? Juniro shook his head and tried to move his legs. Not feeling any pain, tried to get up from the bed and stomped twice. I was surprised to find that my leg injury was actually healed. Host, with increased mental strength, body functions, defense and other aspects will be enhanced as well. 7 gave a timely reminder. Is that a good thing? Juniluo's heart fluttered. In the future, he must train well and consolidate his spiritual power. Chapter 108, Traveling to the Jellyfish Planet. Zuo Ling also stood up, his gaze fixed on Juniluo's leg, concern in his eyes. Your Highness, is the leg injury really all healed? Do you want a physician to check it again? Juniro shook his head and smiled. There's no need. I can feel myself in great shape. After that, he walked into the bathroom. After a few days in a wheelchair, it doesn't feel too good to finally get my feet on the ground. The two of them shuffled downstairs just in time to see Corentin come out of the kitchen. When he saw her walking down on her own, he barely managed to hold the dish he was carrying in his hand. Your Highness, your leg. Cortlandy's voice was full of disbelief. His eyes locked on Juniello's legs as if he wanted to make sure what he was seeing wasn't real. Aha! Well Juniello said briskly, and spun around in front of him twice. Corentin put the food down and hugged her to him excitedly. His movements were a bit hurried, but full of sincerity and joy. Your Highness, this is wonderful. Your finally leg is healed. Juniello was a little embarrassed by Coranti's enthusiasm, and she gently nudged Coranti. Okay, Corentin, I'm alright now. You don't have to get so worked up. Zuo Ling stood on the sidelines, looking at Corentin and Juniluo. A trace of imperceptible jealousy flashed in his eyes, but he quickly adjusted his emotions. As a proper husband, he cannot prevent his wife from getting closer to other beastmen, and if necessary he has to find a suitable beastman for his wife. Alright, let's eat first, Junilo said with a smile. After the meal, Junilo took out the nutrient solution and nutrient soil from the space and gave them to Corentin. Coranti took it suspiciously, looking at the unfamiliar item in her hand with curiosity. What's this? Corentin asked softly, his eyes moving back and forth between the nutrient solution and the nutrient soil, trying to find some clue in their appearance. Juniro patiently explained. This is a modified nutrient solution and nutrient soil. Nutrient solution can provide sufficient nutrients for plants and promote their growth. Nutrient soil is rich in various beneficial substances, which can improve the quality of the soil and allow plants to grow more luxuriantly. A look of surprise gradually appeared in Corentin's eyes as he listened to Junero's explanation. During this time they planted the college using treated animal manure as fertilizer, and the plants in the planting sites are growing well. But after comparison he still felt that the princess's land grew better. Juniello continued. Corentin, you take these nutrient solutions and nutrient soil to the planting academy for testing. The results are no worse than those in your backyard at home. And if the college needs them they can be purchased below market price. This will not only help the college's growing program, but will also provide a nice income. This apparently occurred to Cortlandy as well. Corentin nodded solemnly, a sense of mission in his heart. Your Highness, I will definitely accomplish this task properly. I'm sure that these nutrient solutions and nutrient soil will definitely bring surprises to the academy. Juniello asked again about the progress of planting the planting academy. Speaking of his profession, Coranti spoke eloquently, his eyes glittering with excitement, his hands gesticulating from time to time as he detailed every advancement of the planting academy to Juniello. She was relieved to learn that everything was going well at the planting academy. It was just then that she shadow rushed back from the potion academy, and looking at his tired appearance. He should have stayed up all night. His eyes were bloodshot, his face was slightly pale, and his hair was a little disheveled. Jun Ilo frowned slightly, a trace of heartache welling up in his heart. She Shadow, how did you get yourself into this mess? Jun Ilo asked softly, concern in his tone. Your Highness, She Shadow can't accompany your Highness to the Jellyfish planet to dabble in danger, so she can only prepare more potions for your Highness. His voice was a little husky, but every word was filled with deep emotion. She Shadow lowered her head slightly and continued. The trip to the Jellyfish Star is feared to be full of unknown dangers, and your Highness will surely face many challenges on this trip. And as your Highness's beast husband, I can't be by your Highness's side to protect her Highness, so I can only do what I can to prepare more healing potions for her Highness, hoping that I can be of some help to her Highness in critical moments. Xiying raised her head to look at Jun Ilua, her eyes full of reluctance. Although this potion is not as effective as the one developed by your Highness, I still hope that your Highness will take it. Please be careful. Xiying is here waiting for your Highness to return safely. Jun Ilua's heart was touched as she walked forward and hugged this cool young man. Good. After a long time, Jun Ilua loosened his embrace, looked at Xiying's slightly haggard face, and said gently, Xiying, don't worry, I will definitely return safely. You go ahead and eat, then get a good night's sleep. She Shadow shook his head. He had just drank his nutrients, he wasn't hungry at the moment. No, I'll go check on Yule. You go ahead and eat, then get a good night's sleep. Zoran went to prepare what he would need for his departure, and Corentin took some things to the planting academy. Jun Ilo then followed Xiying to see Wulu, with the potion provided by Jun Ilo. At this time, the whip wound on Wuli's back had recovered almost to the point where it was basically no problem to not move drastically. Jun Ilo told him to leave 2 days later. It had dragged on too long already. Traveling to Jellyfish from here would take a week at the fastest speed of a starship, and they needed to be back before the year was out. Wulu was slightly stunned. Then a flash of determination flashed through his eyes. Don't worry, your Highness. Wulu will definitely protect your Highness and not let your Highness get hurt again. Jun Ilo nodded slightly, looking at Yule's still somewhat pale face, a trace of pain welling up in his heart. Xiying stood on the side, quietly watching Jun Ilo talk with Yule, her eyes filled with complex emotions. He'd like to accompany her on her adventures if he could. Jun Ilo turned his head to look at Xiying and said softly, Xiying, you still need to rest for these 2 days. I don't want you to be too tired while I'm gone. She Shadow's eyes flickered, and she eventually nodded. After leaving Yule's room, Jun Iro paced the courtyard alone, pondering in his mind the various possible scenarios for the trip to Jellyfish Star. 2 days passed in a flash. The day of departure had finally arrived, and Jun Iro looked to the queen to prepare a new type of battleship for her, her eyes revealing a determined gleam. Zuo Ling led a group of guards, who had long been ready. Karanti had also come from the Plantation Academy to see Jun Iro off. Your Highness, do not forget me. Corentin's eyes were slightly red, and the reluctance in his eyes was almost overflowing. She Shadow stood silently, her eyes filled with dismay. Jun Iro scanned the crowd, her eyes finally landing on She Shadow and Karanti, and she slightly raised the corners of her mouth in a smile tinged with appeasement. You two stay home until I get back. With that said, she turned resolutely and stepped onto the starship. Corentin and She Shadow looked at Jun Iro's back as he disappeared into the hatch, his eyes filled with worry and dismay. Corentin's jaw was taut, as if he was trying desperately to suppress something. Your Highness, no injuries allowed. The moment the starship's hatch closed, Courtlandi ran a few steps forward and shouted. Jun Ilua's steps into the room paused without response and continued on, only her slightly trembling fingers giving away the ripples within her heart. Chapter 109 Choice of Route. Yule looked at his Highness, whose eyes were a bit moist, lowered his eyes and didn't comfort. He actually envied Karanti and the others. At least his Highness has them in mind. Zuo Ling explained the matter and returned to his room. Then he saw Jun Ilua staring out the window. It was actually a mental chat with Seven. What is your Highness thinking? Zuo Ling, what do you think is the probability of us succeeding in asking them to exchange shark tears by directly opening our mouths? Sailors' tears are the water that mermaids soak in their eggshells, and it is also a holy relic of their clan. And Zuo Ling didn't think that they would exchange it so thoughtfully. Perhaps if the terms are generous. Zuo Ling gathered the person into his arms and made her sit on his lap. The mermaid clan has always been xenophobic, and I've heard that they've been having a lot of infighting lately, so I'm afraid that our trip there this time won't go so well. Jun Ilua's eyes sank when she heard him say that. She certainly knew that the mermaid clan had been fighting a lot of infighting lately. That was what she had just been discussing with Seven. That Aashian was currently away from Jellyfish Planet and that the people who were after him had been on his trail. She had thought of making a deal with Aashian, where she would help him secure his throne and he would give her his shark's tears. Right now it's unlikely, so we'll have to think of something else. What do you think the odds are that we'll succeed if we just rob it? Zoran, I think it's more likely that we'll be hunted. Mermaids are one of the most vindictive creatures, vicious and regicidal. Juno pinched his somewhat tense face in amusement. Why are you so nervous? I'm just kidding. Zuo Ling was silent. He felt that His Highness had really thought about it that way. Juno looked at Zuo Ling's still tense expression and laughed even more in his arms. Okay, don't be so serious. I know robbing the sharks of their tears isn't feasible. I'm just saying it off the top of my head. They are not suited to living in the water for long periods of time and are afraid of drowning in the water before they can grab it. Zuo Ling was slightly relieved, but there was still a hint of worry in his eyes. Your Highness, the situation of the mermaid clan's infighting is complicated. We must act cautiously. It's best to keep our heads above water. Juno nodded, his eyes looking back out the window. Your Highness doesn't have to worry too much. Just do your best. Juno muffled a hum, hoping that everything would go well. Your Highness, rest for a while. You didn't get much sleep last night. The moment he mentioned it, Juno started to get sleepy and a touch embarrassed. She'd barely slept last night with Shadow pestering her all night, and she was still vaguely swollen and sore somewhere. Juno coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Well, it's a little sleepy. She walked over to the bed and sat down, and Zoran thoughtfully pulled the covers over her. Juno laid down and closed his eyes and mentally instructed Xiaoqi to monitor the movements of Aashian and the merfolk side in real time. Zuo Ling went out of the room as soon as she fell asleep to discuss what to do next with Yul and Bruce, the head of the palace guards who had been lined up by the other queen to come over and protect Juno. Traveling to Jellyfish Star, we will have to pass through the Blood Wolf Star pirate field, then to the border of the Federation Empire, and finally through the Ice and Rain region in order to arrive. Yul pointed at the virtual map and analyzed it. Zuo Ling nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the virtual map with a grave expression. To pass through the Blood Wolf Star thief field, we must be well prepared. Bruce's hands were clasped over his chest and his face was serious. Do we have enough troops to deal with a star pirate attack? There could also be all sorts of uncertainties along the borders of the Federation Empire. Yul frowned and pondered for a moment. The Blood Wolf Star pirates are currently badly wounded, due to the fact that they won't strike against us. The biggest hidden danger right now is the Federal Empire. The three continue to have an in-depth discussion around route planning and problems they may encounter. If we take this star track, aren't we avoiding contact with the Federation, with whom we've had a number of wars, large and small, in recent years? They're afraid they'll deliberately intercept. Bruce pointed to another star track that was on the smaller side. Zuo Ling looked toward the star track that Bruce was pointing to and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he slowly spoke. This star track does avoid contact with the Federation to some extent, but there are some risks. It is more remote. It may encounter some unknown dangers, and the stability of the star trails is difficult to guarantee. Yul also nodded in agreement. That's right. Although taking this star track can avoid the Federation, we may also get into other predicaments. We can't just consider the conflict with the Federation. We also have to consider various factors. Bruce frowned. So do you guys think it's better to risk taking this star track, or go with the relatively safe but potentially conflicting route with the Federation? The three of them fell into silence for a moment, and the atmosphere in the room became grave. None of them dared to jump to conclusions without thinking, and any wrong decision could have serious consequences. If they were on their own, they were fine, but now that the princess was following them, they had to be cautious and careful. What's going on? What happened? Juno pushed his way in from outside the door, sensing the tense atmosphere in the room, and opened his mouth to inquire. Zuo Ling and the others hurriedly saluted when they saw her coming and informed them of their discussion. Juno walked over to the virtual map and scrutinized the two routes. She pondered for a long time before finally speaking. We can't just consider the immediate risks, but also the long-term benefits. If we take a remote star track, although we can temporarily avoid the Federation, we may encounter more unknown dangers, and a conflict with the Federation is not entirely inevitable. We can find a way to communicate with the border garrison, if it is indeed possible in normal times. Scouts have reported that the Federal Marshal has recently shown up at the border. Juno was puzzled. Wouldn't it be better for the Federal Marshal to be there? Why does Zuo Ling look so grave? Perhaps seeing her misgivings, Zuo Ling opened his mouth to explain. The scouts mentioned that recently, Federal Marshal Ling Yu seems to have changed, with an odd temper, uncertain temperament, and very combative. How can a person suddenly have a change of temperament? It couldn't have been dropped, could it? Zuo Ling shook his head. Not to mention that his face is so recognizable that no one can replace it. Just the fact that he can pass the face and the heavy scanning means that it's the person himself. Juno's eyes glazed over as a possibility occurred to her. Could it be like her? Their conversation didn't shut out Silverwolf, who was currently snoozing on a side table. Upon hearing this, Tail Sweeper's movements lurched. Half opening her eyes, she glanced at Juno, and seeing her look grave, She jumped down from the table and ran to rub up against her. He also took advantage of Zuo Ling's inattention and licked her hand. Junilua looked like he was used to being rubbed and licked by it from time to time. It just moved its hand to tap it on the side of the head to get it to stop. Perhaps we could go the nomadic route. Interstellar law states that all galaxies cannot intercept nomadic freighters. June Iroh wasn't unprepared for anything. She was going to be traveling the merchant route to begin with. And when she did, she would pass by flying fish and wanted to see the planet where Corentin had lived. Zuo Ling pondered slightly before saying, "Your Highness, the traveling merchant route is indeed a viable option. The provisions of interstellar law protect us to a certain extent, but the traveler's route may be more convoluted and take longer. We are also not sure if we will encounter other unforeseen circumstances along the way." Chapter 110, Yule's Worries. Bruce also voiced his opinion. "Yes, Your Highness, if we take the traveling merchant route, we also need to consider the issue of replenishment of supplies. After all, travelers usually choose more remote places to trade, and supplies may be relatively scarce." Yule picked up. "But on the other hand, the traveling merchant route does reduce the risk of conflict with the Star Pirates and the Federation. We can disguise ourselves as a traveling merchant team, which will also better hide our whereabouts." This he had the most to say. They went in the first place as traveling merchants. If not stopping in the middle of the time is also deviated, so a day and a half. June Iroh listened to their analysis and once again fell into deep thought. After a moment, she said, "Traveling merchant routes have their advantages and risks, but there are dangers in either route that is unavoidable. Don't worry about supplies. I've got enough." The choice of the traveler's route was not made on a whim. This path has been traveled by Yule, and a number of dangers can be foreseen in advance. Zuo Ling nodded slightly. "Your Highness is well thought out. Since we chose the traveling merchant route, we need to make preparations for camouflage as soon as possible. Yule, you are familiar with the route. Please also pay more attention to possible situations and keep everyone alerted." Yule nodded. "There is a space station in an hour, where we can rest and adjust." Bruce interjected. "I'll be reinforcing the team's vigilance to make sure the danger is spotted first." An hour later, the crowd arrived at the space station. The place is very busy with people coming and going. They quickly found a relatively secluded corner, and Bruce arranged for men to guard the exit to keep others away. This starfighter is the latest development, and the shape can be disguised as a small spaceship by entering the appropriate commands. June Iroh looked at the busy crowd with both nervousness and anticipation in his heart. The starship continued traveling. Zuo Ling was arranging things in the command room. He kept a close eye on the instrument screens, making sure the starship was moving safely along the established route for traveling merchants. June Iroh, on the other hand, was looking around the starship. Feel the advanced technology of this newly developed starship. From the high-tech weaponry room to the cozy lounge pods, Juniello wandered all over the place. When the tour was over, she had nothing to do but jerk off the wolf to relieve her boredom. The silver wolf obediently lay down next to Juniello, letting her rub it, occasionally letting out a soft grunt. Juniello looked at its pure fur and thought about how he hadn't even given it a name, and kept calling it Silver Wolf, Silver Wolf. Even if you ask its name and say it, she won't understand. Yule watched from the sidelines, his heart a little sour. His Highness would rather pet a beastie that he didn't know what it looked like, but he didn't want to touch him. Could it be that His Highness disliked it because it was covered in unattractive black fur? A wave of inferiority and loss could not help but well up in Wu Li's heart. He looked at the intimate interaction between June Ilua and the Silver Wolf, and his eyes showed envy that was hard to hide. June Ilo did not notice Yule's strange emotions and remained focused on teasing the Silver Wolf. She gently tickled the Silver Wolf's chin, and he squinted comfortably, a low gurgle escaping his throat. The sourness in Wu Li's heart grew stronger as she looked at the smile on June Iluo's face. He opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know how. He could only stand by silently, watching the interaction between June Ilo and the Silver Wolf. After playing with the Silver Wolf for a while, June Iroh suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Yule, do you have any good name suggestions? I want to give the Silver Wolf a suitable name." Yule froze for a moment, his chest tightening, giving him the illusion that he was having trouble breathing. He tried to suppress the sourness in his heart and spoke. "Your Highness, he is an orc and has his own name." Juniello's hand jerking her fur lurched. How could she forget again? This was an orc. In the end, June Iroh gave up on the idea of jerking off and stood up to go to the training room. "Come on, practice your mech with me." As Wulu watched Juniello put down his hand that was jerking his fur, his heart was slightly relieved, but at the same time, a hint of joy vaguely arose. He silently followed June Iroh's footsteps and headed to the training room together. Inside the training room, various mecha equipment emitted a cold metallic luster. "Yule, take control of the other mech and fight me." Yule didn't refuse. He cherished every moment he spent with His Highness, and then quickly boarded another mech. Inside the training room, The two mechs fiercely exchanged blows, and the sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. Yul concentrated on maneuvering the mech and responding to Jun'iroha's attacks. As the battle progressed, Yul was surprised to find that Jun'iroha's mech handling skills had skyrocketed in a short period of time, and was already on par with his usual self. Upon receiving this realization, his entire body froze. He looked incredulously at the mech Jun'iroha was controlling, and all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. He had always thought that he had a unique advantage in mecha manipulation, but he had never expected His Highness to have made such great progress in such a short period of time. He was both proud of her and felt more pressure than he had ever felt before. It's even disturbing. Unease was then amplified. He was afraid that he would be disliked by Jun'iroha because of his stagnant strength, and even more so, he was afraid of being abandoned by her. As a personal secret guard, his raison d'etre was to guard Jun'iroha, but now that His Highness had grown so rapidly, he was standing still. His eyes showed anxiety that was hard to hide, and all sorts of bad scenarios kept popping into his head. If he is disliked by His Highness, then Yul took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He had to step up his training and try to improve his strength. Being too distracted and having an unstable mental connection, his mech was kicked away by Jun'iroha. Yul, what's wrong with you today? Jun'iroha leapt out of his mech and walked quickly over to Yul's mech. She frowned slightly as she looked at Yul, who had crawled out of the mech in a state of disarray. Wulu hung his head low, his face full of shame. Your Highness, subordinate knows that I am wrong. My subordinate is in poor condition today. Please punish Your Highness. Jun'iroha sighed softly. Yul, I'm not trying to chastise you. I just want to know what's wrong with you. You have always been steady. Why were you distracted in the maneuver today? Loss of distraction in combat was undoubtedly giving someone else's head, and Yul was always cautious and steady. So how could he make such a fatal mistake? Answer me. Wulu bit his lip, and after a moment of hesitation, he still summoned up the courage to say, Your Highness is growing rapidly, but my subordinate feels like he's standing still. My subordinate is afraid of being disliked by Your Highness and abandoned, so the anxiety in my heart is what leads to the distraction. He wanted the attention of His Highness, even a word of comfort. Jun'iroha was slightly stunned and then relieved. She had thought that his old injuries had caused it. You are my personal secret guard, so how could this princess dislike you or abandon you? Don't deny yourself. You're fine. It's just that everyone grows at a different rate. You don't have to put so much pressure on yourself. Yul lifted his head, a touching look in his eyes. Your Highness. Jun'iroha patted Yul on the shoulder. Alright, get in shape and let's continue training. Chapter 111, Landing on Flying Fish Star. Yul nodded vigorously, and there seemed to be tears flashing in his eyes. He quickly returned to the mech and took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Jun'iroha also re-entered his own mech, and the two of them once again took up combat positions. This time, Yul was fully focused, leaving all distractions behind. The corners of Jun'iroha's mouth rose slightly when he saw the change in Yul. She didn't show any weakness either, maneuvering her mech into a fierce battle with Yul. The clash of metal echoed across the training ground, sparks flying. As the battle progressed, Yul gradually found his old form. His attacks got more and more aggressive and his defense got tighter. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally stopped fighting. Jun'iroha came out of the mech bay soundly. Even after training for so long, she still had plenty of mental energy. Your Highness' spiritual power has improved? Wulu was surprised. As Jun'iroha's personal secret guard, he could be said to know her best. Aha! Jun'iroha raised her eyebrows in slight triumph, and when she turned her head, she saw Zuo Ling, who stood straight in the doorway silently watching her. Why are you here? Zuo Ling? Come and take a look. Zuo Ling nodded slightly, his voice steady and mellow. Taking a step forward, he approached Jun'iroha one step at a time, raising his hand to help her wipe the sweat from the corners of her forehead. Your Highness, we will arrive at the Flying Fish Star in 2 hours, and I would like to ask Your Highness if we should stop for repairs? They had a mate contract between them and could more or less sense each other's emotions. Jun'iroha thought about it and agreed. They didn't necessarily pass this way on their return trip, and since she was here she saw where Cruelty had lived. Zuo Ling brought Jun'iroha back to her room and took the initiative to help her take off her slightly sweaty clothes. Your Highness will take a bath first. Jun'iroha nodded slightly and turned to walk into the washroom. The warm water slides over your skin, washing away the exhaustion and sweat from training. Instead, her thoughts drifted inexorably to the somewhat secretive anticipation of her imminent arrival on Flying Fish, the home planet of Cruelty. Walking out of the washroom, he only saw that Zuo Ling had already prepared clean and comfortable clothes and was standing respectfully at the side. When he saw her come out, he went up to her and helped her dress. Jun'iroha wanted to tease him when she saw his serious face. My Lord Admiral is so sweet. Saying that his hand was still not honestly crossing Zuo Ling's cheek. Your Highness, stop it. Zuo Ling's voice was still calm and steady. Only the slightly reddened ears betrayed his heart. The corners of Junilua's mouth rose slightly and his eyes were filled with laughter. What? The Lord Admiral won't allow me to fool around? Zuo Ling coughed lightly. Your Highness. Arriving at the Flying Fish Star immediately. Juniro, however, was unimpressed and continued to tease him. Geez, why are you so serious, Admiral? Just relax. Zuo Ling looked at Junilua helplessly, saying stop on his lips, but not stopping her nonsense. Your Highness, the Flying Fish Star is about to arrive. Do we need to make some preparations? Seeing that her hand was getting more and more licentious, Zuo Ling tried to change the topic. No need to get ready, we'll just check it out. Her hand slid down his earlobe and rested on the tightly buttoned collar, pressing the knot of his throat through his shirt. She's been in some strange physical shape lately, with extra strong thoughts in that area. Zuo Ling felt Junilua's hand lingering at his collar. His heart tightened, and his body couldn't help but tense up. Your Highness. Zuo Ling's voice was a little hoarse. Junilua raised his chin slightly, a hint of provocation in his eyes. What? Lord Admiral is unwilling? Zuo Ling looked at Junilua, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He knew that he could not refuse Junilua, nor did he want to refuse her. But at this time, his reason still made him hesitate a little. Your Highness, this is not a very appropriate place, said Zuo Ling in a low voice. Juniro, however, was unimpressed. What's inappropriate? Your Highness, we're about to arrive at the Flying Fish Planet, so it's better to exercise restraint. Forget it then. You're out. Zuo Ling heard the displeasure in her tone and hurriedly gathered the person into his arms, where he didn't want to. He was just worried that there wouldn't be enough time and she wouldn't have the energy to hang out later. Your Highness, Zuo Ling is not unwilling. He is just worried about your Highness' body. Zuo Ling's voice was gentle and low, ringing softly in Junilua's ears. Juniro frowned slightly and pushed him away. You just don't want to. Zuo Ling gently holds Junilua's hand and places it at his heart. Your Highness feel it. How would Zuo Ling be unwilling to do so? It's just that the Flying Fish Star is about to arrive, and Zuo Ling is afraid that your Highness won't have the energy to have a good tour later. Junilua listened to Zuo Ling's explanation and the displeasure in his heart dissipated slightly. But I'm hard. Zuo Ling also noticed the difference in her body at this time. Mind blown. This is a sign of pre-FQ stage. Having taken a physiology class, he knew that the female FQ period was more severe than the orc hair Q. Lust will be infinitely magnified, and if it is not relieved in time, tempers will become abnormally violent. And many females are accompanied by 2 or 3 animal husbands during the FQ period, in order to help her through the FQ period. With that thought he didn't hesitate any longer and carried the man across the bed. Leaning down, he whispered in Junilua's ear, Your Highness, Zuo Ling will definitely take good care of your Highness. Slowly removing his own shirt, revealing his lean body, Junilua looked at Zuo Ling, the fire in his eyes burning even brighter. Both of them warbled slightly the moment their skin was pressed against each other. Junilua gradually relaxed under Zuo Ling's kiss, and the discomfort in his body seemed to have lessened a bit. But it's not enough. They unleashed their emotions and you on each other in this small space. The world seemed to stand still, with only the sound of their heartbeats and breaths intertwined. The rain stops. Your Highness, do you need a bath? Zuo Ling asked in a mute voice. Juniro His body was sticky and uncomfortable. By the time the two were out of the room again, the starship was parked at the Flying Fish Star space station. Junilua and Zuo Ling didn't let them follow. The two of them made a disguise, so they took a hovering speeder but the central area. The Flying Fish Planet is much more backward and covers a smaller area compared to the Karen Empire, but each is unique. Junilo and Zuo Ling strolled through the streets of the Flying Fish Planet, feeling the unique atmosphere of the planet. The buildings lining the streets were not as high-tech as the Karen Empire, but they had a rustic beauty to them. The streets of Flying Fish Star are lined with many stalls. Various stalls were filled with a wide array of goods, including handmade jewelry, specialty snacks, and some weird and wacky high-tech gadgets. Juniro looked around curiously, stopping every now and then to observe some of the specialty items at the stalls. It was a sight not seen in the Karen Empire, more like the night market streets of the previous world. Familiarity hit her, and she couldn't help but be in a fluttering mood. Zuo Ling, on the other hand, followed her closely, always keeping his guard up to ensure her safety. Zuo Ling, look at this. Juniro picked up a small handmade pendant with a delicate and unique pattern. Zuo Ling looked at the pendant in Junilua's hand and nodded slightly. Your Highness can buy it if you like. Junilo smiled and put down the pendant. Let's not buy it yet. We'll shop around some more. Zuo Ling answered yes, but quietly bought everything she had grabbed. Chapter 112, The one who was beaten is the father of your curry kite. Your Highness, Zuo Ling, don't call me Your Highness outside. Call me by my name. Otherwise the disguise would have been for nothing. Zuo Ling's pupils trembled. Can I? Juniro was unimpressed. Why not? They continued on their way, passing a small restaurant. The door sign reads Flying Fish No. 1 restaurant. So this point is not a mealtime. There are not many people inside, but just because of this name, Junilua how to taste. Zuo Ling, let's go try the food here. Junilua suggested. Good. The two walked into the restaurant and found a quiet corner to sit in. The robot brought the menu, and Junilo looked at the unfamiliar names of the dishes on the menu with some curiosity. This, and this. Junilo ordered a few dishes at random, passing the menu to Zuo Ling again. Zuo Ling shook his head. Lolo just order what she loves to eat. I'm not picky. Junilua's fingers slightly paused. It was clearly not the first time he had been called that, but it felt very different coming from Zuo Ling's mouth. Her ears were hot from hearing it. Zuo Ling's remaining light has been paying attention to the change in her complexion. Seeing that she did not object, slightly relieved, and a sense of satisfaction was born in the bottom of his heart. Before long, the food was served. Junilo tasted it and his eyes lit up. A very peculiar texture. Not as good as the ones made by Cortlandy, though. The corners of Zuo Ling's mouth also rose slightly as he looked at Junilua's happy appearance. After the meal, the two continued to wander. Why don't we stay over here for the night? Juniro suggested. This planet probably had more vegetation, and the air was much better than the Karen Empire. Zuo Ling just wanted to answer yes. Suddenly an orc came out from the corner and almost knocked her over. Luckily Zuo Ling reacted fast enough and pulled the person into his arms. The man also fell due to inertia, and looked up in some panic to apologize. Junilo then noticed that the left side of the man's face had a palm-sized scar, which looked ugly and hideous, while the other half of his cheeks were particularly delicate, and the combination of the two formed a huge contrast. Zuo Ling frowned and was just about to say something when 5 or 6 more ferocious orcs came up behind him. "Ay shucks, why don't you run away?" Juniro frowned slightly, looking at the man who had fallen on the ground as well as the menacing orcs that were coming after him. Zuo Ling protected Junilua behind him, his eyes glaring icily at the orcs. The people on the ground hurriedly climbed up and looked at the orcs with a face full of horror, turning around and trying to keep running. The group of orcs surrounded the man on the ground, and the leader of the group was full of ferocity, staring viciously at the man. "Humph, you ugly, how dare you run? If you don't hand over your stuff today, you'll be in for a treat," the lead orc said as he kicked the man as hard as he could. The man curled up in pain, but gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. Another orc stepped forward, grabbed the man by the collar and lifted him up. "Very capable. Running this far?" The man struggled and said in a hoarse voice. "I really didn't take anything from you guys. Why don't you just believe me? How dare you talk tough?" A lanky orc punched the man in the face, and blood immediately flowed from the corner of the man's mouth. "We clearly saw you appear in that neighborhood. Who else could have taken it if not you?" The man looked at them in desperation. "I was just passing through there. I didn't do anything." The beasts didn't even listen to his explanation and continued to punch and kick him. "You ugly bastard. If you don't hand over your stuff today, you don't want to leave alive." Junilua and Zuo Ling originally didn't want to mind their own business, let alone the fact that this was in someone else's territory. "Let's go and stay out of trouble." Zuo Ling nodded and was about to leave with Junilua. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in Junilo's mind. "Host, the one who was beaten is the real father of your family's augury Iris." Juniro's footsteps came to a halt. What did it mean? Wasn't Corentin the third prince of the flying fish planet? Zuo Ling also seemed to notice her change and asked softly, "Lolo, what's wrong?" The beastmen stopped their movements and turned their heads to look at Junilua and Zuo Ling. The leader of the beastmen frowned. "I advise you guys to better mind your own business." Junilo looked at them expressionlessly. "What if I have to care?" The beasts looked furious, but they were somewhat afraid of Junilo and Zuo Ling's aura. "I advise you to be sensible. This is the flying fish planet. It's not a place for you to be wild." "Who said I was going to help him? He just hit me. Don't leave without $10 million. Everyone in the room froze as soon as Junilua's words came out. The beaten man on the ground looked at Junilua in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. The orcs also looked at each other, looking at the female placed in front of them, all thinking that this female was crazy. "Either hand the man over to me to dispose of, or you guys help him pay for it." The orc in the lead frowned and said, "Don't think that just because you're a female, you can do whatever you want. He bumped into you. What's it to us?" The beaten man on the ground looked at Juniro in horror. He clearly hadn't hit her. Junilua narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "I said, either hand the person over to me, or you guys pay up. It's your choice." One of the taller orcs took a step forward and said aggressively, "Don't think we'll be afraid of you just because you're a female. There are so many of us and we still can't subdue the two of you." Zuo Ling took a step forward, exuding a powerful aura that was intimidating. "You can try." The beasts were in awe. Although they were outnumbered, they could feel the powerful aura that Zuo Ling was radiating. This was not an aura that an ordinary beastman could possess. A few people looked at each other after a glance. Finally still cannot hold down the anger in their hearts. They have taken the task to teach this ugly monster a good lesson. If not done well but to be punished. Thought of this have surrounded over. If you can't hit a female, can't you still hit this man? They didn't believe that with so many people, they couldn't beat one person from the other side, but they had underestimated Zuo Ling's strength. Zuo Ling's eyes flinched as he moved cleanly, hitting the enemy's vitals with precision with every move. Before those orcs had time to react, they had already been easily knocked to the ground by Zuo Ling. They groaned in agony, their faces full of shock and resignation. The orc in charge struggled to get up, but found himself weak. He looked at Zuo Ling with fear in his eyes. Who the hell are you guys? Those you can't afford to mess with. Get lost. At this time, a more sensible orc whispered in the ear of the leading orc. Boss, these two don't look like they're to be messed with. There's no need for us to get into big trouble over this. Why don't we withdraw and find another opportunity later? The leading orc pondered for a moment, then gave the man on the ground another hard look and said, count yourself lucky today. Let's go. After saying that, he turned around and left with the other beastmen. The man on the ground looked at their departing backs and breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you guys helping me? Chapter 113, Without timely treatment. You won't live more than 2 years at most. The man looked towards Junilua and Zuo Ling with suspicion and defensiveness in his voice. This is not the place to talk. Junilua let Zuo Ling help him up and walk towards the hotel not far away. The man tried to struggle at first, but he was detained by Zuo Ling, half-dragging behind Junilua. Although Zuo Ling was puzzled by Junilua's sudden nosiness, he still didn't ask. The three of them arrived at the hotel room and Junilua signaled Zuo Ling to let go of the man. The man moved his arm, which was a little sore from the grip, and his eyes remained vigilant as he looked at them. Junilo spoke slowly. You don't have to be so nervous. We don't mean any harm. The man was silent for a moment, slightly relaxing his guard, and despite his misgivings, he opened his mouth to advise. I don't care what you are. It's best to leave the flying fish planet now. Juniro raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, why do you want us to leave the flying fish planet? The man looked grave and said, you can't afford to mess with the people behind those beastmen. You will definitely be retaliated against if you offend them today. I don't know for what purpose you are helping me, but I don't want to involve you, so you'd better leave immediately. Juniro glanced at him with some surprise. He knew who it was that had come after him. Junilua spoke in mock fear. What then? We've messed with everything. Another beating is all. Zuo Ling matched the opening. The man shook his head helplessly. You don't know their methods. They're ruthless and they'll do anything. If that's the case, then why don't you leave Flying Fish Planet? The man gave a bitter laugh. Where can I go? An orc who marries is not allowed to go anywhere unless he is repudiated by his wife's master. Her wife's master would not abandon him even if she was disgusted. She just let him go and let him fend for himself. I can take you away. Are you willing? As soon as Junilua's words came out, before the man could react, Zuo Ling couldn't help himself. Lolo. Junielo squeezed his hand reassuringly and looked to the man on the ground. The man stared blankly at Junilua, a look of bewilderment and shock flashing in his eyes. He had never expected anyone to reach out to him like this, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Zuo Ling's lips were pursed, and the color in his eyes was obscure and indistinguishable. He didn't want Juniro to get involved in unnecessary trouble, especially for a stranger, but he couldn't be bothered to stop it. Juniro spoke again. You don't have to answer me right away. Think about it. I know it takes a lot of courage to get out of here, but sometimes it takes that step to usher in a new life. Do you want to live like this for the rest of your life? The man lowered his head, caught up in a past experience, thinking of all the encounters he had on the Flying Fish Planet, those days when he was loathed and bullied and left out in the cold. An inexplicable sourness welled up in his heart. A struggle flashed across the man's gaze, and he eventually shook his head, rejecting Juniloa's offer. I thank you for your kindness, but I cannot leave. Though my wives and masters have let me go, I would be disloyal if I just left. Junilo frowned slightly and looked at the man with some confusion. You should know that staying here will only put you in danger. The man let out a bitter smile. Perhaps this is my fate. I've gotten used to life here, and I don't want to adapt to a new environment. My wives and masters won't let me leave. What if I had a way to get her to let go? She shuddered to think of the excesses Karanti would do if he knew his father was living like this. The man looked at her in amazement, but finally shook his head. She wouldn't have said that if she had known the identity of her wife and master. Thank you for your kind words, but I can't leave. Junilua did not persuade again, but let Zuo Ling help to put medicine on the place. Treat the wound. Go back to your room by yourself. 7. What's going on? Host. You'd think you'd be able to tell from the other half of his face how remarkable he would have looked if he hadn't been disfigured. He had been favored by the queen for that face, and jumped to become the most favored beastman on Flying Fish, and cruelty was born a favorite. At that time, he could be described as scenic. Later, during the Bug War, in order to save the queen, the left side of his face was eroded by insect venom and disfigured. Thus disliked by the queen, her status was henceforth in tatters, and along with Corentin, she was ostracized and unpopular. Juniro frowned. Things were a bit difficult. He fought to the death to save the queen, and the queen naturally would not repudiate him in order not to fall into disrepute, but she would not care about him anymore either. And how could the orcs who had been jealous of his favor miss this opportunity to humiliate him? She had wanted to take him back and work out how to treat him. Host, if you want to cure him, you have to detoxify him first, but today's medical level has not yet developed an agent that can detoxify the insect toxin. As the toxins continue to eat away at him, his body will deteriorate and the scars on his face will slowly spread. If left untreated, you won't live more than 2 years at most. Junilo frowned slightly, his thoughts running fast in his head. He is unwilling to leave, and the only way to completely solve his problem is to find an antidote to the poison so that he can regain his looks to regain the queen's favor or be powerful enough to make the queen take him seriously again. After Zuo Ling and the man finished treating their injuries, he walked into the room and saw Junilo holding her cheeks in deep thought. Zuo Ling walked over and sat down beside her. What is your highness thinking about? Zuo Ling asked softly. Juniro raised his eyes slightly and sighed softly. Zuo Ling, he's Corentin's father. Zuo Ling raised his hand that wanted to encircle her and paused in midair. No wonder your highness would step in to save him. He thought about it for a moment, and then he figured it out. He had heard a little bit about the rumors about the Flying Fish planet's #1 beauty, but he just didn't expect him to be in such a bad situation nowadays. He'd heard about the marriage that Corentin had agreed to go to in order for his father to have a better life on Flying Fish, and it had only been a short time since his father had been treated that way. And thinking about the new and old wounds that crisscrossed his body, perhaps his father had been bullied since Corentin had left. Junilua's brow was tightly knit. If we don't save him, his life will be in danger in 2 years' time. But to cure the poison today, it's not that easy. Zuo Ling looked at Junilua's worried appearance and a heartache welled up in his heart. He gently took Juniro's hand and brought her towards his arms. Does your highness want to save him? Junielo nodded slightly, but the worry in his eyes did not dissipate. I don't know how upset Corentin would be if he knew what his father is going through today. Junilua was still thinking of persuading him again at night to go back with him, just so he could study how to cure the poison. She had always wanted to research worm poison antidote potions, but suffered from a lack of suitable samples. As the two were discussing, there was a crash at the door, and just as they came out, they saw the door to their room being opened from the outside, and the hotel manager looking at them with an apologetic face. Junilo shifted his eyes behind him and met the face of Mu Yang, the great prince of the Flying Fish Star, who was filled with anger. She and Zuo Ling had both made disguises, and Mu Yang didn't recognize her. You're the ones who helped that ugly thing Kirky? Chapter 114, She is your highness, my wife and master. Junilua narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. Zuo Ling, on the other hand, took a step forward and protected Junilua behind her, looking at Mu Yang warily. I am the great prince of the Flying Fish Star. Mu Yang, how dare you guys help that abandoned ugly thing? Are you not putting me, the great prince, in your eyes? The corner of Junilua's mouth hooked into a mocking smile. Your face is too big to put down. You. Mu Yang forced down his anger and turned his head to look angrily at Zuo Ling. Mind your female. Do you know what Kuchi is? He is nothing more than a waste of space who is disliked by the queen. By helping him, you are making enemies of the Flying Fish Star royal family. If I remember correctly, the third prince of Flying Fish Star who went to make peace is his own son, right? Aren't you guys afraid of angering the princess of the Karen royal family by treating him like this? Ha! Talking nicely about going to make peace, but just sending it over to the princess to play with. Who cares what a plaything likes? He was angry at the mention of this. If it wasn't for the Karen Empire's royal princess not being able to look at him, it wouldn't have been the turn of that waste of a man. Koranti, to go. Junilo's eyes went cold. Why have I heard that he is highly favored by the princesses of the Karen royal family? Nonsense. Mu Yang was so angry that his face turned blue. Since you guys are inclined to meddle, then don't blame this prince for being impolite. With that, Mu Yang waved his hand and the guards behind him immediately rushed forward, surrounding Junilua and Zuo Ling. Zuo Ling protected Junilua behind him and coldly gazed at the orcs that surrounded him. Juniro cooperated by hiding behind him and poking his head out from behind him again. How's that for unkind? Mu Yang shouted angrily. Cut the crap and give it to me. Don't be angry. Great prince. I'll go back with you and release them. Kirky suddenly ran out of the room, and his outburst froze the scene for a moment. Junilua and Zuo Ling turned their heads to look at Kuchi at the same time, their eyes filled with surprise, not expecting him to wake up so quickly. You stand down. He can't take you with me. Kuchi, however, shook his head slightly, his eyes full of helplessness. Thanks for your kindness, but I can't drag you all down with me. The great prince won't let you go, so if I go back with him, I can at least keep you safe. Mu Yang smiled triumphantly. It's good to be sensible. You two stop meddling, or else. His words came to an abrupt end the moment he was kicked. His words came to an abrupt end the moment he was kicked. His words came to an abrupt end the moment he was kicked. His words came to an abrupt end the moment he was kicked. You dare to kick this prince? Mu Yang's eyes spewed fire as he glared at Zuo Ling, who had retracted his foot. Kill him for me. As his words fell, a trace of blood spilled out of his mouth, showing how heavy Zuo Ling's kick was. Juniro stepped forward and stomped on his chest before he struggled to get up. TSK, looks like you're the one who's going to die. Junilo turned on her toes just in time to block the curses that were about to come out of his mouth. When the surrounding guards saw this, they hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to go forward or not. Junilo's eyes swept over them sternly, and his powerful spiritual power spread out, shaking them back several steps. Zuo Ling pulls Kirky, who is about to go forward, into a corner and tells him to stay put. Kuchi looked at the scene in front of her and was both moved and worried. We'll get into big trouble that way, Kirky said eagerly. It will be fine. Zuo Ling finished speaking and quickly stepped to Junilua's side. Mu Yang was angry and scared at this time. He tried to struggle and wanted to swear but was stepped on tighter by Junilua. Finally Juniro, disgusted by his saliva, withdrew her foot and scuffed the sole of her shoe on his clothes. Mu Yang even puked several times to finish spitting the dust out of his mouth before he glared hatefully at Junilua. You dare to do this to me. My mother emperor will not let you go, Mu Yang said with difficulty. Junilo sneered. Do you believe that even if you were killed today, she wouldn't dare to squeak? Mu Yang's eyes widened, his face full of incredulity. Who exactly are you? How dare you be so arrogant? Junilua lifted his chin slightly, his eyes dripping with disdain. You're not qualified to know who I am. A wave of fear welled up in Mu Yang's heart, but he still kept his mouth shut. You think I'll be afraid of you? My mother emperor will definitely take revenge for me. The corner of Junilua's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Do you think that the empress would make an enemy of me for the sake of a disposable son of yours? You think too highly of yourself. Mu Yang struggled to stand up, his eyes filled with resentment. You wait, I won't let you go. Junilua didn't even take his threat in his eyes. If you don't get out yet, are you waiting to keep getting beat up? Mu Yang's face turned green and white for a while, and finally, under the pressure of Junilua and Zuo Ling's powerful aura, he had to leave with his guards in ashes. Kuchi looked at Mu Yang's departing back, his heart filled with worry. I'm afraid that you guys will cause a lot of trouble if you offend the great prince so much today. Junilo frowned slightly, but was not the least bit afraid. What are you afraid of? If he dares to come back, I'll beat him once for every visit. Zuo Ling nodded in agreement. Who the hell are you people? Juniro didn't answer, and simply opened his light brain to make a video call to Corentin. Courtlandy's figure soon appeared on the screen of the light brain, and a look of surprise appeared on his face when he saw Jun Elohim. Your Highness. Busy? Not busy. Not busy. Just missed you so much. How much? Junilua looked into his eyes full of longing. His heart softened and he still didn't hold back from teasing him. Corentin muttered something so small that Juniello didn't hear it. Your Highness, where are you now? Juniello turned his light brain to Kirky, and Karate froze when he saw his father. Father, what are you doing with His Highness? Corentin asked in surprise. Kuchi was also surprised and happy to see Karanti. Alan, you guys know each other? He had vaguely guessed Junilua's identity at this point. He just couldn't believe it. She is Her Royal Highness, my wife and master, Corentin said with pride. Kuchi's eyes are moist. Since he went to make peace, he has never seen this son. What happened to your hand? Father, did they hit you again? Kirky hastily shrank her hand back in an attempt to hide her wound. No, nothing, accidentally bumped into it. Corentin clearly didn't believe his father's words, his brow furrowed and his eyes filled with heartache and anger. Well, don't be mad, it worked out. Juniello looked across the video at Karanti, whose eyes were red with anger, and spoke soothingly. Your Highness, your father's toxin can go on for 2 years at the most without a solution, so you'll have to figure out how to persuade him if he wants to come back with us for treatment or not. She thought about the need to inform Corentin. It was the only family he had in the world and he had a right to know. Corentin's face instantly became grave as he listened to Juniro's words. Your Highness, can it be cured? He looked at her with hope. Juniluo didn't want to lie to him. Not sure yet. Can give it a try. He looked to Kuchi, his eyes full of worry. Father, You must come back with His Highness for treatment. His Highness is a great healer and will surely be able to cure you, Corentin said eagerly. Ku Chi, however, shook her head slightly, a touch of bitterness in her eyes. Lang, I can't leave. If I leave, your mother emperor. Corentin interrupted his father. Father, at this point in time, are you still thinking about that ungrateful and vicious female? She doesn't care about you at all. Coranti, she's your mother emperor. She's not. Chapter 115 Arrival on Jellyfish Planet. Ku Chi looked at her son's stubborn demeanor. Her heart was both helpless and heartbroken. Alan, father is fine. You serve the princess well over there. Don't worry about me. With red eyes, Corentin said emotionally. Father, you were born to die for her, even disfiguring your face, but she abandoned you. Such a person is not worthy of you keeping your so-called loyalty for her, nor is she worthy of being my mother emperor. Ku Chi sighed softly. Lang, some things are not as simple as you think. As her husband and servant, if I leave at will, it will bring you more trouble. Corentin clenched his lips, tears welling up in his eyes. Father, I'm not afraid of trouble. I just want you to live well. Her Highness, she will find a way to heal you. You will come back with His Highness. Corky reached out and stroked Corentin's cheek across the virtual screen. Alan, father's mind is made up, so don't try to persuade him any further. Coranti's tears finally came to his eyes as he choked out. Father, why are you so stubborn? Do you really disregard your own life? Ku Chi shook his head slightly and said slowly. Lang, it is not that my father is reckless with his life. It is just that there are some responsibilities that I must hold fast to. When you are by the princess's side, do your best and don't fail her. He can't leave. He is here even in the unpopularity. Coranti is still the third prince of the Flying Fish Star. What happened there is still the Flying Fish Star as a backer. Himself once he left, he has no way back. Junilua's heart was also filled with emotion as he watched the father and son. I know your concern. It's not really necessary. You can reconsider. Your condition can't be delayed any longer. Ku Chi bowed slightly to Junilo. Thank you for your highness kindness, but I cannot leave. Your highness's kindness. Ku Chi remembers it in her heart. I only ask that the princess will treat Coranti well. He has a bad temper and because he is afraid of being bullied. I hope that the princess will not dislike it. Juniro knew that further persuasion would be useless. She looked to Corentin. Corentin, since your father has decided, we can't force the issue. Don't worry, I'll try my best to develop an antidote. Corentin wiped away his tears, his eyes filled with sadness. Your Highness. Junilua looked at Ku Chi's determined look, and although he had regrets in his heart, he understood his choice. She took out several toxin-inhibiting potions from her space and handed them over to Ku Chi. These potions can't cure your illness, but they can temporarily inhibit the spread of the toxin. Ku Chi received the potions with both hands, his eyes filled with gratitude. Many thanks, Your Highness, he said and wanted to kneel down to thank him, but was stopped by Junilua. Before leaving, she prepared an invitation and sent it to the Flying Fish Star Palace, sincerely inviting the Queen and Kirky to come to Coranti's birthday feast in a month or so. Juniro was sure that the Queen would be able to see her point. The starship left the Flying Fish Star and continued on its way to the Jellyfish Star. Sure enough, the Queen summoned Kirky the same night she received the invitation, and re-prepared his quarters. 3 days later, they managed to reach Jellyfish, and the crowd was on the starship, seeing a vast ocean through the monitor panel. As far as the eye could see, there were only a scattering of small islands dotting the sea. They found a relatively large island to land on. The starship slowly descended, the air currents surging and bringing up gusts of breeze. The starship landed firmly on the island, and the crowd stepped out of the hatch to take in the scent of the unfamiliar planet. The sea breeze blew gently with a light salty flavor that lifted the spirits. They were beside the starship, looking for a more spacious flat spot to rest. Zuo Ling patrolled the neighborhood with a few guards, lining up the dangers, and some of them built fires on the spot, while others went to the beach to catch fish and shrimp. Junilua took Yule to catch fish on the beach. Perhaps it was a feline. Yule was very agile, and in a short while, Yule caught several fat fish. Yule, you are awesome. Juniro looked on in awe. The speed of this strike. No one else fishes that fast. Wulu slightly lowered her head, her ears stained with an imperceptible blush, and softly said, if you work for the Lord, you should do your best. The silver wolf on the side watched how easily Wulu grabbed it, and his heart leapt to try. It violently rushed towards the seashore, wanting to show off its skills, but it didn't realize that its feet slipped, and its whole body instantly fell into the sea. Junolo, Yule, seeing that no one was paying attention to it, it flopped around in the sea a few times and came back up on its own. It was just that the fish were scared off after this fluttering of it. When the silver wolf came up, it kept wagging its tail, and Junilua thought she was shaking her fur, but it became more and more impatient. and its mouth was wailing. Upon closer inspection, I realized it had 2 crabs caught in its tail. She didn't hold back her laughter for the rest of the day before she let Jill go and help him take the crab down. Ow. The silver wolf came up to her unhappily and tried to rub against her, which she avoided. Don't move. You're covered in water. Ow. The silver wolf slumped a bit demoralized and didn't move a muscle on the beach. Alright, you've done your part today. Bring back and help you roast the crabs for you. Well. The silver wolf flicked his tail and buried his head. Juno didn't bother with it and took Yul back to the garrison with Yul, who had taken care of the fish's innards. Zuo Ling has returned. Yul handed the processed fish to the 2 guards who built the fire. The group sat around the fire, the flames dancing and reflecting the faces of the people. What's the next plan, Your Highness? Zuo Ling looked at the endless ocean and opened his mouth to inquire. The guard commander, Bruce, also withdrew his gaze from the ocean and looked at Juno, similarly waiting for her answer. Do you have any ideas? Juno did not answer immediately, but asked the crowd in return. She swept her gaze across the faces of the crowd. Her mind already had a preliminary plan, which was to barter and come up with enough substances to exchange for the shark tears. With the current sea tribe infighting, what was most lacking was healing potions, and she believed that if the conditions were sufficient, they would not refuse. However, she would like to hear from others as well. Wulu pondered for a moment and slowly said, Your Highness, now that the Jellyfish Starsea clan is in serious internal strife, we may be able to take advantage of this situation. Find one of the relatively weak parties and give them support in exchange for their help in obtaining the sailor's tears. Bruce, on the other hand, shook his head and offered a different view. This is too risky. In case the side we support ends up losing, we might be in an even more dangerous situation. Zuo Ling, what do you think? Juno threw the question at him again. Everyone's comments have some merit. At present, the Jellyfish Starsea clan is in serious internal strife and the situation is complicated. We can neither easily get involved in it, nor can we sit back and wait for death. My thoughts are. The crowd discussed the issue and voiced their opinions on the matter. It was finally unanimously decided to observe first, and then make specific plans when more information was available. Eat and go your own way. Greeting the gentle evening breeze, Juno slowly walked on the beach with her bare feet. The fine sand rubbed against the soles of her feet, bringing a different kind of comfort. Chapter 116, Mutant Box Jellyfish. Crash into the sea. The waves kept lapping against the shore with a pleasant sound. Zuo Ling and Shi's shadow followed behind her about 2 steps behind her. Looking around with vigilant expressions, Juno's mood was rarely relaxed. She rarely had the opportunity to go to the beach in her previous life, and she hadn't even traveled far since coming here. There were a number of shells washed up by the waves on the seashore. All sorts of them, and she picked them up and played with them with new curiosity. The silver wolf followed her around, using his paws to help toss sand for her to pick up. Juno gave the shell she found to Yul. Without realizing it, she saw something very beautiful, transparent with a bit of purple not far away. She looked at it for a while and then it changed from purple to blue. This magical scene attracted her attention. It was too far away for her to see what it looked like. The silver wolf seemed to sense her fondness, and with a wail of merriment dashed off, heading straight for the purple jellyfish. Host retreats. That's a mutated box jellyfish. Xiaoqi anxiously flew out of space, her tiny figure fluttering in panic in front of Juno, her voice filled with nervousness. Juno's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly shouted, Silver Wolf, come back. However, the silver wolf had run too far away to hear her cries, or heard it, but didn't care. Even if Juno didn't know much about ocean things, he had heard of box jellyfish as a highly poisonous thing, not to mention that the one in front of him was a mutated one. Zuo Ling, you'll quickly enter the mech bay. Juno turned around and shouted eagerly. The two did not know what was happening, but they reacted quickly to release their native mechs out of their long-standing training and trust in Juno. The metallic sheen refracted a blinding light in the sunlight, and 2 massive mechs instantly appeared on the beach, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. The silver wolf was still a few meters away from the box jellyfish when he stopped in his tracks, sensing danger with his animal instincts. It looked at the purple object suspiciously, as if pondering something. Silver wolf, get back here. Juno was so distraught that he was pulled into the cockpit by the nearest Yul. Zuo Ling saw Juno safely enter the cockpit and immediately ran towards the silver wolf in his mech. His mech left deep traces on the beach at an extremely fast speed. Just as he was about to approach the silver wolf, the originally calm beach suddenly changed. The sand began to surge as if some great force was churning underground. Immediately afterward, countless transparent tentacles reached out from the sand and attacked in all directions. These tentacles were like flexible whips, so fast that they could not hide. Zuo Ling maneuvered the mech to dodge, but the number of tentacles was too great, and he only had time to throw the silver wolf onto the back of the mech. And just as he was about to retreat, he was shocked to find that they were already surrounded by jellyfish tentacles. Zuo Ling's heart instantly sank. He had never seen such a horrible scene. Not only were these tentacles numerous, but the 20-odd meter-long tentacles flexibly flung around, constantly coming towards the mecha. He tried to maneuver the mech to avoid it, but the space was getting smaller and smaller, and the tentacle attacks were getting more and more intense. The silver wolf paced restlessly on the back of the mech, letting out a low growl. It also sensed the approaching danger, and its eyes were filled with vigilance. At that moment, the tentacles of the mutated box jellyfish attacked more and more frantically. Yule's side wasn't much better. As he maneuvered his mech to desperately dodge the attacks, the jellyfish's immensity was beyond their comprehension. Suddenly, a tentacle violently jerked towards the mecha that Juniro and Yule were in. They didn't have time to dodge. They only felt a huge force coming at them, and the mecha instantly lost its balance and was viciously thrown into the sea by the tentacle. The splash was several meters high. Seeing this scene, Zuo Ling was anxious and wanted to step forward to help. However, he himself was tightly entangled by the tentacles and was unable to do anything. He could only watch as Junilua and Yule's mechs disappeared into the seawater. Mutant box jellyfish become even crazier. Its tentacles danced more violently and attacked more frequently. Zuo Ling clenched his teeth and tried to resist the attacks of the tentacles. The soldiers outside the starship were stunned when they saw Juniro and Yule thrown into the sea. Bruce let out a roar. "Why don't you rush to the rescue? Don't you want to live?" After saying that, he took the lead and got into the mech. "If anything happens to Her Highness, they will all have to be buried with her." The soldiers then reacted and released their mechs to join the battle area. It took over an hour-long battle before the jellyfish managed to be killed. A few were killed instantly by inadvertent tentacle wounds. At this time, the mecha that Yule and Juniro were in had already sunk to the bottom of the sea. Zuo Ling's face was full of anxiety and self-reproach, his eyes staring at the place where the mech sank. His heart seemed to be clutched tightly by an invisible hand. He quickly adjusted the state of his mech and prepared to immediately dive to the bottom of the sea to look for Juniro and Yule. Bruce was equally anxious, and as the commander of the guards, he knew that Juniro's safety was at stake. He immediately organized his soldiers to launch an emergency rescue operation, dispatching underwater detection equipment while commanding mechs to patrol the surface. The soldiers were also tense and panicked. They were worried about Juniro's safety on the one hand, and they were afraid of being punished because of it on the other. Still, they acted quickly, following Bruce's lead in giving their all to the rescue effort. The silver wolf walked agitatedly along the beach, letting out a low growl from time to time. Yule's mech had been submerged in the water for too long, and slowly a stream of water seeped into it. The cold seawater continued to erode the interior of the mech, emitting a slight zipping sound. Yule was anxious in his heart, and he tried hard to activate the mech's emergency system in an attempt to stop the further intrusion of seawater. The mech was severely damaged, and all the various systems were malfunctioning and unable to operate properly. Juniro also sensed the danger, and she calmly observed the situation around her, thinking of a way to deal with it. They had to find a way to get out of here as soon as possible, or else as the seawater continued to seep in, there would be less and less oxygen inside the mechs, and they would be faced with an even more dire predicament. He struggled to overcome his inner fear of water, his mind racing, thinking of every possible escape. His hands worked quickly on the control panel, trying to activate the mech's backup systems or find other functions that could be utilized. Juniro wasn't idle either, as she scrutinized the internal structure of the mech, looking for possible weak points or exits. "Yule, see if you can find the mech's emergency escape device," Juniro said to Yule as she searched for clues. Yule immediately followed her instructions and looked for the relevant buttons or switches on the control panel. "Your Highness, the mech link has been disconnected and cannot be activated." Juniro's heart sank. Now they couldn't even open the mech hatch. On the spur of the moment, he purchased 2 wetsuits from space. The maneuvering compartment was already small, and at the moment the two men were practically pressed against each other, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. The water in the mech had spread up to his calves, and Juniro couldn't think of anything else as he quickly stripped off his clothes and grabbed a diving suit to change directly into. "Hurry up and change." Seeing that Yule was not moving, he opened his mouth to urge. Yule, however, did not dare to look at her, and stiffened, a blush spreading across her face. Seeing that he was still not moving, Junilua's tone became impatient. "What's the point of dilly-dallying at this hour?" Chapter 117, Cave Under the Sea. Yule gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. He took the diving suit and turned his back, but the space was just too small for 2 people to change together, and it was even a little hard for one person to put it on by himself, so there was no choice but for Juniluo to let him help, and Yule's brain exploded with a loud bang. But also knowing that the situation was urgent and could not be delayed, he helped her put her clothes back on with a trembling hand. Hands were too shaky and he almost lost his grip on his shirt several times. Trying to restrain her inner panic and shyness, Yul carefully helped Juniro put his clothes back on. After quickly throwing the changed clothes into space, Junilua took a deep breath and turned around to face Yul. At this moment, Yul's face was red, and her eyes still carried a bit of shyness and consternation. Juniro dressed him as fast as she could. Just then, the mech seemed to slam into something, and the huge impact caused the two to stick closer together. The already tight-fitting wetsuits were even more so at the moment, allowing them to clearly feel each other's body heat and heartbeats. Juniro's cheeks were slightly flushed, while Yul was too nervous to let out any air, her heart pounding. Junilua clearly felt something resting on her, and her body instantly stiffened as she took a deep breath, pretending not to notice anything as she silently backed away a little distance. Juniro tried to ease the awkward situation by speaking up. Okay, well, get ready to exit the hatch. Yul was already bashful and red, her hands and feet didn't know where to put them. He hung his head low, not daring to look at Juniro even more. 7. Open the hatch. Then, Juniro took out another oxygen mask and put it on himself. Another one was handed to Yul. There are pills in the host's mall that can breathe on their own in the sea for a limited time of 1 month. Do you need to buy them? Just points for one, Xiaoqi reminded with a timely voice. Junilua frowned slightly. The price of the pills at points apiece was not expensive, but the situation was truly critical at this point. She quickly weighed the pros and cons in her mind. Right now, operating in the middle of the sea, having pills that allowed them to breathe freely would undoubtedly increase their chances of survival. Buy 2. Juniro said decisively. I still don't know how many days I have to stay in the sea. The points can still be earned in. The life is really gone. Soon, 2 pills appeared in Junilua's hands. She handed one to Yul and took one for herself. The pill melted in his mouth, and Junilua felt the changes in his body, his heart settling a little. There's no need to bring this one. Although Yul had doubts, he didn't ask. As the hatch opened, the seawater consistently came in, and because of inertia the two were knocked back several steps. Perhaps it was the effect of the medicine, but the water did not fill their mouths and noses. By now it was completely dark outside, and the bottom of the sea was even darker. The influx of seawater brought with it a piercing chill. Juniro was moved to shiver, and the two struggled to stabilize themselves in the darkness. Out of the mech, Juniro squinted his eyes and tried to adjust to the endless darkness, but apart from the sound of the surging seawater, the surroundings were dead silent and out of reach. The two swam forward cautiously. The pressure at the bottom of the ocean gradually increased and there was significant resistance forcing them to slow down. In the darkness, there were occasional faint flickers of light. The two did not swim towards the light. One must be cautious in the deep sea. It might be a signal from deep sea creatures to attract prey. Time passed slowly in the darkness. Juniro and Yul didn't know how long they had been swimming, and exhaustion gradually came over them, but they didn't dare to stop. Gradually they realized that the pressure of the water on their bodies changed, and they were even able to walk on the ground with their feet on the ground. And since they couldn't see, they didn't know where they were. The two men's hands were held together at some point. Is His Highness okay? Bubbles of air spit out of his open mouth, unexpectedly not running into it. Junilua noticed this as well. Junilua fixed his mind and responded. I'm fine. It's strange here. Let's be careful. Their clasped hands conveyed each other's warmth, giving each other a touch of comfort in this unknown environment. The two walked forward slowly, their feet making a soft sound on the ground. Their eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness, trying to discern the sights around them. However, nothing could be seen but endless darkness. Xiaoqi, is Zhou Xin in danger? Junilo could not see but could only turn to 7 for help. The host goes straight to the head. There is a cave. No danger detected. Junilua followed Xiaoqi's words and pulled Yul forward, when suddenly her little feet felt like they were wrapped around something slippery, and the thing she was holding was still crawling up her thighs. By the time she reacted, her entire body was already hanging on Yul's waist. Your Highness, don't be afraid. It's a sea serpent. Juniro. So much for saying she's even more scared. She was afraid of all snakes except for Shadow. Wul hugged Junilua and smoothed her back. Your Highness, don't be afraid. A sea serpent usually doesn't actively attack people unless it feels threatened. Don't make drastic movements and it won't bite. Juniro then breathed a sigh of relief and got off of Yul. Let's get the hell out of here. There's a cave only 100 meters straight ahead. We'll go there first. As she adjusted to the darkness, she could faintly make out a blur of light in front of her eyes, and this time it was Yul holding her hand as she walked ahead. Junilo then remembered that there was a waterproof strong flashlight in the space, and took it out and handed it to Yul. Yul took the flashlight and flipped the switch. An intense beam of light instantly pierced the darkness. They were finally able to get a good look at their surroundings. The ground around them was covered with oddly shaped rocks and seaweed. The sea serpent was long gone, but they still didn't dare to take it lightly. The more inconspicuous the undersea creature, the more toxic it is. Yul held Jun'iro's hand tightly and carefully walked forward. The glow of a powerful flashlight flickered through the water, illuminating their path forward. As they advanced, the cavern gradually appeared in their field of vision. The sea automatically bypasses the mouth of the cave as if it were conscious. Yul looked around vigilantly, flashlight gripped tightly in his hand, not missing a single corner, scrutinizing for possible dangers. Only after confirming that there were no problems did he softly say to Jun'ilo, "Your Highness, this place is safe to enter for now." Jun'ilo nodded slightly and followed Yul as he continued to walk deeper into the cavern. As they went deeper, the cave became wider. In the innermost part, there was a huge slab of rock on which certain ancient designs and symbols seemed to be carved. Only the exhausted pair didn't realize it. Yul helped her onto the stone slab, and Jun'iro leaned against it somewhat deflated. Exhaling softly, a damp odor permeated the cavern, and occasionally a few drops of water dripped down from the roof of the cave with a crisp sound. Jun'ilo closed his eyes and tried to relax. For her part, Yul stood quietly by her side, ready for any danger that might arise. Gradually, Jun'ilo only felt his mind drowsy and his body temperature constantly heightened. Chapter 118, Give me a bite. Can't Yul? Jun'ilo only felt his head getting heavier and heavier, and his consciousness gradually blurred. It was as if her body was on fire, her body temperature rising, making her uncomfortable. Wulu quickly sensed Jun'ilo's abnormality. He anxiously leaned down and gently touched Jun'ilo's forehead. The hot temperature made his heart sink. "Your Highness, you have a fever?" There was worry in Yul's voice, and Jun'iluo shook his head to keep him away from him. "It's okay, I think the seawater is too cold. A little low fever. This is all burnt out and confused. Where is the low fever?" Yul was glad that she had kept a lot of essential potions in her space button. From the space knob, he took out a potion for the cold and injected it into her, and took out a space quilt to cover her up. "Your Highness, the clothes you are wearing must be changed. Did you bring a change of clothes?" Jun'iluo's brain was foggy, so he heard the word clothes and struggled up from the covers and started tearing them off. Nay, the wetsuit was too strong to tug on, and she pointed angrily at Yul. "You, come over here and help me take it off." Wuli's face instantly turned red as he looked at Jun'iluo handily, not knowing what to do for a moment. "Your Highness, you must not," Yul stammered, but Jun'iro was too fuzzy conscious at the moment to hear him. Her eyes were full of eagerness and annoyance as she urged again. "Get over here and help me take it off." "Hot." Yul hesitated for a moment, but eventually approached Jun'iro cautiously. His hands trembled so badly that he failed to grab the zipper of his wetsuit with several touches, and the harder he tried to keep himself calm, the harder his heart beat. "Are you good or not?" Jun'iro muttered disgruntledly. Yul finally calmed down after slapping himself. Though his hands were still shaking, he pulled away. He quickly pulled out a clean set of clothes he hadn't worn from the space button and slipped them on her. Jun'iro, however, was all kinds of uncooperative. "Not wearing it. Hot." "Your Highness, you can't catch a cold when you're sick. You're so annoying." Yul had no choice but to once again take out his bathrobe from the space button and drape it over her. Throughout the entire process, his gaze never dared to look directly at Jun'iluo, and the blush on his face never faded. He felt like his body was hotter than his highness's. After a hard time changing his clothes, Wulu once again covered Jun'iluo with a space quilt and stood guard at her side, looking at her with worry, wanting to touch but afraid of offending. Time passed by, and Jun'iluo's temperature extraordinarily rose instead of falling. Her eyes gradually became disoriented, and her consciousness became more and more chaotic as her instincts drove her. "It's hot. Put the fire out." "Your Highness, there is no fire. You're lying." Yul looked at Jun'iro, who was red in the face and spitting hot air when he spoke, and that was when he realized something was wrong. Why are the symptoms so much like rutting? Yul was shocked in his heart. He had never thought that this state of affairs would happen, and he panicked for a moment. A female in heat has an extraordinarily strong desire, and if it is not satisfied, the heat and longing that wells up from the depths of her body will drive her crazy. "Your Highness, where is your inhibitor potion? I'll inject it for you." Yul tried to bring Jun'iro back to his senses with words, but Jun'iro was completely controlled by instinct at this point, and she once again reached out to Yul. "Give me a bite." Yul gritted his teeth, knowing that he couldn't let this situation continue. He rummaged through the space knobs to find some drugs that would ease the FQ, but again, he wasn't sure if the male inhibitors would work on the females. He carefully drew out the syringe and tried to inject Jun'iluo. Instead, Jun'iro swatted the drug away, the glass potion tube shattering to the ground. "Give me a bite. Just one bite," said the body as it kept moving closer to Yul. Yul's face instantly reddened to the roots of his ears, and his body was as stiff as a rock. Not knowing what to do, Jun'iluo's voice was full of temptation, and the blazing eyes seemed to melt him. "Don't be cheap. Just one bite." Yul felt like her breath was going to stop. This side of His Highness he had never seen before. Cute enough that he couldn't wait to YA the person on the slab and bully them hard. Your Highness, you must not. Yul's voice trembled even more as he tried to restrain the impulse within him. Juniro, however, was unforgiving and continued to move closer to him. Her breath hit her face with an overwhelming heat. Yul's sanity nearly collapsed under the onslaught of Lustle, but he knew too well who he was to make a transgression in this situation. Two voices in his head were arguing, and one voice told him to just go with it. Isn't that what you've always wanted? Another voice told him, no, you can't take advantage of the situation. His Highness will hate you when he wakes up. Yul's heart was in a fierce struggle. The voice that had goaded him into obedience kept echoing in his ears, making his heart beat faster and faster. His gaze couldn't help but fall on Junilua's delicate face. Her appearance at the moment was full of temptational, irresistible. Yul clenched her fists tightly, her nails sinking deep into her palms as she tried to use the pain to keep herself awake. Juniro was His Highness, and he couldn't act in a way that would hurt her when she was out of her mind. Yurako's sanity gradually disintegrated under Juniro's onslaught, and his heart was filled with contradictions and struggles. He eventually compromised in a half-hearted attempt. Juniro pressed herself tightly against Yul, her hands wrapping around Yul's neck like vines. Hot breath sprayed his skin. Yul's body trembled slightly as he tried to restrain his inner lustle, but Juniro's passion was too much for him to resist. Her lips gently touched Yul's cheek, as gentle as a feather, yet with an unspeakable allure. Yul's heart beat like thunder, his sanity dissipating under the gentle touch. Juniello's hand slowly slid down to caress his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. Yul's breathing became rapid, his eyes filled with longing and struggle. He wanted to push Juniro away, but he couldn't spare the moment of tenderness. Give it to me. Their lips finally pressed tightly together, and Yul's mind went blank. He had never experienced such an intense sensation, such intimate, close contact. Touch made his breath catch. Yul no longer restrained himself either. He responded to Juniro's passion, expressing his love for her with his own line movements. Even though it was his first time, Yurako tried hard to give Juniro the best experience he could. Even if he didn't have a chance to get close in the future, he was satisfied. He was willing to become His Highness's person even if he was given death in the end. Juniro looked at Yul's exposed cat ears and tail with a flash of surprise and fascination in his eyes. The fluffy black cat ears and gently wagging cat tail are extra cute and inviting. Juniro's madness made him almost unbearable on the second day. The muscles of his body screamed with pain, especially so raw, and he was in a bit of a trance. But looking at Juniro's still blazing eyes, he couldn't deny her need. Yul gritted his teeth and tried to pull himself together. Ha ha ha, young man, you can't. The sudden voice startled both men. Chapter 119. Do you need Granny to arrange an orc for you? Yul froze, her face filled with shock and blush. The cat's ears also drooped from shock, and his tail tensed up. Junilua also regained some sense at this time, and hurriedly took out the inhibitors from space, injecting 2 in a row before the flush on his face quickly faded away. Dressing haphazardly, they only panicked and looked in the direction the sound had come from, but saw nothing. Who are you? Come out. Yul pulled over the space quilt to wrap Juniro's entire body in it and shouted towards the void. There's no need to be so impatient, young man. If you hadn't been so loud, the old crone wouldn't have been woken up. With a click, the stone wall engraved with special runes slowly opened from the inside. In the faint light, the pale old female was gradually revealed. As she walked, the chains clanked and clanked, and it was only then that Yul and Juniro realized that her feet were locked in thumbstick chains. The first thing that caught his eye as his eyes moved upward was the eye tied with a red cloth. No matter how stupid they were, Yul and Juniro knew that they had accidentally entered someone else's territory. The original caution dissolved into embarrassment. Granny, I'm sorry, we didn't know this was your territory. Much offense. Please forgive us. This granny gave her a mysterious feeling. Even if she was handcuffed, the aura around her was still powerful. The old female didn't refute her name calling, and was able to accurately capture Juniro's position even though her face was clearly covered by the red cloth. Little female, your rutting period can't be suppressed by potions. You're not a very good beast husband. After a pause she continued to speak, her voice husky with a flirtation together. Do you need Granny to set you up with an orc? Junolo. Yul's entire face reddened with anger when she heard him say she couldn't. At the same time, his heart was beating a drum. Could he really not satisfy His Highness? The old female said, not caring how she answered, and made a few false moves into the void. Little female, you're still young and don't understand the key to this. This beastman can't be considered qualified if he can't even suppress his partner's rutting period. Don't you go too far. Yul held his tongue for half a day before he managed to come up with this sentence. The old female did not look at him, but at Juniro. You have an unresolved marriage in the Sea Clan. Granny will help you summon him back. Junolo, Don't you have to ask her what she wants? And how does she see her in-laws through the red cloth? Wuli's face was even darker. Even if he said he couldn't do it, he was actually looking for males for his highness in front of him? Jun Ilo calmed the somewhat fried Yule, lightly shaking his head to indicate that he should not be impulsive. This old female is powerful at a glance. They are no match. Jun Iro broke off a few words with her and tried to leave with Yule, but was stopped by a word from the granny. This is a forbidden land of the Sea Clan. You can't leave. The two of them disbelieved themselves, changed their clothes, went out of the cave, and returned again an hour later. Neither one of them looked too good. Jun Ilo looked at the old female sitting on the stone bed and pushed down the thoughts in his mind as he began to talk nonsense to her, trying to get words out of her. The old female had probably had no one to talk to for too long, and it didn't take long for her to get the hang of it. It turned out that this granny was the last Sea Nation witch doctor, who had been imprisoned here for 100 years by her hand-trained disciple due to the internal war within the Sea Nation. I had poured out my life's work, full of hope that she would follow in my footsteps and continue to work for the prosperity of the Sea Clan. The old female's voice was a bit hoarse with the vicissitudes of age. I don't know when the desire for power grew quietly in her heart. The fight within the Sea Nation became more and more intense, with all the forces fighting for the right to rule. My protégé, gradually losing himself in this whirlwind of power, she began to covet the supreme power of the Sea Nation and began to do whatever it took to get there. There was a hint of grief in the old female's tone. What I taught was eventually used on myself, and she declared that I had fallen from using too much of the art of prophecy. Jun Ilo and Yul listened quietly, their hearts filled with emotion. They couldn't imagine how the old female had managed to hang on in this loneliness and pain. Jun Iro said softly, "Grandmother, you must be in a lot of pain." The old female slowly shook her head and said, 100 years is enough time for me to look down on everything. Nowadays, I only wish to spend these last moments in peace. Junilua looked at the old female and a wave of admiration welled up in his heart. "Grandma, you are really strong." The old female smiled bashfully and said, "All the things in this world are arranged by fate. Since we can't change it, let's accept it openly." The words seemed to speak of herself again, and as if they were imploring her. Junilua thought about it but still asked, "Grandma, your eyes." The old female raised her hand and touched the eye covered by the red cloth. It should be over her eye now. Yul and Jun Iro simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. "What's it like to have your eyes gouged out by the person you trust the most?" Jun Ilo frowned slightly and said, "Grandma, since you were framed for this, don't you want to go out and take revenge?" The old female, however, shook her head indifferently and said, "I can't get out. 100 years have long since smoothed out my hatred." Jun Iro, however, could tell from her trembling hands that she should have hatred. "There's just no way out, so you have to suppress it and force yourself to fade away." Yul calmed down at this point, and as he looked at the old female, a trace of sympathy welled up in his heart. It's easy to get lost in power and desire. "Grandma, is there really no way to leave? We still have important things to do." The old female was silent for a while before she slowly spoke. "This forbidden land is surrounded by powerful prohibitions that are difficult to break unless one has the power of the bloodline of the Sea Tribe's royal family." Jun Iro and Yul looked at each other as they both thought of the same person. Lorraine, the green tea fish with the white cut black. Jun Iro didn't like to pin his hopes on others, and with a glance at Yul, he spoke to the old female. "Granny, let's go out and look for something to eat outside." The two exited the cavern once again. It was daytime, and even if it was deep underground, it wasn't very dark, and you could see clearly around you. The faint light filtered in from nowhere and illuminated the small area. Of course they weren't really looking for food. It's just that the two of them tried every direction and just couldn't get out, circling around and coming back to the same point. Like Granny said, this place is forbidden. You can only go in but not out. Jun Iro kicked the stone at his feet in some frustration. Are we really going to be stuck here? Yul's brow was furrowed as he pondered on a countermeasure. Don't worry, Your Highness, there will be a way. What made Jun Ilo fear was that Xiao-Qi seemed to be disconnected from her and couldn't be contacted in any way. She wanted to tell Zuo Ling that she couldn't even do it, and she once again had an accident in front of his eyes, and she didn't dare to think how panicked and self-blaming he was at this moment. The two tried several more times and still couldn't leave, so they had no choice but to casually grab a few fish and shrimp and head back to the cave. Compared to them, the shore has changed. Zuo Ling, several people have been searching for days without sleep, and there is still no trace, so they can only report to the main star. Their commotion eventually alerted the sea people. Chapter 120, Do You Have a Heart or Not? The Sea Clan bites the dust for never having seen Princess Jun Iro with Yul. The two sides were deadlocked and almost came to blows. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, Zuo Ling tried to suppress the anxiety and anger within his heart and took a step forward, saying to the crowd of the sea race, "We have no intention of making enemies with the Sea Clan. It's just that my country's princess and her secret guards have disappeared in these waters, so you'll have to give us an explanation anyways. It is true that we have not seen the princess or the dark guards you speak of. What makes you assume they are here? Or are you taking advantage of the situation? Bruce stepped forward and retorted. The princess was in Sank here. We've searched tirelessly for it several times to no avail, and we suspected that you were keeping Her Highness locked up. Zuo Ling answered, our rescue operation is to ensure the safety of the princess. If there is any offense, please ask the Sea Tribe to understand. But we will never leave easily unless you deliver the princess safely. Seeing as their own power is unable to fish for people at the bottom of the sea, it would have to be when a large sphere of influence. We've already reported what happened to the main star, and I believe it won't take long for the support team sent over by the main star to arrive. The blue whale orc was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he spoke in a half-compromise. Our Sea Clan can confirm once again if there is the person you are looking for, but if there is indeed nothing to be found, you must leave our waters immediately. Zuo Ling nodded his head in agreement. Good. I hope that you Sea Clan are true to your word. In that case, if you don't believe me, you can go down and look for it yourselves. Bruce frowned and spoke in displeasure. If we could stay underwater for a long time, would we still alert you? They were debroken to a stop each time they dived some distance to the bottom. Unable to go deeper, the blue whale orc gave them a few water-avoiding beads. These are water-avoiding beads that will allow you to move freely on the bottom of the sea. Zuo Ling took it and thanked him. If you don't find it, then please leave quickly and don't pester and cause trouble again. The blue whale beastman's tone was serious. Bruce received the water-avoiding beads, and although he had doubts in his heart, he couldn't care less at this time. He and Zuo Ling exchanged a glance and nodded, then prepared to dive into the seabed again. The silver wolf watched on, seemingly a little disturbed, and let out a low whimper. Just then Bruce received a stardate from the main planet side. It was the Queen calling. The Queen, her voice came through the starlight with a voice full of worry and urgency. Bruce, no matter the cost, the princess must be found. Whatever it takes, make sure she's safe. Bruce looked grave and respectfully returned. Don't worry, Queen. We will do our best to find the princess. The pressure on Bruce's mind got heavier as he hung up the star telephone. Corentin and Shishadow also received the news and had gone to the palace to beg the Queen for their permission to travel to Jellyfish Planet, both of them looking extremely pale. The Queen refused. It was the busiest time of the year when the School of Potions and the School of Planting were in their early beginnings, but the two learned the Junilua accident where there is still the heart to work. Her Highness is your daughter. Why aren't you worried at all? Corentin mouthed off in a huff. Agree or not? I'm going to find His Highness. Shishadow followed suit and nodded. I hope that your Majesty the Queen will be successful. The Queen knew they were concerned and didn't mind his blabbering. Now that the school year is in its early stages, the Academy is busy with business. If you all leave, what will happen to those students? The College of Pharmacy and the College of Planting have a great deal of responsibility, and no one should be left to preside over the situation. Courtlandy said eagerly, but His Highness' life and death are not yet known. We really can't stay here in peace. The affairs of the Academy can be placed in the hands of others for the time being, and we must go in search of His Highness. Shishadow also continued. Your Majesty the Queen, we promise to return immediately after finding His Highness and will never delay the affairs of the Academy. Please fulfill our piece of loyalty. The Queen sighed slightly and said after a moment of contemplation. I can understand your feelings, but this matter needs to be considered in the long run. The princess is missing. We are already dealing with the Sea Nation. You may not be able to help much if you go there rashly, and the Academy does need you. So you might as well take care of the Academy's affairs in peace and wait for further news. The two of them kneeled down in unison and said that they would travel to the Jellyfish Star. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no way for them to leave the Central Star without a pass order, they would have already sneaked away. The Pharmaceutical Research Institute and the Planting Academy are the princess's endeavors. Can you bear to destroy them? There are so many other students waiting for you at the Academy, and they need your teaching and leadership just as much. If the princess knew that you were disregarding the Academy for her sake, she would surely not agree. You all should feel at ease and do your jobs first. This palace and His Majesty will send more people to search for the princess and will inform you as soon as there is any news. The Queen intoned. Corentin and Shishadow listened to the Queen's words with a look of struggle and pain. The Queen saw them like this and knew that they wouldn't be reassured until she gave a piece of her mind. Also worried that they might sneak out, he told them about the contract between Yule and Juniro. Their lives are not in danger at this time. A blood contract was placed on Yule. If Juniro died, he would perish with him, and they here would be able to notice once something happened to Yule. Yule's soul seal was normal. That meant they were safe for the time being. Otherwise they would have traveled in person long ago. Corentin and Shishadow looked a little softer at the Queen's words, but not much happier, and the Queen waved her hand for them to leave. In that case, we'll wait for news in peace for now, but I also hope that Her Majesty the Queen will inform us of any news at the first opportunity. Cruelty and Shishadow retreated from the palace and remained silent. It wasn't until they entered the princess's residence that Corentin's half-suppressed emotions were able to explode. As he walked, he muttered, "Humph, just letting us wait like this, how can I feel at ease? If His Highness were to have any shortcomings." "Shut up," Shishadow snapped. "Nothing will happen to His Highness." Cruelty kicked the stones at his feet in defiance, ignored him, and went straight to the main courtyard. It was hard for him to be at peace when he couldn't smell His Highness's scent. How in the world did Zuo Ling and Wulu protect His Highness, and how did they put His Highness in danger? "No, I have to find a way to get to Jellyfish Planet." Xing sat on the side and looked at him with an indifferent expression. "Since the Queen has ordered it, we simply cannot leave the Central Star. The Queen has said that His Highness' life is not in danger for the time being, so what's the use of your impatience?" Cruelty was on fire when he heard this. "You are calm. That is Your Highness, our wife and master. Just wait around? I can't sit still." Shishadow lowered her eyes slightly. "Impatience won't solve the problem. All we can do now is to do well in the affairs of the academy and wait for news." Corentin stomped his foot hard. Wait until when? I'm not as calm as you are." Shishadow stopped paying attention to him and just quietly pondered something. Seeing Shishadow ignoring him, Cruelty became even more furious. And as if he had found a vent, he cursed loudly. "How can you be so heartless? Her Highness treated you so well, and now that something has happened to her, you can sit here so calmly. Do you have a heart or not?" Xing raised her eyes slightly, her eyes still clear and cold. "What can you change by being so impulsive, other than making yourself more anxious?" Chapter 121. Then I'll be my sister's beast husband too. Corentin's face turned red with anger. "Ha, nice try. Go ahead and act your innocent self. I'm not as cold-blooded as you are. I must find a way to go to Jellyfish Planet to find His Highness." Shishadow Light's brow furrowed in fear that Corentin would actually sneak out, but she opened her mouth anyway. "Do you think I don't want to go to His Highness? But the Queen's order cannot be disobeyed, and if we act rashly, we will only add trouble to His Highness." Corentin wasn't even listening. "I don't care. I can't just wait around. I'll never forgive myself for the rest of my life if anything happens to His Highness." With that, Corentin turned and walked away. Shishadow's heart rippled as she looked at Corentin's indignant back. And why wouldn't he be worried about His Highness? It was just that he understood that acting impulsively often led to more trouble. The Queen's order did have merit. The Academy could not afford to have no one to preside over it in the early days of the school year. A rash trip to Jellyfish Star might not lead to His Highness, and might even disrupt existing search plans. However, looking at how eager Corentin looked, he was a little shaken again. Perhaps one really is too calm, so calm as to be a bit insensitive. He also wanted to go out of his way to find His Highness, but reason told him not to. Shishadow pursed her lips tightly, struggles showing in her violet eyes. Cruelty huffed and puffed some distance away, the anger in his heart still hard to quell. He mentally cursed Shishadow's heartlessness as he walked away. Shishadow, this fellow, it's just that he usually looks cool, but he's so cold-blooded at critical moments. His Highness usually treats him so well. Now that His Highness is alive or dead, he can sit there so calmly. The more Cruelty thought about it, the more angry he became. Scratching at his red hair in annoyance, he must go to Jellyfish Star and find His Highness. Zuo Ling and the others also encountered many difficulties during their search. Even with the water-avoiding beads, they couldn't stay underwater for long. Forced to stop each time they dived some distance to the bottom of the sea. The strong pressure beneath the depths of the ocean took its toll on them as land creatures. Zuo Ling's spiritual sea of consciousness is strong and can still stay a little longer. Bruce and these people are not so lucky. Under the strong pressure they had problems even swimming, let alone continuing deeper. This greatly limited the scope and depth of their search, making it impossible to thoroughly canvass some possible areas. The Sea Tribe was in the midst of civil unrest at this time, and they didn't want the princess of the Karen Empire to have an accident with them, so they mobilized all underwater creatures to join the search operation. Despite this, they had only found half of the scrapped mecha fragments after rummaging through the entire ocean. Everyone's heart sank at the sight of the mech debris. After scouring the waters without finding a trace, a possibility came to mind uncharacteristically. They were eaten by unknown creatures at the bottom of the sea after being ejected from the mech bay. Once this idea appeared, it was quickly extinguished by Zuo Ling himself. No, nothing will happen to His Highness. He gripped the half-decommissioned mech fragment tightly, his knuckles white from the force. Keep looking. Although Bruce and the others were very tired, they also regrouped when they saw Zuo Ling like this. They dived again and searched the dimly lit ocean floor with difficulty. The current leader of the Sea Clan was also shocked when he saw the mech debris. If the most honorable princess of the Karen Empire had an accident in their territory, even if it wasn't their problem, it would be hard for them not to be implicated. He immediately ordered more sea creatures to join the search party to make sure to find the whereabouts of the princess of the Karen Empire. On the other hand, Aashian, who was on the other side of the planet Muta, hiding from the pursuers, was suddenly summoned by some kind of call, and appeared in the familiar waters in the next instant. At this time, Yul was busy peeling shrimp for Juno. In the past 2 days, they had eaten either nutrients or fresh live shrimp and crabs, and their mouths were tasteless. The point is that eating too much raw food will give you diarrhea, but she was really craving for it, so Yul had to limit her to only a few a day. Juno secretly vowed to be in the space when he got out to be a lot of delicious food. With 7 disappearing, she couldn't even enter the gross space. Feeling the fluctuation of the water current, the two of them looked up and were shocked to see the sudden appearance of Aashian. Juno was originally resting his head on Yul's lap, waiting to be fed, which would straighten up in shock. Sister princess? Aashian was also surprised to see Juno. This was a forbidden place for the Sea clan. Except for the royal bloodline, only the witch doctor could enter and exit. What are you guys doing here? Juno briefly told him what happened. Also asked him where he's been lately and why he left without saying goodbye. Princess sister is sorry for leaving without saying goodbye for fear of involving her sister because she felt the aura of the same clan. Juno nodded, not sure if he believed it or not. After Aashian sat down, his eyes rolled slightly and a look of resignation appeared on his face. Princess sister, I was hunted down so badly in the planet Muta. Those people are really bad. Look at my body is full of wounds left under the escape. Lanin lifted his clothes, revealing wounds of different sizes on his body, pointing to the wounds while complaining. That look was a vivid little pitiful one who had been bullied a lot. Juno looked at Aashian without saying anything. The injuries may have been real, but the person who was injured must have been killed by him in return. Alright, put your clothes down and I'll put some medicine on you later. Seeing that he was even about to take off his pants for her to see, Juno hastened to stop him. Only after hearing her say that did Aashian reluctantly put down his clothes. Wulu, however, did not eat this set of words. He snorted coldly, you less pretend to be pitiful here. In terms of ruthlessness, who is better than you? Lanin turned her head to Juno, her eyes slightly red, with a look of having been wronged by the heavens. Sister, how could he say that about Aashian? Juno sighed slightly and said soothingly, alright, stop it. Yul is also saying that because she doesn't understand the situation. Lanin, however, was unforgiving. Princess sister, he just did it on purpose. After saying that, he also gave Wulu a fierce glare. Wulu was not afraid in the slightest. Ben is not a good person. What's the point of pretending to be pitiful? Aashian stood up in anger. You'll shut up. Juno hurriedly pulled Aashian back. This was a black-hearted fish, and at this point in time, he was in his territory. If Yul said any more, he wouldn't know how to die. Aashian took advantage of the situation by sticking to her and looking provocatively at Yuraku. Yul hung her head a little sadly and kept her mouth shut. Juno tried to pull away from Aashian, but Aashian stuck to her like a piece of craft. Sister princess, you have to control your little secret guard properly. You can't let him bully me like that. Lanin said while still deliberately rubbing against Juno. Aashian, Yul is now my beast husband. Don't bully him. Aashian's dark blue eyes flashed coldly as he looked at her in pure innocence. Then, I will be my sister's beast husband as well. Juno was angry and helpless. Lanin, stop it. Now we have to find a way to get out of here. Sister, this is a forbidden place for the Sea clan. You can't get out unless what? Unless my sister couples with me. Only a mate's deed seal of royal bloodline can pass through the prohibition. Juno sniffed and his face sank. Lanin, don't be ridiculous. If she let this black-hearted fish become her beast husband, the backyard must not be in a state of panic. Lane, however, was relentless, sticking close to her. Sister, I'm not fooling around. It's the only way. Chapter 122, Out of Control Again. Compelled by Aashian. Juno didn't believe it. But after a few attempts it was only Aashian who could get out. She couldn't get out with Yul. Without waiting for her to make another move, her rutting period came on strong again. As Granny had said, the inhibitor could not be suppressed. Juno could only feel her body getting hot, and her consciousness gradually became a little blurry. She screamed in her heart that it was not good. This rutting period came at such an inopportune time. Yul sensed Juno's strange behavior and instantly tensed up, stepping forward to try and pull Lanin away from Juno. Instead, Aashian circled Juno in a deadly circle. Juno struggled on the edge of sanity and desire as she tried to stay conscious and spoke to Aashian. Aashian, let go. However, while her voice was weak and feeble, her body's response grew stronger. Aashian wouldn't let go anyhow. Yul's heart ached as she looked at Juno's agonized appearance. Aashian, I repeat, let go. Aashian didn't insist this time, releasing her at her cold scolding. Juno's sanity was slowly lost, pulling Yul away before it was about to be engulfed by the tide of love. Instead of following him, Aashian turned toward the depths of the cavern. The heat of Juniello's body made her almost lose her ability to think. She led Yul to a piece of coral as tall as a small mountain with her feet floating, and placed a mental barrier around her. Before Yul had a chance to speak, the person had already been crushed under the coral. Juniro tugged at his shirt with some urgency, but couldn't get it off. Yurako soothed gently while helping her undress. Your Highness. Euler had just gotten off the meat, and that youthful and passionate emotion was like a raging tide that made it difficult for him to control himself. Quiet, Juniro muttered, taking a bite out of his chest that bore the mark of the Black Phoenix. Juniro's proximity and teasing made his sanity nearly collapse. The longing that welled up from the bottom of his heart was like an unstoppable flame that instantly consumed him. The sky spins and the two switch places. As he did, the coral behind him was overwhelmed. The fish and shrimp hidden inside the coral fled, their tails wagging in panic as they quickly swam off into the distance. This time it was his turn to rip in panic and eagerness. Juniro shivered slightly, his eyes holding both a mesmerizing cue desire and a hint of surprise. But at the moment, the dryness of the FQ period made it impossible for her to resist Yul's move. His eyes were filled with longing and love, a deep love that could not be expressed in words. He murmured softly in Junilo's ear as he tore at her clothes. The confused Juniro didn't even hear what he said and only nodded his head carelessly, feeling each other's temperature and heartbeats under the wash of the sea. At this time FQ is not the same as last time. Su after suppression, once again erupted to raging. Wulu, a person simply can't hold back. All day long he did his best to calm Junilo down. Sometimes at the bottom of the ocean, his instinctive physical discomfort was more than a little overwhelming. The next day, seeing that Junilo had not yet woken up, Yul's heart was worried about her body, while also realizing that they needed food to maintain their strength. The physical exertion was too much, and with no food, he was already a bit unable to hold on. He settled Juniro down and prepared to go out and find food nearby, but he didn't expect that this departure would give Aashian an opportunity to take advantage of it. Juniro woke up to the tingling on her body, and after opening her eyes and realizing that it was Aashian, she was so ashamed and angry that she struggled to get up and pushed him away. Instead of being annoyed, Lanine showed a look of resignation. Her eyes slightly reddened. Sister, you're biased. Why is it okay for the little dark guard but not for me? Lanian's voice carried a hint of sorrow as he slowly approached Junilo. His eyes locked onto her. Junilo looked away and said in a cold voice, Aashian, don't mess around. She was sore all over at the moment, especially after sleeping all day with the coral pressed against her back. His legs were even more shaky and he struggled to stand up. No wonder the internet says that FQ period is 7 days and half a month without bed. A light smile rippled across Aashian's face, and those smiling blue eyes carried a bit of seduction. He reached out his fingers and gently traced Junilo's cheeks. Sister, why are you so resistant? My love for my sister is no less than his. Juniro's body trembled slightly as she tried to restrain her inner turmoil. Aashian's eyes were like deep ocean water, emitting a mysterious light as if he could suck people into them. Sister, look at me. Aashian's voice was soft with coaxing. Juniro couldn't help but look at him, her eyes gradually becoming mesmerized. The corners of Aashian's mouth rose slightly as he gently took Juniro's hand and placed it on his chest. Feel that, sister. Only Aashian loves you the most. Junilo's hand touched Aashian's slightly cool chest, and the dryness that had been so hard to suppress had a tendency to rise again. Aashian took the opportunity to move closer to her and whispered in her ear, Sister, take me. I'll give you everything. Juniro's sanity gradually blurred under Aashian's compulsion, and his pupils gradually became disorganized. Erasure was even bolder as he could see her faltering. Sister. Junilo's body was getting hotter and hotter, and his consciousness was completely lax. She seemed to forget everything and just reveled in Aashian's tenderness. Just as June Elohim was about to sink completely, a strong struggle welled up within her. A remnant of sanity told her she couldn't get lost like this. However, Aashian gets bolder and bolder. Sister, I am yours, always. Lane's voice was full of compulsion. Juniro's body trembled slightly, not knowing if it was resisting or catering. A few figures of Zuo Ling suddenly flashed through her chaotic mind. Junielo bit the tip of her tongue in an effort to clear her head. Aashian, stop. Junielo spat out a few words with difficulty. Aashian, however, continued to wreak havoc on her as if he hadn't heard her. Sister obviously wants it. Why are you resisting? Is it that Aashian isn't pretty? Lane's words carried a hint of sadness and seduction. His 3-meter-long fish tail wrapped around her legs, the slightly cool body heat touching Junilo's dry hot body, instantly bringing a strange relief. Junilo's sanity wavered once more at the subtle touch, a flicker of struggle flickering in her eyes, but it was quickly followed by a fog of desire. Sister, don't resist your heart. His voice was like a compelling spell that kept hitting Juniro's defenses. June Elohim's body trembled slightly as she tried to push Aashian away, but found her hands limp and weak. Aashian took the opportunity to hold her tightly in his arms, the slightly cool chest pressing against her body, calming her dryness a little. Aashian, let go of me. Aashian, however, was unmoved, his hand gently caressing June Iroha's cheek. Sister, you can't escape. His fishtail wrapped around June Iroha's legs even harder, as if he wanted to imprison her to himself forever. Wulu had been catching shrimps nearby and was about to return when a few sea snakes suddenly sprang up around him and blocked his way, and when he had finished solving them, he returned to the far side and realized that he was separated from the barrier. Yule's brain exploded as he looked inside through the barrier. He frantically tapped on the barrier, but was unable to break through it. He could only watch as His Highness gradually lost control under Aashian's step-by-step guidance. Yule shouted Juniluo's name from outside the barrier, trying to rouse her to her senses. Your Highness, don't listen to him. Hold on. However, his voice was blocked by the barrier and could not reach June Iroha's ears. Chapter 123, The Madness of Aashian. A smug smile appeared at the corner of Aashian's mouth as he watched June Iroha's reaction. He continued to seduce June Iroha with gentle words and gestures. Sister, Aashian will love you well. June Iroha's consciousness struggled between desire and reason. A voice in her mind was telling her not to sink, but her body's longing made it difficult for her to resist Aashian's temptation. It's hot. It won't be hot anytime soon, sis. A certain evil thought in Aashian's heart grew stronger as he looked at June Iroha's mesmerized appearance. Does sister prefer beast form or human form? Aashian coaxed softly, her fins gently sweeping over June Iroha's calves, the slightly cool touch causing June Iroha's body to shiver slightly. June Iroha seems to have lost the ability to think, since sister doesn't choose. Aashian has chosen for her, Aashian said. The fishtail slowly exerted force, and the broken coral branches of different color shapes around it floated with the seawater. It was beautiful, but not as beautiful as what he was seeing right now. Lane's breath hitched. There was a momentary loss of concentration in his eyes, and finally he couldn't resist picking the flower to be bloomed and savoring it. It's sweet, sweeter than coral. Without further hesitation, Aashian rushed into the longed-for abyss without hesitation. June Iroha was woken up by the pain. His senses returned and he raised his hand to reward Aashian with a slap. A flash of displeasure flashed through Aashian's mind as he sensed June Iroha's struggles, but he didn't stop. Instead, it's more carefree. Euler's eyes were on fire. How dare he? I can't believe I'm using a beast form and at the same time. Aashian! June Iroha yelped out in shock, irritated by the tearing pain. The sharp pain went straight to her head, making her want to faint. Her face instantly turned pale, and fine beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. A moan of pain spilled from her slightly parted lips. June Iroha's confused eyes were filled with fear at this point. She had never imagined she would have to endure such terrible torture. The body instinctively stepped backward, but it was imprisoned by the fishtail and could not retreat. Aashian, however, did not feel the slightest bit of pity, and a trace of perverted pleasure actually surged in his heart as he watched June Iroha's agonized appearance. The more June Iroha screamed, the more excited he became. For 2 whole days, Yule watched His Highness being tortured like this, the anger and pain in his heart burning like a blazing fire. His eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly, his nails sunk deep into his palms, but he couldn't feel a single ounce of pain. He frantically slammed against the transparent barrier, trying with all his strength to break through the obstacle to free June Iroha. The barrier, however, did not budge, as if mocking his powerlessness. A low, angry roar emanated from Yule's throat, a voice filled with despair and resignation. He watched June Iroha agonize under the torment of Aashian, but could do nothing about it. Inside the barrier, Aashian looked at June Iroha, who had been tortured to death by himself, and regaining his senses, he was a bit at a loss for words, panic and heartache crossing his face. Complex emotions flashed through his deep sea-like blue eyes, remorse, pity, but they were overshadowed by an insane possessiveness. He reached out his hand and gently touched June Iroha's pale cheeks, his fingertips trembling slightly, thinking of the disgust she might show him when she woke up. Aashian's blue eyes darkened and a strong uneasiness welled up in his heart. Sister, don't try to hate me. The barrier that had been battered for 2 days finally shattered. Yule rushes in, and without saying a word, he throws a hard punch at Aashian. Aashian staggered back from the sudden attack, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Aashian, how dare you treat His Highness like this? Yule roared, his voice filled with killing intent. He lunged at Aashian again, and the two wrestled momentarily. Each of his punches was thrown with all the force he could muster, itching to break Aashian into pieces. Aashian was not to be outdone, and though he felt a twinge of guilt in his heart, his instincts made him rise to the occasion in the face of Yule's attack. The two fought fiercely in the small space, the coral around them being sent flying in all directions by their vibrations. Juniro lay weakly on the sidelines, watching Yul fight Aashian for himself. A little worried that he would be hurt by Aashian, she tried to open her mouth to stop them, but didn't even have the strength to speak. I don't know if Aashian deliberately let the water out, or if he was just not in good physical shape after 2 days of torture. Yul gradually gained the upper hand. His attacks became more and more violent, and it gradually became difficult for Aashian to resist. Aashian was knocked to the ground by Yuraku and was never able to get up again. Breathing heavily, Yul walked over to Juniro and carefully took the broken her in his arms. Looking at Junilua's pale face and weak body, his heart felt as if it had been pierced through by millions of sharp blades. I'm sorry, Your Highness. It's Yul who's useless. Yul's body couldn't stop trembling, a trembling that was a mixture of anger and pain. He couldn't imagine how much it hurt Junilua to go through such torture in the past 2 days, and he hated himself for not breaking through the barrier earlier and protecting her. Junilua opened his eyes slightly and looked at Yul's eyes that were filled with self-condemnation and remorse. She tried to say something, but could only make a weak sound. Yul carefully dressed Junilua and kept comforting her. At that moment, there was a bang, and the barricade was opened from the outside. The people in charge of the Sea Nation used external forces to break the ban under pressure from the Karen Empire. Zuo Ling and Xiang were the first to rush in, and when they saw the dying Junilua, their hearts tightened violently. Your Highness, Zuo Ling and Xiang shouted at the same time. They looked at Juniro's pale face and frail body and Zuo Ling's eyes instantly turned ice cold. He clenched his fists, and a biting killing intent emanated from his body. Xiang, on the other hand, was filled with anxiety and worry as she quickly walked over to Junilua's side. They hated that they hadn't found this place earlier and hadn't protected Juniro. Wulu raised his head and saw that it was Zuo Ling and Xiang. The caution in his eyes slowly dispersed. He let out a slight sigh of relief as he carefully handed Junilua over to Xiang. The worry in his heart slightly alleviated as he looked at Xiang's heartfelt expression. Afterwards, Yul turned to look at Aashian, the anger in his eyes flaring up once again. He joined Zuo Ling in punching Aashian, each punch carrying endless anger and hatred. Aashian didn't resist and took their wrath. She shadow-stroked Junilua's small face heartily, tears welling up in her eyes. Your Highness, I'm sorry, Shadow is late. His voice trembled with self-reproach and guilt. Juniro steeled himself and shook his head at Shadow. Let's go. After saying this he completely fainted. Aashian's friends started to fight back after they had vented. That's about right. I'm the princess sister's man now. Hearing this, Zuo Ling kicked Aashian hard again, and the force was so strong that Aashian's body slid a distance on the ground. I will not agree to let you into the princess's house. Zuo Ling's voice was as cold as ice, with undisguised disgust and determination. Lanin slowly sat up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he met Zuo Ling's angry gaze without flinching. Our bond is complete, and you're in no position to stop it. Around is Zuo Ling again calm. At this time was also angry. Just because I am the princess's rightful husband, I have the right to stop you from entering the house. Aashian narrowed his eyes slightly, a mocking smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. So what? Sooner or later, my sister will be mine. Chapter 124. Yul volunteered to be punished. After Shadow left the waters with Juniro in her arms, she headed straight for the starship guarding the beach. As soon as he entered the starship, Xiang carefully placed Junilua on the soft bed, moving gently for fear of hurting her. Another trip to the bathroom to get water to scrub her body. When he saw the red, swollen and slightly torn privates, his heart jerked and his heart ached. His eyes instantly reddened and he could no longer restrain his tears. He could hardly imagine the pain His Highness was going through. Take a deep breath and try to calm yourself. With a soft towel dipped in warm water, he took extreme care to clean that injured area for Juniro. Each movement was as light as a feather, for fear of causing her more pain. After cleaning, and put ointment on her. That ointment is he just developed. Originally wanted to give Your Highness a surprise. Did not think but used in this place. His fingers were trembling uncontrollably, and the mix of remorse and guilt in his heart was fast drowning him. I just hated that I hadn't found her sooner and protected her. After applying the medicine, she shadowed her to cover the quilt and quietly stood by the bedside. His gaze was unwilling to leave her for a moment. It was a day after Junilo woke up again. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiang and Zuo Ling guarding the bedside one after the other. As soon as she moved, both of them opened their eyes at the same time. Juniro only felt sore and weak. Shadow rushed forward and massaged her lower back to ease the soreness. Your Highness, how do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Ying's voice was gentle and urgent. Junilua gently shook his head as his gaze slowly moved towards Zuo Ling. Zuo Ling's face was still cold, but a look of worry also showed in his eyes. I'm fine. Juniro's voice was a little hoarse. Zuo Ling brought a cup of warm water and carefully fed Junilua. After drinking the water with the potion, Juniro looked much better. Shadow, what brings you here? She wanted to ask when she saw him again, only that was no strength. Don't worry about your highness. Shishadow's voice was muffled, and the hand circling her wanted to exert itself but was afraid of hurting her. Juniro leaned toward his arms, a rare peace of mind for her around them. Tough on my little snake. It had only been a little over a week since her accident, and Shishadow should have received the news of her disappearance and rushed here without stopping. Some are certainly the most dangerous routes in recent memory as well. Shishadow shook her head and gently kissed the top of her hair. Where's Karanti? Shishadow was here. And with that acute nature of Karanti's there shouldn't be no movement. One of us always has to keep the house. Shishadow coughed softly to hide her embarrassment. Corentin should be furious by now. Juniello nodded. A little surprised that Corentin was so obedient? What she doesn't know is that Karanti is purely and simply fooled by Shishadow. Shishadow had convinced Courtlandy to discourage him from coming over to look for the man, but she herself had left a note and sneaked in. She turned her head to Zuo Ling, who had been silent. Zuo Ling seemed to have not rested for several days, and the uvula under her eyes was severe. Zuo Ling. Juniro's voice was still hoarse, and she had concern in her eyes. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. Zuo Ling was slightly stunned, and a touch of imperceptible movement flashed across his cold face. Your Highness. Zuo Ling's voice was still calm and steady, but there were a few more points of tenderness in it. Junilua looked at Zuo Ling heartily. Go rest for a while. You look exhausted. Zuo Ling shook his head and said straight out that he wasn't sleepy. Junilua looked at Zuo Ling's stubborn appearance and was both touched and helpless in his heart. She reached out and gently held Zuo Ling's hand. Zuo Ling, I know you're worried about me, but your body won't be able to handle it if you go on like this. Listen, go rest for a while. I have Xiying with me. I'll be fine. Zuo Ling looked at Junilua's gentle eyes and tight grip on his hand. His heart warmed slightly, but he still shook his head. He couldn't wait to keep an eye on her 24/7 now. How would he want to leave? Zuo Ling was unwilling to leave, so Junilua let him sleep beside her. Hurry up and rest. How can you protect this princess if you don't get well? Hearing this, Zuo Ling blamed himself even more. His Highness had been injured twice in front of him. Zuo Ling looked at Junilua's serious face, still obediently lying beside her, his body still taut. Junilua sensed Zuo Ling's nervousness and said softly, relax, have a good sleep, I don't blame you. Zuo Ling answered softly, trying to relax himself. However, images of Junilua's injuries kept surfacing in his mind, and the emotion of self-blame was fast drowning him. Junilua seemed to have sensed Zuo Ling's emotions. She gently held Zuo Ling's hand and said softly, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. You've already done a good job. Zuo Ling held Junilua's hand back and answered softly, Shadow, you sleep too. Shadow retorted in a slightly petulant tone as her chin zealously rested on her shoulder. Can't afford to close my eyes. Listen, don't. Want to talk to your Highness? Shadow hasn't seen your Highness for more than half a month. June Elohim's heart softened and he softened his body to lean into his arms. Okay then. Where's Yule? She had meant to wait until they were rested before asking. Shadow rubbed against her shoulder, and after a long time, she spoke. Yule is receiving his punishment. Juniro tilted his head in confusion. What punishment did he receive? As a secret guard who can't even take care of his own master, he deserves to be punished. Not to mention the fact that he took advantage of his Highness's rutting period to couple with her. So this punishment was inevitable. Junilo frowned slightly, straightening up from Shishadow's arms with a serious expression. This matter can't be blamed entirely on Wulu. The situation was complicated at the time and he did his best. Moreover, the matter of the rutting period was not something he could control, and in the end, it was me who forced him. Let him go. Xiying looked at Junilo so resolute and said with some hesitation, Your Highness, he has failed in his duties as your personal secret guard. If he is not punished, I am afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. Anyways, Wulu has been following me for a long time and has been loyal, so I'll spare him this time. If there is a next time, then we will punish them all together. Zuo Ling opened his eyes, converging the emotions under his eyes, and opened his mouth. Since your Highness said so, then according to what your Highness said, release Wulu. But he needs to be made to understand that this time it is his Highness's mercy, and it will not happen again. Junilua nodded her head and leaned back into Xiying's arms again. She didn't need to think about it to know that it must have been Wulu himself who went to receive his punishment. He was now her husband and servant no matter what. Zuo Ling wouldn't punish without her consent. Do you guys have a problem with me taking him? Junilua carefully glanced at the two men. How to say they were also their size husbands? They always had to consult their opinions. Zuo Ling was silent for a moment and opened his mouth. It's good that your Highness likes it. Shadow is fine with it. But, Juniro tilted his head and waited for him to follow. Aashian can't. Both of them spoke at the same time. They would not spare any of the orcs that had harmed his Highness, let alone let them enter the house to serve his Highness together. At the mention of Lanin, The smile on Junilua's face gradually disappeared, and his body still couldn't help but tremble lightly. Xiang and Zuo Ling instantly somewhat regretted mentioning this person, but having said all that, they wanted to know what His Highness meant. He is not qualified to be this princess's beast husband. Even if there was a married couple, she had to find a way to remove it. Hearing Junilua's words, Xiang and Zuo Ling's hearts were slightly more at ease. Xiang tightly embraced Junilua and said softly, "Your Highness is right. That Lanin is too radical to be qualified to be your Highness's beast husband. They would never let go of anyone who dared to hurt His Highness like that. And if they weren't worried about His Highness's health, they would have beaten him to death that day. No need for them to do anything. Aashian had already been punished." Chapter 125 Roasted Mermaid? In the dark, damp dungeon. In the center at this point was a huge fire pit with a tightly bound mermaid set up on it. The fish scales on his body had already begun to curl and discolor after being baked at high temperatures, emitting a pungent burnt smell. Aashian wriggled in pain, but was unable to break free of his bonds. His face was pale, his lips were dry and cracked, and his eyes took on a hint of fear. He'd been held over the fire all night, and every time he felt like he was going to dry out. Someone sprinkled water on his fishtail to make sure he didn't die, but that was all. He couldn't remember when he'd sinned against such a ruthless character. The door to the dungeon slowly opened and a figure walked in. Arashi's vision was somewhat blurred by the smoke, and she could only vaguely make out a man with a red mask. The man walked slowly over to the fireplace and squeezed Arashian's jaw so hard that he wanted to crush it. Arashian's vision focused and he saw that it was a blood wolf mask. "Who gave you the guts to hurt her when I couldn't even spare her?" The voice under the mask was filled with anger and killing intent. Aashian gasped with difficulty, a hint of remorse showing in his eyes. He didn't know why he'd lost control and hurt someone. He'd obviously wanted to give her a good experience, but he didn't want to show weakness in the face of the orc. "So what? She's already my female." The man wearing the blood wolf mask laughed in anger, and the strength of his hand increased a few more points. Aashian only felt as if his jaw was going to be crushed, and the pain instantly spread throughout his body. "Really don't know what to do. Think you can have her just because you made the deed?" He threw it violently, and Aashian's head lolled heavily to one side. That's quite a backbone." The man laughed softly and paced slowly around Aashian, who was being held over the fire, each step stepping on Aashian's heart. He didn't know what he was up to, but his gut told him it couldn't be good. He paused and reached out to run his fingers in reverse across Aashian's grilled, curled fish scales. "I hope you can hold out a little longer." Aashian's body jerked and twisted in pain. "Feel this rare pleasure." The man's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Arashi's face, twisted from the pain, without the slightest bit of pity in his heart. The masked man reached out again and slowly wandered over Aashian's fishtail, as if picking off a scale to his liking. His fingers rested at one of the more intact fish scales, pressing slightly harder on a pluck, and Aashian's body shuddered violently once more, only able to struggle futilely, only to have the ropes around his body strangle him tighter, bringing more pain. "You think you can still get out alive after injuring this seat?" He clamped down on a fish scale again and slowly applied pressure. Arashi's face twisted in pain, but she continued to grit her teeth and not beg for mercy. With a pop, the scales were pulled off the fish, and blood gushed out instantly, but was dried by the hot water in no time. The masked man looked at the blood-stained fish scales in his hand, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a cruel arc. He casually threw the fish scales into the fireplace and turned his gaze back to Aashian. At this moment, Aashian was already extremely weak, his face as white as paper, and his breathing had become faint. "Keep roasting. Don't let him pass out so easily," he ordered to the man next to him. The flames in the fire pit intensified, roasting Aashian's body. His consciousness was blurring under the pain, but every time he was about to pass out, someone would always sprinkle water on his fishtail to keep him awake and continue to endure the endless pain. When he could barely hold it together, he would feed him another potion to make sure he didn't die. The man walked over to the lower seat and sat down, taking in the view. "Boss, will this cause dissatisfaction among the Sea Clan?" The man snorted lightly. "So what if the Sea Race is disgruntled? If they dare to come and offend, they will fight as usual." "Yes, yes, yes, we're not welcome then." Arashi's consciousness was sometimes lucid and sometimes blurred as she continued to struggle through the agonizing pain. Every time he came to his senses, it was a new round of agonizing torture. His body had been roasted and bruised, the fish scales falling off in large patches, revealing the burned flesh and blood inside. The blood wolf masked man sat quietly as if enjoying a perfectly silent performance. "Tough talk, keep increasing the fire," he ordered again. The flames in the fire pot suddenly rose even higher, and heat waves poured out. Aashian's body twisted violently in the fire, but there was no escape. Aashian gritted his teeth, not letting himself scream even if it hurt. This was the first time he had encountered an orc who was even more ruthless than he was. "Don't let him have a chance to escape," or he'll be sure to pay him back 100 times over. Boss, he has his sister-in-law's mark on him. Will his sister-in-law get angry if we have to bully him like this? The man was clearly amused by his cry of sister-in-law, but his eyes chilled underneath as he thought of the black phoenix mark on him. He didn't even get it. So why should this dead fish have it? He slowly stood up and walked over to Aashian, staring at the looming black phoenix mark on Aashian's body. Stretching out his hand, his fingers rubbed the black phoenix mark, as if to erase it. Aashian weakly raised his head and looked at the man with hatred in his eyes. This is my contract with her, and you will never be able to erase it. The man laughed in anger. Really? Then I'll see if I can erase it or not. The man's eyes grew colder and colder. His hand slightly exerted force. Aashian shuddered in pain, but still gritted his teeth and refused to utter a single plea for mercy. He increased the strength of his hand, and Aashian's skin was pulled raw, as if it would be ripped open at any moment. However, it was as if that black phoenix mark had fused with Aashian's body, and no matter how hard the man tried, he was unable to erase it. The man withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened, turned to the person behind him and spoke. Bring the branding iron. Soon, a red-hot branding iron was handed to the man. The man looked at the branding iron and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He once again walked over to Lanin and brought the branding iron close to the black phoenix seal. I'd like to see if this mark can withstand the heat of the branding iron, the man said, and was about to press the branding iron against Aashian's body. Aashian's pupils shrank. This old iron going down would not remove the mark, but the mark would be covered by an ugly scar. A wave of despair welled up in his heart. He didn't want this seal of contract with Juno to be so tarnished. No! The breath around him instantly became disorganized, and his originally weak body erupted into a strong force of resistance. Aashian's eyes were red, and he was staring at the branding iron in the man's hand as if he was trying to force it back with his eyes. However, his resistance was nothing more than a dying struggle in the man's eyes. The man sneered and relentlessly continued to bring the branding iron closer to that black phoenix seal. Just at the moment when the branding iron was about to touch Aashian's body, a powerful force suddenly rushed in from outside the dungeon. The force swept through the entire dungeon like a gale, instantly knocking the branding iron in the man's hand away. Immediately afterward, a figure with a slightly aged figure slowly appeared in the dungeon. If Junilua and Yul were here again, they would be surprised to find that this was the same granny at the bottom of the sea, only at the moment she didn't have the red cloth on her eyes. Chapter 126, Clotilde takes advantage of the opportunity to complain. Granny's gaze calmly scanned the scene in the dungeon, ignoring the crowd around her who had guns raised at her. Quickly walking to Aashian's side, he gently waved his hand, and a soft light enveloped Aashian, instantly relieving his disordered breath and weak body. Lords don't bully people too much. Her voice was flat, but a chill arose for no apparent reason. Ling Yuan played with the branding iron in his hands, snorting lightly, unimpressed. Granny narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at Ling Yuan with a torch-like gaze. You should know that there are some things that cannot be done. If you insist on doing so today, I'm afraid the consequences will be too much for you to bear. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Ling Yuan's mouth. Old woman, you think you can stop me with you? When he said that, he waved his hand and the crowd around him, who had raised their guns at the granny, closed in. The granny's expression didn't change, only the aura on her body gradually climbed. Stubborn. She let out a light gulp, and a powerful force spread out in all directions with her as the center. Those who were holding up their guns were instantly shaken by the force, and the guns in their hands fell down. Ling Yuan's eyes sank. He didn't expect the seemingly old granny to be so powerful, but he wasn't a vegetarian either. Only not waiting for him to react, the black mist gathered around him, and the granny left behind a sentence. Today's matter, it ends here. If you dare to do anything wrong again, don't blame my sea tribe for being impolite. Then it disappeared, along with Aashian, who was being roasted on the fire. It was another day before Juno saw Yul again. Although Juno ordered that he be left alone, Yul still received all the punishment before returning. Juno looked at Wulu who was kneeling in front of him, obviously bruised and battered but still kneeling straight. Not knowing what to say, he waved his hand and asked Xiang to go and treat him. Xiang walked to Wu Li's side as instructed and crouched down to check his injuries. Wu Lu, however, slightly sidestepped and avoided Xiang's hand. Your Highness, Wu Lu knows he's wrong and is willing to take the punishment. Juno frowned slightly. Yul, do as you're told and let Shadow heal you. Seeing that Yul still hung his head and didn't speak, his tone couldn't help but harden a few points. This princess has ordered you to go unpunished, but you are asking for trouble. Are you deliberately singing the opposite tune? Wulu hung his head. Your Highness is merciful, but my subordinate has failed in his duty and deserves to be punished. If there is no punishment this time, my subordinate's heart will not be at peace. Since His Highness Wulu has already forgiven you, why are you so stubborn? Looking at the blood soaking out of his back, Xing didn't hold back from following the advice. He didn't want anyone to affect His Highness's mood at this time again. Wulu, if you don't follow orders, you can leave. This princess doesn't need an insubordinate secret guard by her side. When Wulu heard this, his face instantly turned pale. Is His Highness kicking him out? His heart sank as an unspeakable panic surged through him. Your Highness. Yule's voice trembled as his back went weak and he fell to his knees. My subordinate knows that I am wrong, and my subordinate will never dare to disobey orders again. Junilua looked at Wulu with both anger and heartache in her eyes. She knew that Wulu was heartfelt, but sometimes her temper was too stubborn. Yule, you are both my secret guard and my husband's servant, so you should be governed by my wishes. Yule didn't dare to look up for fear of seeing the disgust in her eyes. Your Highness, my subordinate just feels that he has failed in his duties and deserves to be punished. Subordinate will definitely follow your Highness's orders in the future and will never do it again. Junilua sighed slightly and eased her tone a bit. Get up. Remember your words. If there is a next time, this princess will no longer care about you. Many thanks, Your Highness. You will certainly keep this in mind and never let Your Highness down again. Jun Ilo turned away, no longer looking at Wulu, and instructed Shi Shadow to take him down. Shi Shadow, take him down for treatment. After Xing left with Wulu, Zuo Ling circled her waist from behind. Your Highness, don't be angry. Junilua sighed slightly, his body relaxing down to lean against Zuo Ling's arms. I'm not really angry. It's just that Jul is too stubborn and has a bit of an inferiority complex, so I'm afraid he won't feel at ease if I don't be stern. Zuo Ling gently whispered in her ear. Don't worry, Your Highness. Wulu will understand your painstaking efforts. He is both a secret guard and a husband's servant. He does need to act differently in the future. I'll talk about him that day. Jun Ilo nodded slightly, a hint of gentleness showing in his gaze. Good. Zuo Ling tightened his embrace, his voice low and gentle. Your Highness, we will always guard you. Junilua felt Zuo Ling's warmth, and the worries in his heart gradually dissipated. My optical brain is broken. Give me yours to use. She hadn't checked in with Corentin since she woke up, so I guess he was worried sick. Zuo Ling didn't hesitate and turned the permission on. The video was picked up almost as soon as she thought it was, and Corentin stared blankly at Jun Iro in the virtual screen, unable to say a word. Just tears that kept flowing uncontrollably. Corentin, don't cry. I'm fine. Corentin tried hard to stop the tears, but they kept rolling down like beads on a broken string. He reached out with a trembling hand and stroked Jun Iro's cheek in the virtual screen through the air. Jun Iro's heart ached a little when he saw her like this. Your Highness, you scared me to death. Corentin's voice was thickly nasal. I've been waiting to hear from you, but I couldn't. I thought. He couldn't say anymore. He just stared at Junilua tightly, as if she would disappear as soon as he let go. I'm sorry for worrying you. Aren't I fine now? Corentin took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. Don't ever scare me like that again. His eyes were full of concern and affection. Jun Iro smiled and nodded. Okay, I promise. Your Highness, next time don't leave me behind to face danger alone. Jun Iro's heart was filled with guilt as he looked at Corentin's worried look. She said softly, Corentin, I know I've worried you this time, but this time it was an accident and no one wanted it to happen. But don't worry, I'll be more careful in the future and won't easily put myself in danger again. Corentin shook his head. Your Highness, I'm not trying to blame you. I was just afraid of losing you. You don't know how much I panicked inside when I couldn't wait to hear from you. I kept wondering if you were in some kind of danger, if you were hurt, or even, if... He didn't dare voice that horrible thought. Alright, I'm really fine. Just be good and wait for me at home. Corentin made a low hum, as if thinking of something else, beginning to complain in dissatisfaction. Your Highness, mind Shi Shadow, he's always bullying me. Jun Iro had already learned from Shi Shadow how he had cajoled Corentin into working hard while he himself had snuck over to her on the pretext that he was doing experiments and had to go into seclusion. Good. Wait for me, this princess, to teach him a lesson for you. Corentin grunted lightly. He actually left a note to humiliate me, saying that I'm a birdman not fit to go into the sea, and I'm afraid that I'll be drowned before I can meet His Highness. The more Coelanti spoke, the more angry he became. Chapter 127, Leaving a Shadow. Jun Iro was a little amused. It wasn't like something Shi Shadow would do, but still, he echoed his words. Fine. This princess will teach him a lesson later. Zuo Ling watched from the sidelines as his own wife's master coaxed Corentin's appearance, and in the bottom of his heart, he was a little envious. His Highness seemed to be extraordinarily patient with Corentin, tolerating all his little tantrums. Jun Iro ended the communication after calming Corentin down. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Zuo Ling's thoughtful expression. What's wrong, Zuo Ling? Jun Iro asked softly. Zuo Ling slightly lowered her head to hide the emotions under her eyes. It's nothing. It's just that I feel that your highness is very different to Karanti. Jun Ilo was slightly stunned, then smiled. Corentin is simple-minded and prone to being more serious, so naturally he needs to be more patient. You're all just as important in my heart. Zuo Ling's heart was a little more at ease after hearing Jun Ilo's words. Still, he couldn't help but feel envious when he saw Jun Iroha's extraordinarily tolerant attitude towards Karanti. Shadow returned with food prepared for her, all extremely light foods. When Zuo Ling saw him return, he got up and prepared to leave. Your Highness, I'm going to check the maneuvering room. Well, go ahead. Remember to eat. After Zuo Ling left, Xiying placed the food one by one in front of Jun Ilua. Your Highness, these are specially prepared for you. You've been in a coma for so long, you shouldn't eat anything too greasy. In fact, it was her wound somewhere that had not healed, and for fear of affecting its recovery, he had to strictly control her diet. Jun Ilua's heart warmed as he looked at the light but exquisite food in front of him. Tough on my family, Shadow. Xiying blushed slightly and said softly, it's not hard to take care of His Highness. Shadow tried to feed her, but she refused. Jun Iro picked up the utensils and tasted the food, which was light but not too tasty. Shadow, your cooking is getting better and better. A hint of delight flashed in Xiying's eyes. It's good that your highness likes it. Jun Iro smiled and nodded as he continued to enjoy his food. After eating, Shadow cleaned up the dishes and took her for another walk around the starship to cool off. There were only 4 of them on this starship, except for a few pilots in the control room. Jun Ilua's wound somewhere was not yet healed, so he could only walk in small increments, otherwise it would hurt if he rubbed against it. Shadow's heart ached as he watched her move carefully, and he didn't resist circling her into his arms. Jun Ilua was slightly stunned, and then a smirk appeared on his face. She leaned into Shadow's arms. Your Highness, does it hurt? Xiying, don't worry, it doesn't hurt anymore, Jun Ilua said softly. When Xiying heard her say this, his heart clenched even more painfully, and he hugged her tightly, his voice full of pain. Your Highness, you must get well soon. It's hard to see you hurt. Jun Ilo reached out his hand and gently stroked Xiying's cheek. I'm really fine, don't get any ideas. Shadow lowered her head and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Noticing Jun Ilua's lightly trembling body, he thought she was cold and took off his jacket and draped it over her. After a few minutes of walking, Juniello didn't want to go any further. The two then walked to the observation deck overlooking the stars outside. It's late at night and the huge display reflects the galaxy outside beautifully. Jun Ilua quietly looked at the galaxy on the display, the bright stars seeming to be within reach. She squinted her eyes slightly, soaking in the stunning beauty. Shadow stood beside her, her gaze also falling on that vast starry sky. Your Highness, it's beautiful here. Jun Ilo nodded. Yes, it's beautiful. Everything seems so small under this starry sky. Shadow looked intently at Jun Ilua. Your Highness will always be the most special existence in Shadow's heart. No matter how vast the universe is, your Highness is unique. Jun Ilo laughed softly. You, always so good at talking. The two of them again quietly admired the vastness of the star system as starships flew by and countless planets flickered by like shooting stars. It makes you want to wish along. Jun Ilo turned her head slightly, looking at Xiying's focused expression, and asked softly, Xiying, you say this universe is so vast. Where will we go in the future? Shadow gripped Jun Ilua's hand tightly and leaned down to meet her eyes firm. Your Highness, no matter where you go in the future, I will always be with you. Wherever you are, that's where I'm headed. The corners of Jun Iroha's mouth rose, clearly amused by his answer. You're getting better at coaxing. Xiying, however, spoke extremely seriously. These are all words from Xiying's heart. She leaned gently on Shadow's shoulder. Shadow, it's good to have you guys. Sometimes it feels exhausting, but just the thought of having you guys by my side gives me the motivation to move forward again. Xiying stretched out her arm and gathered Jun Ilo into her embrace. Your Highness, you don't have to bear everything alone. We will face all the difficulties together. Aha! After a while, Jun Iro raised his head and looked into Shadow's eyes. Shadow, when it's all over, let's find a peaceful place and live a quiet life. Okay? Jun Iro suddenly remembered that she had a private planet that was a fiefdom given to the original owner by the queen when she came of age. She hasn't been there yet. Shadow smiled and nodded. Good. Wherever your Highness wants to go, Shadow will accompany you. Two hearts creeping closer at this moment. It's late. Time to go back. This time Jun Ilo did not walk by himself and let Xiying carry him back. Shadow carried the person back to her room and fetched water to clean her body. Jun Iroha's body instinctively resisted when it came to medicating Private L spot. It took Shadow a moment to realize the gravity of the situation. What happened to Aashian cast a shadow over His Highness? Shadow's movements paused, and endless pain welled up in his heart. His Highness is pretending to be fine because he's afraid they'll worry. He put down the medicine in his hand, straightened up and walked in front of him, attached himself to her and hugged her, softly comforting, "Your Highness, don't be afraid. I will be very careful." Juno bit her lip and tried to restrain her body's reaction, but the fear in her eyes was hard to hide. "Your Highness, it's all in the past. Shadow will not hurt you, ever." His voice was gentle and carried a power that could put people at ease. Junilua looked into Shi Ying's eyes, and gradually, her emotions calmed down a little. "Leave it to Shadow, will you?" Only when she nodded did Shadow pick up the ointment again and crouch at her feet. Shadow gently medicated her while chatting with her to distract her. "Your Highness, did Corentin give you a tattletale?" Junilua was slightly stunned, then a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Yeah, he told me all about you bullying him." Shadow smiled somewhat helplessly. "I was being honest there." The thought of an exasperated and jumpy Corentin slowly soothed her tense demeanor, and a smile gradually appeared in her eyes. "You, don't ever bully him again. Your Highness, if he comes after me when we get back, Your Highness remember to block for me." A hint of teasing flashed in Junilua's eyes. "Oh, then you'll have to perform well so that I'll have a reason to help you." He continued to carefully medicate Junilua while talking about other interesting things to divert Junilua's attention.